sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you.
Hey, good job.
Nice to be with you. Thanks.
You've been on point with knowing the day of the week as of late.
There's been 7 of them, and I've got them all right, including the ones when we weren't even on the air. On Saturday,
I've been keeping track. You're at a slightly less than one verbal filler before saying the day of the week.
Oh man!
Like you're just you're
analytics.
You're more time. You just put that this morning, so that bumps you up to a 0.79.
Okay.
But yeah, you've been good.
Thanks, man. Good. I appreciate you tracking that. Yeah, like Saturday, even when we weren't even on the air, I just turned to Amy and I said, "Hey, happy Saturday to all of you." And she's like, "Why are you yelling at me?"
When you found out I was tracking that, you looked exactly the same way Brandy did when I showed her my sexual activity spreadsheet. And now I gave her a progress report. Yeah.
Hey, thanks. Just trying to make you better, man. Just trying to make you better.
Yeah. You know, if you want to get better at something, measure it.
If you want to be the best in the world at something,
that's right, best in the world. I've got a new best in the world bucket list item.
Okay.
Something to gauge our progress. We need to perform a concert at Red Rocks. It seems like all the great artists at some point have just a great live recording of their concert at Red Rocks.
Do we have to sing? Like, or just do the show?
No, we'll turn it into like an old-time variety show. Okay. We'll do our podcast or our show, our local Houston radio show at Red Rocks.
Suburban Denver, yeah.
In Denver. But we'll have musical interludes. Maybe Beyonce, somebody like, I don't want to be too ambitious, you know.
She'll do halftime of the show? Is it like 8 o'clock, Beyonce comes on? Or
Our Red Rocks live broadcast will be the moment where they'll do documentaries about it in the future.
Yeah. What's that on, man?
It all falls apart after that.
So
you get into whiskey, I get into psychedelics.
Oh,
a little too hard. A little too hard. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, there's beef between you and I at some point along the way. Then we make up down the road. Like some show brings the two of us together. We hug each other.
Because one of us is broke.
Right.
But still, we reconcile.
I would need the reunion tour probably, in all likelihood. I think you're the more responsible.
Reconciliation goes best with bankruptcy.
Yeah.
That's generally the best motivation for reconciliation.
It's peanut butter and jelly of the entertainment industry, man.
It is. Where would we be without bankruptcy?
I bought a Best in the World T-shirt yesterday off of Amazon.
Nice.
Yeah. I want to lean into the gimmick, man. Now, it's a CM Punk T-shirt.
Right.
So it says Best in the World is featured most prominently, but it's got his logo on it. But that's nothing like a magic marker can't take care, or a big piece of duct tape can't take care of.
I set it up. I just set up on Amazon yesterday the ability to sell custom T-shirts.
You did?
Because I'm going to start at a very reasonable price, mostly just to cover my expenses. I'm going to start selling Go Die T-shirts, I think.
Are you really?
Yeah, we need more branding out there. Go Die, everybody.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why not? It could have been Go Die or Go Die Everybody.
I think Go Die is probably just more
simple.
Especially for the uninitiated.
Yeah.
They might, Go Die Everybody might get you red flagged at an event.
That's true.
Whereas Go Die is just more like, okay, this guy's got a vendetta against somebody, but not the entire stadium.
Yeah, or it's somebody's catch. I just don't know what celebrity he's repping with that T-shirt.
Yeah.
So
I thought about it. Brandy and I were watching a Netflix documentary about this guy who's this super rich guy who is in this quest to basically reverse aging, and it's fascinating. But he has a T-shirt, I think, that says "Stay Alive" or "Don't Die." I think that's what it is. Don't die. And I'm like, no, that's not the message.
Okay.
Embrace your mortality.
Absolutely.
Go die.
Yeah.
Go die, everybody.
Right. If you know you only got so much time to squeeze everything in, you got to go squeeze everything in, man.
It's kind of how I think that D'Amico is approaching this playoff game. You don't worry about what happened in the past or what's going to happen in the future. You've got Saturday could be our last day on Earth. And you want to go out and live life, damn it.
That's it, man. That's it. D'Amico was good yesterday. We'll get into the Chargers game in the next segment. I've started to get excited about this game. You know, it's playoffs. I've started to feel good about this. I like that they're underdogs in this game. If you'll recall, they were underdogs last year against the Cleveland Browns. What happened there?
Destroyed their franchise.
Destroyed. They sent their franchise reeling.
Worst in the world.
Yes, WITW, man. So, were you surprised to see that the Jets requested an interview with Bobby Slowick yesterday?
I was.
Yeah.
I was. I think that the Jets, in their continual tone deafness about all things football, I think they disrespect their fan base by, and this isn't even a slight towards Bobby specifically, but when your list includes guys like Bobby Slowick, they had another questionable. Was Josh McDaniels one of the initial?
No, I don't think Josh was on there.
Okay.
Matt Nagy was on there.
Okay. Arthur Smith.
Arthur Smith. I mean, they requested interviews with Vance Joseph was on there. And Vance Joseph's done a good job in Denver with the defense, but his first head coaching stint didn't go all that well.
The head coaching resume of all those guys has not been spectacular.
Correct.
But as it was with Bill Belichick back in the day.
Yeah.
Even though he had made the playoffs one year. I think that the fact of the matter is that Bobby Slowick is very much under scrutiny for whether or not he should keep his job as offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
And here the Jets are saying, like, offensive coordinator? He's a head coach candidate. That's what I see in him.
Yeah.
Now, Vrabel was a bad defensive coordinator for 1 year before he became a head coach, and he did a great job as a head coach. But I think he had different personality traits than Bobby Slowick.
He was a haver of it, as you like to say.
He was a haver of it, a leader of men, a haver of it.
Yeah, I don't know that Bobby comes across that way. I don't think Bobby comes across as some sort of simp either. Like, I think he's good at the podium. I think he's intelligent. It's just that's one thing I'd started to notice. The odds makers kind of dictate which way the wind blows in my world, Seth.
Yeah.
And midway through the season, when the odds makers would have the list for open jobs, the Jets job opens up in week 6, and I'm sure in week 7 they had, here are the odds on who's going to be the Jets head coach in week 1 of 2025. And Bobby Slowick's name was still featured fairly prominently like that for them, for the Bears, for the Saints in season.
Yeah. And
when I say prominently, he wasn't the second or third guy like he was for some jobs at the end of last season, but he was still 15-1, 20 he's not even on these lists anymore, so that's why it surprised me. Like, he's off the radar for a lot of the people that follow this kind of stuff right
When
now.
it comes to choosing a head coach, there's so much about it that you don't know from when a guy's an offensive coordinator or anything else, because it is that leader of men, haver of it element. And you don't really know until a guy gets in there. But I think you can get a pretty good feel.
Yeah.
And I like Bobby Slowick. I actually, when I can set aside my personal feelings about the Texans offense, I enjoy his press conferences because I think he's got great philosophies. I think he's really, really smart. I think he knows a lot about football. But when it comes to the leader of men part of it, the execution just isn't there.
Right.
And that book I'm reading, or that I finished, Blood Red Snow, which is a memoirs of a German soldier on the Russian front. Mm-hmm. There's a part in there where he's talking about in this one battle that this guy's been injured. This guy's gotten wounded like 5 times already. He's not a coward by any means, but he takes a piece of shrapnel in the face and he stays out. His lieutenant tries to send him back to get medical treatment, but he stays out there and he says, look, honestly, if it weren't for this lieutenant, I would have gone back, but this guy commands such respect and devotion and makes everybody feel like everything's going to be all right, that he felt like personally obligated to this lieutenant to stay in the fight. He's bleeding down his face and trying to man a machine gun. And I don't know if Bobby has that same quality about him.
Right.
I don't know if he hasn't commanded. It doesn't appear that he's commanded that kind of commitment out of guys on the offense, because other than the guys who are already naturally like that, there's a whole lot of. I question the core. Just the core commitment of this offense.
Yeah.
They don't look like a team that cares all that much.
Yeah, they don't. In certain spots, they certainly don't.
They don't care like a unit that cares all that much.
Yeah.
The defense looks like psychotic. They look like they're about to go over the top
Rabid
at any
dogs.
given moment. Yeah.
Rabid dogs. This is what Bobby's up against. Here's Rex Ryan saying yesterday he's the man for the Jets job.
You think you're going to get this job, right? You think you're going to be the next head coach of the Jets?
Oh, 100%. Absolutely, I do. And the reason I think I'm going to get it is because I'm the best guy. And it ain't close. The thing that you have to do, you have to connect with your football team. You have to connect with your fan base. And the way they play, that's the most important thing. Not just the X's and O's and all that. Look, this Ben Johnson, I love him. I absolutely love him. But I'm a better candidate for this job than he would be.
That was courtesy of ESPN 880 in New York.
So if we set aside Rex Ryan's personal self-promotion from all of that,
yeah,
it sounds a lot like what I was just saying, right? About just, those are the things that really matter. And that's why I get so frustrated when week after week they get up there and D'Amico and Bobby Slowick, and when they're asked about the offense, they talk about how it's important to execute. Like, ultimately, that falls back on the coaches.
Mm-hmm.
Like, your guy, it's not just the X's and O's. It's not just the play calling. It drives me insane because yes, the execution is on the offensive coordinator. Some guys simply get guys executing better than what their scouting report says.
Yeah.
And we just haven't seen that out of the offense. Everybody almost across the board is underperforming according to their previous history and or their scouting report.
Text message, so far 5 minutes in, definitely not one of the best sports shows in the world. We're not talking about sports at all. First of all, we said...
Hey, go die, buddy. You can go die, all right?
We got to wrap.
That's how you get to jump off the train right now.
Yeah, man. A, we got around to it. B, we just said best in the world. That's all. Just best in the world.
Yeah, that guy's misunderstanding about this show is that it's a sports show.
Right.
It doesn't always have to be about sports.
Not always.
Okay.
Certainly not from 6:01 to 6:04 a.m. But we appreciate you being up with us, man. We appreciate
Most of the actual best ratings are typically when it's only about 50% sports. And the problem is the test there is that you get a whole lot of angry people that don't like about the fact that you're not talking about sports, even though they keep listening.
Yeah.
So I'm going to tell that guy to go die because he's going to keep listening now.
Right.
I'm sorry. I'm wishing for your death, but that's the price you got to pay if you want to be best in the world.
You have one person that says they'll definitely buy a shirt from you. So you're
okay. Good.
Yeah. Let's get going.
I'm in the black, basically.
I like your cost structure you've got in place. That's a business right there. How many do you need to sell? One. Wow.
I read a book a couple years ago about just starting off a business plan, blah, blah, blah. But that was the biggest. His big thing was, like, make one sale. Like, first, a lot of these companies start up and they've got their grand plan and scheme, and then they sink $1 million into R&D and everything about how to sell their product without ever actually figuring out if people want to buy their product. So his whole thing was make a sale. Yeah. Make a sale. If it looks like are the margins right? And then build from there.
That's it.
Okay.
Just replicate. Do it again. All right, Chargers coming to town on Saturday. I started getting fired up about this game, thinking about some of the aspects of it yesterday, and there was a certain someone we've already heard from this morning who got me fired up. I hope to God that the Texans' offensive line heard this audio yesterday, and they internalize it. We will get to that coming up next.
Oh, I hope you internalize this. Underdog, if you're looking for some extra...
Free app today.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Chargers Texans on Saturday, 3:30. Seth, there's a much better chance that I mess that up throughout the week than the actual day of the week. I'm pretty.
How so? You mean you want to say 3 o'clock?
I want to say noon. I keep wanting to say noon kick. Yeah, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's 3:30, which means 12:30 Texans countdown. Which I'm excited about. It's going to be a beautiful day on Saturday.
I'm actually way more amped up about this already than I thought I would be. I knew that I would get there, but at the end of the day, it's the playoffs, and you're in a tournament where it's one or done. You set aside all of your feelings about whatever did or did not happen during the season. You say, hey, we've got Jim freaking Harbaugh, the more entertaining of the two Harbaughs coming into town. The last time a Harbaugh came to town, frankly, didn't go so hot. Didn't go so hot. But this is a different Harbaugh.
Yeah. Texans are 0-1 this season at home against Harbaughs. Is that part is that part of the handicap? Yeah.
We need to take this family down.
We do. We need.
I'm not letting the old man off the hook either.
No. All
right.
I wonder if he'll
not letting Grandpa Harbaugh, mess up our plans.
Where do you think the Harbaugh parents always travel to the game? They always seem to be in the stands for their sons' games. Would you rather be outdoors at Ravens Steelers this weekend if you're them, or would you rather be indoors here watching Jim in his first playoff game as the Chargers head coach?
Ravens Steelers feels like more of a Grandpa Harbaugh setting.
Yeah.
I just feel like for him, the grittiness, what do they attack each day with? Ferocity unknown to man.
Unknown to mankind. Yeah. I forget the exact phrasing. I forget. I'll look it up.
Some kind of passion unknown.
And then
to
they
man.
scream, "Who's got it better than us?" That's their
Nobody.
Yeah.
It's good. Look, the Texans have a little bit of an advantage here with a warm weather team coming into our frigid playoff environment.
That's right, man. It's going to be like 50 outside. Let's open the roof. So the reasons I'm excited about this game, the Texans, if we can put aside the Ravens game, the Ravens are an alien. The Texans have shown they can't fight aliens. That's okay. They're not meant for science fiction.
That's true. Yeah, that's a good point.
They're not. But,
that's a good point.
But
we just weren't ready for the alien crap.
Yeah. But
we could take on China.
Yeah, I
think. I don't know, but not aliens.
When humans have come to town, albeit like very impressive humans, like the Lions and the Bills, the Dolphins playing pretty well when they came to town, right? They were a hot team. They had won 4 out of 5 when they got here. You know what happened? Texans made them look very pedestrian. The home field has been a real thing this year, other than the Ravens game for the Houston Texans. And I don't think these Chargers are an alien team. I think they're a human team.
Sean, the Ravens have a new offensive coordinator, Todd Monken, who was replacing the deposed offensive coordinator, Greg Roman, who is now the offensive coordinator for the Chargers.
Yes.
So this is very much not similar to the Harbaugh that we just faced. We're facing the Harbaugh that's got the deposed offensive coordinator, a guy who I like a lot personally, but he's just it's not the same as Lamar Jackson and Todd Monken paired up.
Jim Harbaugh is still getting hand-me-downs from his brother, like offensive coordinators, bell-bottom jeans, huh?
Oh, hand-me-downs.
Hand-me-downs.
Okay.
Yeah, he got John Harbaugh's hand-me-downs. Like, oh yeah, this offensive coordinator doesn't fit me anymore. Here you go. Here's my old Greg Roman. So the home field, I think, is a real thing. I think, and I'm glad it's not the Steelers coming here, because then that would not be part of this take, because Steeler fans would be taking over. I think it's going to be Texan fans. I just hope it's loud Texan fans and engaged Texan fans. So that's number one.
And just to fill out what you were saying, like Josh Allen, Jared Goff, Tua. He's probably not in that same category as those guys, but they all had horrible games versus the Texans.
Tua was playing very good football coming into that
the Texans broke him.
So for the purposes of the narrative, I'm throwing Tua in there. Number 2, I like that they're underdogs in this game. I like that they're being disrespected in this game. They're a 3-point underdog, similar to last year when Cleveland came to town, right? Cleveland had destroyed them 3 weeks before that. So what was going to happen, even with C.J. Stroud back, what was going to happen? Well, Texans are going to lose. They didn't. They won by 30 points. Here was Rex Ryan yesterday, and this is one of those things like, okay, I mean, they're going to hear the outside noise about how they're underdogs in Vegas and blah, blah, blah. And defensively, I think any sort of disrespect is just going to tamp it up from a 10 to a 12 on a scale of 1 to 10. I hope that the offense, particularly the offensive line and the tight end room, hear this from Rex Ryan and get really pissed off about it.
Yeah, Chargers basically, I never realized they get a bye. Oh, wait, they got to play the Texans. What's the difference? Texans offense is struggling so bad they can't protect the quarterback. But look, the Chargers' number 1 scoring defense in the NFL going against that offense. Woo! Get ready for the next round.
Oh, get ready for the next round. Are you listening to this, Laramie and Titus and Juice, Patterson, everybody on there? You know, like like that's the ultimate disrespect. It basically just said the Chargers got to buy into the next round.
I was really excited when I saw Rex Ryan say that because that's exactly the kind of thing that you can create an us versus the world mentality with.
Yes.
Yeah, that's I'm all about that. D'Amico will tell these guys, don't listen to the outside noise, don't listen to the outside noise, except for this one particular outside noise.
Yeah.
Listen to this. All right?
Yeah, and Rex is so over the top with it. Now, this was another one, too. I saw this one before I saw the Rex audio, but this was Justin Herbert being asked in his media session after Week 18 if the players, if they were following that Steeler game, because when the Steelers lost on Saturday night, it opened up the door for the Chargers to move up a seed in the AFC.
Did you get a chance to watch the end of the Steelers game yesterday?
No, kind of followed along. I was meeting and watching film, but I heard it in the other room, so I could tell that, good things were happening, I guess.
Good things. Oh,
good things were happening.
Good things like you get to play the Texans instead of the Ravens on the road. Good things.
Okay, Justin Herbert, I guess you just think you're right up there in Lamar Jackson's category of being one of the quarterbacks that can avoid this Texans defensive ferociousness at home.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah.
All right, Justin Herbert, excited to play the Texans. All right.
You gotta squint a little bit to see the disrespect in that one. Unlike Rex Ryan, which is basically like a big chair that says disrespect that he just hits you in the head with. Rex was a little more overt with his disrespect. Chargers have a bye.
Right, but that makes it. But it still means more from Justin Herbert because he's not the kind of guy that's just spewing off nonsense for money every weekend like Rex is.
There were players cheering loudly enough in the other room about Pittsburgh losing that Justin Herbert could hear it as he was prepping for the playoffs.
Yeah, which is a pretty soft mentality, right? They don't want to take on all comers. They want to just take on, I'd like to have a nice little dose of be sure it's a manageable chunk.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you are the underdog in this. America is doubting you right now, Texans. Rex Ryan said the Chargers have a bye. So take that, internalize it, digest it, and go win on Sunday. Now,
Justin Herbert couldn't be more pleased that he gets to face the Texans.
That's right.
Instead of somebody from the AFC North.
Yeah, thank you. His world is perfect right now. Number 3, and this is starting to get into like some of the nooks and crannies of the game. Joe Mixon, who is going to be a big part of the Texans winning if they do win, he has only had 5 touches in real game action since Christmas. You had that long layoff after the Christmas game. And then he only got 5 touches in that Titans game for 23 yards. Kind of did it exactly how you requested it in the pregame show. He was 5 carries, 23 yards with a long carry of 10.
So churning yardage out.
Churning yardage.
Other than getting stuffed down on the goal line, I would have liked to see better performance out of the offensive line down there. But still, yes, it wasn't. It was those. That's real yardage. Like that's a normal spread of positive and negative runs that you'd like to see out of your running back instead of 10 carries for 5 yards and then a 90-yard touchdown run.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. Yeah. So he'll have fresh legs. Fun fact: Joe Mixon made the Pro Bowl this year. The only other time he made the Pro Bowl, 2021. What happened that year? Bengals made the Super Bowl. So there's a trend going right now. Every time Joe Mixon has made the Pro Bowl, he's also made the Super Bowl that year.
Seems preordained at this point.
I mean, I know it's a bit of a small sample size.
I'm not going to argue against history and facts, Sean.
Thank you.
Joe Mixon's excitement on the sideline throughout the game last week or a couple days ago, that was one of the things I got most excited about.
Yes.
Is that, man, all right, yeah, that's the kind of guy. That's a swarm mentality guy on the offense right there.
No doubt.
There's a leader.
Yes.
You know, a guy that's getting excited for his backup.
He's running alongside him on the sidelines.
On Dameon Pierce's 92-yard run, Joe Mixon ran 52 yards.
That's exactly right.
You know?
Yes. Yeah.
It was, and he was like that all day. I think he was the illegal personnel that got flagged for the touchdown later, right? After Derek Barnett's touchdown, there's illegal personnel on the field. That's when somebody from the bench comes down to the end zone.
Yeah,
I know for sure Mixon was at least one of those guys. I don't know who they flagged specifically.
Yeah. Blindly, if I didn't know who it was, Mixon would be at the top of my big board for that, for sure. So, in all honesty, I love the fact that Mixon has, he'll be 3.5 weeks removed from that Christmas game and will have only had 5 touches in a game. I think that's a good thing for the Texans. I'm excited about some of the matchups, and I thought this was interesting. D'Amico Ryans was asked yesterday about the Chargers offense, Justin Herbert and his weapons, and at least outwardly in the press conference, he was pretty clear as to which one scares him the most.
With Herbert, and he's a good quarterback all around. When it comes to, for me, it starts with him throwing the football and just the weapons that he has. The one that sticks out to me is McConkey, the guy from Georgia. Man, he's a runner, very shifty, he moves all over the place. You can tell they have that instant connection between McConkey and Herbert. And it's a real connection. He's all over the field, making plays for him, catching a lot of footballs, and he's a dynamic player. I think he has a very bright future in this league.
You think Kamari's going to D'Amico and saying, "I want McConkey. I want that. I want that."
Him in practice.
Bulldog on bulldog violence. Yeah. Yes.
Well, this is where it does work out pretty well. Is that McConkey spends a majority of time in the slot. He's like the second half of the season, he was more balanced, but still spending more time in the slot. Mm-hmm. So it makes it easier to move Kamari Lassiter down into the slot because that's the most dangerous guy. Yeah. You don't have to necessarily worry about, but now you got Okudah on the outside. So it might be Kamari Lassiter that in some respects is shadowing Ladd McConkey this week instead of Derek Stingley. But that's one of the troubles with shadowing the best receiver is that it throws everybody else in the defensive backfield into new roles. And when they're as banged up as they are, you don't necessarily feel super comfortable with that. Mm-hmm. This matchup might make it easier to shadow him with either Derek Stingley or Kamari Lassiter, depending on the situation.
Yeah. So I'm excited about that. Some of those matchups will be good. And yeah, you mentioned it, man. Harbaugh. We get what, 3 Harbaugh press conferences about the Texans this week? There's definitely going to be some weird quotes coming out about the Texans from Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah,
for sure.
Or just weirdness in general from
yes,
Jim Harbaugh.
Yes.
Jim Harbaugh.
Did I say John?
Yeah. I think you said John.
Okay.
That part of it I'm looking forward to.
Yeah.
I can't. You think D'Amico, you think CJ has a little bit of University of Michigan cheating scandal vitriol for him? Do you think maybe CJ's like, yeah, you cheater, you bum? Of course I couldn't beat you in college.
If he does, it'll come out in a very subtle way. We won't get nearly the soundbite.
I don't need to hear about it.
Okay, yeah. See, I kind of do. It would be fun if he said something about that. That would be good for the show.
I want him to say it. I think the only way CJ would ever say it is after the game if the Texans
finally
win.
Good to get some revenge on Jim Harbaugh. CJ, and he's like, yeah, man, they cheated back in the day.
You know how you get him to make a comment or a no comment about that? Somebody needs to ask him in the postgame. If the Texans win, like, hey, did it feel good to go against Jim Harbaugh without his illegal iPhone footage?
Yes. Yeah, if any of you on the beat are listening.
As far as we know.
Right. Seth, just to put a bow on the listener that you told to go die because he said that we weren't talking about sports in the first 5 minutes of the show. He said, driving into work, hope I don't have a fatal car crash. Thanks, Seth. We love you, listener. You know that. We love you.
The biggest, if he's made it to work already, he won't know this, but the best in the world, the sports radio shows, as a rule, I've done this. I've studied this across different markets and what have you. They have a lot of people complaining at any given time that they're not talking about sports.
Yeah.
It's the ratio. You just got to constantly kind of mix the ratio.
Yeah. You're going to have to kind of ride with us as we strive to be the best in the world. That's all. It's
the hardest part, honestly, is in some respects as a host, being comfortable with the fact that you've got massive numbers of people complaining that you're not talking about sports.
Right.
It's just something that comes with the territory.
Yep. Will Anderson Jr. was the culprit, the 15-yard penalty. Ran onto the field. And actually, Will would have for this game, Will would have been my number one pick on my big board for that because he didn't play at all in the game. Joe Mixon at least got his feet wet. Will Anderson Jr. looked like he was trying to hold in a sneeze the entire game on the sideline over there.
I don't know if when you caught it, maybe it was just my TV that sounded when the official announced that, it sounded like he was saying another B word.
I didn't hear it.
A B with a CH at the end.
Oh, really?
It sounded like he was saying that a B word personnel entered the field. I'm like, what the hell is that? What the hell? That seems personal.
Yeah, especially about Will Anderson Jr. He's a saint.
Yeah.
All right, 713-572-4610 if you want to hit us over there on the text page. Hey, gear up for the playoffs at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Thanks to our friends at Academy for getting us ready for this weekend. Our new Ready to Roll playoff shirts, we got one hanging here like it's a retired jersey in the rafters in our studio. We got our division championship hats. Get yours at your local Academy Sports and Outdoors before the game this weekend. Headlines are up next.
Yeah, he said retired jersey. I don't know if you guys heard something differently.
for free at orangetheory.com.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Yeah, we're here now. Let's go play. For me, nothing else matters, right? It's how you playing right now. Are you playing your best ball going into the playoffs? Like, that's what matters most, right? And are you able to consistently keep up with that when you are in the playoffs? Can you continue to play good ball? Can you continue to play the game the right way, not make silly mistakes? Can you put yourself in favorable positions? Can we get better scoring in the red zone, defending in the red zone? Those situational elements of the game, third down, red area, those are the areas where we have to be really good at here in the playoffs because, good teams aren't going to make mistakes. You have to find a way to beat them.
That was Lions yesterday, meeting with the media, and he's right. Yeah, it's it's a new season now. It's on to the playoffs, and hopefully the Texans look a lot more like they did in the Titans game, particularly the first drive of the game offensively, than they looked throughout most of the season offensively.
It was, look, to D'Amico, it was very apparent that he wanted to give the Texans team, but especially the offense, a little boost of confidence and morale headed into the playoffs after that horrible showing versus the Ravens. It was a little bit of a gamble in doing what he did in that if they'd gone out and sputtered out 3 times in a row on offense, it could have had the exact opposite effect. It could have sent you into a depression going into the playoffs. But credit to them for scoring on the opening drive, scoring a touchdown on the opening drive, and looking like the best version of themselves.
Yeah.
So that was good. Very. Does it really change how you feel about a lot of the other issues on offense right now? Not really. I mean, they've demonstrated they can score in the first half. It's been the second half. And in the playoffs, they don't change the format. For those of you who are unaware, they don't change
game.
the 4 quarters of football.
Yep.
They still got to go out and play normal American football rules.
That's right.
They gotta probably at some point, if they want to make a deep playoff run, Sean, call me Hot Take Harry. They're going to need to score a touchdown or a couple of field goals in the second halves of these games.
Yep. Yeah. This is how we become the best in the world. I've heard nobody else saying that in this entire city.
I'm the first to say it.
You're the first to say it.
My keys to victory and a deep playoff run: score offensively in the second half.
And this is why Seth is the best. This is why you need a former player. There's no way I would have come up with that.
Sean, these people don't understand because they didn't play the game.
Right.
Scoring points in the second half is critical.
It's so
critical.
True. God, it's so true.
Belichick put it in his book.
I thought about that at all. So we'll hear from CJ today. I'm actually anxious to see CJ's press conference today, just to see kind of if he's got a little pep in his step, because I don't know, maybe I'm reading too much into it. It's felt like a grind for CJ when he gets up to the podium. Like there's been a big element of this season where I feel like he's not been as upbeat as he was last year going through the season.
Yeah.
You know
the one thing, we didn't play this audio last week, but it was interesting at the press conference. He had said that somebody asked him about his New Year's resolution, and he said he wasn't really into resolutions, but one thing that he's already identified for 2025 was getting locked in with the Lord.
Yeah.
And he said he was in a how do you phrase that? I think a 1 foot in, 1 foot out season of his life.
Yeah.
And you think about with CJ, all the hubbub that he got and all the hype that he got in the offseason. Remember towards the end of the offseason, he did an interview with kind of a faith-based website where he said that he realized he was swearing in these podcasts and he didn't think that was a good example to set.
Yep.
So look, I don't think CJ had gone out there and, was worshiping the Dark Lord or anything like that.
No.
But I think he got a little further away from where maybe he thought his core being should be.
Yep.
And the one thing is a guy that was in locker rooms a lot. Like, listen, don't let the Tim Tebow propaganda fool you. Tim Tebow was not the only Christian in the NFL. You can't walk through an NFL locker room without tripping over 7 Bibles on your way to the shower.
That's right.
In there.
Yeah.
But one of the things they always talk about is the old Matthew verse of, it's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than a rich man to get into heaven.
Mm-hmm.
And it's that there's a lot of things that could sway you and distract you from your core beliefs when you've got fame and money and everything else like that. So I think for CJ, it's probably kind of a back to basics approach in his life and in football and everything. And that could be good for right now, but I think maybe for this next offseason leading into next year as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, so Texans, they're back at practice today. We'll have you covered all week long. I'm sure there's going to be an injury report here. We'll see how healthy the team is going into Saturday's game. 3:30 kickoff here on Sports Radio 610. As far as yesterday goes, Black Monday around the NFL, not nearly as much bloodshed as I think some were expecting when it came to coach firings. Doug Peterson got let go by the Jacksonville Jaguars. There's 5 openings right now around the NFL. The 2 that happened after the season were Doug Peterson yesterday, Gerard Mayo practically right after stepping off the field on Sunday. That along with the Jets, the Saints, and the Bears firing their coaches during the season. The bigger stories, I think, were, Seth, maybe some of the guys coming back. Joe Shane and Brian Daboll, the GM and head coach with the Giants, coming back next year. Shane Steichen and Chris Ballard, the head coach and GM for the Colts, coming back next year. Some coordinator bloodshed. Lou Anarumo in Cincinnati, their DC, who was a hero of their Super Bowl run a few years ago. Head coaching candidate the last few cycles. He got fired. The Colts fired Gus Bradley, their defensive coordinator. A few other the Seattle fired their offensive coordinator this year. This year, there's only 5 openings, and I don't know that I expect any more, depending on what Mike McCarthy decides to do. His contract expires today with the Cowboys, so that's not really a firing. That's really more a McCarthy thing. Does he choose to go somewhere else? Because it seems to me like the Cowboys may want to have him back. I feel like Mike McCarthy might be back with the Cowboys next year.
Yeah, which I'm guessing Cowboys fans aren't super enthused about.
Correct.
It's a damn shame. It's a damn shame how miserable Cowboys fans have been.
Well.
As they finally come to the realization that, like, oh wait, we're not sure Jerry Jones actually does care all that much about winning. Right. I don't know why it took them that long to. It's like. I know some of them have realized it, but this seems like the first year where Cowboys fans are like, hey, wait a minute. Wait, has it really been 30 years since we've gone to a conference championship game? Wait, what the hell's going on here?
We'll get more into the coaching cycle after we talk to Ross Tucker in the next segment. Maybe Jerry Jones is distracted, and we'll have audio about what I'm about to talk about here as well. Maybe Jerry Jones is distracted by his new acting career that he has.
I've heard about this.
Dude,
he was good at it,
He was on Landman. I don't know if you've watched any of Landman with Billy Bob Thornton.
I've just seen the promos.
Yeah, it's Amy's watching it, so I'm kind of in the same room doing stuff while she's watching it. It looks really good. It's the same formula, like where, like Walter White, meth dealer, Tony Soprano, mob boss, where they take an anti-hero type into an industry, and this one happens to be the oil industry.
As a former landman myself, I don't appreciate you throwing my former profession in with meth dealers and mob bosses, but thanks for that.
No, I'm saying the Mad Lib script that they're following. You know what I mean? That's what they do. Like this day and age, the main character is an anti-hero, and you just got to find a new industry to plug him into, I
had a delightful time
Kevin
with all
Costner,
my
cattle driver,
you know what my interactions as a landman were like? I would sit in living rooms with old people and listen to their stories for 3 hours, and then ask them to sign a piece of paper. Yeah. And it was not made for television, but it was delightful.
Yeah, that show would suck.
I know.
Okay, maybe,
I don't like landmen being dragged through the mud like this.
Maybe Costner in Yellowstone is a better example because that's a respectable industry. And that's the guy that creates all those shows. What's his name? Taylor Sheridan.
Yeah, I can't watch any of his shows anymore because they're so formulaic. It's like, oh, okay, you're doing almost the exact same thing, just plugging it down in a different setting. And
kind of like making T-shirts, right?
Yeah. Oh no, he's brilliant as a businessman.
Yeah.
But I feel like he whored out too quick.
Yeah.
If I want to see a guy whore out like George Lucas or something, at least establish a couple decades of a brand and franchise before you whore out.
And then sell it to Disney for $4 billion. Yes. Hey, it's a Texans Ticket Tuesday today on Sports Radio 610. Be listening later in the show, 9 o'clock hour. Your shot at a pair of tickets to Saturday's playoff game. So be listening. Texans Ticket Tuesday, baby. Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider, he was on the call for the Texans and the Titans. What does he think about the Texans' chances against the Chargers based on what he watched on Saturday? We'll talk about that with Ross Tucker coming up next.
And that wasn't a joke, people, about me being a landman. I spent 2 years of my life as a landman, and I loved it.
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. It's Tuesday. It's 7 o'clock, and you know what that means during football season. It is time for our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker. Insider calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. May your game day be delicious. Ross, it's great to talk to you. I will lead in with a text from our text page here that says, please tell Ross we thought his broadcast was really good, and I personally appreciate him coming to talk to us every week. Good job this Sunday, Ross. You did a nice job on the Texans-Titans game.
Oh, well, thank you, Sean. I appreciate that. It's nice to finally hear you say that because you posted that your wife loves me.
Yeah.
And I saw Seth post that I've become one of his best commentators.
Right.
Yeah. But that's the first time I've heard anything from you, Sean.
Yeah.
And I was starting to wonder, wow, Sean, hates me. He said, oh, my wife likes him, but I don't like the guy.
And you and I spent 3 hours together when you came to Houston a month ago, so it makes me wonder, were you sitting there the whole time you and I are drinking beers? When is he going to say something nice about me as we're sitting here?
Yeah, when is he going to say I'm the greatest color commentator of all time, okay?
You know what, Ross?
I'm literally trying to make fun of Titans fans that don't know how to put a poncho on, and I'm trying to get that on TV. How do I not get love for that? I will say, I really do appreciate the kind words from you guys and the listeners. It means more than you know. I put a lot of time into it. I really like doing it. It's not the easiest thing to kind of move up the ranks as a journeyman O-lineman, but I don't know, man. I just love doing it. I just have fun doing it. It's a blast. I think people can tell when I'm doing that. I saw a lot of the comments from Seth's post, and it seemed like a lot of the feedback was positive. So I'm not saying, and honestly, here's the thing. Yes, Seth and I are friends, and yes, I come on with you guys. Yeah. But if Seth thought I sucked, he wouldn't put that he still has some measure of credibility.
Right, yeah. And I didn't tag you on it either. I didn't use your Twitter handle or anything. I didn't want to make it look like and I disclosed that I'm biased, obviously. But I think that you, like anybody in a job, I think you've really grown, into a person that can totally balance your personality, but also with the analytical side of it. And that's hard to find. You're not over the top goofy. You're not over the top analytical. And I think a lot of people really appreciate it. So it's fun to you've got that element of I'd like to watch a game with this guy. Yep. And there he is.
You know what's interesting is I usually I'm on the sixth crew, right? So I'm not getting quote unquote the marquee game or whatever typically, but even in a game like that wasn't really competitive. I don't know. It's just cool that people appreciate it because it's the less competitive the game is, the more you start to talk about the future and players. And, we talked about the Texans in the playoffs, and we talked about the Titans with the draft choice, as opposed to there's 3 minutes left and the Texans are up by double digits. What's the right guard? Because I could do that every play, and I love doing that. But I think you're right. There is a balance there.
Yeah, and that's what Week 18 is for. That's the game. A lot of the games are like that. It's about the ramifications moving forward outside of the game. Okay, so that's a good transition into talking about the actual Texans here, Ross. I think if you're a Texan fan who's looking for optimism, you were the perfect guy to have on there because I think you were pointing out the upside of this team in the postseason. So let's talk about that for people who didn't hear it. What do you think, not just the Chargers game, well, we can talk about the Chargers game in a minute, but just overall for the Texans, what do you think they're capable of this postseason?
Well, I think if they play the way they played, and I know it was only one series for C.J. Stroud and the offense, but I do think if they play the way they played in that first quarter in particular, really both sides of the ball, I think they can win a couple games. I really do. I mean, let's start with the defense, okay? on defense, you guys are absolutely elite at the two most important positions, right? So you're one of two teams that has double-digit edge guys, that has two edge guys with double-digit sacks. And then Kamari Lassiter, everybody knows about Stingley, but Kamari Lassiter and Stingley, they're like 1-2 in completion percentage or passer rating or whatever in coverage. So you guys are elite on the defensive side of the ball at arguably the two most important positions. Probably not as good at D tackle as you would need to be to maybe make an extended run. But that's where it starts for me. And then offensively, you know, when C.J. Stroud plays like that and when they're running it effectively enough and they play action pass like that first series, that's the upside, right? Like they are certainly good enough to beat the Chargers. And then I think I'd be curious to see what a rematch with the Chiefs would like if they're playing like that.
Yeah, Ross, that's the one thing we took from that opening drive. I think that maybe you can hang your hat on in terms of, all right, can the offense look differently in the postseason? What I thought was, and Sean as well, is that, man, whatever was leading to CJ making so many of these errant throws this year that just didn't seem like the ball placement specialist CJ Stroud, he looked fluid, he looked decisive, and that maybe if it has been him being banged up or whatever injuries he's fighting through, he looked more like the best version of himself for that series.
It was unbelievable, guys, because it was almost like the game went exactly as the Texans would have scripted it. You know what I mean? Like it was – because I said this later in the game. What if it hadn't gone that way? You know, what if the Texans have a 3-and-out on their first offensive series? But, you know, so what do they do after that? What do they do if then they have another 3-and-out? Or what, you know, even if they just settle for a field goal on that first drive, what does D'Amico do after that? I mean, there's a lot of different ways that thing could have gone. And so for it to go like the 10 out of 10 perfect way, I think was just ideal to get those guys off the field, but to have them feeling good themselves, momentum, going into this game on Saturday. Yeah, I think it's going to be a good game. I think it could go either way. And it's funny because I have a buddy that I'm close with here in Pennsylvania that he really does not like the Chiefs. He played in the NFL. Mm-hmm. He's not a big Chiefs fan, primarily because he played for the Patriots and he wants everybody to think Tom Brady's the greatest. And he's optimistic about the Texans or the Chargers being able to knock off the Chiefs in the divisional round after all that rust, you know, after being off for 24 days, which is what the Chiefs will be. So a lot of interesting possible scenarios out there. But I do think everything went perfectly for the Texans. I thought the offensive line did some good things. And it's funny, Seth, I didn't know this. I was looking at some of your tweets. I didn't realize that Dameon Pierce hadn't run like that in the preseason. Like, the only Dameon Pierce I remember is like rookie year Dameon, like killing people Dameon Pierce. Like rookie year, the only thing we would, like every week, Sean would be like, all right, Ross, so we got Dameon Pierce. He's pretty good. Other than that, the Texans stink. Like that's what we talked about on a weekly basis.
Yeah.
2 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah. It was,
that's. Go ahead, Sean.
No. I was going to say, no, it was really good to see with Dameon
I think the thing with Dameon Pierce in the preseason also was that he was playing behind a ramshackle offensive line, and it was kind of hard to really figure it out. And honestly, Ross, we've seen the same thing with Joe Mixon during the season. As good as Joe Mixon has been, there are times where it feels like maybe he's pressing a little too hard for the big play instead of get 4 yards and then whatever happens becomes as a bonus afterwards. But I've made excuses for him because he's also been hit in the backfield more than any other running back with his number of carries. So, like with Dameon, it's been hard to figure out, all right, how much of it is him not really latching onto the scheme versus, all right, he's trying to learn the scheme, but he also doesn't have a very good picture in front of him.
Yeah, well, he had a better picture in front of him. I didn't know he had wheels like that. I think he got up to 21 miles an hour. Yeah. We know he's a banger. I am surprised watching that on Sunday that he didn't get more touches earlier in the year with the goal of trying to keep Mixon as fresh as possible. I mean, Mixon's no spring chicken, and I actually thought before the year they would trade Dameon Pierce because people still remember what he did as a rookie. That didn't happen. They kept him, so I thought, okay, maybe they'll give him more carries, but he had more yards Sunday than he had the whole season.
Yeah, well, they actually traded. They had Cam Akers on the team, Ross, in the preseason. They actually traded him in season in Minnesota, and you've seen some of the things he's done for the Vikings. So you're right. It's been an interesting season in the backfield for the Texans this year. No doubt about that. Hey, Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. So, Ross, we dug into the Texans and the Chargers. Of the other wild card round games, which one intrigues you the most?
Yeah, I mean, probably the Packers and the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and not just because I'll be broadcasting it. I'm on the sideline on Saturday night for Steelers-Ravens, which is like an hour and 15 minutes from my house in Baltimore. And then I'm in the booth Sunday afternoon for Packers-Eagles, which is an hour and a half from my house. So this could not have worked out better. When people ask what teams I root for, I root for the teams closest to my house to have playoff games.
Geography. You root for geography.
I root for geography so that Westwood One will schedule me to do these games. But no, I think it's the Packers-Eagles. You know, the Packers have got to be like the best 7th seed I've ever seen. I mean, they're top 10 in the league, offense, defense. I think the Eagles have the 5th best odds to win the Super Bowl. But the Packers are 7th. So, it's not like your typical 2-7 matchup when you're talking about the teams with the 5th and the 7th best odds to win the Super Bowl. That said, the Packers have not played as well these last 2 games. They're not exactly finishing strong. That also said, we all saw them go into Dallas and murder the Cowboys last year. And then go ahead and I think if you go back to that divisional round against the Niners, there's 5 or 6 plays that if they went the other way, if the Packers just made that play, the Packers would have beaten the 49ers. It would have been Packers-Lions in the NFC Championship game. So I think that's probably the juiciest of the matchups. I don't know. Maybe that's my bias. What do you guys think?
No, I'm kind of excited for the Vikings and the Rams just to see how the Vikings react coming off of that big game on Sunday night, if there's any sort of letdown, and you get the O'Connell versus McVay angle as well. That's kind of the one I've got circled.
Yeah, and then, Ross, before we let you go, the one I just wanted to get your opinion on the Chargers themselves, because they've been kind of an up-and-down team, a lot of things you would expect with a new coach, where they've shown some really, really nice moments offensively, but they've also had some lulls. What do we really know about the Chargers at this point?
Yeah, so I just did their game against the Patriots 2 weeks ago, and the game before that against the Broncos on radio. Patriots was TV. I feel like Herbert is very much in a rhythm right now. He really looks to Ladd McConkey a lot. So the coverage from the Texans, in particular, the nickel, maybe it's Miles Grant, whoever it ends up being, that's going to be the key, because that's the guy that Herbert looks for. He's looking for the rookie, Ladd McConkey, who is very, very good. They definitely want to run the ball. They certainly run it better with J.K. Dobbins. I think it's interesting that Slater didn't play on Sunday at left tackle. So they moved Alt, the rookie, from right tackle to left tackle, put Pipkins at right. That would not be good going against Daniil and Will Anderson. If that were and Derek Barnett, I guess, for that matter, if that were the case. So the health of the O-line is something to watch. Herbert's been running it more, which he's very capable of doing, which is a big thing. Defensively, I don't think they're as good as their statistics indicate. I think they might be number 1 in points allowed per game. They're okay. They're not like a dominant defense. They play more zone in normal down and distance than any other team. So think about that. So normal down and distance, not talking third down, it's going to be a lot of zone coverage where CJ is going to have to fit the ball into some tight windows. And then defensively, the biggest thing I would say is you cannot let Ladd McConkey beat you. They have to have a good plan for the rookie slot receiver.
Well, you mentioned Lassiter. I'm guessing Lassiter would be up for that because they were teammates at Georgia. That'd be a fun matchup if the two of them are going against each other.
Well, that would be if, McConkey primarily operates out of the slot. So that would be if they put Kamari in the slot against him.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different options there and possibilities, which I think are really interesting. Now, this Quentin Johnston just had the game of his life against the Raiders, but he's susceptible to a bunch of drops. McConkey, and I would say maybe even Herbert with his legs are the key to me.
Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. May your game day be delicious. And Ross, I just want to be very clear. I think you were amazing on Sunday doing this game. I just want to tell you that right now.
It's not just your game.
Dawn, finally. Appreciate it. And tell Amy I said hello and thank you.
I will. She knows. She's listening right now, so she heard you just now. We appreciate you, man. We'll talk to you. We'll talk to you next Tuesday.
We got to
Sounds great. See you guys.
All right. See you, Ross.
We're gonna have to get Ross Tucker a Go Die T-shirt. Those will be. I'll be rolling those out in the next couple of days.
Yes.
So Ross wearing a Go Die T-shirt underneath his suit at some game. That could be big for the brand.
Huge for the brand. Huge.
I gotta get a little QR code on the T-shirt there somewhere. So
yes. Yes.
Be exposed to the best in the world sports show.
Indeed. Yeah. My wife texted me and tweeted how hilarious it was when Ross requested a montage of people trying to put ponchos on at the game.
Plus, the one bag over the guy's head that they kept showing, I was trying to figure out what kind of a bag it was. It was much taller than your normal shopping bag, like taller and narrower. It almost like specifically made for that occasion or something, or like one of those huge liquor bottles or something.
I'm looking for a grocery bag? No, specifically a bag I can put over my head. To show how embarrassed I am at my local football team?
I need to stand out on a broadcast.
Yeah.
Your strategy of telling somebody that their wife really likes them, it can blow up in your face because it does feel like, my wife likes you, but I'm conspicuously silent about whether or not I like you.
Just did blow up in my face 10 minutes ago. Apparently,
I used to do that with
carrying that
some,
around with him.
With some female broadcasters, I used to. Which is true because watches sports alongside me a lot. I would always feel like, all right, I want to be sure. I want to give this person a compliment, but I don't want them to think that I want them to be sure it's a genuine compliment and not some creepy dude that's trying to whatever. But then I realized, well, that's disingenuous, So it's I don't want to, but I'm also paranoid. Like I don't want it to look like I work for Fox Sports or something, allegedly. So it's
right. Fox Sports has everybody on edge right now. Yeah.
But I always, whenever complimenting a female colleague, I always kind of run it through a filter first of like, wait a second, is there anything about this that could come off creepy? I want to be sure they accept it as a genuine professional.
Got to do that these days, man. You don't want to wind up in a lawsuit just because you were paying a compliment.
Well, and just for the sake of good communication, you want to, whether lawsuit or not, if I'm giving somebody a compliment, I'd like them to be able to receive it as a compliment.
That's fair. Yeah, that and lawsuits, I would say. But it was true. Like my wife really does like Ross Tucker.
Well, I think what Ross has is that same thing that a lot of people like Tony Romo for. And that's one of the things that Brandy and I argue about is Tony Romo as a broadcaster. She loves Tony Romo because she feels it feels like you're at a party. Like it's like you're having fun watching a football game.
He enjoys his job.
I get upset about all the things he's wrong about all the time.
right.
But Brandy doesn't care. That's why she's with me. And about people being wrong about stuff all the time.
And there's more Brandys out there than there are Seths when it comes to watching the late window Sunday CBS football game.
Yeah.
There's more there that are just into the fun vibe of a game than worrying about the X's and O's of the whole
Which is why I enjoy Ross, because it feels like you're having fun, but it also, unlike with Romo, it feels like Ross has actually done some homework before the game.
I think he does more homework than anybody that does that job. I don't know that, obviously. Like we're not looking over everybody's shoulder. But if I blindly had to say who puts in the most work out of these color commentators at knowing the league, I would choose Ross Tucker and be comfortable that I would win this argument.
Moore is a tricky one because Charles Davis prepares the hell out of it, and I really like. I actually like Archuleta. I don't think is doing games this year for the TV broadcast, or at least I haven't seen him. And then Trent Green, too.
Yeah, no, I mean, I said, I know there's others out there. Like, I'm cognizant of that. I'm just saying, we know Ross is the one we know the best.
Yeah.
And like his work ethic is second to none. He's really getting a lot of love on the text page, too. I agree with that sentiment. Great job, Ross. Never laughed as hard as I have from a broadcast as I did on Sunday. And then the next text, typical homerism. Now y'all will act shocked when they lose to the Chargers. It's impossible. The game is a
typical
coin flip
homerism,
game.
as we had a guy from Philadelphia come on to talk about the Chargers-Texans matchup. Got it, buddy.
Yeah.
Go die.
Yeah.
What the hell? Typical homerism. What on God's green earth are you talking about?
Yeah.
I defy you to go ahead and find a quote from the first 1 hour and 22 minutes of this show where it sounded like we were like over the top confident that the Texans are going to go win this football game. Yep. Turn on your listening ears, you bastard. I hate you. My wife hates you. Ross Tucker probably. My God. Go die, listen, everybody.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ocho says, Seth, if you don't watch Landman, then you need to reevaluate your priorities in life. Don't oversell it, Ocho. Don't oversell. I don't want to oversell it because you know what happens? It does look really good. Amy's totally into it. Landman, for those who don't know, it's a Billy Bob Thornton series on, I don't know if it's on Netflix or if it's on whatever one. Oh, Paramount Plus. It's on whatever Yellowstone is on because it's a Taylor Sheridan joint. But it's really good. But I don't want to oversell it to you in case you do end up watching it.
I don't like Tyler Sheridan's stuff anymore. Yellowstone ruined it for me. Ever since it became C-SPAN Montana, I'm like, all right, I can't do this. And there's too many of the characters, like in Yellowstone. Like Beth, I was just like, no, this is just there's zero part. Like, I want Beth to die as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Why are they not killing Beth? I hate her.
Yep.
Yeah.
Browns fired their O-line coach. Would he be worth looking at? I don't know if he'd be worth looking at, but I sat behind his dad at the Browns-Steelers game that Amy and I went to a couple weeks ago. And he was a delightful human being. I really enjoyed talking to his dad. So if he's
typical homerism,
if he's as good an O-line coach as his dad is a human being, then let's bring the guy in. I liked him a lot. Last name is Dickerson.
I really need somebody to explain to me how bringing in Ross Tucker, national broadcaster who covers the Eagles more than any other team, was evidence of homerism.
I don't know.
Really, really. And Ross does not shy away from insulting the Texans when he has a chance to. So.
Yeah. Ross was going based off of what he saw, man. He saw good things.
I don't think that guy understands because I think I know who texted. He uses the homer thing in a lot of ways, which I feel like it's a pretty simple concept to understand, homerism.
Yeah.
I don't think he understands the concept of homerism.
Well,
I really genuinely think so. Maybe I'll back off a little bit because he might have some challenges that above and beyond. I mean, he knows how to type, obviously. Or at least he voiced the text,
and he uses punctuation, which is progress these days on the text page.
Oh, that's good, yeah.
Here was Ross was talking about Ladd McConkey. He's the second one to bring up Ladd McConkey as a huge key in this game. The first one was D'Amico Ryans yesterday.
With Herbert, and he's a good quarterback all around. When it comes to, for me, it starts with him throwing the football and just the weapons that he has. The one that sticks out to me is McConkey. All right, the guy from Georgia, man, he's an elite route runner. Very shifty, he moves all over the place. You can tell they have that instant connection between, McConkey and Herbert. And it's a real connection. He's all over the field, making plays for him, catching a lot of footballs, and he's a dynamic player. I think he has a very bright future in this league.
And I think with McConkey, early in the season, he was heavily in the slot a lot more. And over the second half of the season, it's been a bit more balanced, which is, again, good job by Greg Roman, the offensive coordinator, and Jim Harbaugh, and kind of bringing a rookie along slowly. So now he's in the slot a little bit more than he is outside, but they'll move him all over the field. I think that is a good matchup for the Texans in terms of, all right, one of the strengths of the Texans team is their starting cornerbacks, but if you want to shadow him, if you want to shadow McConkey, then maybe Kamari Lassiter being down in the slot, big a deal, because he's done that before. I think he's good in that regard. It gives you some options defensively.
Yeah.
You're the greatest threat of the Chargers. I think the Texans match up pretty well against.
Well, and the ability to move Kamari Lassiter into the slot may be somewhat tied to Jeff Okudah's concussion protocol situation.
Yeah.
You bump Kamari Lassiter into the slot, and now you're out over your skis on that other outside corner. You feel great about Stingley, obviously, but then you're looking at that other outside corner, and you're looking at is D'Angelo Ross? If it's not Okudah, and not that Okudah's not that Okudah makes you feel like, okay, we got that locked down over there. But he's at least a guy, and especially against maybe if he gets lined up against Quentin Johnston, he's at least got the dimensions to go against him. He's a longer guy.
And Quentin Johnston does as good a job covering himself by dropping footballs.
Yes.
As, so you don't have to be perfect versus Quentin Johnston.
Great point. Yep, great point.
That's an unfortunate one where it's played out exactly like his scouting report. I mean, that was the big. There were all kinds of low-light reels of him dropping passes in college.
I liked him a lot coming out of TCU. I wanted the Texans to get him, and I wanted the Texans to get Ladd McConkey last year too. I really liked McConkey coming out of Georgia.
Who was the receiver that CJ liked so much in the draft?
That was Ricky Pearsall, who went.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that was Ricky Pearsall went to the Niners with the 31st pick. So. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Yesterday was Black Monday. How about our guy James Palmer, who now works for Underdog? He works for Underdog Fantasy. He had this to say before Gerard Mayo got fired in New England on Sunday after the game. Take a listen to what James Palmer says about Mike Vrabel's candidacy for some of these jobs.
The availability of former Titans head coach Mike Vrabel dramatically complicates this season's head coaching hiring cycle. Vrabel is a rare commodity that will not become available again. And because of that, there are some teams that people believe are contemplating their head coaching position and maybe wouldn't be if Vrabel wasn't available. Now, this past season, Vrabel was a consultant for the Cleveland Browns. And if you speak to anybody in Cleveland, and I have, they will tell you there's really nothing Vrabel can't do. Now, the teams that already have an opening, I'm told, have done extensive work on Vrabel, and there's other landing spots that Vrabel actually has very specific and unique ties to. Now, Vrabel has made it very clear what he wants in the future, which is a clear vision that is in conjunction with the ownership group, as well as collaboration with the general manager and a quarterback spot that he believes is a situation he can win football games with.
I mean, now you look at what's happened in New England, and it's if you just want to fill in the blanks where James is just using generic nouns instead of the names of teams, and names of owners and names of GMs.
Yeah.
I mean, he's described, if Vrabel ends up with the Patriots job, which he's the favorite to, yesterday an email came out, he's like a plus 180 favorite, about a 2-1 favorite to be the Patriots' next head coach. James just laid out like the first 8 steps of the 15-step process to get Vrabel in the building over there.
Yeah, and I think that just by listening to that, rule out the Jets, for instance. That he's got, especially once a guy has been a head coach and they've seen just how much the front office politics can affect your job and everything else that goes along with it. He might want to, dance with the devil he knows, which is Bob Kraft, as opposed to whatever the hell Woody Johnson is.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I guess the question would be, what's Elliott Wolf as the GM there? Is he long for the he didn't get fired like Gerard Mayo did, but Mike Vrabel, if they're firing Gerard Mayo specifically to bring in Mike Vrabel, then Vrabel's going to have a whole lot of say over what the whole tapestry looks like.
Well, and Vrabel knew about whatever the battles or disagreements were between Rick Smith and Bill O'Brien, for instance. Mm-hmm. And it's one of those things that you've got to be really savvy about in choosing a head coaching job because, man, that front office, the ownership dynamic especially, there's some teams where the owners get in the coach's way every step along the way. I think the biggest thing Bob Kraft does as an owner that probably turns, at least with Belichick was a strength, was that he's kind of stingy, Like, as rich as he is, he's kind of stingy. And you got to operate under certain guidelines. But I think sometimes that's, as opposed to, say, the Yankees, who will spend, sometimes having those parameters of, like, all right, we're not going to be overly aggressive financially here, that can be a good thing because it gives you almost like a monk-like attitude about how you win football games.
Yep.
Yesterday, D'Amico had talked about, how a coach will echo this sentiment. They don't like this time of the year when people are almost kind of like hyenas waiting around for people to die so they can devour their corpses. As we in the media here start looking over Black Monday, it was in sharp contrast with an email that you and I got from a guy that does gambling odds. This is what he said at the top of it. Black Monday was kind of lame this year. Maybe it's because 3 coaches were fired in season, or maybe because owners are tired of paying multiple coaches at one time. Whatever the reason is, we've only had 2 firings since the regular season.
It is. It's funny.
That was a hyena moment right there.
It is almost looked at like a fantasy league. Things are awfully slow in the point scoring system. Here is the cut that you were referring to with D'Amico. Because it was the very last question of his press conference yesterday. Here was D'Amico Ryans talking about what Black Monday is like inside of some of these buildings.
And for me, man, I just look at every day as a blessing, and I attack it that way. I'm grateful for the opportunity I have to serve here with the Texans. I'm grateful for the people that I get to work with. I think that's what makes it even better, is just the people, right? The players, the staff, the support staff, ownership, just everybody being on the same page, right? It helps us move in a direction where we want to go, right? And that's continue to progress, continue to move our organization forward, and that's everybody being on the same page. So I'm happy to work with the people I work with, and they understand our business, understand how tough it is to be successful each and every year in this league. So I never take it for granted, right? And I'm thankful for our guys and their attitude, and for them, the way they work. Anything I ask those guys to do, they're about it. So that's what makes it easy for me. And man, it's a blessing to be a head coach of an NFL football team, and I never lose sight of that. Never lose sight of how hard it is to be successful. It's unfortunate when you see guys lose their jobs, and also I think the unfortunate part about it is also you just see it's almost like everybody's waiting to see what happens. Like that's kind of a little upsetting to me. Like
Jimmy
if
Shapiro.
you're kind of hanging around waiting to see something bad that happens to someone else. But had to think about the families that are involved, not only the head coach, but the other coaches who are on staff, kids who are in school. It's bigger than just, this coach got fired and that's the news cycle and let's keep it moving. Like, I think about the families who are affected by those moves, and it's deeper than just the head coach moving on and you get someone else.
It's all true, except this is the thing, D'Amico. You will fire about 40 people this year.
Players you're talking about.
Players. Yeah. I don't hear the outpouring of emotion, etc. over the coach. The coaches very much band together and are like, listen. You weren't born into a cast. You choose this life, all right? And this is part of what comes with the deal. Yeah, and NFL head coaches fire half their roster every single year. Yeah. So as a former player, I got cut once. Wait, twice in my career.
Yeah.
Now the difference is that coaches are usually at a later life stage. Their kids are in
junior high,
coaches'
high school.
Kids are the time when it really sucks. And not to mention they've been moved around a bunch. But every time I hear a coach say that, I understand where the sentiment comes from.
Yeah.
But I don't feel remorse or regret over the way I feel about it, which is man, everybody gets fired at some point in this business.
Yeah,
that's the deal. And it's the life you chose.
What?
It's the life you chose. You're not forced into this.
Yeah, well, it's the life you chose. And I'm sympathetic to it as well. My kids, they had to move around. Because, they had to move around because I changed jobs, or, you get promoted or you get fired or whatever the case may be. What D'Amico just described happens in every walk of life. So I'm sympathetic to that overall, to anybody that you got to move kids and it's junior high, and it's probably harder these days to make new friends than it was back when everybody was way less catty than they are right now. This is, when I hear that cut, Seth, this goes back to something that I was thinking about and talked about on this show in the middle of the season, when things were getting really bad with the offensive line, that middle part of the season, Packers, Colts, Jets games there. That's where you go, okay, you can start to see where D'Amico's going to have to make some tough decisions this offseason if it keeps going like this. And by and large, it's kept going like this. It's gotten a little better, but I don't think it's gotten better to the point where there shouldn't be change. And again, the question comes back, is D'Amico a wartime head coach? Is he a wartime consigliere? Can he can he fire his friends? That's a cut right there. That minute 45 that we heard right there is audio that makes me feel less like that he's able to do that, and I want him to prove me wrong if I feel like that should happen. You know what I mean?
You painted it out perfectly, because when coaches fire players, it's generally they're not firing their friends. They're not firing guys that they've formed really close, spend 18 hours a day in the building relationships with. They know their families. That is tough. But The general, when I try to console people after something bad has happened in their life, I'm generally of the attitude of like, oh, I'm sorry, is it cancer? Oh, wait, did somebody get killed in a car accident? They didn't? All right, get over it. You'll be fine.
Yeah, the sun will come up, man.
You got a college degree and a guaranteed contract. Get over it.
Yep.
Go work somewhere else.
That's it. See, Seth, in that case, is more, if I can use the Godfather analogy again, I said wartime, you're the Godfather. You're grabbing him by his lapels and saying, you can act like a man.
Honestly, like when I won the Ed Block Courage Award, it was embarrassing to me because I had a really bad stretch of injuries, and there were times where people would say like, wow, I can't believe you're keeping a positive attitude during this. I'm like, I'm not dying. Why would I? Like, if I'm not
You don't have
dying,
a choice. Like, you don't have a choice
I'm not
either,
bankrupt or anything. Like, it's an orthopedic injury.
Right.
That's at the heightened emotion after Tank's awful orthopedic injury it bothered me a little bit because there's a matter of perspective there where you're like, yeah, but you know what? He's not dying.
No.
Like, all right, move on with it. You've got a job to do. It's just, it sucks, but he's not dying.
Yep.
And and as long as you're not dying or you don't have some kind of long-term illness or something, things ain't bad.
Yep.
So just move the hell on.
We alluded to Jerry acting chops. We'll let you guys hear the audio of it in the next segment. Does Jerry Jones deserve an Emmy Award for this performance in the show Landman? And we'll do our petty cast. We got some good petties for the top of the hour.
This morning. I'm hyped up.
I can tell, man. I can tell. You're on one this
Petty
morning.
AF.
Yes, let's do it. So we'll do the petty cast at the top of the hour. Get your petties ready to text in, 713-572-4610. But first I want to tell you about Dr. Ben Salento. Never petty about him. He's the man.
Lincoln and Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so this video popped up on my timeline yesterday. I don't watch the popular TV series Landman on Paramount Plus. I've been in the room while Amy's watching it, so I kind of get the gist of it, and I can tell why it's a critically acclaimed show. Like it's very good. And it stars Billy Bob Thornton as a lawyer and crisis manager in the oil and gas realm. And Jerry Jones starred in a scene. He did a cameo on the show in the most recent episode. So it pops up on my timeline yesterday. And I at first thought people were being sarcastic with the caption. They're like, Jerry Jones deserves an Emmy for this. I never knew Jerry Jones had such acting chops. And I'm watching this, and I'm going, holy crap. There's tears, like he's conveying emotion. Now, he's playing himself and talking about a very emotional topic, which is working with his kids. He's got a very close relationship with his kids. They've been in the business with him, whether it was oil and gas or the Cowboys. They've been in business with him since he became a businessman. That was one of his things. And he explains that in this scene. But just to set the scene, Seth, Jerry Jones is in a hospital room visiting a character named Monty Miller, who's played by, and he's a fellow oil businessman who's in the hospital. He just suffered a heart attack. He's one of these guys that's overcommitted to his job, right? Ignoring his family in the oil and gas industry. And if you can picture it, Billy Bob Thornton, who's his lawyer, is sitting in the hospital room, like on the sofa next to the window. And so Jerry Jones gets brought in to talk some life sense into Monty Miller. And here's what it sounded like.
And more than likely, your children and family are going to be there because they're your children and your family. But you could have them there because they're the people you spent your life with, you worked with, you fell down with, you got up with. Not just Thanksgiving, Christmas. That's who you want to be with. So when that time comes like this, it's a celebration of your life, and you're not wishing you'd spend a little more time, seeing a few more suns come up. That's the trick. That's the trick. Because that's going to be your glory. I'm pretty proud of them Cowboys. I'm pretty proud of the stuff we've done in oil and gas. It pales in comparison to how proud I am to have lived my life working with my kids. You got a chance to do something about that. I hope you will. And I'll tell you, young man, you're no spring chicken. And you ought to listen to little Liz yourself.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm a few eggs short of a spring chicken, that's for sure.
Both of you guys.
Feelings mutual. Thank you, Jerry.
Okay. Don't make me get my rubber glove out.
Tell Jeannie I said hi. Good to see you, Mr. Jones.
Don't make me get my rubber glove out.
What's that mean?
Well, he's in a hospital room. I think it meant put the rubber glove on and
stick up your. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So
that was pretty good by Jerry.
Yeah.
That was like playing himself and channeling all of that. It's hard to play any role, including yourself, when there's a bunch of cameras around. I guess Jerry's experience having cameras around all the time probably helps in that
cameras
regard.
around, and he loves his kids, so he's probably getting in the moment there.
Yeah, he's channeling it.
Yeah. So that.
Do you ever find yourself? I've kind of sometimes when I'm reading something or watching something, I put myself in that moment, and I can and I can cry on command, but only in private, and not actually on command, but I'm crying about a hypothetical situation, and I can bring tears to my eyes.
Yep.
But to do it in front of cameras in a bright room multiple times, that's impressive.
You
Good job, Jerry Jones.
You bring up a great point that he's used to being in front of cameras all the time.
Yeah.
Probably played heavy into that.
A lot of humans around too.
Yeah.
It's way better than. Remember when Bob Kraft had a little foray into helping his girlfriend at the time with an audition?
Yes.
Bob Kraft reading lines?
Yes.
You were really good up there. I didn't mean that in a sexual way, but not that it wasn't erotic.
I am so embarrassed.
Well, now we're even, because dancing in front of you was one of the most embarrassing moments in my life.
No offense, but I get guys like you in my classes all the time.
So you don't even remember, which means we're not even. Only one way to fix that.
Then he would go on
playing himself there too, right?
and he would go on.
Nothing more. Nobody. When you say the word erotic, the first guy that comes to mind amongst NFL owners is Bob Kraft.
I was going to say, yeah, he would go on from there to get arrested at the Orchids of Asia Spa in Jupiter, Florida.
Yeah, and he was awful. So in the constant kind of battle and feuding for attention between those two, Jerry Jones retains the upper hand to an extreme degree. He already had it, and now it's even more so.
Yeah, that's true. They have a big rivalry, the two of them. That's right, yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah.
I mean, Bob Kraft would prefer that you go by Super Bowl victories, but when it comes to actually all the other parts of the game, like the making money side of things as an owner, nobody beats Jerry Jones.
Nobody beats Jerry Jones.
He's the absolute best at it.
Yeah, between the two of them, I think it's a rivalry. My fantasy football team's name in one of the leagues I'm in is Kraft Productions, and my logo is Robert Kraft standing next to bikini-clad girlfriend with the lines holding it right in front of him right there. Like he's there's no memorization going on with that. That's the thing. Like Jerry either had to memorize lines or he had to just speak from the heart. Yeah. Which that would be interesting. You know, he's doing his hit on 105.3 The Fan today. I wonder if they ask him about that. There's what else is there to ask him about other than Mike McCarthy? Yeah. Just ask about stuff like that. I would be curious. Man, I need to text their producer. I would be curious if those lines were scripted or if they just said, "Hey, man, pretend you're sitting down and giving an actual person advice," because it was very genuine.
Oh yeah, whether he was just
improv,
improved it, yeah. The other guy that jumps to mind amongst owners who have tried their hand at acting, and this is very much in the Jerry Jones stratosphere, George Steinbrenner, who was so bad that they didn't even use him in Seinfeld because there was a hit sitcom back in the day called Seinfeld. George Steinbrenner was a recurring character. They had tried George Steinbrenner out at the beginning, and he was so bad that they had just ended up having Larry David do it. And not even really do an impression of George Steinbrenner or anything. Yeah. And it was one of their best recurring characters. But Steinbrenner, that's a dicey one when you ask somebody like that to be in a cameo and then decide actually no, we can't use this.
That's interesting. They use that Steinbrenner character so much. It's interesting to think if they'd used the character the same way that George Steinbrenner actually might have been on Seinfeld that often.
And as big as that show was, it would have been really good for Steinbrenner's PR.
Oh yeah, huge. Yeah, it was the most popular show on TV at the time. So what about our owners here in town? Do you think they wind up?
I would power rank them in terms of playing themselves in a role like that.
Yeah.
I know that the easy go-to is Tillman Fertitta because he's the guy who most lustily wants to be in front of the camera.
He has his own TV show. Billion Dollar Buyer. Yeah.
Where he's basically has a reality show. He's playing himself.
Yeah.
I still feel like Jim Crane might give the best dramatic performance.
Jim Crane would have done the best version of what Jerry Jones just did. Not that I don't think Cal or Tillman feel similarly, but Jim Crane, the gravitas of the whole thing.
The gravitas was exactly the word I was going to use, Sean.
Yeah.
I claim. So I think Jim Crane would be really good in that moment, especially if he was talking about making a tough decision on letting go of the people letting go of a player or people that you care about, but you got to do what's right for the team.
Well, and
what's best for the business.
His son is in the his son is in the business with him. Jerry's son is alongside. Cal's kids.
Yeah,
and Tillman's too. Yeah, Cal and Hannah's kids are not old enough yet to be working alongside in the They will someday, I'm sure.
My power rank would be Jim Crane, Tillman Fertitta, and then Cal.
Okay.
I think that would probably be the best. I don't think Cal would really necessarily want to do it.
Yeah.
I don't think any of those three guys would really want to do it, but I think Tillman would want to do it. I think Jim Crane would be the best.
The version of Cal that did that, the parking lot interview with the guy, the School of Hard Knocks guy.
Yeah,
that was a fun version of Cal that did that interview, but that was more of an interview than acting, obviously.
Yeah,
but it was. But he seemed pretty comfortable.
Some people thought that was contrived, and it wasn't. Just from our own sources, but then also I've watched that guy's channel before.
Yeah,
and
he's
real.
Genuinely,
because a lot of times the people look genuinely irritated at first.
Yes,
they would never catch me in that because I have a standing rule of not talking to anybody I don't know who approaches me on the street with a phone or camera or anything else like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's what I tell.
It's a good
It's what I
rule.
tell every single old person in my family when they go out to vote. I'm like, you do not have to talk to the live streamers.
Right.
You do not have to talk to the live streamers.
Don't.
Please don't go viral, Nana. It's just you don't have to do it. You don't have to do it.
Everybody's walking up to Nana wanting to see what she thinks. My favorite part of the Cal interview with the guy that walked up to him on the street asking about business advice was, as Cal is, you can tell he's trying to kind of extricate himself from the situation. Like
Yeah.
And the guy goes, well, what's the advice you would give to somebody in a negotiation? And literally as Cal's walking away, the answer was when to walk away.
That was good.
Like,
yeah,
that was good.
That's probably that one might have made me feel like it was contrived. Okay.
Yeah.
It's almost too perfect.
I know. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, it's a Texans Ticket Tuesday. Speaking of Cal McNair, make sure you're listening in the 9:25 segment for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Texans and the Chargers playoff matchup this Saturday. It's going to be a whole lot of fun out at NRG Stadium. We're looking forward to that. Pettycast up next. What are you petty about? Text in 713-572-4610. We've got a lot of petty, including a couple Texan things right off the top that should make the Texans very petty about this game on Saturday. We'll get to that coming up next. But first, I want to tell you about West Point.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. You can text in 713-572-4610. We do the Pettycast every Tuesday at 8 o'clock, and I think it's time for us to get a little petty. If we're Texan fans, the Texans themselves, Texans are getting disrespected right now, man, and I'm not just talking about the betting line, the -3. -3 last I looked. It got to 2.5 yesterday. I don't think that thing's going to get over a field goal, not with the Texans being the home team. And as has been pointed out by many, they were about a field goal underdog last year against Brown coming into that game. So this is not unfamiliar territory for this group of Houston Texans, Seth.
And it had last year it was it was a disappointing performance versus the Browns last year, and then they faced the same team in the wild card round. But they also hadn't had C.J. Stroud in the Browns game in the regular season. But the Texans were coming off a disappointing end of the season, or a really a game that would make you really doubt their ability to do anything in the playoffs.
Yeah. So yesterday, Rex Ryan had this to say about the Chargers and the difficulty of their path to the next round of the postseason.
Yeah, Chargers basically, I never realized they get a bye. Oh, wait, they got to play. What's the difference? Texans offense is struggling so bad they can't protect the quarterback. But look, the Chargers' #1 scoring defense in the NFL going against that offense. Woo! Get ready for the next round.
Okay, so Rex Ryan thinks very little of the Houston Texans. Let me ask you this, Seth: if the Texans win on Saturday, does anybody from the Texans give us any Pettycast material for Tuesday having to do with what Rex Ryan just said?
If the Texans win,
if the Texans win, does anybody on the Texans in their media after the game bring up Rex Ryan saying that?
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. That's a good question. This is classic. This would be a good one to just use as a chip on the shoulder. Yeah. So you're almost like wondering when they called out Lou Holtz after a
Ryan
college
Day.
game. Well, that's right, Ryan Day. Ryan Day said, "Where's Lou Holtz?"
That was amazing. Yeah.
When meanwhile, Lou Holtz, I don't know. He might literally be in the hospital right now, Ryan Day. I don't know. Whereas Rex Ryan is actually out there on ESPN spitting his hot takes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we might see something like that. I think this is the part. Honestly, I have zero issue with anybody picking against the Texans in this game. But to say that it's like having a bye is really, if anything, giving the Chargers way too much credit.
Correct.
I'll take the insult of the Texans. Fine, whatever. But I don't think you're really paying attention, especially when you bring up the Chargers scoring defense. Yes, they're the #1 scoring defense in the NFL. That Chargers defense has shown blemishes as the season has progressed. It's not they're kind of like the Texans defense, where statistically they're top-notch in some regards, but they've got some flaws. I think the biggest thing that I would worry about if I were to go into this game, if I'm a Texans defensive player and I've got a chip on my shoulder, says, Rex Ryan says this is like a bye, I'm going to say, well, at the very least, if you fight me, you're going to come out of it with an injury. Okay, you know what, win or lose, maybe you haven't watched football this year, Rex Ryan, but guys like Trevor Lawrence don't necessarily feel like, okay, no big deal playing the Texans.
Right.
No.
Right.
This Texans defense very much has the ability to destroy the Chargers' playoff hopes, win or lose, by physically maiming the opponent.
Okay.
So, no, I take this personally.
I take it personally. I hope the Texans take it personally. As far as anybody responding to Rex Ryan prediction, and by the way, my initial way I asked that question, Seth, was to say that whoever does say something, it'll wind up in this segment on Tuesday next week.
Yeah.
If they say anything. I don't think it would be D'Amico Ryans. I think there's a chance CJ would. CJ likes to chirp a little bit. I think there's a great chance somebody in open locker room after the game does. Mm-hmm. Joe Mixon, Azeez Al-Shire. I think if we thought hard enough, I think there's a chance one of the offensive linemen, even though they shouldn't be talking about anything, would say something about Titus Howard for sure would say something about Rex Ryan.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? For sure. I'm not saying he deserves to, But of all the people who are probably going to hear it, it's the guys who are on social media the most. You know?
Do you remember early in the season, we had a few moments like that where CJ and somebody else made comments along the lines of basically, hey, y'all better be sure that you show respect to the offensive line when they get it going.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right,
yeah,
will do.
Waiting, tapping my watch.
I don't want to hear any of those comments because, if anything, I don't want the one good game would not mean that, like, hey, all of a sudden this offensive line has arrived.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's impossible to ignore as much as you try to put on the blinders and everything.
Yeah.
When somebody on one of those ESPN or Fox Sports shows says something over the top and it goes viral, guys are going to know about it.
Sure.
So you don't fight that. You're not going to hear the blinders. Like somebody's going to text it to him or something. So yeah, I think that's a good-sized shoulder to have the us against the world mentality and make it seem like everybody is saying exactly what Rex Ryan just said.
Derwin texts in and says that the Houston Texans social media team should just post a picture of Rex Ryan after they win. Like just a picture of Rex Ryan, that's all.
That's the big L.
That's the big L. The big L on
the Houston Texans social media team who, after the game last week, put out a oil derrick that was shaped like an L.
That was good.
Instead of the oil derrick. That was good.
The social media team is really good. One more on the Texans. This is Justin Herbert, who apparently he and his teammates were praying that Pittsburgh would lose so that they could get the 5 seed and play the Texans.
Did you get a chance to watch the end of the Steelers game yesterday?
No, I kind of followed along. I was meeting and watching film, but I heard it in the other room, so I could tell that, good things were happening, I guess.
So his teammates were yelling loud enough to hear through the walls of an NFL stadium.
Yeah.
So look, I'm not going to sit here and say that it's silly to want to play the Texans instead of the Ravens. That makes sense. Those two teams just played each other on Christmas, and the Ravens ran the Texans off the field. But I'm here to tell you that it can be channeled in an appropriate way for the Texans to use it as motivation. That's all. That's all.
Yeah, no, I think Justin Herbert, he's got an extra big target now.
That's
on
it.
his, again, going back to the defensive side of the ball. The guys who I think are most likely to have a chip on their shoulder because they play like actual football players. Herbert's a hard guy to dislike. So probably a hard guy to fall in love with, too. He's just kind of like an egg profile, like, okay.
Yes.
Maybe that's about it. So this gives you something to latch on to really hate Justin Herbert. Like, oh, he wanted to see us.
Yeah.
This defense is who he wanted to see.
He wanted to see us.
He didn't want to see anybody else. They thought that this was going to be the easiest path.
That's
okay,
right.
good.
All right, Pettycast here. Let's continue our pettiness. How about these guys on the Dolphins, man? The guys that just signed huge market, near top of market deals, wanting out after an 8-9 season. An 8-9 season. Let's start with Ben. Let's skip to Tyreek Hill too. Here was Tyreek Hill after the Dolphins lost to the Jets on Sunday to fall to 8-9 on the season, missed the playoffs. As Tyreek Hill points out, he missed the playoffs for the first time in his NFL career. Been in the league since I think 2016 or 17. Here's Tyreek Hill saying he wants out.
This is my first time I haven't been in the playoffs, man. So, I mean, for me, like I said, man, I just got to do what's best for me and my family, dog. If that's here, if that's wherever the case may be, man, I'm finna open that door for myself, dog. As I'm opening the door, like, I'm out, bro. So it was great playing here, but, at the end of the day, bro, I got to do what's best for, for my career and, what's best. Because I'm too much of a competitor to be, just out there.
Yeah, boy, real foxhole guy there.
Yeah, dude. Like when the going gets tough, boy, Tyreek gets going the hell out.
That's a Garrett Cole supercharge. That's Garrett Cole. For one, Garrett Cole wasn't actually a free agent at that point. When he made his comments after the loss in the
he was
World
more
Series.
of a free agent than Tyreek Hill is.
Right.
Tyreek Hill's under an extension right now.
Yeah, no, Tyreek Hill just got a new contract, and you know what? I mean, you could say it is what it is, and that's who Tyreek Hill is and everything. I think it does just for his own personal reasons. That's a disservice to himself because, man. Like, all right, with the slightest bit of adversity, which is, okay, you're on a 500 football team where the quarterback was injured a bunch, and he has to worry about that moving forward.
Sure.
Tua's probably going to continue to be injured a bunch. But, man, just to publicly just flat out say I'm out, I'd be really – for me as a Texans fan, the prospect of bringing in Tyreek Hill, given that that's the way he's handling it, makes me I would be less eager to bring Tyreek Hill in here because what would he be like in a season like this year's Texans team?
Yeah. Dude, I'm glad you brought that up. I was listening to In the Loop yesterday, and they played that audio. And Reggie posed the question, which is, you just alluded to the question. The question for a Texan fan would be, all right, if he's available, would you want Tyreek Hill on the Texans? And in my mind, I'm going, hell no. First of all, I don't think the Texans would want Tyreek Hill, but no, when at the first sign of it, like an 8-9 season and not making the playoffs for the first time in your career is enough for you to want out. Literally months having a $30 million a year extension. All the guys that are in the loop. All in. It didn't even take them 3 seconds to answer. They all wanted Tyreek Hill. I'm like, wow. I could see yes, but they were in on it. They wanted him. They were, bring him on. I was like, wow.
Yeah,
didn't even think about it.
The Tyreek Hill, look, he could sign a new contract. To his credit, he was only detained once this season, which is, hey, there you go. Good job.
He was absolved of anything in that, too.
But he was detained.
He was detained.
So, that's a tough one. It would have to be on a 1-year contract, all that. As far as we could tell, there wasn't really a lot of drama with him on the football field this year, right?
No.
He was saying the right things.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm talking myself into it already. Let's worry about this after the postseason's over.
Okay. Jalen Ramsey, by the way, was the other Miami Dolphin. Again, somebody who just signed a huge deal, top-of-market cornerback deal, and he's an older player, too. He's not the old Jalen Ramsey. He's still good, but he's not the old Jalen Ramsey. He put up a big, passive-aggressive, long story or anecdote. It's long. I don't want to read it. It's going to take up too much time.
It's a story about a violinist who was playing in a subway and nobody was paying attention. So the lesson is that you have to be in the right environment
the same violinist
to be recognized.
The same violinist that sold out a theater before that. Yeah.
Which I got annoyed by because Jalen Ramsey didn't credit the person who wrote that freaking long essay that he posted. His name is Mike Spivey. I had to Google it. Who's some kind of motivational speaker.
Look at you. Oh, you know what? Mike Spivey. Ben, can we acknowledge Mike Spivey real quick?
Acknowledge me.
I don't like people. There's a problem. I get it. Attribution doesn't matter as much as it used to. But that read I think a lot of people reading that thought that Jalen Ramsey penned it himself. It was a heartfelt message. I'm all right, come on. You just copy and pasted a whole damn essay. Could you at least write Mike Spivey at the end of it?
I was like, dang, man, Jalen Ramsey is eloquent. I didn't know he had this side to him. All right, so we continue. So we're petty about Dolphins asking out.
I disallow Jalen Ramsey from the Texans on the basis of copyright violations.
Okay. Can you imagine teams picking guys based on attribution on social media? Be very few players to pick. I'm going to get a little petty with the Tennessee Titans. More petty, just pointing at them and laughing about what a trash franchise they are. We have a listener named Jared who posted yesterday. He said, my dad is a day one season ticket holder. We've already paid top dollar for our PSL at the new Nissan Stadium. So he's a Titans fan. So maybe not a listener here, but a listener of ours picked this up and copied us on it. He's got a picture here of him holding up a Delaney Walker bobblehead doll. Delaney Walker has not been on the Titans in years.
Yeah.
And the bottom of the box is dated 2023. So he says on here, 1, what a bleepy gift, S-word gift. 2, it's the 2023 gift. Hey, it's 2025. What an incompetent organization in almost every single department. How great is that? That's the gift. If you're a season ticket holder.
It's on the bottom of it. It says 2023 season ticket member gift.
Yeah.
So it was I was willing to not be petty about this if, you know what? Delaney Walker was a mainstay there for a long time. Yeah. It's nice. If you were a Titans fan, you'd have stronger feelings about Delaney Walker than we would here. Except it literally says on the bottom of the box, 2023 season ticket member gift.
So good. So good. All right, last petty here for us. Lane Kiffin will not stop complaining about the selection process for the college football playoff. He's in his post game following their bowl win over Duke. I don't know what bowl it was, but they beat Duke in a bowl game. And here's Lane Kiffin grandstanding about the selection process that omitted his 3-loss team from the college football playoff.
Might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues. You know, like here's the NFL, here's the SEC, here's those few Big Ten teams, and then here's everybody else. So you're going to see it in the draft. You know, it'll be different, like it always is with the SEC, the amount of kids drafted out of here and there. And so it's really a bad system. Here you go. You got me going. It's just a bad system. It's a bad system. And you got people in there in place of it. And I don't know, they gave me the list of the coaches today. You know, I mean, those coaches ever been down here in the Deep South into these stadiums and played in these games that are on this? So how do they even know?
I don't know. Maybe if you guys had actually shown playoffs as a conference other than Texas, who you had to add just this last year, I'd be more willing. It feels like when he starts talking about the NFL draft picks and everything, I'm like, yeah, that's true and all. But it feels like a guy that's bragging about all the 5-star recruits he got, but can't put a good football team out on the field.
Yeah.
So, yeah, sorry about it, man. Don't lose 3 games. All right.
That's
you played
it.
A tough league. Don't lose 3 games.
That's it.
And then don't let Georgia get manhandled. Don't let Tennessee get destroyed. Just show up in the playoffs.
Lose 3 games if you want to, but don't have them beat a Kentucky and Florida and teams that were just off the grid all season long. You know, like I think you can lose. I think you can lose 3 games in the SEC and probably still make it if it's 3 hyper-competitive losses to really good teams. You know, and one of them's in the conference title game. Let's say. Yeah. You know, like if Georgia had 2 losses, had they lost in the SEC title game to Texas, they would have still made the playoff. I think Georgia would have. So yeah, like you lose me on this, Lane Kiffin. You lose me on it. All right, text in your petties. Were we being petty about him or acknowledging how petty he's being? That was almost like an acknowledge me petty cast for Lane Kiffin. I'm acknowledging, Ben. Acknowledge me. A petty Lane Kiffin. The spirit of my putting that in there was Lane Kiffin is still being petty about this. You got to turn the page, bro. You got a good life, man. Turn the page. Quick petty here on the text page, 713-572-4610. I'm petty about Rex Ryan's insult to the Texans. She did the same thing when the Texans played the Patriots in the late 2010s. Get new material, Rex. That's true. Yeah, Dan Shaughnessy was right, though. That's the thing. I hope Rex is wrong. Dan Shaughnessy, while we're being petty, he was that hack writer from New England, right? Yeah, that looks like Ronald McDonald. Yeah. He just kind of insulted fan bases and stuff. That was his shtick. Yeah. I know that the fun thing about Dan Shaughnessy was that he was as reviled in Boston as he is elsewhere as well. Like everybody would be like, no, he doesn't represent. There's no way you could piss off a Bostonian more by saying like beloved sports writer Dan Shaughnessy. And they'd be like, don't put that evil on me. That's a good troll. I can't do a Boston accent. However they would say it. All right, the lay of the land in the AFC South. Are the other 3 teams in the AFC South doing things that are going to keep the Texans on top of this division in a long, long time? What's the disaster index of the Titans, Colts, and Jags? We'll do that coming up next. Texas.
exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Good to be with you on a Tuesday. C.J. Stroud and D'Amico Ryans will meet with the media later on this afternoon. Texans back at practice today, getting ready for the Chargers on Saturday. We'll talk plenty about that game, not only today, but throughout the rest of the week. It feels like the rest of the AFC South just wants to keep doing favors for the Houston Texans over the last few days. With some of the decisions that they've been making or not making, I suppose.
And maybe the decisions they're not making, just the run it back mentality.
Yeah.
It's dicey enough when the Astros decided to hashtag run it back, because it's not so easy to just take a really good product and run it back out there. But when a bad product decides to hashtag run it back, I get excited about that.
Yeah, like you look at these three teams. We'll take a look at each of them here, the Titans, Colts, and Jaguars. We'll start with the Titans. That's who the Texans played this past weekend, so they're the ones that we've seen most recently. At least as of right now, they are evidently keeping everyone around from a 3-14 team that has the first pick.
Yeah. Which, I mean, this is, I guess, the difference in this scenario compared to another couple around the league. Obviously, it's first-year head coach. They drafted a tackle instead of a quarterback in a year where they passed up on Bo Nix, and I can't remember where they were positioned.
They passed up on Bo Nix, Michael Penix, and J.J. McCarthy. That's
right. Yeah. But Bo Nix would be the most glaring omission there. Then J.C. Latham did well and played well. Mm-hmm. So I think that I didn't expect them to fire Callahan after 1 year.
No, I didn't either. I think what would get really disastrous, I suppose, is if they roll with Will Levis for another year. And they haven't made any indication either way. They asked Levis about that in his media scrum after the season was over, and he's got no clue as to what their plans are for him right now.
The Texans have been in this situation twice before when they had the number 1 overall pick in a year where there really weren't good quarterbacks. And, 3 times, actually. Because David Carr was drafted number 1 overall, but it's unlikely that he would have in another situation. Yeah. But the 2 most recent times, the Texans ended up drafting Mario Williams, and then they drafted Jadeveon Clowney with high draft picks when there really weren't good quarterbacks available. That's where right now there's not a quarterback that you look at that you think, oh yeah, for sure he's a number 1 overall pick, and yet it's hard to trade out of that number 1 position in a year where there isn't a slam dunk number 1 overall pick quarterback.
Yeah, they're probably, if I had to guess, they're probably going to end up picking somebody at number. See who is. So the Titans, I would say, a fairly disastrous situation right now. You don't have your quarterback. Got some other good pieces there, but they're aging. They're getting older. The Colts keeping Shane Steichen and Chris Ballard, and all indications are going to roll with Anthony Richardson again for another year.
Yeah, and that's the big. There's nothing that feels right about that. I mean, that's why Pat McAfee has divorced the team. He's not buying his season tickets for next year, and it's not just because they had a poor season. It's that the reports from Pat McAfee himself and others are that the veteran leadership seems to be kaput, or maybe that comes from the coach, the fact that guys just don't care about being on time, et cetera, et cetera. But then B, and McAfee didn't point out Anthony Richardson specifically, but man, all the reports about Anthony Richardson are that, this is a guy that just doesn't get it.
Right.
And you've got the actual GM saying he wishes they hadn't started him his rookie year. What? You named him the starter before training camp even began.
That's right.
Or at the beginning of training camp.
Yeah.
You guys, you can't sit here and act like, we didn't realize he was so immature or whatever. You did what you did. Mm-hmm. And now you're left to answer for it.
Did you see the footage of Jim Irsay riding around on whatever that vehicle was in the bowels of the stadium on Sunday?
Is that what you're calling his wife?
Yes.
No, I didn't.
Oh, no.
Sean, this is not that kind of a show.
He's not. I don't even know that he's married. No, he was riding some contraption that somebody much older than him you'd normally he's like 63 and
I have no idea from your description. It was like a farmall tractor or something,
it
was a car?
It was like it was like a combination of like a wheelchair and cart. You know what I mean? Like it was
one of those little ones that's like where you're kneeling on it?
A little bit, yeah, kind of. It was hard to see. Yeah, just like it, yeah. Just looked really old, man. Like he's only 63, I think. Like it was, he's lived a hard 63, man.
Oh, wow, what is that thing? Yeah, it almost looks like a little, it looks like a piece of workout equipment with wheels.
Can you see why I had a hard time describing it to you?
Yeah,
Wise guy?
yeah.
All right.
Yeah, well, I had zero understanding of anything. So it's this thing that he's kind of half sitting on, and it's got wheels on it. It is really hard to describe, and it's got little handlebars. But it looks like something you'd see in a physical therapy room.
I know.
Right? Like it looks like a physical therapy device.
You were distracting me trying to describe it when you go, what is it, a tractor, an 18-wheeler? What is it, that thing? I'm trying, man. Yeah, it's a weird contraption, right? He looks really old in that video, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel okay. Maybe I need to lay off. You know, with Jim Irsay, you and I kind of go through periods where we're like, well, can we make fun of him right now or not?
We're in one of those.
Because he had that health scare a while back. And we didn't feel comfortable making it. And then he came out and claimed that, no, it wasn't a drug overdose. He says, no, there's a perfect valid reasons that you guys didn't hear from me for 4 weeks. Exactly. So we're like, all right, if he's saying it wasn't a drug overdose, let's
read every statement in his voice that comes out of the Indianapolis Colts. Yes.
But now that he's looking like, he looks like a broke down version of Nick Martin when he stole his weight room equipment out of the... like Nick Martin absconding with the weight room equipment.
Nick Martin, Indianapolis native, ironically. Maybe it has something to do with the city. So the Colts are, to me, like them not doing stuff is a disaster for them, and I'm here for it. You continue to roll with this crew. And by the way, speaking of petty, did you see Zaire Franklin going up and dapping up the fans along the end zone of the stadium in Indianapolis, and then walked over to Pat McAfee's suite, which was empty, and fake shook nobody's hand there.
Yeah,
and ran into the locker room.
podcasting linebackers. Remember the last time I had even really discussed Zaire Franklin during the year was in Week 1 when Kenyon Green trucked Zaire Franklin, and I thought, wow, this might be a new Kenyon Green. And it turns out that, like, oh, no, just Zaire Franklin and E.J. Speed, the podcasting linebackers, they actually suck.
Yep.
So, yeah, good job, Zaire Franklin. Really, real team leadership there. Okay.
Let's skip down to the Jags here, and let's skip to the Shad Khan stuff. Jeremy Fowler thinks this is the best job out there. He had a long talk. He discussed that at length on ESPN Radio. I think it's probably the where it ranks among the job openings. That's a separate topic. Just how this is as an organization right now is what we're focused on. Here's Shad Khan saying Jacksonville is looking for someone with some unpredictability as their next head coach.
We want him to represent the city and obviously well. We want him to win. And, right now, we are the most predictable team on both sides of the ball, okay? And football, to win, deception is a big part of it, unpredictability. If you know exactly what we're going to do on offense or defense, you better have the 22 best players, to help us win a football game. So being unpredictable is, I think, is modern football, and, we have to be able to show that on the field.
This is, I think, the first person to interview for the Jaguars job needs to walk in and, like, as he's about to shake Shad Khan's hand, pretend he sees something behind Shad Khan, like off and to the left. You're like, what's that? And then Shad Khan turns and looks, and then he shoves Shad Khan down. He says, unpredictability.
Reaches out. Shad Khan gets up, dusts himself off, reaches out for the actual handshake, and the guy's got one of those buzzers on his hands.
Or he does the old Fonzie, slicks his hair back instead. Like, oh. Then he does the old up high, down low, to the side. Too slow, Shad Khan.
Too slow. And it sprays him in the face with the flower on his lapel, like water shoots out of it. Hits Shad Khan.
You know what would be awesome? I'll tell you this, honestly, the speech that would get Shad Khan to hire my old associate, Jeff Stoutland, who's a longtime offensive line coach for the Eagles, one of the best offensive line coaches this century. and I don't have any aspirations of being a head coach or anything, but when he was a coach at Cornell, the first time he was an offensive line coach at Cornell and then became an offensive coordinator, one of his speeches to the offense was Scott Carroll, my quarterback, telling me this. Stoutland, who was awesome, he's just awesome, but Stoutland was like, guys, I take a different route to work every day, every morning. Why? Tendencies. You never want people to know what you're doing. So I take a different route every single day because I never want to get stuck in a rut where people can't anticipate what I'm doing.
Someone needs to steal that and use it in there. If they want the Jacksonville job badly enough, someone needs to steal that.
And now Stoutland, I 100% believe that he actually did that.
Yes.
He is a uniquely wired individual, but like in all the right ways. He's like Jim Harbaugh in a certain way. He's just a little, he's not a head coach. So who are they going to get that's unpredictable?
Well, Ben Johnson's offense has all those quirky little trick plays that he does, like the fake stumble play and throwing into the left tackles and things like that. Like that fits the bill.
It's one of the things that has plagued the Texans is that they don't have enough deception in their game, not because they're not trying to scheme it, but because they don't execute it well enough. Ryan Clark was telling a story about the first time he played against Deontay Johnson, going against that offense with the Texans. Ryan Clark was talking about like every play looked like run, outside run. It looked all exactly the same. And at one point, he's coming up hard to stop the run, and Deontay Johnson's flying past him. Yeah. So he just tackled Deontay Johnson before he had the ball because he realized he'd been duped. And the Texans have very little dupability in their game.
Very little dupage going on, yeah. One more from Shad Khan. And Seth, I want you to picture Shad Khan is on a Zoom call with the media.
Yeah.
Trent Baalke is on the screen next to him. So those are the two faces that are answering questions. Trent Baalke has managed to keep his job again. He should write a book.
Despite widespread hatred from the Jaguars fan base and many in the Jaguars organization.
And many who are interviewing for this job, too. Like, that goes back years. Remember, Byron Leftwich didn't want the job, reportedly, because Trent Baalke was a GM. He survived another coach. Shad Khan was asked if it was necessary, if the candidate he wanted to replace Trent Baalke, what would he do? Now, keep in mind, this is on a Zoom where Trent Baalke is on the screen right next to Shad Khan. So picture that in your head during this answer.
My response would be, how would you improve it? And then if it is credible, you want to do it, okay?
Trent Baalke's sitting there like he's on like a hostage video or something.
I don't think Trent Baalke. I mean, and I'm not speaking out of turn here. Like Tony Baselli, the former teammate of mine, he goes on the radio there. He works for the team as a broadcaster, but he also does a radio show once a week with Pete Prisco, and they blast Trent Baalke. There's important people in the organization that don't understand why Shad Khan is so devoted to Trent Baalke, but I'm happy about it. And one of the notes you put in there, by the way, I just glossed over it, and it just occurred to me. I cannot believe Jim Irsay is 63 years old.
That's what I thought, man. Did you look it up? Did you confirm?
In a way, if you had told me to guess, I would have thought like 74, maybe.
Jim Irsay, he's 65 still.
Okay, but still.
Yeah.
Most of the 65-year-olds you and I know are just a lot more with it and
very vibrant. No question. Yeah, he's lived a full 65, no doubt about that.
He's like a rock star. Yeah. It's like you watch some of these rock stars in these documentaries where they're like 60 years old and their speech is unintelligible because they lived a hard life. It was not a hard life like they were working in the coal mines.
No.
They just damaged themselves.
They made it hard on themselves.
Degree.
Yes, they made it hard on themselves. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, a very famous house from a very popular TV show is for sale. Would you buy it for the amount that they've put it up for? I visited this house. The people who own it want out badly, and I'll tell you why. Talk about that coming up next. We'll do power ranking of the power rankings at the top of the hour as well. I want to tell you right now, in this cold
credit.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Tuesday. Yeah, that's a Breaking Bad theme right there, man. Breaking Bad, iconic TV show. It was all filmed in Albuquerque, New Mexico. You know, there's none of this like filmed in
I always wondered
Hollywood.
about that.
Yeah.
I thought maybe like the house was in Albuquerque and a couple of the outdoor scenes, but I thought maybe they filmed the rest of it in L.A. or something.
Whole
so they
thing.
did it all on site.
They did it all on site.
Albuquerque must have been thrilled with the way the city
They're
was being
portrayed.
presented. Yeah.
Well, they lean into it, I can tell you that, because I've been in the airport in Albuquerque. It's all Breaking Bad merch in their little gift shop there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Breaking Bad stuff around town. Amy and I went through Albuquerque on a trip 2 years ago. Our road trip, we do a road trip every summer, and 2 summers ago we headed straight west. The destination was Vegas, and we stopped at 2 or 3 places along the way, including Albuquerque. And we did kind of like a DIY Breaking Bad reality tour. Like, we had looked up addresses of places that were prominent parts of the show before we went and took pictures of them and in front of them and stuff like that. Like, that's a quirky little thing we have. We like going and seeing places that were part of, filmed in this movie or on TV or whatever. We went to the house that Walter White and his family lived in Breaking Bad. And if you've watched the show, it's a normal suburban along I don't think it was on a cul-de-sac, but it was just like a normal neighborhood. And when we went there was a fence around it. There were security cameras. There were signs basically saying, take your pictures and get the hell out of here. Like, there's nothing preventing you from standing on the street and taking a picture in front of somebody's house. That's property.
Yeah.
But they, clearly by the time we had gotten there, the people who own that house were fed up with being the Walter White house.
I would imagine it would be. It's not something you necessarily sign up. It's like if you buy a house that's next to a little league park, you kind of anticipate like, okay, there's going to be a lot of activity here on the weekends,
right.
especially. But yeah, this is you don't necessarily think about the inconvenience of probably people showing up at 3 a.m. shining their headlights into your house, trying to get a better view and everything. Drunk people trying to get a picture, standing in the pool. Yeah, screw that. I don't want that house.
This family had lived in this house for decades, and so they were actually approached by, I guess it'd be AMC that did Breaking Bad, and literally like a knock on the door and said, we want to take a look at your house for this pilot that we're doing. And the person who owned the house even said in the article, by the way, the reason we're talking about this, the house is up for sale. It's a 2,000 square foot house in a normal suburban neighborhood in Albuquerque. It's a ranch style home whose market value estimated is $343,000.
Yeah.
They're trying to sell it for $4 million right now.
Why are you selling it for so much money? Because we hate it.
Yeah. I didn't even think that.
Hey, it's a one of a kind.
Yeah.
Iconic TV series was filmed here. Oh, why are you selling that? I hate it. I can't stand living here anymore.
That feels like you're hoping you get a couple people, like a couple billionaires who just
It's like selling.
item.
It's like buying a Bob Dylan guitar pick or something. Yeah, there's going to be somebody that's a collector that just wants it. They should sell it at a Sotheby's auction or something.
Yeah, exactly. So, but they've lived in that house for decades, and apparently. So they got to be there while the show was being filmed. I mean, it's kind of a cool story. Like, they got to meet all the actors. The wife used to bring cookies on the set to feed everybody, and Bryan Cranston, who played Walter White, wouldn't eat the cookies because for most of that show, he's got cancer. He's a cancer patient.
Oh, yeah. He can't look like he's all plumped up on cookies.
He had to stay skinny. So I thought that was interesting. And when the show was done, or even while it was on, they would get people coming to the house. And they'd be very engaging. They'd lean into it. You know what I mean? Yeah, sure. Come take a picture in front of the garage. Eventually, some of the stuff you started talking about, Seth, started happening where people were trying to peer into the backyard. At 4:30 in the morning, leaving packages for Walter White on the front stoop of the house. Stuff like that.
I wonder how often it was stuff like the raw materials for meth and stuff. Because one thing about being on a meth bender is that you start to have some serious delusions and hallucinations.
Yes.
There might I would imagine that once a year they had somebody who was like on 3 days with zero sleep that actually thought he was going to go score some of the blue stuff from Walter White.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I think about places in Houston that are like this. I don't know that anything in Houston that I can think of, like movie-wise, is iconic. Currently standing is as iconic as the Breaking Bad house. Can you think of it?
Right, yeah, as far as, and it actually being, like, set in the place that it is in the fictional place. The one thing I thought about immediately was the St. John's School, which is where they filmed Rushmore.
Okay.
That there was, because I didn't know, I think Rushmore came out like when I was new to Houston, and I had no idea that was shot, because they make it look like it's like a New England prep school or something. But it's right where, that's where Wes Anderson went to school. The director went to school at the St. John's School. So they did it there, at Lamar High School and at the Kincaid School.
Okay.
So those would be the most iconic. The houses that are in there were also in Houston, but they're not as like big a part of the plot or story.
Two of those I can see out our west-facing windows of our apartment. The St. John's School in Lamar.
The barber shop in that is on 11th Street.
Okay.
So I don't know if that's still a barber shop or not.
Okay.
Or not.
Yeah, text in. The ones I thought of, the house. One of the houses in terms of endearment is on Lock Lane over in River Oaks.
Yeah.
That's a pretty famous one. And then
do they still get a lot of drive-bys?
I don't
think.
I walk by it every day when I do my walk the neighborhood thing. I walk past it every day. There's very little foot traffic over.
You
there.
never try to pull a you don't drive your Stingray by it and do donuts in front of it or something you can recreate the Jack Nicholson experience.
I should. That would be fun. And did you ever see the movie Reality Bites with Winona Ryder and Ethan Hawke?
I never saw Reality Bites.
Okay.
That was but even though it was supposed to be an iconic Generation X movie,
exactly.
I almost in protest because Gen X, we're not joiners. And I'm not going to be here for you're going to try to label me? Don't try to label me. I'm a Gen Xer. I'm apathetic about these things. I'm not going to watch the thing that's supposed to be emblematic of my generation.
The irony of doing a Gen X movie. The house that they live in is over on Clay Road, kind of near Midtown, like in between Montrose and Midtown over there, kind of north of Gray Street.
Was Matt Dillon in that movie too?
No, no. Was Matt Dillon in that movie? No, Ben Stiller. You're thinking of Ben Stiller.
Ben Stiller is in it?
Ben Stiller was kind of the rich uppity jerk kid. Yeah. And Ethan Hawke was the emo Gen X, smoke weed all day, but he's smart enough to go to Rice kid.
Classic Matt Dillon, Ben Affleck screw up right there. A lot of young
Ben
ladies
Stiller.
have succumbed to that back in the day. Yeah.
Ben Stiller.
Are you Ben Stiller or Matt Damon? Matt Damon.
Matt Dillon. Yeah.
Matt Dillon. Yeah.
No, I was just thinking in terms of the character you were probably thinking, because Matt Dillon always played a jerk back in the day.
Yeah, he did.
And Ben Stiller was the jerk. So those would be the two.
Brad Pitt's house in that weird movie Tree of Life, that was shot in Houston.
I've never seen that before.
It's kind of arty. It's one of those movies you watch and you pretend to know what it was about.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, it's all about the tree and the life. Yeah,
we're getting a lot of people.
I figured out all the symbolism. I know exactly what that movie was about.
A lot of people texting in pics by Beyonce's childhood home. I could see that.
Oh, yeah.
The gymnasium in Rushmore was shot at North Shore High School. Someone says on the text.
Oh, okay. So they went all over. They took a tour of the secondary educational facilities of Houston. Yeah.
We need 5 secondary educational facilities.
Where's a place for that? I'm sure when they were at St. John's School, too, they're like, all right, but we need something that looks like the consummate public school. We're probably going to have to travel a long ways to get to that, right? No.
Lamar.
It's a quarter mile down the road at Lamar.
It's across the street, yeah. Urban Cowboy, you had that in the notes, Urban Cowboy. Film.
Well, yeah, an Urban Cowboy, the biggest one would be Gillies,
yeah.
Which, you know what, I didn't realize how much, I knew that Gillies was a huge nightclub, obviously, but it had a shooting gallery, a showers for truckers, the rodeo arena, which you know from the movie, the mechanical bulls and everything. But it was in the Guinness Book of World Records as the world's largest honky tonk. I didn't know that it was also a truck stop.
Okay. Yeah.
And it was in Pasadena. My God, the fights at that place must have been incredible.
Truckers
they must have
in
just
a cowboy
truckers with
bar?
Oil workers just getting off their shift after working for 12 hours and just like, oh, yeah.
All right. Someone on the text page is saying Matt Damon was in Singles. So you might have been thinking of the wrong Gen X
Singles was another
movie.
one of those Gen X movies that I refuse to see.
Yep.
Because I'm a Gen Xer, damn it.
Yeah, man. I love the irony of not seeing that movie because of your apathy. That's the best.
I swear, I still think the peak of Gen X apathy was my graduation year of 1993 in high school.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's, I've kind of tested that against people. It shows that when somebody's my exact age. You can kind of feel like the Nirvana had really bit into you a little bit, and every grunge was in full swing, and the idea of not caring about things was at its apex. We cared so much about not caring about things in 1993. We were the class of my high school didn't stand up at pep rallies when they were having like the noise competition and everything. Like, nope. Not participating in your little games.
And we care a lot to not care. Yeah,
that's right.
Tin Cup Golf Course in Kingwood. That's a good one,
Kingwood,
too.
yeah.
Yep, Kingwood for Tin Cup. All right, keep sending them in. The Breaking Bad house for sale, $4 million. Let's get a GoFundMe, and I'll go party in Albuquerque for a year. All right, Payne and Pendergast. Normally we would do the power ranking of the power rankings. In my recon during the last break, the power rankers are taking the playoffs off. So, what does one expert think the myth about the Houston Texans, a myth about each of the 14 teams? What is the myth about the Houston Texans? Are they misunderstood? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Texans, Chargers, Super Wild Card Weekend.
You guys are built for this. We're ready for it. I can't wait to see us play. Keep taking it up another notch, another level, everything you got. Right? Win or go home is right here, right now. Let's get it.
The playoffs start Saturday on your home for the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call Lee. 69 Southwest Freeway northbound at Kirby. The left lane is blocked. Also 45 north northbound at Quitman. The left lane is blocked. The 9 this afternoon with sunshine 32 right now. And I'm Val, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Hey, today's birthday shout-out goes to none other than the great Lamar Jackson. Baltimore's 28-year-old quarterback became the first player ever to lead the NFL in both yards per pass and yards per run. He also became the first quarterback to throw for 4,000-plus yards and run for 900-plus yards. Jackson faces a tough wild-card draw.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, normally we do the power ranking of the power rankings here, but they really don't matter. We've got 14 teams left. The NFL took care of that. They've power ranked them by seeding them 1 through 7 in each conference. So it doesn't really matter anymore. But ESPN did do an article, Seth, today where, and I got kind of excited about the tease that I got on my phone. You know, they localize your ESPN content for where you are geographically. So it's about all 14 teams, but they're feeding me the Houston part, you know?
So you saw, hey, why they are wrong about the Houston Texans. Then you look at the headline of the article, it's like, oh, why you're wrong about all 14 teams.
Yeah,
all
and
right.
so it's about all 14 teams. But still, the title of this gets me excited. Like NFL Playoff Mythbusters. Why you're wrong about all 14 teams.
I'm pissed now. All right. Everybody prepare to be angered and disappointed.
Did you just look at it?
Yes. Okay, so you're like, yeah, why are they wrong? Tell us. Because everybody's saying that the Texans, including those bums, Payne and Pendergast, are pointing out us and the Texans.
Right.
Yeah. Tell me why they're wrong.
Tell me why they're going to take the Chargers to the woodshed on Saturday, right?
And this is instead what they give you.
The myth. The myth is that the injuries to receivers Tank Dell and Stephon Diggs sank the Texans' offense. So I read that myth.
You son of a... I know that. That's not the myth. What the hell?
I read the myth, and with the same positive mindset that I had going into reading this article, my first reaction was, you mean it's not sank? You know,
so they're saying that's the myth, and when the reality is no, that just drove them deeper into the dirt.
It was something a long time ago.
That was just chopping up the corpse.
I hate Dan Graziano.
They chopped up the corpse and then peed on it. That did to it. But yeah, the offense was in trouble from week 2 onward, really. Week 1, it was it was a fever dream. Look at all the positive things they're doing offensively.
Oh, man. Yeah, so the myth, the injuries to Tank Dell and Stephon Diggs sank the Texans off. It's been a long time since I've read an article where I felt kicked in the junk like that right there. I'm like, oh, okay, so the myth is...
It really sets you up.
The myth really is the excuse that we've been making that the offense has been bad for most of the season, by the standards we were expecting.
Well, yeah, and I don't think most people in Houston feel that way. Most people in Houston would say, I believe, most of our listeners, I think, would think, look, yes, Tank Dell might have been the death blow, but even when 2 of the top 3 receivers at any given point were healthy, it wasn't looking the way it should have looked. It's a punctuation point at the end of the disappointment, but that's not it's not like Tank Dell's injury was the thing that really is why they're struggling now. They were struggling before that.
Well, and Graziano cites the offensive line. He said the bigger issue with the Texans isn't the wide receiver room, it's the drop-off in the offensive line performance. They were 10th in the NFL last year with a pass block win rate of 61%, despite injuries all along the line. This season, that number's down to 57.7%, which is 22nd in the league. Doesn't sound like much. It's down 3%. It's 12 spots in the league. You know, so in particular, they've struggled on the interior relative to last year. The pass block win rate by guards last season was 71%, 13th in the league. Now they're down to 28th in the league at 66%. So, yeah, the guards, not good.
Well, that was the run block win rate, I believe, that was...
You're right, run block win rate, yep.
They were 13th in run block win rate last year. Now they're 28th, and
Yeah.
that feels that matches the eyeball test.
Now let me.
It feels like I went from vision troubles to glaucoma.
Yes, cataracts. Yes. The Chargers myth. Okay, see if this makes you feel any better about playing the Chargers this weekend.
Okay.
The myth: Jim Harbaugh's coaching has elevated quarterback Justin Herbert to another level. Okay, I like that that's a myth, because if it's a myth, it means it's not true.
I succumbed to that myth a little bit this year until I had to fact check myself. After I said something glowing about the Chargers, and then I went back and looked at it, or about Justin Herbert, and then I realized this is like midway through the season, like, I'll get ahead of ourselves on this. I think that it's a better coached team overall.
Yes.
So Justin Herbert is getting the glow of that, but it's not like he's all of a sudden taking a giant leap forward.
His QBR is the second lowest of his career, ironically behind only 2022, the other season they made the playoffs. I don't know what that says about Justin Herbert. Like, maybe the less he's part of everything, the better the team's going to be. His completion percentage is down, second lowest of his career.
What a bum.
The one thing he's done better is protect the football. Like, he's done that at an elite level this year. But he's not been accurate this year. His off-target rate is high. He took a bunch of sacks. The Texans can get after Justin. If they can get after Jared Goff and Josh Allen earlier this year, they can sure as hell get after Justin Herbert in this game.
They're doing, in a lot of ways, they're kind of doing what you could credit the Texans with doing last year, which is, man, they're doing enough things the right way that they're winning football games. And it's not with a prolific offensive performance or anything. It's just that they're doing things better overall. I would point to even, like, J.K. Dobbins isn't having a magnificent year or anything, but there's a huge difference between how they look when J.K. Dobbins is in the game and when he's out. Yeah. So it's kind of, you're operating on razor-thin margins, I think. They don't have the depth of a team like the Lions, obviously.
Yep.
But they're doing a lot of the little stuff better than they had been before, and because of that, it's a more effective football team, but not necessarily because Justin Herbert is really, really going off.
If the myth is Tank Dell and Stephon Diggs going out for the season didn't Texans offense, which I agree with, the wide receiver room is an issue without those guys, but maybe Deontay Johnson can help with that. He wasn't super active, at least in the box score, in Sunday's game against the Titans, but DeMeco Ryans liked what he's seen so far from Deontay Johnson.
With Deontay, I was really impressed with his last week of practice. I thought he picked up on the things we were asking him to do. I thought he really had really nice catches, nice plays throughout practice, and he got in the game. We were able to get him a little involved in the game as well, and I thought he handled himself really well. We'll start to continue to feed him more, see how he can help us. The skill set, the talent is there. It's just a matter of him just integrating into our offense and making sure, we put him in positions to where we can accentuate his talents, because he's a talented player. He's made a ton of plays in this league, and it's exciting to see what he's able to do on the practice field. So I'm excited to see that come to life on game day. So he's done a great job. Happy to work with Deontay. He's been a pleasure to work with.
There were a lot of moments in that game last week where, if circumstances weren't what they were, I really would have loved to see C.J. Stroud out there in a non-rainy, nasty day, just because it did look like Deontay Johnson was open a good amount. He only had 4 targets, and a couple of the targets, it just wasn't a good connection with Davis Mills.
Mm-hmm.
So his ability to get separation, all of that, it's there. And I think that the fact that CJ's been practicing with him for a couple weeks now, hopefully it's something that it's not going to be an ambush per se, but it's going to be something that the Chargers have to prepare for. Know exactly how they're going to use Deontay Johnson, which routes and combos they prefer to use with him. So there's a little bit of a surprise element there, and there's an unknown, and then just the simple fact that Deontay Johnson is faster, crisper athletically than any of the other guys other than Nico Collins out there. And it is like, he's not going to be a direct replacement for Tank Dell, but man, there's something missing when you don't have that speed element out there.
I hope they put him back there on punt return again. I mean, that was one of the things you and I looked that up last week when the Texans picked him up off of waivers and found out that he hadn't returned punts in the NFL since 2020. He returned them when he was at Toledo, and he was really good returner his rookie year.
Yeah.
I'm cool with them sticking him back there, man. Like, let's get the ball in the hands of playmakers any way we can.
Smoke them while you got them. You know, that's 100%. Now, the only thing I would worry about is You could tell I was the two people I enjoyed watching and evaluating from a body language perspective last week. One was Joe Mixon. Yeah. I love it when the veteran players are just like obviously full bore football nerds. He was excited for the backups, excited for everybody else. I like that. But then Deontay Johnson, he comes in with a lot of baggage from multiple different places, and you wonder, all right, is he engaged and everything? It looked like when he was running off the field, whether he got a touch or not or a target, looked like he was all about it. And then on that first punt return, he didn't fair catch when he should have fair caught, which is cool because he wants to prove himself.
Yes.
He's got to balance that out a little bit in a game that does matter. I don't need to see him prove his manhood by not fair catching in a playoff game.
Yeah.
It's fine in a meaningless game at the end of the year, but just use your discretion when you're a returner. Don't play any hero ball here.
Right. No, we saw the flip side of that, I think. Remember in the preseason when Des King, fighting for a spot on the team, decides to run up and catch fumbles the ball and
muffed that one.
Yep.
That's really why it was between him and Miles Bryant for that backup nickel cornerback.
Yeah, nickel corner. Yep. 713-572-4610. Hey, by the way, be tuned in next segment. We're giving away our Texans tickets for this show.
Mine?
Not yours. Just
okay.
Each show gets kind of ours. I mean, we probably wouldn't be allowed to use them, but I feel very possessive about them because they are very valuable. There's only 3 sets we're giving away. 3 sets we're giving away today. I don't know why I put 2 fingers up. 9 o'clock, noon, and 5 o'clock hours. So next segment is when we're giving those away. A lot of people texting in. I didn't realize there had been so many movies that at least had scenes in Houston.
That were filmed in Houston.
Yeah, at least cameos from the city of Houston. This one, I remember, the Astrodome was where they did the original. They didn't do the original Bad News Bears. They did Bad News Bears. Yeah. They did the sequel, Bad News Bears in Breaking Training. Yeah. That was at the Astrodome.
Well, also, Friday Night Lights was in the Astrodome too, right? At the end.
I don't remember. I'll be honest. Someone will tell us. Yeah.
There is a football movie where there's a scene in the Astrodome. One of the more a more notable football movie.
Yeah, text in if you know which. If you know which one it is. It was it was Deerwood Country Club in Kingwood where Tin Cup was. Yeah.
The one I stumbled into this summer was in Springfield, Oregon, which I never realized I was driving. It's across from Eugene, so I was dropping off the offspring at college.
Yep.
And I was staying in Springfield, low rent that I am. But Springfield, I'm seeing all these murals of Simpsons characters, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. They're having fun with the fact that they're called Springfield, and in the town, in the series, it's in Springfield, America. But I think it's Matt Groening, the creator of the Simpsons. His mom is from Springfield. So they leaned into that, and they got all these Simpsons murals up on all these buildings all over the place.
Man.
It's kind of fun.
That's smart. That's a good franchise to kind of lean into. It's fun. And it spans multiple. Yeah, well, it spans multiple generations. Like if you're trying to get people to come to your town to take pictures in it, and then they'll eat in the restaurants and whatnot. Like that's about as good a franchise to lean into.
They get a lot of tourism from acid heads too, because Ken Kesey, the author of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, he was born in Springfield.
Was he?
So which is funny. I was reading the Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test, which is about Ken Kesey. There's just by pure happenstance, as I was also checking into my Airbnb in Springfield.
Yep.
That's where I did that YouTube video with the horse behind me, remember?
Oh, yeah. That was at that Airbnb? Okay.
Okay, that horse was actually there, right? Okay, I just want to be sure it wasn't from my acid trip. Okay, all right, okay, all right.
Did you have any of the good stuff while you were in Springfield? Did you know that they filmed Animal House at University of Oregon?
Yes, I did know that.
Okay, yeah.
I didn't go trying to seek out the fraternity house or anything.
Did. I love doing stuff. Yeah, I do. That's why I said that. For those that missed it, this topic came up because Seth and I were talking about the owners of the Breaking Bad, the Walter White residents in Breaking Bad are selling the house, trying to sell it for $4 million. Amy and I are quirky like that. We love just going to places that were, there were sites of where things were filmed and take pictures and stuff.
University of Oregon fam, just notable because this is a sports show, so we're talking about the football team and their disappointing loss.
Yeah.
You with your both of our children went to University of Oregon, and neither one of them give a single damn about the football team.
No,
so
I was.
My texts of condolences just went unresponded to. Didn't even get a response.
They're for me. Judy knows I'm trolling her when I do that now.
Yeah.
I'm like, whew. And I say Oregon, and she coached at Tennessee for a year, and she's happy to be back in Boston now. So I'm like, whew, rough playoff for you, kid. Oregon and Tennessee both not.
She's a kiss of death for a college football program if she goes there.
That's right. Look out.
Probably why Harvard sucks like they do.
I was going to say, Harvard football program. Be careful. Look out. Yeah, a lot of people texting in, man. Pearl Harbor, San Jack Battleground Park. There was a scene filmed there.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
I didn't either. Yeah.
I'm going to have to take a little tourism trip just by watching movies with Houston scenes in it.
Fun, man. Like get a Houston reality bus tour with some alcohol on it and go hit some of those spots for people who nerd out on stuff like that.
My 600-pound life. I didn't know that. That's Bel Air. I had no clue that was in. I've never watched it. I've just seen people talk.
I know there's a famous plastic surgeon that's been part of, that's been on stuff here in Houston. But yeah, people are texting him in, man. 713-572-4610. Deontay Johnson definitely would have had a text. Deontay Johnson definitely would have had a touchdown, and Mills didn't throw behind him on the goal line. I feel similarly. I feel like if CJ were in for that part of the game and Deontay Johnson ran the same route, we're talking about Deontay Johnson getting into the end zone in tight space, too. That was down inside the 5-yard line, and he created some separation. So that was good.
This is probably the one that I didn't think about being actually filmed in Houston. And I think some CGI was involved in this. In Independence Day, Houston is largely destroyed by a nuclear missile.
Well, that's
I don't remember being destroyed by a nuclear missile when they filmed that, so I don't count that as filmed in Houston.
Oh, you weren't here for the rebuild after the nuclear missile hit in Independence Day?
That's a big budget movie.
That's why the roads are so bad. Yeah. All right, it's big budget. Yeah, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. All right, reminder, we're giving away Texans tickets in the next segment. Bobby Slowick gets an interview request. We'll tell you which team, how surprised are you, and this is what he's up against. We will have some audio for you coming up next. But first, the Men's Tea Clinic. Go there every Friday.
Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Good to be with you. Reminder, Texans tickets this segment, so be listening. Here is D'Amico Ryans yesterday when he was asked, where have you seen improvement from offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick?
Yeah, I don't know if any season is smooth, right? You have a lot of ups and downs. Even, when you're winning, kind of those things kind of go under the rug. But there are ups and downs as coaches, and as coaches you have to grow and evolve. You have to do things different, and sometimes you do, or you have a mindset of doing things one particular way, and you always have to kind of tweak those things and do what's best for the guys that you have and what they're capable of doing. So I see where I think Bobby has definitely grown in that area of being able to adjust and put our guys in position to where they can be successful.
Okay, so as D'Amico was saying that, I immediately thought, man, it seemed like the first 5 weeks of the season, the Slowick and others seemed almost surprised that they were seeing as much cover two as they were seeing. That, which I don't think it's hindsight thinking or reasoning would be that this is a year where, okay, especially early in the year, a lot of teams were playing cover two. You had various people saying that the NFL should ban cover two because it was creating all these bad quarterback performances, all this nonsense. But the reality of it is, when you've got three wide receivers like they had on the depth chart, and it really in any given week when all three of those guys were, only two of them might be out on the field, but teams are going to try to take away your biggest threat. They're going to play a lot of zone and cover two versus you. The antidote, like the adjustment, is you run the ball because it's easy to run versus cover two, except if you're the Houston Texans. And that's really the big issue was, man, now part of it too is on CJ, and I think CJ working with Bobby Slowick, those two as a duo, they weren't trying to carve up cover two the way you typically carve up cover two. And then they weren't able to run the ball. And it's one thing in the adjusting to it, sure, okay, maybe if over the first couple weeks, but at some point, make the adjustment. And they've never actually gotten around to thinking about what their preseason expectations were about this lethal aerial assault they were going to be able to have. All right, it wasn't working out that way. Well, all right, just go ahead and do the stuff that you can do. The checkdowns, the easy stuff over the middle, the running the football. They couldn't do any of that either, and I think that's ultimately where was the question actually, how is Bobby improved?
I'd have to go back and look. That's what it was labeled as on the cuts there. Yeah.
I mean, because that's, again, he didn't really answer the question, did he?
Right.
Like he didn't. All right, he kind of spoke in generalities about the challenges that an offensive coordinator faces, but I don't think that Slowick really was he didn't rise up to that challenge. So by tone of voice, I'd say it sounded like Bobby Slowick's job is safe. By the reality of the way that D'Amico answered that question, without him being able to actually give a substantive answer to it, maybe Bobby Slowick's job prospects are more dicey than what people think they are.
Yeah,
because I think there's some people that think like, D'Amico's not going to fire his buddy.
Yeah, we'll see. Now, Bobby's getting interest from at least one team to be their head coach. We'll talk about that in a second. To answer your question, I obviously don't have the recording of the question here, but the Texans send out the transcripts.
Yeah.
And they don't put the exact question, but they put what the topic is, and it says, on the growth of OC Bobby Slowick with the ups and downs this season.
Okay.
So
did he answer, has there been growth? I don't think I heard that in the answer.
Yeah, he said,
I think he just talked about the challenges.
You have to do different things, and sometimes you set out to do or have a mindset of doing things one way, and you always have to tweak those things and do what's best for the guys you have and are doing. I've seen where Bobby has definitely grown in that area of being able to adjust and put our guys in a position where they can be successful.
Okay, yeah, that's all right. Yeah, all right. So, then he did give. All right, so Bobby's going to be here for the next 7 years.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, I don't know if I totally agree with his take.
Yeah.
So Bobby Slowick is one of several names on the list for the New York Jets. If you're any coach at any level in the NFL, coordinator, position coach, cafeteria worker, and you've not gotten a call from the New York Jets about their head coaching job, you're probably not very good at your job. Because it feels like they've called everybody except me, you, and Ben, Seth.
Are they leaning hard into the Peter Schrager advice this time around, the way they were last time?
What was his advice?
Wasn't Schrager the one that, because I want to say, our listeners can back me up on this or tell me I'm wrong. It feels like that was one of the headline items the last time around, was like people were kind of mocking them because, like, wait a second, they're taking this guy from NFL Network as one of their trusted advisors.
You know who's advising them right now, at least on their GM search and I think their coaching search? Mike Tannenbaum, who ironically was fired by the New York Jets as their general manager several years ago. So he's now advising them on who they should hire. No, I think Peter Schrager, I don't know that he ever gave them advice. He was probably too busy fawning over the Texans being a...
Texans are this fun team.
Yeah, man. Like he's too busy watching his Texan porn.
That's the creepiest endorsement of your team ever.
Right. Easy, Schrags. So Bobby Slowick...
Why don't you bring the newspapers over here, Bobby Slowick?
so Bobby Slowick...
Put the newspaper in my box, Bobby Slowick.
Bobby Slowick got a request from the Jets to interview, along with Mike Vrabel, Ron Rivera, Rex Ryan, Brian Flores, Josh McCown, Joe Brady, Matt Nagy, Arthur Smith, Brian Greasy, Aaron Glenn, Vance Joseph, and again, Bobby Slowick at the bottom. Now, the guy who's got the most chutzpah looking for this job currently is Rex Ryan, who went on ESPN New York and said this yesterday.
You think you're going to get this job, right? You think you're going to be the next head coach of the Jets?
Oh, 100%. Absolutely, I do. And the reason I think I'm going to get it is because I'm the best guy. And it ain't close. The thing that you have to do, you have to connect with a football team. You have to connect with your fan base. And the way they play, that's the most important thing. Not just the X's and O's and all that. Look, this Ben Johnson, I love him. I absolutely love him. But I'm a better candidate for this job than he would be.
You know, that's a smart approach by Rex Ryan. First of all, I think he's being himself. I think that's Rex. That's who he is. But if it's not, if he's tweaking it or amping it up a little bit, I think it's a smart approach for two reasons. One, the Jets might be thirsty for somebody who has that kind of personality right now, you know, just coming off of Saleh, who's a little more vanilla. The other thing Saleh did that we saw on Hard Knocks was that it felt like he had a locker room that had kind of walls. I mean, he was very pro defense and would throw shade at the offense. Yeah. I think Rex detaching himself from the X's and O's is a way to kind of position himself as being more of a CEO, and they've watched him operate. He got him to 2 AFC title games several years ago.
Yeah, the actual full-time. But it's funny because I think the narrative around Rex Ryan is probably the same that it is for a lot of, like, exactly what he was just saying, which is that, being a coordinator, being a head coach are different things. So he has a different operating style than a lot of those other guys. But I think most people, when I think of Rex Ryan, I think, man, hell of a defensive coordinator, but I think he falls short on the organizational side of being a head coach.
Yep.
He would fall short in a different way perhaps than Ben Johnson's personality or anything, but boy, Rex Ryan, I'd love to have him as my defensive coordinator, but I'm not so sure about him as my head coach.
I kind of miss him as a broadcaster. He's gotten to be super hot take artist. Like he's provided us, he provided us with material. We'll play it in the next segment. He provided us with material on the Texans yesterday, saying that they're basically a 53-legged bye week is what they are.
That's right. Yeah. There was the rumors back in 2019 were that the Jets were in discussions with Peter Schrager for to have him help them in their GM search.
Okay.
Now that was reported by Manish Mehta, so take it with a grain of salt.
Okay.
I don't generally trust like a lot of the stuff he says about the Jets, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Wow, that's respect. If it's true, like as a writer, like Peter Schrager at the time.
It's respect from an organization that's Bob Slowick for their head coaching position.
Just
saying,
sure. Man. Like,
yeah.
I'm not saying right. It's respect from an organization that's completely dysfunctional about everything that they do. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like when like a prostitute falling in love with you or something. Like.
That's never happened to you?
Some woman who's had 7 ex-husbands who's fallen in love with you. You're like, all right, thanks for the vote of confidence, I guess.
That's the analogy right there. It does feel strange this time, like this time last year when Bobby Slowick's name started popping up for head coaching jobs. I think there was a little like anxiety with Texan fans. They didn't want to lose their offensive coordinator. Like it's,
I was right there. I mean, look, and I thought Bobby Slowick was a very promising offensive coordinator, and I didn't want to roll the dice with somebody else depending on who they could get. I liked the idea of C.J. Stroud growing with Bobby Slowick.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest thing that we said all offseason long was, man, Bobby Slowick, though, still has to prove that he can engineer a good rushing attack. Yeah. And and they've actually regressed in that regard, other than that they've got Joe Mixon there that can make things look better on the box score. But it's looked worse in terms of actually putting together and creating a good rushing offense. So that's the biggest thing that's fallen short, because then without that ability to run versus cover two, or to use the run to set up the play action or any of that other stuff, you're not a good offensive coordinator. So he still has yet to prove that he's a genuinely good offensive coordinator, obviously.
No doubt.
And that's the other thing I find I have to point out and explain, because somebody tried to tell me that, like, well, Seth, you were saying he was a great offensive coordinator. Like, no. First you actually have to have a good offense, which they weren't last year. They were a promising offense last year, but they weren't an actually good offense. It was just that they had improved.
Yeah.
So it was promising. Yeah. But he has yet to have a good NFL offense.
Yeah, they weren't scary last year at all.
Yeah.
CJ was at times, but like as an overall functioning offense, yeah, good, not great. All right, a couple things here. First, should remind the audience, Nick Caserio is going to join us on the show tomorrow at 7:30. So we'll get a little playoff preview, talk about the season with the Texans executive vice president and GM. Again, make a note, that'll be 7:30 a.m. tomorrow. And let's do it. Let's give away those tickets, man. Call now, 713-572-4610. It's your first shot today at a pair of tickets to Saturday's playoff matchup between the Texans and the Chargers. Be caller number 5 right now, 713-572-4610. If you miss out, listen in the noon and the 5 o'clock hours for more chances to win. It's a Texans Ticket Tuesday on Sports Radio 610. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop in a few minutes here before we pass the baton to them. Has the signing of Deontay Johnson opened the door for players that do this? One in particular may have done this to his team on Sunday. We'll talk about that coming up next. But first,
From the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So Mike McDaniel, this Mike McDaniel, Tyreek Hill thing. There's people that follow and root for the Texans that saw Tyreek Hill say he wants out and like, oh, yeah, we want back on the marquee wide receiver train from last year. You know, we did that Diggs thing last year. Which I thought, you know, if Diggs didn't get hurt, I think that trade is a successful trade. You know, I think he was doing good things, and I think he would have ended the season with, you know, 1,100, 1,200 yards and whatever. But he tore his knee, and that's how it goes. But Tyreek Hill did something that, to my knowledge, I don't think Stephon Diggs ever withheld his services when he was in Buffalo or Minnesota. He got agitated on the sideline numerous times.
Yeah.
But he never said, I'm not going in a game, to my knowledge. Here was Mike McDaniel as the Jets and the Dolphins game was going on in the late window on Sunday, and all they had to do was look up at the scoreboard and see kind of the direction the game was going in Denver. If Denver wins that game, which they were winning early and often, then that Jets-Dolphins game became moot for the standings. So at one point, Mike McDaniel was looking for Tyreek Hill to go into the game, you know, because he's on the roster and presumably healthy. Here's Mike McDaniel saying he was told Tyreek was not available at some point during that game.
I was informed that he was unavailable right before a drive. I was not informed that it was a new injury, and I think at that point in time my focus was on the players, and I didn't take the time to go try to figure out more into that. Just there was guys on the field that were competing, and we were trying to win a game, so my focus was there.
Okay, so that's
yeah. If you hear if you're a general in the middle of a battle and you hear that one of your you don't have a platoon available to you, you don't think about the why at the moment. You're just like, all right, we move forward, and then afterwards you hang them for cowardice because it turns out they deserted their post.
Yes, yeah.
That's the whole thing.
You trade them to Cleveland. That's the equivalent in the NFL. Yeah, get it.
Yeah.
That's the, so that was McDaniel, who, I mean, he described perfectly what was going on. Tyreek can't go in. He's being told by an assistant or somebody down there, okay, cool, you're in, and we got to go win a game. Here was Tyreek Hill's version of what happened with the injury.
You injured, or what was the deal with that?
Yeah, man. So all season I've been dealing with, a little issue, and so.
Was it the left wrist that
right?
You out?
So coach kind of pulled me out.
And when you say coach pulled you out, Mike McDaniel pulled you out because your wrist was injured?
Just one of those issues, man. That when you look up at the scoreboard, Chiefs are down, and it's like okay, so.
Okay, so he was lying at first. If we're to believe McDaniel,
right?
He was lying at first, like, yeah, coach took me out, and then great job by whoever the reporter was, like, oh, coach took you out of the game. And he's like, well, Chiefs are getting killed by the Broncos, so
I made a business decision and then tried to pass it off on the coach for a second there a few seconds ago, but yeah.
for anybody, it's Tyreek Hill here, and we'll talk. I know Lopez and Reggie and Figgy were all of mine yesterday. Like, oh yeah, bring him in. He's a great
Figgy's
player.
Wearing a Tyreek Hill jersey.
They were all for it, and I'm sure there's people listening who are all for it. Normally, I would say, well, there's no way. Like the Texans wouldn't bring him in. He basically quit on his team in a game. He played in the game, then stopped playing. He's citing injury, but them bringing in, and obviously you can't bring in Tyreek Hill for the playoffs here or anything. They needed Deontay Johnson was a triage situation. They needed bodies that could beat man coverage, but the Deontay Johnson thing does. I think the Deontay Johnson waiver pickup to me spreads the latitude more of who they might bring in as a wide receiver attitude-wise than the Stephon Diggs trade does.
Well, but the Deontay Johnson stuff, I mean, it's very low risk. And, Stephon Diggs was closer to it. Like you pointed out, Stephon Diggs didn't ever do anything like that. Yeah. But there were certain considerations that you had to be concerned about. And I think Stephon Diggs operated like a true professional the entire time. He was awesome in that regard. Mm-hmm. With Tyreek Hill, I guess there's two parts to why I don't even want to have the discussion necessarily. Is one, all right, we've already been through this, right? Having this all-star cast of wide receivers and how it didn't actually do a damn thing for you because you couldn't run a competent offense.
Yeah.
So I'm not in the mood for any kind of quick patchwork. There's systemic changes that need to be made for this offense to be better, more so than just piling on more talent. But the other side of it too is, man, in terms of setting a culture for the organization, I think they're right on the right path on the defensive side of the ball. Offensively, I do not feel that way at all. Mm-hmm. And I don't think you can. The defense right now, I would feel good if they bring in a guy that's kind of a loose cannon or somebody like that. I'm like, you know what? They can probably handle that. The tipping point is a little further over to where you feel you can handle a couple of head cases or personality issues because they got the right kind of culture. On offense, they're just way too soft. I mean, earlier we were talking about how, hey, even if the Texans defense doesn't play a good game, they're still gonna lay some big hits.
Yeah.
Like there's a certain style of play they have where they're gonna make you feel it and remember that you played the Texans defense the day before. I am struggling to remember a big hit by a Texans offensive player this year, and I know there have been at least a few, but none spring to the top of my mind in terms of a block or anything. Like Dameon Pierce and a couple of his runs in the last game might have been the high water mark for physical play by players on the offense.
Well,
I mean,
Joe,
I excuse Nico from a lot of this.
Yeah.
Mixon breaks tackles, but he's not necessarily a lower the shoulder and embarrass guys type of running back.
Yeah.
And I hold, like, Nico and Joe Mixon are totally swarm mentality.
Okay.
I'm cool with them.
You actually brought one, and I'm only bringing this up because it's an answer. You brought this up earlier in the show when we were talking about the Colts. Kenyon Green trucking Zaire Franklin.
Yeah, in week one. That's where I was like, oh, wow, maybe we have something here. And it turns out that Zaire Franklin is just too concerned with playing football.
Exactly. That might be the biggest disappointment of this season is that, that first game against the Colts, it did look like, okay, because you hear about this all the time, like with this Kushanistani system, is that it takes a year. It takes a year for everybody. There's a lot. So it takes a year. They've had a year. It's week one. And they ran the ball when they wanted to, when they needed to, and they grounded out. Joe Mixon was the offensive player of the week that week. He had 159 yards rushing against the Colts. His long run was 13 yards. They were just trucking, and at the end of that game, when they needed to close that game out, two things happened. One, CJ hitting Nico Collins on a vintage 2023 CJ throw to the sideline on 3rd and 11, and that kept the possession going. And then what do? They just ran Joe Mixon 3 more times, and they closed the game out. And that's what felt so good in week 1. You know, like the only thing that kept that game close is the defense couldn't stop giving up 60-yard pass plays. But offensively, you're like, man, this is what it's supposed to look like. This is the offense that's going to put us on that level with the Chiefs and the Ravens. At the time, I don't know that we thought the Bills, I think, have been more of a surprise this year than but yeah, like that's what's most disappointing to me is that it's not. If they had come into the season and it looked like last year, I'd have been like, all right, well, but they had that one game at the beginning of the year that teased us like that.
It's and then the rest of the season, I cannot stop thinking about the scene in The Waterboy when out at practice, the Henry Winkler is trying to get the Waterboy to show what he showed previously with that ferocity, but he's just. And so he took that guy, and Adam Sandler kind of goes up to him and kind of like turns sideways and starts hugging him. That's what it looks like when the Texans try to block people. Yeah. There's the level of physicality is so low that the culture is just not nearly where it needs to be. Yeah. They don't have guys that look like they want to really physically embarrass people in front of their own families.
No.
It always comes down to that. Do you actually really want to embarrass this guy in front of his wife and mother and grandmother in the stands?
Says no?
And I don't think a single one of those guys do. I think they want to trade jerseys with him after the game and then maybe have a Bible study or something.
Who passes up an opportunity to embarrass an opponent in front of their families?
Yeah. Ugh. They don't look like it's even a consideration in their minds.
Yeah.
Like, why are you not trying to embarrass these guys by just physically destroying them?
Text message, do the Texans even have the cap space to bring in Tyreek? I'd prefer a young wideout in the draft. I think they're going to draft a wide receiver. Do they have the cap space? Literally right now, probably not. You know, like they're much shorter on cap space than in previous years, but like anything, you can finagle.
Right, and to go along with all that, though, too, you're looking at this offense where, all right, what do we know about the Texans' offense? They've got a couple of guys that are upper-level performers and then nothing underneath it. Yep. So bringing in one more patch to put on the roof of your dilapidated trailer does not all of a sudden turn that into a River Oaks estate.
No.
Like, it's just they need to work from the ground up and actually have a solid foundation and a good structure before you start thinking that Tyreek Hill is some kind of is going to be the answer.
Yep.
That's where you told me, hey, they'll bring in Tyreek Hill and he's going to be the consummate professional and all the right things in and off the field and all of that. Like, I don't care. They got bigger issues, like systemic issues that you just can't patch up with a marquee player.
Yep. Who would you like for the next OC? We rattled off some names. Like some of the names that I think you and I have talked about are not going to be available. Like the Browns they're keeping Stefanski around. The Giants are keeping Brian Daboll around. Daboll was an interesting name to me.
What was Cody Stutes had a really nice comprehensive list.
Got a great
last
list.
week.
Yeah. Houston football is Cody Stutes. He went deep on that. Like on that list of potential offensive coordinators for the Houston Texans. As of right now, they still have one.
I'm going to tell you this: if there's one thing that I do not think the Texans fan base is in a mood for, it's that. Oh, Bobby Slowick. Hey, look, the Texans got a victory versus the Chargers. Awesome. Bobby Slowick will be interviewing for the Jets job via Zoom on Wednesday.
Oh, the distraction?
Yeah, like, man. And I don't, like, honestly, I would say it's good to take these interviews because it's experience taking the interviews, even if you don't feel like you're going to get the job. I don't know if Bobby Slowick needs to, in one bit of his mind, entertain the idea that he's going to get a head coaching job next year.
Right.
He needs to prove that he's a good offensive coordinator. He doesn't have the same force of personality of Mike Vrabel or somebody like that can get away with having a bad year as a coordinator and then getting a job as a head coach. That's not the ballpark he's playing at.
If you're the dichotomy of where we are now versus where we were last year, as you and I talked a few minutes ago, Seth. Everybody this time last year when Bobby Slowick's name came up for a job was like, oh, man, I hope the jobs fill up. I hope the musical chairs stop moving, and I hope he comes back. I think people saw that news yesterday that he was interviewing with the Jets, and a lot of Texan fans were like, take him. take him.
Right.
Like hire him.
I saw that tweet verbatim.
Yeah.
By the way.
Yeah.
The Jets might be the team to do it.
And they, of all the teams, you heard that voice, Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, gentlemen. How we feel? Were you surprised to see Bobby was getting interest from
absolutely
the team yesterday?
Yeah, I was surprised
for about 3 minutes, and then I remembered. Oh yeah, this is the grift of a consultant, and I say this with like a level of respect, right? This is the 33rd team coming in and trying to make it abundantly clear. We are actively working, right? You hired us.
They're shuffling papers around their
Here
desk.
are the billable hours, right? Like, we talked to 12 guys, right? And counting about this job.
Yeah.
So that when we circle back around and tell you should try and get Ben Johnson, it makes it seem like we did a whole bunch of work as opposed to just, saying the thing that was obvious.
Do we still hear about Korn Ferry ever? Remember, Seth, you and I were going to start our own firm of placing coaches?
Coach search, yeah, because Korn Ferry, it turned out, it's like, it's a...
Total
you can tell, like, it's a bunch of old guys that they hired to tell, like, which of their old buddies they should hire.
Yeah.
That was my favorite thing in college football, was like just seeing that happen, and then ultimately the result was hire one of Nick Saban's assistants.
Yeah. Well, then especially at college, because especially a lot of them are state schools. If I lived in that state, I'd be, boy, my tax dollars hard at work. $400,000 at Korn Ferry to tell me to hire Kirby Smart.
Yeah, so you can feel better about this. This is just Johnson & Johnson money. That's fine.
This
is not the taxpayer dollar.
It's not impacting the people of the tri-state area, because I care deeply about those people up in the tri-state area. Boy, you guys were
all in,
quickly in on. Now I don't think it's going to happen. Obviously, this offseason.
By the way, we got odds on it, and apparently it's 50-1.
For the Texans to bring in Tyreek Hill,
which is as I'm sure you know, not very great odds.
It's not great odds. No, it's 2% thereabouts. But you guys were in on it quick. Like I was like, this will be an interesting discussion. I'm sure one will have a reason no, and one will have a reason yes. And you guys were like, that was over in 7 seconds, man. It was like Rick Pitino style.
Yeah, that's one of my problems. No, I think my general thing, and this is probably an issue with me, I get the cartoonishly large eyes when I see a wide receiver that forces a defense to game plan specifically for
understandable.
And that is what Tyreek Hill has been for the entirety of his career, even as he ages. Now, you do have valid points on, hey, this is a dude who is actively quitting on his team. This is a dude that has a expensive contract, but not entirely undoable contract.
Right.
But no, I recognize my bias.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I don't want to just gloss over a really good line by you right there.
What's that?
Rick Pitino style.
Oh yeah.
Let's not lose that line. That was very strong.
I visited that restaurant in Louisville where that took place.
Of course you did.
Yeah.
I visited the house in River Oaks where Terms of Endearment was.
Yeah. 3060 Lock Lane, man. Yeah. Would you pay $4 million for the Breaking Bad house? Amy wants to buy it and make it a pizza place. The Breaking Bad.
You're signing up for a lot of hassle.
No, she's joking around, but
you're signing up for a lot of hassle.
Yeah, apparently these people, because I do recall like seeing enough about this, like these people real ornery about the folks that drive by.
They weren't always, but they became much more ornery.
I love that you can tell Amy is a native Houstonian because her quaint idea or notion that she could put a pizza shop in a residential neighborhood.
Who's gonna stop me?
I own it. No zoning. She's gonna scoop up that whole neighborhood. There'll be a strip club next door.
And then a church.
Right, exactly.
You got to explain to Amy the way it works in most places.
Yeah. That's a great point. All right, gentlemen, the floor is yours.
The floor is ours.
Thanks, man.
I look forward. You're welcome, Reggie. I look forward to In the Loop today.
I'll save my questions for you about the wrestle that happened on Netflix.
I'm
last
sure
night? I'm sure you were. I was also very fascinated about just the fact that Hulk Hogan got booed to the degree that
major boos for Hulk. They brought everybody out, man. Like everybody got a shot. Cena came out and The Rock came out. I was up late watching that thing, man. It's wild having it on Netflix. Because I'm like, 10 o'clock, it's almost over. The match is going to be over. Like, no, it's Netflix. They can keep going all night if they want to. Yeah.
Is that going to be great for you, like having that mystery come back, or of like? Because, I mean, there was a point in time where you could watch the clock and be like, all right, there's 2 minutes left. This is coming to a resolution now.
You keep an eye on the lock. Keep an eye on the aisleway. That's when so-and-so's. That's when Stone Cold's running in. Right now, it's 9:58. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll hand the baton over to you guys. Seth, I'll see you tomorrow. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you, Sean T. Pendergast.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We are done. We're out of time. You're listening to KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they're in the loop, and they start now.
Hello, friends. This is indeed In the Loop on a Tuesday. Yeah, Want to make sure that
hello, friend.
Yes.
Okay, Jim.
Yeah, I was like, look, man, I'm feeling the real UH. If you can't tell today, I got the Phi Slamma Jamma shirt on.
Right.
Cougars won yesterday against TCU. Like I just, I'm just in that mood. I'm in that mode.
Together now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I figured I'd salute Jim Nance, Houston icon. But yeah, we're in the loop. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig here with you on this Tuesday. Texans Ticket Tuesday, by the way.
It is.
Wait, we giving away tickets?
You thought we was going to leave
playoff game
to the playoffs, dog. Playoffs, meaningful football, and your friends at Sports Radio 610 got you covered. Keep it locked here.
I need to get some of them tickets, man. I ain't get no tickets all season.
12 o'clock hour.
Be listening, Figgy.
I tried to call.
Yeah. 12 o'clock hour. He said he tried calling. You the one controlling the phones. What you mean? Don't say that, by the way. I feel like legally there might be some.
I know.
There might be some sketchy ground that we're standing.
And by the way, not just any tickets, bullpen tickets, baby.
Yep. Got you taken care of here in the loop all day long. In fact, giving tickets away all day long. The Payne and Pendergast gave some away. That the drive will as well. But we got you covered. Also, you can get involved with the program as always. YouTube's up. Sports Radio 610 there. Twitch 610 Houston, and of course the text line 713-572-4610. And I'm generally, what's your excitement level for this matchup, for this game? Because I feel like there's a level of optimism that's creeping back in for me. While it's like a healthy,
maybe here
there's a healthy skepticism still,
not anywhere else.
I feel like there's a little bit of optimism creeping back in.
Intrigue more than anything. I don't know about excitement level optimism. Excited, of course, it's a playoff game, but optimism is sort of pretty flat right now. But intrigue is high. Intrigue is high because
I should have expected the word man to come with it. He's like, optimism doesn't quite define it. If I'm going to go by dictionary definition, intrigue is the right word.
Intrigue is the word for me because Texans, this is often thrown around, but it's true here. They're getting no respect. No respect. Zero. Less than zero in some circles. And so the intrigue is, how are they going to respond to that? Will they respond to it? The old bulletin board material, all that stuff. Does it matter? Does it not matter? Et cetera. So there's a lot of intrigue on how this team, and also intrigue in some of the faces, some of the ways that this team's going to play, because we did get a very, very brief glimpse of what the Texans we thought they could be this year in the last game,
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the big hopes that you have in that Week 18 matchup, a matchup that didn't matter, really. But you wanted to hope that you could recapture some of the better portions of what you could do, particularly offensively, but some of the better portions of your capabilities. Show that you still have that in a bag, and that you can bring that club out when needed and go and knock down the shots, the golf before. And in this instance, now you are stepping up. This is no longer the driving range. You are on the tee box. Can you get it done?
Big difference from the driving range to the tee box.
Very true. Very true, especially because, this gets a lot more difficult. But I want to circle back into, the zero respect, because I've been interested in seeing how many people have been talking about this game and the ways they're talking about this game. And so let's do this. In my estimation, I was like, let's check in and see just how nationally people view this team. And I feel like we can start with the man who has been the most boisterous about this, and honestly and frankly, the most disrespectful about this. Y'all know about Rex Ryan?
Yeah, a little bit.
I feel like he was already situated perfectly for television as a dude. That Ryan family in general just got they don't have a lot of give a damn, it feels like they just kind of move to the beat of their own drum, which I appreciate, mind you, because I feel like in sports we don't have enough of those characters, especially as coaches. Right. And as we've beaten and media trained it out of folks, and for some reasons I'm sure that's good, especially for leagues and liabilities, but for just entertainment value, we haven't done that to a great place. But here comes Rex Ryan with some of that old school value, and he directed that at the Houston Texans most recently.
Chargers wind up the 5 seed. They're going to Houston. What's your reaction?
Yeah, I mean, I never realized the Chargers got a bye, that they qualified for a bye, but they did because they're playing Houston.
Man. That is right between the eyes.
I mean, damn.
That is right between the eyes.
YouTube says y'all don't believe in them neither. I got questions.
Who said that?
I said intrigue. I believe I used the word intrigue.
I was the one who said I have a little optimism. I think that there's capabilities.
I think they got a chance.
There's a possibility in there.
I think they got a chance.
It's always is always about execution. But like, yeah, I mean, they haven't done that frequently, but it was nice to see, and I understand one drive, right? But it was nice to see one drive of them going and doing some of these things. But yeah, man, there's generally a level of doubt, and that's really high on the doubt of them. But how about this when it comes to audio? Can you give me Matt Hasselbeck? This is Matt Hasselbeck breaking down this particular matchup with all the Texans versus the Chargers.
They're not a team like ascending. I think the Chargers' defense is way better than people realize. They're a team to reckon with, probably in the second round of the playoffs. I don't know if the Texans can protect C.J. Stroud the way they need to.
To me, that's the takeaway.
Circle of wagons, man. That's what this is all about. It's zero respect. It's not made up. It's not an imaginary chip on your shoulder as teams are want to do. This is real. Like there's no respect for this team, no expectation for the Texans to win. And that's where the intrigue for me comes in, because to use your golf metaphor, and this is one that I've used often over the years, our listeners have heard me say this, you're as good as your best golf shot. You may only hit 3 of them in an 18-hole round, but you're as good as that. It's just a matter of can you dial it up again? Can you dial it up consistently?
Well, yeah, and that's what I was going to say is what actually makes you good is how consistently you can do that. I feel like the allure of golf, or really like the siren song of golf, is that 18. Pretty much any level of golfer, unless you're absolutely putrid, will have at least one of those.
We golf heavy.
One of them shots
in the first 7 minutes.
The comeback.
Yeah, we there, baby. We there.
The comeback shot is what I call them.
Yeah,
makes you come back and play again.
Exactly. You have one of them shots where you're like, damn, if I could just do that consistently.
Yeah.
Which very much feels like the Texans this year.
Figgy's
right?
uncomfortable, by the way. He's not.
I don't know what y'all.
You ain't never swung the clubs. Not never.
Never.
We gotta get you. We gotta get you out to like Top Golf.
Hey, I ain't even watched golf when Tiger was playing.
It is,
man.
Wow, that is a crazy thing.
I wasn't into it, man. I couldn't get into it, man.
Like that was just a public sports story rather than just like even a golf story at that point. You really telling me that Tiger?
You didn't watch Tiger?
Tiger on a Sunday in the red.
I tried to, but it just wasn't my thing.
Okay, and I mean, look, some things aren't for everybody. I get it. I
know who Tiger is, and I know the story, all that stuff. I know how dominant he is, but I just wasn't a golf person, man.
Yeah,
I do some tennis.
He's all about tennis.
At least you got one country club sport in there. I respect that. But I did appreciate at least that Matt Hasselbeck was like trying to bring some analysis as opposed to Rex Ryan, who was just like burying the Texans just to do it. Like he was doing full morning show TV thing. What did you think of his like actual assessment of it, right? Talking about this Chargers defense. I know that the big thing that immediately people talk about with this Chargers defense is the scoring, right? Like they are the best scoring defense. But as we know, like in football, the scoring defense, like allowing the scores, is not necessarily a full indication of how good you are defensively. And there's different metric that maybe would tell you that might be overhyped. He's saying that they are actually better than they are being given credit for in that regard.
I could appreciate it because it's not just scoring defense. We've talked a lot about their edge rushers against your tackles, and that's something that they can do and bring pressure. Look, I think what they can do is they can make you make a lot of mistakes. And, the boys in the morning were talking about this as well, the 2 high safeties. I don't know if anybody does it better than the Chargers either. So that's another thing that they can do quite well.
Yeah. I keep looking at just like and you know me, EPA success rate ended up being like the things that I check most frequently. And just like defensively, they're not standout in that way. But the thing that keeps coming back, I know D'Amico Ryan said this yesterday, just well-coached, man. This is a supremely well-coached team. And they have, like, some of the big players. You talked about the defensive line, the big one that D'Amico was talking about. In fact, I probably should play this audio here to just hear how excited he was talking about him. But is Derwin James, right? Like, the way that he comes around, the ways in which he shows up, right? Like, I think he was talking about how, you have to account for him in the box whenever he is on the field. If he gets close to the box, you have to account for him because he comes with that physicality and gets into the backfield, those types of things, but also can range. And I do wonder, like, I remember when D'Amico was saying that, I was thinking to myself, is that going to pose a particular problem for this offense where they have to maybe max protect a little bit more? Because I think we did see more of that down the stretch. The team was trying to account for the fact that the offensive line, pass protection was a struggle. where they kept some more people in, and that had fewer people in routes, and maybe that allows you, or that does not allow you to do as much down the field or passing the football as you typically want when you have fewer guys in routes and more coverage capabilities for the defense.
Look, Derwin James is a true X factor. He's part linebacker, part safety, part X. Put him where you want. And that is absolutely something something that the Texans have to account for. But the Texans, getting back to how we started this, like no respect, everybody pretty much chalking this up as a W for the Chargers. I mean, are we too close? I mean, is it that obvious? Because keep in mind, Super Bowl odds come out after going into the postseason. Texans are either last or tied for last in terms of Super Bowl odds. In terms of like power ratings of the playoff teams, like 3 major outlets have that I saw. There could be more. Have the Texans DFL, dead last.
I was like, well, it doesn't help that my brain thought DHL, and I was like, what does logistics have to do with anything?
DFL,
my bad.
Let's call it dead last. In fact, one of those outlets used this quote for the Texans. Quote, "A lifeless shell of itself."
Damn. And this is one of the things that was the two-edged sword about the way that the schedule fell, right? Mm-hmm. Early on in the season when we had, high hopes and aspirations for C.J. Stroud in year 2 for like possibly even contending for MVP, what did we talk about? About that last part of the schedule where you're playing these big teams and there's going to be a lot of visibility and it gives you an opportunity to bolster narrative cases about you. Yeah. Well, when you're playing poor football, or at least not as good football as you should be playing, those national television opportunities can put it to a negative perspective where now you are looking bad. And, buddy, when you lay a stinker and you only put up 2 points, like I think that also has cut the other way where teams, people look real negatively at this team. But the defense has a level of respect, and it should have a level of respect. The offense is I think, the one that teams are looking at in a negative way, and I think
a lifeless shell of itself?
Yeah.
I mean, that's as bad as Rex Ryan, and these are the pundits that are handicapping the field here as we get into the play. Even Justin Herbert, and I don't know if he meant to take a shot, but it could be kind of interpreted that way. He was asked about watching the Steelers and how he was reacting to that, and listen to what he said.
Did you get a chance to watch the end of the Steelers game yesterday?
No, kind of followed along. I was meeting and watching film, but I heard it in the other room, so I could tell that, good things were happening, I guess.
Good things were happening? In other words, we get to face the Texans?
And we were talking about this yesterday. I thought you made a good point, right? At the very least, that might have been more about we don't have to face the Ravens immediately, which
that's how I kind of look
fair
at it.
play, right?
But that means you get to face the Texans.
That is right. That is right. And that is the way that a lot of teams have operated this. Yeah, man, if anything, I hope that this I guess respect, if we want to put it that. I think there is some fair things to point to with some of the doubt in this team. We have had our respective doubts on this particular show. But yeah, man, you hope that at least some of this disrespect, if you wish to call it that, at least goes to motivation for these dudes. Yes. Because as D'Amico Ryans has pointed to a lot of times, and I think he is right in some regards with this, right? A lot of the Texas issues are interior or internal, right? It's not the idea that, this team is just outright better than you. Sometimes, hey, these are things that you can do and that you can handle up to help make yourself better. And maybe there's a level of pride or anger or what have you that get you to that place where you go, no, we are going to sustain blocks. We are going to make sure that we tackle and stay disciplined and make sure that we prove that, hey, man, y'all were wrong about us. Sometimes the strongest motivating factor is an opportunity to see egg on somebody else's face.
Yes.
And maybe, just maybe, that'll do something for these Houston Texans.
Yeah, and even D'Amico Ryans, he wasn't taking a shot at his own team by any stretch, but he was saying, let's erase everything yesterday live right here on our show. How many different ways did he say, we got to focus on now? The past is the past. It's about what we can do this time. Basically saying, all right, we know what the story was, but it's a new story now.
All right. We've talked about kind of how some other people nationally or, media folks care about or are viewing this game. Do you care at all about Micah Parsons? Micah Parsons, he is one of the better defensive players in this league, plays for the Cowboys, but also he fashions himself or fancies himself, person that he's got his podcast or whatever. and he had a prediction for this particular wild card game.
Matchup, Chargers Texans. I'm going with the Chargers. I think the Chargers have the most momentum going into this, this game. Their defense been playing lights out. You look at it, Justin Herbert's been playing great. I just think, like Texans, another team who's battled injuries. But I think the Chargers are going to win this game. I'm going to take Chargers.
Yeah, and that one did kind of resonate with me as just another outlet, if you will. In this case, Micah Parsons, that really just doesn't see it happening for the Texans, because Micah's friends, like really good friends, with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
He likes the Texans and he respects the Texans, but he's like, nah, man.
Yeah, I mean, what he said was kind of true, though.
Yeah.
I think the Chargers do have the most momentum in this game.
Yeah, they do, though.
Yeah, man. I mean, all we got is that first drive from Tennessee.
Yeah.
That's the momentum right there, because we can't count the last two games.
No, I mean, absolutely. The two games prior to that, no, for sure.
Nah, we can't count those.
No, I absolutely feel you in that regard. So I don't know. And there's a lot of people that are doubting, and I feel you, right? From the 8-3-2, the doubt is justified, but I see the Texans' issues, a lot of injury and fatigue, and they're going to this game fresh and at home. Okay, so that does that count as a positive text that came in? Is that can I put that in?
Absolutely,
I think that's a positive.
If someone else mentioning that the rest of the league might as well have started at we want Houston, and that this is the place that you are, and you've got to hope that the Texans find like something deep within themselves that drive them to say we're going to push against that, because that's what's going to be necessary.
How do you feel about bulletin board material, like actually being a factor?
I mean, as a dude who frequently goes towards like numbers and stuff, I think that it's probably
And you're not a momentum guy.
I am not. Yeah. I think that it's probably overplayed, talked probably a little bit too much about. However, I cannot deny that whatever motivates people, and especially like in sports, these dudes are built different. Like we spent a whole year, if not more, fawning over Michael Jordan in the 10-part documentary, where basically he was fabricating motivation out of nowhere, and everybody was like, "Well, see, that is how you become great." Right? Like I do think that there is something to be said for the fact that these things motivate these guys, and these guys find the motivation where they need to, and maybe this is the motivation that's necessary for these Texans to like start playing the best football that they've played this year.
Yeah, I think it depends where the motivation come from, the bulletin board material come from. I think if it come from like a team or something like that, or some players from the other team, then I think that kind of can juice it up a little bit. But I don't know if they looking at ESPN and saying, look what Rex Ryan said about y'all. Let's show him.
And I'm kind of between both of you. I do think momentum in certain instances can be a real thing, but I also feel like this bulletin board material in certain instances can be a real thing. It sounds crazy to say, oh, they'll be more focused. Man, it's the playoffs. You got to be focused anyway.
Correct.
But at the time, I think there is a certain amount of extra in there. Yeah, I don't know what it is, if it's in meetings, if it's on the field, if it's in practice, whatever. I think sometimes that little something gets people a little extra, whether it's push or focus or something.
I think that happened last year, man, in the playoffs, because ain't nobody give the Texans a chance to win against the number one defense in the league.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. And they went out there and whooped that ass.
Yeah, they did.
So, it seems like people are rallying around with the notion of the underdog Texans, and I kind of like it, man. Like, hey, if you're going to have an opportunity, and this is what sports is about, right?
Yeah.
Like,
that's why it's intriguing.
Yes. How many movies have we seen about the underdog coming up and beating the team that is favored? Now, of course, usually those are like David and Goliath stories. I don't think that you could paint this one as that. But
Texans are the little giants.
All right, sure, why not? You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We're just getting going on a Tuesday. We're gonna have B. Scott in at 11 o'clock hour. But coming up next, coaching carousel has not stopped. More things going on, including could this team possibly trade their coach? We'll talk about it next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing.
sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live. Always.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
No, don't horns. Don't put them horns in there. How you gonna do me like that, Figgy? That's crazy. Yes, this is In the Loop right here on Sports Radio.
Man, Figgy chose violence.
That's unnecessary.
What did I do?
What you mean? What did I do? Like you don't know what you did? I'm usually good about the number. The one time I mess it up, that goes in the intro.
The people got it.
That's crazy, bro.
Leave it. Don't change a thing.
I bet you would. Okay, let's start putting some Lopez mess ups.
Where do you begin?
Oh yeah,
where do you
crazy.
begin? Yeah,
that is the number to text, by the way. 713-572-4610. If you want to get in on the show, it's a Texans Ticket Tuesday. We will be giving away tickets in the 12 o'clock hour. Appreciate you rocking with us. And by the way, of course, those tickets to the playoff game, the wild card game at NRG Stadium versus the Chargers. They're in the bullpen. They're really good tickets, and we do it for you. We do it for the people. Man, I'm hurt.
Oh, come on.
He's visibly shaken.
That's messed up, man. I thought it was funny.
Okay. Put in one of my screw ups of the many that you have. Just
let me know.
Yeah.
All right.
New intro.
Let me go file a live read real quick.
That's crazy.
Lopez.
New intro, yay or nay?
Don't do that. That's money, baby.
How we feeling about the intro additions? Let me know on the text line. Also,
John Lopez with ability. Ability.
Oh wow, 832 said I think Figgy took it light on you. Okay, so they want more. That's crazy. Okay, all right. I see how it is. Man, coaching carousel continues on in the NFL. As recently as a few minutes ago, we're getting more things in the NFL sphere when it comes to hiring and firing. Now, some of them not coaching, and the most recent one, I guess, it speaks somewhat to the coaching situation in the AFC South, as Rand Carthon, general manager of the Tennessee Titans, no longer is he that, as he has been relieved of his duties just 2 years after taking the role of general manager. I think he also got executive VP or something like that for this season. But yeah, they basically got out here and said, hey man, this team has not progressed enough. I think that was the Titans president and CEO, Burke Nihill, I'm guessing. I'm probably saying that name incorrectly. Apologies.
Where Amy Adams at, man?
That is a great question. But apparently he said we just haven't improved this football team for the last couple of years, won 9 of the 34 games that have been played over the last 2 years. And as much as the record was concerning to Amy,
oh, there you go.
There's her name.
Oh, there she goes. There she go.
As it was to all of our fans. Her assessment was also that we're not on course to get where we need to go.
Oh, you're talking for Amy now.
Yeah,
you're talking for Amy.
Yeah, she in the car.
Yep.
She's right here.
She left before she trying to beat the traffic.
She sure did.
Oh, okay, I'll tell him.
Which, by
she
the
was
way,
definitely trying to beat the traffic.
By the way, what traffic?
Saturday.
Y'all saw that stadium on Sunday. Wasn't no traffic.
It was like 250 people, man.
Tops.
It was about 150 Texans fans.
That's right.
Hey, they have no clue what they're doing in Tennessee.
They do not.
Like nothing, and it makes me smile. It does make me smile because it starts at the top from that woman that is now
Amy
hiding.
Adams, where the hell are you?
Hey,
what you hiding for?
She's not hiding when they're putting all that Oilers crap up there. How come she's hiding now?
She was hiding on Sunday.
Apparently,
did she leave early?
According to Jeffrey Simmons, she didn't talk to the team before or after in the ways that she typically does. So, yeah, I don't know if she left
she got
early.
a damn game ball the last time these two played.
Yeah.
Couldn't show her face. That's tough. But yeah, no.
Get your ass out of here. Yeah.
What I found interesting about this, the Titans are one of those positions where you're like, hey, watch this space in this particular coaching carousel. I understand Brian Callahan just got that job. They have not said anything about firing him. You fire the GM before you fire the head coach. And I do wonder, like, is that a vote of confidence? Does that mean that they're going to empower Brian Callahan more when it comes to personnel decisions? Because the only thing that I've seen in regards to their general manager position is that they're going to, moving forward, they're going to look for somebody who has been a scout and who has that background. And I was like, wasn't Rand Carthon in the personnel department in San Francisco for a good long time? That's probably the reason why you brought him in. It does feel like they are just wayward and flailing.
They don't know what they're doing. and it's good for the Texans. It's good for us, and it makes me smile, like I said. But he's the guy that hired Callahan, so that's not a vote of confidence. That is not a vote of confidence. What it does smack of is a lot of politicking inside the building. Well, look, I just couldn't get along with him, or Carthon saying something similar, or I think there's a lot of infight, backstabbing, a lot of politicking going on in that building. And by the way, they're drafting a new franchise quarterback.
Yeah,
I mean, this is not a light little thing that they're doing.
And they got Mike Vrabel. Like they
got Vrabel fired.
It was under his watch that they got rid of Vrabel.
Mm-hmm.
That organization not in a good place. It feels like the AFC South might still be just continuing to set things up so that the Texans can remain atop this division, and we appreciate y'all for it. In fact, let me do a little bit of extra on the text line. I feel like we're going to establish the In the Loop consulting firm, and we will sell our services to the Titans in this way from the 8-2. Tennessee should definitely hire Jack Easterby.
Yes, I agree.
We will put in a good recommendation for you. Go ahead and hire that man. See what happens. Some other things that happen around the coaching carousel. I did mention this, and this is something that I've been perplexed by since I heard of it on Sunday. Jay Glazer, who works for Fox, one of those NFL insiders that seemingly has connections to everyone in the business, he was talking about the possibility of Kevin O'Connell, the Minnesota Vikings head coach, obviously play caller. He's done such a great job with that team. The possibility that being the surprise of the year, that because multiple teams are considering trying to trade for O'Connell. Supposedly, he's entering the final year of his deal, and he obviously doesn't have an extension just yet. The two sides have not had contract talks yet. And so NBC Sports is saying that the Vikings have no internal plans of entertaining those things. However, that's a wild situation, right?
And I think, of course they're going to say that right now in the midst of the posts and everything. I think it's credible. I really do think it's credible. And he's got leverage now, big time, and not just because of the record that they have, but because of this as well. And I think it would be smart. I think it would be smart. It wouldn't be the first time.
To trade?
Yeah.
So, wow. I mean, the Vikings, unfortunately, they are a wild card team for them. But they were a 14-win wild card team? And you want to go ahead and trade that man away for maybe some draft picks?
They're going to sign them to an extension.
No, I think it's smart to go after him.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the other way. There's no way you let him go, right?
Nah, he ain't going nowhere.
Well, I don't know about that. I think it's smart to go after him because those are you want to get some good draft picks, trade for a coach or trade your coach.
But
he got
to agree to it though, right?
He's got to agree to it. But his contract is up.
Well, he's got one more year.
Yeah, but pretty much up. I mean, they want to extend him or they want to trade him.
And he is standing there with a bag and a weapon.
And by the way,
he's about to run the pockets.
Mask.
Yes.
And by the way, look at it from his perspective. And this is the first place I went. He's got a big decision to make at the quarterback position, as they do. And does he? What kind of confidence does he have? In McCarthy, and what kind of confidence does he have in them signing Darnold? I think he got a little bit of leverage here for sure.
That's interesting. I'm going to continue to watch that space, but that's wild. That apparently there's a possibility that a dude who's likely to be the coach of the year this year could possibly be at another job. Now, of course, Jay Glazer's really good with these things, but that just feels so far fetched. Some other coaching carousel things. Apparently, the Chicago Bears. I don't know do you feel like that's one of the better jobs? Because I know that they have Caleb Williams, but they're also the Chicago Bears with all the things that entails.
I do think it's one of the better jobs because of the quarterback.
All right, well,
and that always matters.
They're talking in such a way where it feels like that because who is probably the most coveted of the head coaching candidates in this cycle?
Ben Johnson.
Well, when it comes to Ben Johnson, supposedly we've had multiple reports by like ESPN and NFL Network that apparently Johnson doesn't interview well. And so the Chicago Bears have had questions about his ability to lead, which I think there's a fair question to ask, especially when you get, one, a younger coordinator, but two, somebody who has just been a coordinator and you're hiring kind of for that schematic advantage. Can they do the coaching, the actual being somebody else's boss part of the job? Apparently the Chicago Bears asked Ben Johnson to offer them a leadership plan, while other candidates, they were just being asked for a quarterback plan. Because obviously, making sure that Caleb Williams develops is probably objective one.
Yeah.
They're going out of their way to make it abundantly clear they have questions about his leadership. I wonder,
you a leader of men?
Is that going to stop Ben Johnson from getting a good job in this?
No. In a word, no. Because I think he's been so good. They're just going to try to craft him mold him into becoming something more than just an X's and O's guy.
Yeah, so a few wild things to see in the coaching carousel. There's all sorts of things happening. Probably the biggest and most recent development is that the Tennessee Titans fired their general manager, Rand Carthon.
Coach Prime tweeted right away.
He sure did. Do you think?
Oh, I'd love it. I'd hate it, but I'd love it.
You'll love what?
Having
the announcement on Rand Carthon being fired. He goes, "Wow!" All caps. He tweeted right away.
The idea maybe being
they have the number one pick.
Number one pick. You get the Sanders.
I mean, which
Sanders
son,
duo.
He would draft Sanders. He would draft his son.
You sure?
Which son?
Kind of.
Man,
I mean, Travis Hunter is a son too.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was like,
he loved him a little more.
I was about to say, Travis Hunter was a son. He got to choose, right? With all due respect. So yeah, man, but
him and his girlfriend gonna be up in Nashville.
Oh boy, we're not doing all that. Oh goodness. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. More about the coaching carousel when we go around the NFL at 11 with Brandon Scott. But coming up next, let's go to the question of the day: who's the most insecure athlete in sports? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. We'll talk about it next.
The Texans will.
happy 50th.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Let's get into our question of the day here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Who's the most insecure player in sports? Let us know on the text line, 713-572-4610. As this was inspired by beef amongst some NBA legends. And I can say that word very comfortably and confidently because Shaquille O'Neal, easily, I mean, that's right there. Dwight Howard, also a Hall of Famer right there. And, you know, I think there's probably a lot of people that still have some affinity for him in this city because he was very good for the Rockets. Unfortunately, like, it didn't quite work out the way that you wanted to, but he was very good. Of late, those two have been beef. Actually, not of late. For a long time, those dudes have been beefing back and forth, but the beef has escalated once again. And Dwight Howard, who was on a podcast, was talking about their kind of back and forth, and he said he never wanted to be Shaq on any level, which you ain't got to lie to us, dude.
Yeah.
But he was out here calling himself Superman and all that. We know what it was, but he said that he never disrespected Shaq, and he was, he's even tried to reach out and all these things, but he said that, Shaq just always had something to say and all those types of things. And then Shaq, of course, recently came back and tweeted at Dwight saying, "The fact that you think I care about you is funny, but I won't ever bring your name up again, sensitive big man, a jokester that can't take a joke." Which, my goodness, Shaquille O'Neal, do you think we don't know who you are?
Is he looking in a mirror?
Brother, you think we don't know who you are?
Yeah.
Like, Shaq can't take a joke, man. Like, Shaq is the dude who, have you ever had a friend that you've joked back and forth with and then they just go too far because you can tell they get a little hurt? Like, that's Shaq. Shaq is like, you say, yo mama, he's like, but that's why your daddy's dead. Like, it's too far.
Leave my father alive.
That's right.
Leave my father alive.
Yeah, they take it there real quickly, 0 to 60.
And it's funny because inside the NBA, that's why I like Chuck will joke with you all day long.
And Chuck will take jokes too.
Yeah, he understands it. But as soon as you start talking about basketball, Shaq got to bring up the rings and all. It's just like, come on, man.
That's right. That's Shaq. And then Dwight Howard, like, I think he might be insecure. It feels like he's in that space.
Oh, for sure.
Like how he handled Stan Van Gundy, that was all very awkward.
Yeah.
He never wanted to be seen as a villain of sorts. And also, I think the biggest thing with him is he just played too much. It just feels like
he kind of like a big kid,
very big kid. But both of these guys showing off a little bit of insecure in these moments, and that made me think, who is the most insecure player?
The first three that popped into mind have no reason to be insecure. Like, they should be the most secure people on the planet. Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
Kevin Durant.
Correct.
And LeBron James.
Yeah, LeBron.
Oh, he's insecure. No, he's absolutely reading the first page of a book and acting like he read the whole book and lying and trying to make himself look good. Why does LeBron James have to make himself look better? He's already awesome.
Yeah, and honestly, I think even some of the comments, like when he won that bubble championship, and he was just like, "Oh yeah, this one was the hardest one to win." It's just like, you ain't got to explain yourself.
Or the in-season last year.
Yeah, like, you ain't got to explain yourself. Like, why do this one, the 2021, got to be the hardest championship you had to win?
Because you have to validate your work. The in-season tournament, we got to remember, like, that's just him being a good NBA partner.
Oh, yeah, sure.
He's like, hey, man, the NBA is trying to make this be a thing. So me, as an ambassador for the NBA, I need to make sure that it means a lot to the people.
But think about it. Durant, Aaron Rodgers, and LeBron. Like, those were the first three that popped in my head. Incredibly insecure.
Durant comes up a whole bunch.
Yeah.
Obviously, you have the burners and all those things. It's funny because as Durant became a little bit more nonchalant, I think he's become significantly more likable. I don't know about y'all.
Yeah, no, I actually became a fan of him recently, man. Just how I feel like he's one of us.
Yeah.
Like, just be on the internet scrolling like everybody else. He'd talk to a random ass account and just be like, man, what did you do? But I kind of like it.
Yeah. Because I'll never forgive him. Do you remember when he was early on in Oklahoma City and he was still just goody two shoes, Kevin Durant, just playing for a small team and playing really well, and people were like, you know what? He needs a nickname, Slim Reaper. And I was like, that is so tough. And he was like, I don't want to be the Slim Reaper. I think you guys should call me the Servant. And I was like, boo.
God, I forgot about that.
This man. Aaron Rodgers is up here, and I like just I don't even know how to begin with it. Like, I think we all understand that Aaron Rodgers might be the answer for me.
Mm-hmm. He might be. Yeah. Aaron Rodgers is clearly incredibly insecure and acting like he knows more than everybody and not and getting facts wrong on a lot of things and all this other stuff. Texter 620, what's the 620? Says Dion. Might be one. Amy Adams Strunk, not an athlete, but very insecure.
Very insecure. We were just talking about that, like about the continued use of the Titans, the Oilers kind of iconography. And Figgy, you actually got a little bit of a hot take about that.
Yeah, man. I feel like they should keep those uniforms because they look fly. Don't get me wrong, but I think those uniforms are cursed. Like everything bad that happened in this city when it comes to that team happened in those uniforms.
Well, not
keep it away.
Everything. Texans have had a few bad moments.
Yeah, name one.
24-3.
Name another one.
No, my thing is it's not much of, to me, fighting over those jerseys and stuff. Like to me, just go on and keep them, man. It wasn't like we won championships in those jerseys, man.
Absolutely.
Went to championships though. Like, hey, man, this you can say it's cursed, but it's our cursed stuff, man. Give it back. That's my.
It looked fly.
That's the thing. Is like you were, and I think you got to a point where you were like, hey. If y'all like it so much, y'all should just go ahead and
go buy the Tennessee Oilers.
But I'm like, they don't even care that much about it. They're just being haters.
That's
why I'm
they see somebody want their toy, so now they want to play with the toy.
That's exactly what it is.
Jerry Jones.
Yes,
I could see that
because the reason why he is lighting his franchise on fire for all this time is that he wants to be front and center.
Yeah,
like he needs this attention.
Yeah, another one. This one more of a lower tier, but remember the Honey Badger?
Yes, very much so.
We kind of dealt with that personally.
Yes, very much so.
He got me blocked on Twitter.
Yeah, he would search his name on Twitter, not like being tagged. His actual
he would
name.
type in Teron Matthews,
yes,
and see what people saying, and he will say something and block them.
Yeah, one of the things I've always felt about that is like I think sometimes we're a little hard on players in some regards because I think sometimes when we're like, oh, you search your name, it's like people are snitch tagged.
Yeah.
See what they said about you, but there are certain instances where
listeners would never do that,
buddy. Which, by the way, PSA: stop snitch tagging. They'll find it if they need to. But there are some instances where you can tell, like, oh, this person is absolutely going and looking. This person cares. So much.
He is one of them.
Yeah, for sure.
I think I know exactly what I tweeted when he blocked me too, man. It wasn't even nothing crazy. We'll
be the judge of that. What'd you tweet?
This was around free agency, and I want to say the Chiefs signed Justin Reed. So I was like, damn, Honey Badger gone because I'm like they signed another safety, so they not resigning him back.
Blocked.
Yep. Next thing you know, I tried to go to his tweet because he was one of my favorite players.
Yeah.
I tried to get him on my podcast at one point.
Yeah.
Not after that tweet.
Somebody said Deshaun Watson. I don't know if he's insecure as much as he's just a fraud.
He's oblivious.
Yeah, he's a fraud.
That is one thing.
Yeah.
Like I think he was not.
I don't think he was at one point.
He might be too secure.
I think right now
he thinks he's it. Yeah.
That was a good question that came up on the YouTube. Who are the least insecure or who are the most?
It might be Deshaun Watson. He thinks he is it, man.
Yeah,
he's just a fraud.
That's the thing. He'll still keep posting and all that stuff, man.
By the way, that Achilles looked pretty good in that TikTok, man. You see that?
Nope. Setback, baby. There was a setback. Don't expect him to play, and get ready for that 2027. That is when
he was dancing.
That contract is set to be perfectly situated for the Browns to cut him. And they're finally their long nightmare of the worst trade and worst contract of all time will be over. But 2027. Enjoy that, Browns. Hold that. Tom Herman. Good answer.
Oh yes. Very good answer.
Good answer. Russell Westbrook is one up there.
I was going to say Russell. Yep.
I feel like he's actually pretty secure. Just when he feels like he got to say something, he's very ornery.
Yeah.
He's just very ornery. And somebody said Steph Curry's the most secure. Possibly. I can see it.
But in a good way.
And you know what? James Harden probably very secure in a bad way.
Yeah. Overestimating his own.
He's definitely secure.
Yeah, very much so.
It was like, hey, man, we doing this my way or I'm not.
Who said Angel Reese? I don't know if I agree with that. I think she's just sort of, maybe.
Someone said
secure or insecure?
Angel Reese?
I could kind of see that.
Yeah. I guess it depends. Because I don't think she insecure like about her game or nothing like that. But I guess she pick and chooses.
Yeah, I feel like anybody who is like a major topic of conversation for a point in time, like she was pursuant to Caitlin Clark. Yeah, I think that gets you to be real focused on those types of things.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get back to the football of it all. We'll welcome in our guy, Brandon Scott, as we often do in the 11 o'clock hour on a Tuesday, and go around the NFL, including the Chargers made a big addition ahead of this wild card matchup. We'll talk about that more next.
All right, let's talk about the Houston.
station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quixt. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, text for the most insecure athletes as follows. Antonio Brown, John Runyon, Framber Valdez, I don't think I agree. Richard Sherman, I also don't think I agree there. Text for the most secure athletes. Jose Altuve.
I agree.
RG3 is the most secure athlete because he still think teams want him. And we mentioned Steph Curry.
All the short ones got to be secure.
Yes.
You got to be secure to get that far.
Isaiah Thomas.
At that size. Maybe insecure and secure at the same damn time.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Yeah. John Runyon, that is an underrated.
That's a good one.
That is an underrated pick. I like that texter.
Shout out to the 713. And, of course, the most secure of all the people at Sports Radio 610 joins us right now for this hour on a Tuesday. His name is Brandon Scott.
Yes, and let me tell you why Lopez nailed this in the last segment. I thought he got the three correct, but I would have just stayed with the one. I would have left the NBA guys out. Not that I disagree with you, Lopez.
NBA also transits, it leans more towards insecure type players.
Yes. It does, and I think Kevin Durant with the burners definitely has to be on that list too. But I think you can just start and stop the list with Aaron Rodgers. Here's the thing that I feel like we're forgetting because the Jets are and have been this bad. Aaron Rodgers got caught on tape digging in his nose and eating his boogers, man.
Come on.
I really don't even recall that.
That happened.
That's incredible.
That happened.
Man.
Like, think about it, man.
That's insecurity?
What I'm saying is you should be insecure.
Yeah.
Imagine that. Imagine if your last 2 years of your life and your professional life and public life have gone the way that Aaron Rodgers has, and then as like a dismount or as a cherry on top,
dismount,
you get caught at mind you, how old is Aaron Rodgers? 40?
41,
I believe.
Roundabout. Okay. Yeah. At around about 40 years old. Old enough to the point where if you get caught on camera eating your boogers, that means that you've been doing that your whole life.
This is true.
And he going to do that to the day that he dies.
This is true.
I love that this really and truly, I don't think this has anything to do with insecurity, but I appreciate that you brought to the table the opportunity to talk about Aaron Rodgers eating his own boogers.
Man, I'd be insecure. I'd be insecure if you had that. If that was on tape, if that was on your tape, okay. If your game film showed you,
how did we get here?
Digging in your nose.
Oh wait, I got one more place.
Digging in your nose and going to your mouth with it. You wouldn't be insecure.
What if the foundation for all that Aaron Rodgers is, right? Like being, if you want to call him a coach killer, at least being difficult to work with, changing all the plays, all of this stemmed from the idea that he ate his boogers and he knew it and he felt uncomfortable about it.
Man, you should have known not to trust dude. You should have known not to trust dude. Ain't washing his hands, is eating his boogers, man. Come on now.
His family was like, we can't get down with that.
He was insecure enough before we ever saw that. And mind you, I'm reminding you guys of this happening.
That's correct.
Yes. Y'all don't even remember it.
I do once you said it.
But it happened, and we already thought he was insecure before that. People talk about, is Aaron Rodgers going to play next year? Where's Aaron Rodgers going to be? What's next? Man, I retire.
Oh, man.
You'd never see, he's already rich. You'd never see my booger eating self ever again.
Well, we need you to stop saying this, man.
It happened.
I'm very grossed out.
It happened.
Now.
You know, one of the things, though,
I ain't
is like,
lying.
one of the things you got to remember, right? For some folks, like, work gives you a sense of community. And a lot of times jokingly, in fact, when I feel like somebody should retire, I say go home and be a family man. However, that doesn't really work and apply. So maybe he just want to be around people. I don't know. All right, let's go around the NFL.
Please. Quickly.
Which is speaking of quick, it's brought to you by Quick Assist.
I thought this was NFL related. This is NFL adjacent.
He play football, don't he? I mean, when he doesn't get injured 4 plays into the season. Tired of the hassle of selling your tickets? Say goodbye to the stress and let their experts get you the best price. Download Quick Assist from your app store today, and they'll handle the rest. That's QUICKASYST. Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. And we begin with an addition that impacts the wild card game that will happen at NRG Stadium. And yes, that'll be the Texans versus the Los Angeles Chargers, where they add another player to their team. And his name is Ezekiel Elliott in the year of our Lord 2025.
You don't say.
X Factor.
You don't say.
Zeke Factor. Come on now. What is this?
Last week, I was like, I felt bad saying it, but I was like, why not?
Good for Zeke. I assume that you get a check. You don't play for free.
Yeah.
At this point,
it'll be prorated and probably like minimum.
I'm just saying it's close to stealing money. It ain't because they giving it away. It's about as close as you can get without actually stealing money. Good for him, man. I don't know what the Chargers actually think he can offer, but good for him.
They got some injuries in the depth chart.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. They got some injuries in the depth chart, and he is still I would say a competent back, but there's nothing explosive. There's nothing I would say desirable about it or threatening if you're on the other side, which is what the Texans fans would be. Yeah, no, this is a bit of a non-starter and a good for Zeke type of situation because you can just hold on for as long as you can, brother. Cash them checks for as long as you can.
Hey, he's got 3 practices. See what he can do, and you never know. 3rd and 1.
I was like, if we're talking competent with Ezekiel, the only thing I got is pass blocking. Everything else is
that's important.
Yeah, it is.
They've got Justin Herbert.
That is right.
You need all the help that you can get in doing that as well. And of course, they're going up against the Texans, who do a pretty good job of getting after the passer.
Yes.
Yeah, and I mean,
they'll need that.
Yeah, so shout out to the Chargers making that addition. And no, I don't think that changes anything about the evaluation of Ezekiel Elliott at this juncture in his career. All right, we continue around the NFL, where the Colts have fired their defensive coordinator, Gus Bradley, which is one of the few, I think, smart decisions that have been made in the AFC South at this coaching carousel. That dude was not good. And I don't think he was good at coaching defense before they hired him, to be completely honest. And it has not proven to be beneficial for the Colts.
What is Matt Eberflus doing? Do they go back and get him?
Why not?
There's a lot of circle the block that needs to happen around the NFL, and particularly the AFC South.
Yeah, I mean, he was a good defensive coordinator for them, and even with the Bears, as bad as that went, and as bad of a head coach as we all saw him to be, it's a pretty decent defensive coordinator.
Although, wasn't it kind of the rumor that he was close to losing his job when the Bears came and got him?
Yeah,
so
that was out there. That was out there, but maybe
they've been trying to get it right.
But now that the difference is, Reggie, now that the Colts have seen the other side, that the grass ain't greener, and so has one Matt Eberflus, as you mentioned, circling the block.
Hey, sometimes you got to go back to
be necessary.
You can always go home. Like, hey,
there you go.
Hey, big head.
Hey, you up?
I miss you.
You up?
What's
you
happening?
Up? What you doing?
I feel like we should try this again.
Calling Matt Eberflus a booty call?
They might need.
I feel like they need more than a booty call. They need to consider, hey man, we both out here in these streets, and these streets ain't loving us back.
Yeah.
Hey, we was always good together. Let's try it again.
They tried to wife Gus Bradley, and that wasn't working.
Right, exactly. You know your mom still like me.
Come on now.
You know your mom still
How your
like
mom
me.
doing?
I get a Merry Christmas text every year. You know
she still texts me.
Me and your dad used to fish.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Some other things around the NFL. As of yesterday, members of the 2022 NFL draft class are now eligible to sign extensions. And you know where that's going to go? The 2022 draft class of
that
your
would be
Houston.
Derek Stingley.
Stingley?
Yep.
Green. Kenyon Green. Jalen Petrie.
Yeah.
Christian Harris. Danny Pierce. Like, those are all guys that are now in that space. I would like for you two gentlemen power rank the order of hierarchy on extensions that you need to get done.
Well, I mean, you can wait on the non-first round guys anyway. Right? Well, or I should say that differently. It's the opposite.
Yes.
You get the fifth-year option
correct
on the first round guy. So, so the ranking is Derek Stingley, Christian Harris, Jalen Petrie.
And then stop.
I would say after that, there's no point in ranking.
I would say, Derek Stingley, ASAP. Get it while the getting's good.
Yeah.
The price is only going to go up. So it's Derek Stingley, 1 and 1A for me. And then I'm with you in the order. Don't worry about Kenyon Green. Don't worry about Dameon Pierce. Right?
Yeah.
And I think you guys are right, especially when
you're talking pertains to this conversation.
Yeah. When you're talking about caliber of player, I think that's easy. One of the things I thought about though is like I'm not value. What's the right word? It feels like Petrie has become so much. Like so vital to the defense that you play it as it's currently constituted, and like what is the secondary plan if not Petrie in that space? And obviously, like you still have him under contract. This is not an immediate thing that would shift. However, if you're not going to a place where you're absolutely going to extend him, and I'm not saying that that's what you guys are saying, but like what is the next level or the next step in that space?
I just think that even that the fact that you made that point is the reason why he's on this list. Yeah. That's why he's on the list, because he's a unique player. I don't know if we've seen enough of I don't know if we've seen enough elite from Jalen Petrie to call him like a must-extend type of player, but I think everything that you just laid out and articulated, Reggie, is the reason why he's even on this list to begin with. I think he's last on the list, but he would still be the third best of the three that we mentioned.
Yes,
right? Like I think,
you know what you can get out of Christian Harris, even though he missed a lot of games. You know, and you know where his arc is. He's done 1 year, not even a full year, as the slot corner.
Yeah,
you know, so
and I think Petrie's value this is probably a better way to say it. Petrie's value is more specific to how unique of a player he is, whereas the other two we mentioned is more specific for the straight
caliber
up caliber player that they are and talent that they are.
100% correct. I think I completely agree. Big money coming for Stingley. Pretty solid money coming for Christian Harris relative to the position.
It should.
And then I think the Petrie thing is real interesting. I think this is going to be something that we have to ruminate on because Pal Pals on the YouTube throws this out as a possibility. If Petrie goes, which again, I don't know that's in the idea. I mean, that's a Walter Payton Man of the Year candidate. They clearly care about him as a player, and as a person, right, in that locker room. But if he goes, he throws up the idea of Kamari playing nickel and getting another corner.
Yeah, no, I think that's the next step. But again, just back to Petrie, though, I think you would clearly, and I would even say the Texans would clearly rather have him than not. And I don't know exactly what his market is, what the numbers look like per se.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's something that they would be more inclined to do than not do. Like,
I think this isn't going to be value.
Yeah, it's not going to be a Jonathan Grenard situation or a Blake Cashman situation where those guys have now maybe outplayed the market or what you expected the market for them to be.
Right.
I feel like whatever Jalen Petrie's market is, nobody's going to understand the value the way the Texans actually do, having had him for the years that they've had him now. And more specific to that relationship.
Yeah, and I mean he's as you mentioned, a unique player, but that also means that I don't think he fits in every scheme and what's playing. However,
right, that's why I think you can get value there.
But I'm also still wondering like what his negotiation stance will be, especially if you're going to go from like slot corners, because it does feel like the slot corner market has been trending up in a way that is pretty solid.
And by the way, you don't move Kamari Lassiter. You might move him in this game.
Well, yeah.
You might move him in this upcoming game.
Yeah, I would rather have Jalen Petrie and Kamari Lassiter, right?
Yeah.
Like so, like
no, I just don't think you move him.
Yeah, well,
I think he's proved himself.
Yeah, no, I think he could actually excel in that position. But you should only do it, to your point, Lopez.
Yeah.
You should only do it out of necessity. You shouldn't make that your plan, right? Like I think this would be a better trying to figure out a way to pay Jalen Petrie when the time comes would be a much better plan, and then leave Kamari Lassiter well alone.
All right, one more thing here around the NFL, and I say one more thing because I imagine we will laugh. Bringing it back to the AFC South, because that's, just the place where humor seems to emanate from right now.
It does.
We know that the Doug Peterson out as the head coach in Jacksonville, which kind of had to happen, but also like it was clear that, just things weren't working there. He had lost, he had only won 5 of their last 23 games. It's probably not something that's conducive to further success. But they decided to keep general manager Trent Baalke. And I wouldn't do that. I'm not in charge down there. They're seemingly doing that. Except maybe they aren't. Because in a moment where it looked like there was a Zoom press conference where you have Shad Khan, who is the owner of the Jacksons, and Trent Baalke, who is the general manager, on the Zoom call, this question was asked of Shad Khan about the possibility of hiring a new head coach and maybe having say in the way the organization is structured.
So I'd actually like to go back to John's first question, Shad, back to you. I know you noted that if this head coaching candidate was to say, hey, I think the medical needs to be reevaluated, the health and wellness, if they were to say, I would like to reevaluate the front office and the general manager, what would your response be?
My response would be, how would you improve it? And then if it is credible, you want to do it, okay?
Yeah.
Baalke's face.
Baalke like, I'm sitting right here.
I'm sitting right here, man. His face was just like blank, like, oh, that's me they're talking about.
But Baalke, there's another one. I'm not going to say stealing money because, again, they're giving it away.
Yeah.
But it feels like he's been on thin ice or treading water or like just, I don't know, on borrowed time for years.
He's keeping them fooled.
Years. Like, I mean, how many? I'm trying to think of how many years in a row it's been a question or a thought that, are they still going to do the Trent Baalke thing? Are they not going to get rid of Trent Baalke?
Are we counting Niner years?
Man, there you go. That's another one. You can even go back to the Niner years, but like even just specific to the Jaguars, like when they were so after Tampa won the Super Bowl and Byron Leftwich, who fell off the map, I know, was a bit of a high coaching. There was that back and forth of Byron Leftwich wants to coach at his old team, but he doesn't want to work with Trent Baalke. That was like 3-4 years ago.
Yeah.
And dude ain't really shown why he should still be the general manager. It's not like he's, okay, there it is. Now it's been revealed to me why Trent Baalke is the general manager. That has
drafts,
not happened.
Bad drafts.
Exactly.
Bad free agency signings.
All of it.
I don't know that you can specifically say bad coaching hires, but at least
it's turned out that way.
Hasn't worked well.
Yeah.
I forgot you meant Herb.
Yeah,
I forgot about Herb.
Yeah, Herb in there.
That is the worst.
But also
the worst.
Look, I ain't gonna be here defending Urban Meyer, and
I don't like where you're going here.
Exactly. And I'm not in a position to defend Doug Peterson. Here's my point.
He was a good guy.
No. To hell with that. At what point is it just not about the coach?
Years ago.
The issue out there.
Yeah,
but they ain't got nothing to do with Herb. Herb was out here.
No.
How you kicking the kicker, dog?
That's what I'm. That's what I'm saying. I ain't defending dude.
Hate that bleep.
He is his own issue, but he might not be the issue, or the coach itself might not be the issue.
Absolutely.
That's in Jacksonville. It might be the guys that they still got around.
Just ask Shad Khan.
Right. They did actually.
He said, "I'll hear you out. If you make a good point, I'll let him go."
Maybe we'll.
I was just telling him this yesterday that he can go. Right now, he could.
Now that you
give me a good reason to fire him, and I will.
I've been looking for one, right? Which again wouldn't make sense because you could do it whenever you want, Chad. Like nobody is stopping you.
Man, you know what? I really think about it.
Well, that's a point. Hey, you're fired, man.
Yeah.
That would have been insane if he did that. You know what? Get out of here. Get. That's around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We're just getting going, acting full on this Tuesday, and we're acting full because our guy B. Scott's in tow with us. And you know what? Let's go even further into that. Let's get into some B. Scott's thoughts. We'll do it next.
Texans. Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
It's going down. H-Town. Hiram
You know what it is. B. Scott from Hiram Clark in studio with us in the loop because it's a Tuesday and it's in the 11 o'clock hour. In fact, in the 12 o'clock hour. Texas Ticket Tuesday. Active again. Getting you ready for the wild card game versus the Los Angeles Chargers. So remember, 12 o'clock hour. In fact, first segment of 12 o'clock hour. Keep it live.
And this is
we're giving hints.
Ooh. Hey, this is the game too, so you don't want to miss this, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you ever thought about a home game to attend, this would be the one.
Yeah, sir. This is the one. And Chargers fans ain't gonna show up, man.
What Chargers fans?
Exactly. With that one little lady that they can keep showing on TV last year.
Yeah.
And she only went to home games. I don't think she traveled behind that.
Maybe I'm scarred,
And
but
she
I
was
think
like a
B. Scott
fake.
is on my side with it.
Well,
Don't be surprised.
So I don't think that the Chargers fans are going to show out at NRG per se. I do think it's interesting and it's fitting that the two teams playing on the opening Saturday game are two that have, let's call it, neutral site type of environments.
Yes.
So, we understand that it's the Texans, and we are still promoting Texans Ticket Tuesday. And we understand it's the Texans that are hosting this game.
Correct.
But either one, if they were to be hosting, would be would be hosting at a neutral site.
Yeah.
This was bound to be a neutral site, whether they played it in Houston, Los Angeles, or an actual neutral site.
Yeah.
That didn't make me feel good at all.
I mean,
but you know what?
I do come to spit facts.
I respect it.
And
I respect it.
And I don't think a Chargers or a Texans fan could refute or argue against what I just said.
Can't disagree. And you know what? That's just one of many of B. Scott's thoughts. Let's get into it, my man.
Yeah, and so I hate that I kind of leaned in with a semi-disrespectful thought there. Because
I mean, is it disrespectful if it's, again, fact? Man, we've been talking about this for how long?
It's accurate.
Yeah, because
they setting off fireworks before the game to get our asses in the building, bro.
They are. They're trying to scare us into the building.
I'm not gonna lie. One of those times I was right next to the stage where we have it on the southeast corner of the stadium, and I was not paying attention. Like I didn't have my head on a swivel. I heard that. I said, boom. I had that split moment of, they out here.
It's like it's a prompt to shelter in place, and they're just trying to fool you into sheltering inside of NRG Stadium. It's kind of clever, but also pretty damn sad.
We're just gonna find out.
I had to explain to somebody what that was. They're like, why are they doing that?
Yeah.
I'm like, they just letting us know it's 20 minutes until kickoff.
We're gonna find out in 5 to 10 years that there's a spate of Texans fans with PTSD because of the.
Yeah. We just find them hiding. It's like, man, this guy was 25 when he was in here, and now he's 37. He's great.
He said it's 30 minutes to game time.
Man, he made a whole apartment inside the stadium somewhere. But no, I mean, I feel like there's a lot of disrespect towards the Texans going into this game. And what fans tend to do is internalize it and go, us against the world, and they hating on us, and why they not giving us a chance and all of that. And you kind of rally behind that. And I think that's cool. That's fine. But I don't want to act like the disrespect that the Texans are getting this week is unwarranted.
Oh, they earned it.
It is 100% earned, and there's really no reason to. I don't think there's much of a reason to believe in the Texans in this game beyond just simply the belief that you have and the hope that this is more hope trafficking that you would have in your team. Like, you are a Texans fan. You ride or die with the Texans no matter what, no matter who they're playing, and especially in a playoff game, so you're going to go with the Texans. But I have they're 2.5 or 3-point favorites in this game. The Chargers are, right?
That's all I've seen.
I have a hard time believing that, like, an objective person or somebody that really has their money on their mind would have a real reason to bet on the Texans based off of what we've seen. Like, we can't forget, and I refuse to forget. Matter of fact, I'm still frustrated about it, and we haven't been on together to talk about it. But the last time we saw the Texans play at that stadium, they scored all of 2 points.
Yeah,
we talked about Kamari Lassiter, who's been sensational as a rookie. If not for him making just a damn good football play to get you that safety, you would have been shut out at home. And I almost wonder if I'd rather have been shut out than to go up there and score 2. weird scoregami. I don't know if it was a scoregami or not.
It was not a scoregami.
But it was pitiful. It was sad. And the Texans have done
Don't you
this.
love that I know that, Lopez?
They've done this a couple times. They've done it a couple times though. It's like a couple of years ago, they lost to the Cardinals and they scored 5 points.
Yeah.
Like, give me 0, give me 3, give me 6. But don't be out here scoring 2 and 5 in a football game. They did that the last time we saw them play at NRG Stadium. There's no reason to really have a lot of confidence in this team.
Yeah, especially because, I think the confidence exists in defense that is played as one of, if not the best defenses in the league. Like, that is where the confidence lies.
Sure.
The problem is that the game is played on scoreboard, and points need to be scored. And I understand the defense can maybe get out there and get points here and there, but like typically that's the job of the offense. I don't know if I've watched a little bit of football, and my understanding is that the responsibility of scoring points is on the offense. And they just haven't done it in a consistent way. It's one of the things that we have been clamoring for a long time. And you can say we don't believe in the Texans or anything. We watched a lot of weeks of football, and I think I held space. What is that? Is that the new terminology? I held space for the possibility that the Texans would find a level of consistency for a very long time through the season, and they never delivered that. And so, yeah, man, it was good to see them go and do a drive, but I want to see that, if that turns into playing the best football at the right time, excellent. But I'm not going to pretend like I am expecting that to be.
It's not a matter of hope or what we're pulling for and all that. It's a matter of the reality.
Yeah.
And that's your point.
Yeah. Yeah. No. I think the reality is you'll take that first drive that you got, right? The first drive that you got from your starters, from C.J. Stroud against the Titans, and take the positives from it. Of course, Dameon Pierce looked really good. I was actually somebody who was, pleasantly surprised, or I don't want to say surprised, just glad to see Dameon Pierce perform well in that kind of environment against a defensive front that I think just themselves, I think they were trying individually, and that's a pretty good defensive front. Like, I thought that there was something to take from that, but it's not like there's enough there. And I don't know if there ever would have been, or if there should have been, because it wouldn't have been smart to play C.J. Stroud for the whole game. So I'm not advocating, hey, give me a whole game of a great C.J. Stroud. I'm not saying they should have done that. I'm just saying there hasn't been enough time and enough evidence to show us that they are more like that first drive against the Titans and less like the inconsistencies that we've seen from them
for 16 games.
For 16 games. And then even more specifically, the low point that was Christmas Day, that game against the Baltimore Ravens.
Look, and you, this is another one of your thoughts, and I want to kick this around because, the sort of the path to victory. Reggie mentioned defense. You're talking about, what they can do with the run game. Oh, before we go there, I mentioned this to the boys. Over under 3.5 carries for Dameon Pierce this weekend.
Ooh.
Despite his 172 or whatever it was.
Yeah,
I think that's an accurate over and under.
I'm gonna. If you're asking me, I'm gonna go under. If you're asking what I would do, what I prefer, I'd like to see it be over. I don't think it will.
Interesting.
Yeah, I would like to preserve and have Joe Mixon around for as much as possible, but I also understand, hey, like there's an urgency to just make things happen right now. Maybe you're not good enough to trust. Maybe you're not good enough to be trusting, or haven't been good enough to be as trusting as I would like for you to be. So yeah, no, I would answer it under. So, but I do think that the formula for, and Reggie was hitting on this, I think you're hitting on this, the formula is defense to muck the game up. Like, that is how the Texans are going to have to win until we see otherwise. Like, this offense, and look, we've talked about it, man, it's been 17 weeks. It's been a whole damn season now. Until they recapture something of what we were expecting or what we had seen last year, or find some consistencies within what they've done well this year, which has happened in spurts. Just they haven't been able to put it together. Maybe they can do that, but until then, the formula to win a game, especially against a good team, is going to be to muck it up, to rush the passer, to create turnovers, and then to come up with some explosive plays, which we do know they can do that.
Yeah, and I mean, 713 gets to us. Easy playing for the Texans. Blitz. Easy to say it that way. Harder to do. This is a very good front pass blocking front for the Chargers. One of the things I was looking at, because we were talking about Rashawn Slater, who I know missed last game, which that'll be a place to watch when it comes to injury report for the Chargers, is what's happening with Rashawn Slater. Because if he missed another game, there's definitely the spot, right? Where Pipkins, I think, is an old boy that played on the edge in his stead. They moved Joe Alt over. Like, that's the guy to attack. But if not, you got Rashawn Slater, who is well regarded, and then Joe Alt, who I know he's a rookie and all those things. Joe Alt is 6th when it comes to ESPN's pass block win rate.
Yeah, no, he's already one of the best in the game.
You want to know who the people who are above him? Tristan Wirfs, Trent Williams. I think Lane Johnson is one of those. Old boy in Minnesota, whose name I never remember.
Yeah, I know.
And then
we saw him earlier.
One of the dudes from the Broncos, which again, another great pass. Like, he has been phenomenal. So like the idea that, okay, we're just going to send extras at these guys is going to be tough. Are you going to be able to get to them? And then what Justin Herbert has done with his legs has added. So if he escapes, even a tougher situation. I understand that if you are able to execute the blitz, he has not played very well against the blitz, but you got to be able to get to him.
Yeah, and then the uncomfortable part about it, I know, Lopez, you mentioned this, how neither one of them have been great against the blitz, neither one of these two quarterbacks, but Justin Herbert, man, like, it's the uncomfortable reality of it. They're coming in here with the better quarterback. The guy who has had, like, obviously he's been in the league longer, but just if you want to isolate it to this season, if you want to take any 2 seasons and compare it to C.J. Stroud's 2 seasons, this is a better overall, I think, right now quarterback. And then they might even have the coaching advantage when you're talking about Harbaugh. And I would say that they do.
Oh, I think that's fair.
With all due respect to D'Amico. Yeah. So like you take all of these things into account, it feels like an uphill battle. It does not feel like it is the higher seed against the lower seed, that being Houston against Los Angeles. And I get why there is some overlooking of Houston in this game, in this entire equation, because I've talked about it for weeks, man. They even though they're the 4th seed and they've felt like they were going to be locked into that for a while, they have felt like the 5th or 6th at best AFC team.
Well, they're last in the playoff power rankings.
Yeah.
Last.
Yeah. And I mean, not that schedule is the end-all, be-all by any means. Hell, how about point differential?
No, that's the one.
Finished at a nice even 0. Point differential.
I didn't even notice that.
Oh, did they?
Yeah,
I was going to say they were negative the last I looked.
Yeah.
Just nice and clean, and clean 0.
Well, yeah, and what does that normally indicate?
Yeah.
That you're about an average team.
Yeah.
You're okay. You're right there. You're treading water. Good for you guys.
But I think it's what the high point of this team is capable of, that they do have a chance in this game. The problem is that you got to go and execute it at a high level, and that's the real issue, is just, are they capable of executing in a consistent manner? And that's the thing that we haven't seen. It's not that they don't have the guys or the talent or the capability. Are they going to go and actually do that?
Yeah, this is one of those I'd be glad to be wrong about. I am looking, and I'm looking forward to the opportunity for them to prove me wrong. Go ahead and do it.
Yep. Gear up for the playoffs at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Thanks to our friends at Academy for getting us ready for this weekend with our new Ready to Roll playoff shirts and division championship hats. You can get yours at your local Academy stores, sports and outdoors stores, before the weekend. Get yourself right and ready for that game where the Texans can make us look stupid, and that's fine. I would love for that to happen. Those are some of B. Scott's thoughts here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We're not done with the man yet. We got him for one more, where we'll talk about what's popping, including some things around the NBA that might be good for your Rockets, and just more. I feel like there might be some more thoughts to get to. We'll do all that next.
The Texans. sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here on this Tuesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. It's a Texans Ticket Tuesday. That'll really come around here. I don't know, next
soon
30 minutes or so. Keep it locked. Of course, you want to keep it locked. We still got this one more segment with our guy B. Scott, who likes to join us for an hour on these Tuesdays, and we greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
First and foremost, salute to U of H, the men's basketball team. The Cougs get another victory. They handled up on TCU 65-46 and inspired me to wear my Phi Slamma Jamma shirt from home field, which I appreciated. But while they handled up, they got a good score and everything. It was like there was streaky shooting that went involved. Like early on, they really got out there and was on them boys' you-know-whats. Right? They shot very well, and then it went cold a little bit, and TCU went and tightened that score up to single digits. And then in the second half, they really widened that out again, which for a moment, and I guess I'll ask this as a question, for U of H, does that give you any level of pause, considering that you're a good point shooting team, but maybe to the point where it could cause swings in games?
Yeah, but this has been part of the identity of U of H basketball now for years, and at least you can say
that they're shooting
shooting threes, and you hear Kelvin Sampson, talk about the team and just this whole idea that, hey, we have been considered this defensive juggernaut, but we don't want to overlook the need to score, the need to score points, to have a prolific offense. That has been the thing, honestly, if we're just being real about it, the thing that has kept them or helped them back, right? Like, this has been an incredible run in the tournament.
Yeah.
It's been an incredible run over the last 8 some odd years or so, however long it's been at this point. But the thing that has held them back is that they haven't been a consistent enough shooting team, and I think you're going to have those questions until they actually show you that over an extended period of time.
That defense is not going anywhere.
At all.
It is not going anywhere. I wouldn't worry about them. I think they're one of those teams. I think A&M, frankly, is one of those teams. They just get they get progressively better and better as the season goes along because of that defense, and then they find their shooting. I think that's their calling card, and I wouldn't worry about it.
And I think too, as long as you can defend like that,
it's not going anywhere.
It will buy you time, and this is another way of saying what you're saying, Lopez. It will buy you time to figure things out offensively. Like, as long as you can stay competitive defensively. This is a similar conversation we have about the Rockets quite a bit, right? And I think here in position, they defend, and it allows them to, even if they're not having it that night offensively,
to find a way.
They just haven't figured it out yet. This will keep you competitive until you figure it out.
For sure. And I mean, look, this was a resounding victory. You held the TCU Horned Frogs team. Not a great team, to be honest, 8-6 to 46 points, but still, you did it. Shout out to Emmanuel Sharp, shooting pretty well, 4 of 7 from deep.
Yeah, and he's been their shooter for a couple of years now.
And I think Ocho got on the text line, was like, you think Emmanuel Sharp could play for these Rockets right now?
Hey, man, look, they did the same thing with Reed Shepherd. Right, like I thought that Reed Shepherd would come in and have an immediate impact on the team because he could do a thing that nobody else on the team could really do, and that's just be a dead-eye shooter. Emmanuel Sharp seems like that same kind of guy.
You got to find a way to stay within the context of the other stuff.
Yeah, and be able to do the other stuff, right? And have the confidence. We talked about the most insecure athletes early in the show. You got to have the confidence to shoot that thing.
That's the thing about shooters, man. Like that
they're supposed to shoot.
That mentality is crazy.
Yeah, man.
That is tough.
But when they don't show it, it's like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, man. Yeah. I would like to also speak about the Rockets. I'll start by going in an indirect way, and then we can get to, I think you had one more thought that I really wanted to dig into.
Yep.
The indirect way is talking about Brad Beal. Brad Beal was benched by Mike Budenholzer out there in Phoenix. Budenholzer, the head coach out there. Brad Beal, huge contract, $50-something million max contract, no trade clause. And him, along with Yusuf Nurkic, they've just kind of been so that team. They haven't been able to find the way to make that thing work for the Suns. So Brad Beal was benched as well as Nurkic was, and you wonder like what the motivations are behind that. Well, Brad Beal goes and drops 25 off the bench in his first time coming off the bench with the Sixers or against the Sixers. And I mean, he seemed to be kind of perplexed about all of this and how this is working, and he seems to kind of be standing firm. But That, along with John Hollinger writing about the Suns, just saying that, hey, they're not going to, there's not a path forward, and they will find out sooner rather than later, or maybe eventually, that the path forward for them is to trade Devin Booker and Kevin Durant to get some picks, maybe theirs back, and moving forward. And all of that comes down to, are you feeling like I'm feeling, where it feels like the Suns are on the precipice and I'm just trying to push them over?
This has been the case ever since the Rockets went and got those picks.
Yeah.
To me, this is what that trade was all about, trading for their picks to begin with. It was betting on the future failure of the Suns, either that they would blow it up and want to trade one of those stars to get their picks back, or that you could just rely on them being bad, and there you have their picks to either to do whatever you want with, to use them, to trade them to somebody else. Hey,
trade them back to them.
Again, trade them back to them. Trade them back to whoever wants to bet on their failure. Right. So, like, to me, this is what it has always been. It was the Rockets making a calculated move, and I thought the right calculation that, hey, that's not going to work out over there with the Suns, and we're going to be around to capitalize on it.
And the clock is ticking, man. I mean, the clock is ticking. I know it's relatively early still, but, I actually thought Bradley Beal handled that okay. He's like, I'm not going to question the coach, and I'll do this role. But you could kind of sense the underlying, sort of tension there. But I think, look, Kevin Durant is going to want out.
Yeah.
It's just going to happen, and Booker as well. So, I mean, I think it's working. What are they, the 12th seed right now? Something like 11 or 12?
They're under 500, I'm pretty sure, right? Like, they're not good. They're not good. And
they were sitting right around 500 last time I checked. I'll check the standings.
They're flirting with 500.
Yeah.
They're basically a 500 team. The Rockets obviously are, one of the better seeds, one of the top seeds in the
Rockets
Western Conference.
23-12. They're sitting at 2 right now. Phoenix Suns 16-18.
Yeah,
12th best record in the West.
Yeah, so I mean, they are a sinking ship.
Yeah.
So who's going to be the one to take advantage of whatever value is left there? Because there are good players. Devin Booker, excellent basketball player. Bradley Beal, a useful basketball player, and Kevin Durant.
Really?
I think he's a useful. I'm not interested in him for the Rockets, but I do think that is something that is going to be blown up, and somebody is going to be interested in at least in all of those players.
Well, the thing about Bradley Beal is, I think in a vacuum, useful basketball player, the contract is exorbitant, and then also wildly injured. Right, so availability matters, as we all know. I think that makes that tough.
A talented basketball player, then I'll give him that. Like a potentially useful basketball player, somebody that I could see a team that can either absorb the contract or just feels like they are a six-man away. It's going to be Bradley Beal's lot in life now.
$52 million six-man.
Yeah, but it's look,
it still comes down to, do the Rockets want this?
Want what exactly?
A trade.
I think that Devin Booker is the type of player where they go, okay, time to go.
Yeah, they have clearly been. I'm in a different space now, kind of as a fan of where I was when they first got these picks, where I was eager for Devin Booker. I was even considering the Kevin Durant thing at the time, and I know he's 137 years old, but I was still cool with that because he's Kevin Durant. He's an icon. I would have been at least open to it. Because of the way that they played this year, I'm kind of in a space of just being perfectly fine with rolling it out there the way that it is and letting it develop and letting it get better. But it is clear that they have eyes on something going on in Phoenix, whether it's Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, or using those picks to go get somebody else.
Well, I feel like Devin Booker fits the best because, one, the timeline's a little bit better, as you mentioned. Kevin Durant, older, not 137, 36 is the age, just to make sure. But
for sure.
Devin Booker, 28, right? Like, that is prime. And so there's still some runway that fits with some of the other runway that you have. But then there's an acknowledgement. There's an understanding that in this game, you need somebody at that high level that, one, you can roll the ball to, and that just is going to be that engine every night. And you still don't quite have that. So I think that appeal still exists there. Regardless, however, you talked about the idea of wanting to see this develop out, and we might be seeing the newest development. Unfortunately, Jabari Smith Jr. broke his hand, going to be out 4 to 8 weeks. Amen Thompson immediately in the starting lineup with something that people have clamored for, went over like gangbusters.
Yeah, man. Look, I am a fan of Jabari Smith. I would like for him to have been more productive over the time since he's been with the Rockets, but I love his makeup and everything that he is made of and stands for. So, like, I'm a fan of the guy. But Amen Thompson, I think, is just undeniable, and inserting him into the starting lineup is something that I feel like is something they should have considered or possibly already done by now, whether it have been for, I know at times Jalen Green's been the discussion. I know Jabari Smith has been the discussion, but it's somebody. Like somebody's got, that guy's got to play more, and you've got to continue to develop his game and feature him. And to me, this is something that they just flat out weren't going to do if not for having their hand forced.
I feel like this could be a Wally Pill.
Yeah.
For sure.
I absolutely think it is. And it is a good problem to have. Like, unfortunately for Jabari Smith to be Wally Pipp, but I think it will ultimately work out for the Rockets because they'll be playing the better and I think more essential player.
I think this is a classic case of what would your opponents want you to do?
Or not want you to do?
Yeah, no, want you to. They want you to keep Jabari Smith.
Okay.
Yeah, they want you to keep Jabari Smith there.
Either side of that
because
question.
if you're listening to some, and it's not just within the Rockets organization like Steven Adams raving about him. It's the league. It's like there are very few people that can do what he does.
Yeah, and then on the other side of that, I think Jabari fits perfectly as
backup center,
as a backup center, or for just a bench player, somebody that can come out, that can come in, knock down shots, get you some play some decent defense for you. And I think we were thinking he'd be a much better defender than he's turned out to be, but he's still solid. So I think that he fits perfectly in that role. And Amin is somebody that you should just want to have on the floor.
All right. At the risk of being the jerk in this situation, how much do you think that this kind of hurts Jabari Smith's role, right? Like the idea of Amen Thompson getting to get in there, but do you think that this makes Jabari Smith Jr. in some ways expendable? Because, I mean, look, you're trying to find the foundational pieces on this team. That's what this year has kind of been dedicated to. And if we're at a place, and I think they were absolutely right to be in this place of Amen Thompson being, hey, you're starting four, or depending on what happens, if we have to mix it up, you're definitely a starter. Tari Eason can be that energy, six man.
Yeah.
You get Cam Whitmore maybe more involved with the possibility of that. Like, can you possibly drop Jabari Smith not out of the rotation, but like, does he make him expendable to then use eventually once you make that trade or that move that it feels like they will do eventually?
I've thought that they were all expendable.
Whitmore,
except Şengün more than likely, and even him. There was a time where I thought that they were talking about trading him, and obviously they ended up paying him. But they're all expendable, I think. And I think that was the case for Jabari even before now. The one that seems to be the least expendable at this point feels like it's Amen Thompson.
No, sure.
Like that's the way that it feels right now, the way we sit.
All right. B. Scott, appreciate you, my man.
Always
getting in.
Fun, man. Glad to be back.
It's
feels
fun to
like
have you
home.
back. Look,
we missed you.
How dare you take vacation? Stop doing that.
Put a cot over here and just
Don't
relax while y'all do the rest of the show.
That's a little much.
Yeah,
it would be.
Okay, but I appreciate you regardless. Don't go out there eating boogers.
Why'd you bring that back?
You ain't gonna have me on tape. Hell no.
Wait, all he said was on tape.
This is a reference. I know y'all like. Hell no. They ain't got me on tape.
I just wanted to try and put out there that maybe you might be eating boogers. I'm trying to slander you a little bit. No, I'm just playing. Appreciate B. Scott hanging out with us in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get back into this wild card matchup. Lopez is looking at this and thinks we might be looking at this offensive line, defensive line matchup all wrong. We'll tell you how next.
Will it? KILT, KILT-FM HD2 Houston, Insider Access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Much appreciation again to our guy B. Scott for hanging out with us for the previous hour. You hear, man, we have a damn a ball in here. I was about to say some things I shouldn't say. And one thing I should say, though, Texans Ticket Tuesday.
It's happening.
We active, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Stick around. Just stick around. Some tickets to Wild Card weekend at NRG Stadium. Saturday, 3:30, because of course it is against the Chargers. If you want to be in there with some banging seats, listen to this right here. Also, if you want to just feel a little bit better, I don't know about better, but if you want to feel a little bit more informed about this, or at least let's talk through this, because Lopez, you're looking at this battle of the trenches, and there's a cliche, and I understand it's a cliche, but it's one that I like.
Yeah.
That goes, the game at its essence is about blocking and tackling, and that blocking happens in the trenches. We may be looking at this offensive line versus the defensive line, this matchup, wrong, you say?
First of all, a mini confession before confessions in the next segment.
Okay.
I went full Reggie Atatula.
You're welcome.
And I went into
that's actually not a good thing.
Success rate and EPA.
Don't ever go full Reggie Atatula.
I did. I felt dirty.
It's not enjoyable.
I felt dirty doing
Well, I never feel dirty. I'll tell you that. Don't never put that on me. I take plenty of showers.
Well,
brush
I do.
my teeth well.
I felt
deodorant.
Dirty emotionally.
That's fair. That is accurate. Yeah.
So like we're sitting here going, hey man, their two ends are going to be a problem.
Those ends being
Bosa,
Khalil Mack,
and Khalil Mack,
Nick Bosa, and you could take that interior as
Joey
well.
Bosa.
Did I say, dang it, I always hate when I do
too.
that. Joey.
I did too.
It's Joey because Nick played for the
one of the
Niners.
Bosa boys.
That's how I like saying it as well. I just turn every twin that I'm like, oh man, I'm not gonna remember. Like, oh man is easy. I'll remember, but I just be throwing the boys, right? Like there's the McCown boys because I never remember which one of them is which. You mentioned the Bosa boys.
The Harbaugh boys.
Got you in the chokehold too.
Yeah, they do have
the
me.
Watt boys.
But yeah, I mean, Sebastian Joseph Day also on that defensive line is pretty damn good.
Yeah, and by the way, little trivia now that he's joined the Chargers. Zeke Elliott and Joey Bosa roommates at Ohio State, so they're back together.
Is there any chance that they sign Ezekiel Elliott to not play running back? Like, is he going to do anything else? They were like, we need some linebacker depth. Ezekiel Elliott, get out here.
So we're saying Blake Fisher, Laramie Tunsil, Khalil Mack, Joey Bosa. That we got to watch that. Conversely, we're watching Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter versus their tackles who are really, really good.
Possibly Rashawn Slater, definitely Joe Alt.
Yeah.
I need to see if practice is going or it's going to be happening here soon.
But I think those could look. Both teams are going to have some pressure on the opposing quarterback, and that's a good thing. For both teams, that's a good thing. The Texans rank. This is where I looked at your numbers there, Reggie.
Not my numbers.
I thought you developed them. I thought you came up with
But if I developed them, I would not be sitting next to you right now. I'll tell you that.
Texans rank 31st in the NFL in success rate when pressured.
Correct.
Chargers?
Is anybody surprised by that number, by the way?
No. Chargers, 29th. So you would think, all right, that's where we need to be looking, right? Not so fast, my friend.
Yeah, Justin Herbert.
As Lee Corso might say.
Yeah, against the blitz, Justin Herbert, 16th in passer rating. Completion percentage is like a solid 65%, which is fine. Like he just kind of, when you actually get pressure on him, when you're able to blitz him, he's not nearly as good. Now the problem is at home. Like if he is there under no pressure, he has been one of the best quarterbacks. Quite literally, if you're going to use passer rating, if that is a metric that passes your fancy, under pressure, with no pressure, Lamar Jackson, Jared Goff, Justin Herbert. That is the order.
Yeah.
Right? Like he has been that damn good. And notice I said those three guys, Joe Burrow is next. And we see the way that Joe Burrow has played, especially when he hasn't had pressure.
Right.
That is the level of play that Justin Herbert has gotten. And again, the question is that no pressure versus pressure, are you able to execute that pressure? Now, this is a defensive line that you believe and that you know is very good. But that's also, again, offensive line and offensive.
And that's what the Chargers are saying, too.
Yeah.
The Chargers are saying. So you would think, okay, they're going to – it's not a non-factor.
Correct.
Because whichever side gets the pressure on the opposing quarterback, as those numbers indicate, are going to probably have some success.
Agreed.
But the Texans have an advantage on the defensive line that the Chargers, frankly, do not, and that is on the interior.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw what some of these guys, have done. We've seen, Fodakasi, just go down the list. Rio, as they like to say, Mario Edwards, some of these other guys on the interior. And this is going to be about, you talk about cliches, I mean, between the tackles, this is where it's going to be determined. And this is where the Texans have a distinct advantage, not just with Joe Mixon and the cutbacks and the zone blocking scheme, but when they are on defense, the Texans, that is, when they're on defense, I mean, it's widely known that the interior of the Chargers' offensive line is one of their weak spots.
That is correct. Yeah. If you'll allow me to quote some stats from anybody's favorite stat and grading website, Pro Football Focus, insert the requisite kind of disclaimers here. Sometimes they're subjective or is largely subjective. Take of that what you will. When it comes to the true pass set grade, just talking about these linemen and their capabilities of pass blocking and such. When it comes to the entirety of the grade across the offensive lines, the Texans rank 20th. Are you surprised?
I am not.
Okay. The Chargers rank 6th, but that is being bolstered very much by their tackles. Their tackles grades, because they break it down by position, tackle grades is 78. When it comes to their guards, 49.
Yeah.
And their center, 54. So, when it comes down to it, you can get pressure up the middle, or at least in theory, that is a place where they might be susceptible to pressure up the middle. So, hey, Tim Settle, this is going to be an opportunity for you to show
Tim Settle,
Rio, as
Fodakasi,
you mentioned.
Edwards, hell, Togiai had a game.
Yeah, are you I sold on the idea that Foley will play?
I am not. Well, by the way, they're practicing today.
They are.
They're practicing today. I know it's normally Tuesday and off day,
Tuesday is usually
they're playing
an off day,
Saturday.
Exactly.
So we will get you some updates on that. Which leads to my other question, and this might be something that you guffaw at. That's a word I haven't used in a while.
I still don't know what that actually I understand in theory. It's one of those words that I'm like, I've learned through context what it kind of is, but guffaw, I can't actually think of.
Figgy, when was the last time you guffawed?
Who? Yeah, I don't think you're supposed to be able to talk about that at work. I'm gonna take you to HR. Don't be asking him when he guffawed.
You're gonna ask me that in front of my wife?
How many times have you guffawed? Anyway, you might guffaw at this.
Is that akin to tubing?
Well, which one, Jeffrey?
Is there another tubing?
All right. You might guffaw at this.
Okay.
You might say this is crazy.
Yes.
But I think you have a distinct advantage on the interior, whether it's run defense or pass pressure. And that is, how would you feel, especially as well as Derek Barnett has played, about sliding old Will Anderson in there occasionally on the interior with Derek Barnett on one side and Daniil Hunter on the other?
On third down, sure.
Yeah, he's done it. He did it at Alabama all the time.
On third down, sure.
Yeah.
Giving yourself an opportunity. The issue with this Chargers team is they're usually very good on first, second down. And this is a good question that comes in. Two things popped in my head. Mm-hmm. Sometimes I'm not great at holding space for one or another. The text line is Danico Autry going to play? That is a good question that we'll get some answers to when we start seeing who's out there on the practice field and practice reports and everything, because that's another great option when you talk about sliding in. That's Danico Autry's whole thing. On third down, you slide in, be like a tackle, go get the quarterback. But this Chargers team, at least historically over the season, has been good at early downs.
Yeah.
Which is a clear departure from
what the Texans
do. But early downs, and they put themselves in manageable third down situations. And that serves to, mitigate some of the pressure that you can even get on a third down. If you're talking about 3rd and 2, that's a lot easier to handle, a lot easier to maybe.
But
get
again, you have an
out of
advantage on the interior.
Yeah, how much that advantage actually become fruitful if they're being able to get the ball out quickly or whatever, right? Get the ball out to like a Quentin Johnston out there on like a screen and allow him to, use his speed and his size on the perimeter or something, right? Just as a random example. But, those types of things, how much can you do that if you – so you're right. I think that advantage exists, but it's going to be also in part how much can you apply that advantage with the circumstances of the situation, which means obviously being good on first and second down.
I'm kind of thinking about that on the interior, whether it's third and short or whatever. I think you have an advantage. Third and passing situation, maybe slide somebody in there. Slide somebody in there and take advantage of their weakest spot. I really feel like the defensive line. We're looking at it kind of correctly because those ends are going to determine it on both sides. But the interior could be where the Texans have the best advantage. No question.
Yeah. Okay. And just to circle back, because someone said that there was an emergency broadcast system update. My point on third downs is, yes, there's that advantage, but the Chargers have been good at being on early downs. They've been pretty good on the early downs, giving themselves manageable third downs. And so how much does that advantage then show up if you are allowing them to be in third and manageable, third and short? And so, yeah, that's another place where you can make your advantage even more of an advantage by being better on early downs, which obviously goes without saying just in a general capacity, but specific to this team, I think it makes it more important.
And then you talk about sacks, whether it's from the interior or the ends or both. You pressure them up the middle and run them into Danielle Hunter or somebody on the end. Justin Herbert has been sacked nearly as much as C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud's been sacked the second most times in the NFL, been hit an awful lot. But Justin Herbert, the 7th most sacks. So Herbert's had a very, very good year, but he hadn't been without the pressure either.
Sure. Yeah, sure. So that'll be an interesting space to watch. One of the things, though, is and this is where it's tough using the full season. And last year for the Texans was a great example of this, right? If you use full season stats, you're accounting for various different ebbs and flows of a season. And for, some of those things that you're talking about are great points, but then you look at Justin Herbert over the last few weeks, and it shifted the mobility, the way that he's been able to use his legs as well. And it's not like he hasn't had that mobility, but he's really applied it a lot more in the last few weeks. And so that ability to run and escape becomes even more daunting for a defense that I think is more than capable of trying to handle that and make it tough on them. But that is another thing that then comes up when you talk about the idea of, hey, there's been a lot of sacks there. How does that look though when he is able to escape a little bit more?
Do we see Ezekiel Elliott
on the sideline? Sure, he'll be out there.
Well, that would be a story.
Just making him active.
Yeah, just making him active would be a story.
Well, I mean, you don't sign him and then not make him active, though,
Gus
right?
Edwards is hurt. I think we will. We'll find out a lot more with their practices. Starting this today.
Yeah, and that I'm not at all worried about what Ezekiel Elliott brings. The speed, the burst is absolutely not there. And so, but I guess another thing that I go to is so much of the Chargers' yards are before contact. They have a lot of yards that are created by their offensive line getting off the ball and going and creating space. So maybe that ends up being more viable than I'm giving it credit for, just on the idea that, hey, the offensive line will create some of these yards, and all you have to do is hit the spot that you're supposed to.
You got to see more of Derek Barnett, don't you?
At the expense
somewhere. Well, what I'm saying, that's one of the reasons I feel like you can slide somebody on the inside. Maybe it's Barnett, although he's a little smaller compared to what Will Anderson can offer.
I like what you're saying in theory. I just think at the expense of who? Right?
Nobody. Maybe a defensive tackle, that's not going to be necessarily a pass, demon, so to speak, a pass rushing demon. But
but then again, if you're sliding him inside on third down specifically,
it depends on
because if you're sliding him
distance,
you slide him in there on early downs, and now
no, not on third down, not on early downs.
Okay, yeah. See, and then I don't know, but I mean. I guess that's the beautiful thing about being able to ask that question is that this has been a defensive line group that you have so much benefit.
A lot of confidence.
Actually, this is a little bit of a tease forward to one of my confessions. I was looking, comparing this back to 2011 Texans, where that defensive line room really shallow.
Yeah.
This defensive line room incredibly deep.
Very deep.
I mean, it's evident that this is a strength of the team and that. They're gonna have to show up in a big way, but as you eloquently put, there's some places where they have an opportunity to really display.
You did not guffaw.
I did not. Who? Still not certain. Still not certain what that is. All right, ladies, it's miscom. It is indeed a Texans ticket Tuesday, wild card Saturday, 3:30. Texans, Chargers. You want to be there? You got to get on them phone lines, 713-572-4610. Caller number 10.
Look at them lighting up.
Right now.
Look at them lighting up.
We'll be in the building for the Texans.
Like a Christmas tree.
Hosting the Los Angeles Chargers. You want to be there? Call in now, 713-572-4610.
There's a lot of calls coming in.
I got hyped up. The music got me to that place.
Coming in.
I hope I did it. Can you rate that for me on the text line as well? On a 1 to 10.
I was in. I got inspired.
I was like, I might have gotten a little too loud.
No,
I think I started shouting.
Heck no.
All right, but yeah. best of luck to all you folks, and look forward to seeing the winners out there at the stadium, and you as well. You can go ahead and make your way out to the stadium, get yourself some tickets, support the Texans. Make sure that it ain't a neutral site game like BCI was talking about the possibility.
Be there early too.
Yes, yes. In fact, I want you to be able to hear the fireworks going off, letting people to get inside from inside.
From the inside.
You know what I mean? Like, that's the way it needs to be. So that as soon as the game starts, the early down play that the Chargers are usually good at is stifled because of all this noise. How about that?
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's about time to go in the loop for our lunchtime confessions. That'll happen next on Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, man, it can be real.
Later. Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got to tell you, I don't. My confession is, I don't think I would handle these seemingly cursory head coach interviews as well as some people. You know, the Rooney Rule, some of them seem to be pretty obvious that teams are just
trying to fulfill the obligation as opposed to actually engage with the potential candidate that they plan to.
Marvin Lewis, let's interview you, buddy.
The Patriots are interviewing Pep Hamilton today. Now, I get
Shout
it.
out to Pep, man.
You know, I get it. Part of me wants to say, hey, you have zero shot if you don't do the interview at all. But you might have a puncher's chance if you get in there and blow the doors off of it. And I've always held that belief.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you're whether it's a minority or not, if they're just doing it just for show, at least you got a puncher's chance to blow the doors off.
That's the whole idea of the rule is just, hey, put the opportunity in front of the deciding folks, and maybe, just maybe, they will see that, hey, there are people that are qualified outside of the scope of your purview, and hey, maybe you should hire this person. The problem is, a lot of time it's all about want to, and you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. I didn't realize that was going to fit so perfectly. Shout out to my brain. Hey, man, put that one up.
That's where I've been for years. Hey, you know, puncher's chance. Give me a look.
I think it's cool for like people like Pep Hamilton, not the color Pep Hamilton, but just like the position he's in. But if it's like a legit candidate, though, like I think it happened to what was I think it happened to Brian Flores, right? He was up for the job.
That's where I'm going.
That's what came up in the lawsuit.
He got the wrong text.
Yeah, because what was it? If you're not familiar,
Belichick texted the wrong.
Yeah, he was under the Belichick, Belichick tree. He had worked under Belichick in New England.
He meant to text Dable.
Him and both Brian Dable both interviewed for the
That's when
Giants
I have a problem with it, right?
But that's where I'm going. Like if it's year after year, like the old movie Casablanca, round up the usual suspects. Year after year, you know, Byron Leftwich, Pep Hamilton. Who'd you say? It's
I said Marvin Lewis.
Marvin Lewis. At some point, I think I would go, come on, man. I mean, you know.
I'm fine with them interviewing like the position coaches that could, you know, just kind of get that experience a little bit. But when it's like top notch,
that much experience,
when it's a top notch type of guy that could be a head coach for real, then it's like, man, you just playing in my face at this point, man. I just got a text pretty much saying, congratulations on the job, and I ain't even get the interview yet.
Yeah.
That's when I get upset.
No, and rightfully so. The problem is, like, this is the situation that you have, and I still generally stand by the rule. I understand that it is largely ineffective, but the reason why it's ineffective is, again, the people that heart and minds that you have to change are the team owners, and you can't change them. Like you don't have any real avenue to change who the team owners are.
Yeah.
And so you just have to hope that they come to their senses and have a level of, appreciation for the idea that they are artificially limiting their own player pools by having a narrow perspective, right? And so you just what you have is you just give them the opportunity, continue to force them to consider more diverse candidates in a bigger pool, and maybe hope that they see the possibilities that exist out there. But if they don't, like,
what are you gonna do?
And
I would be very frustrated. I might have reached a point if I were interviewed for a head coaching job 6-7 times in 5 different years, I'd be like,
and that's when it gets tough. But one of the things, one of the benefits that I will say is I've for some reason established myself as the Rooney Rule defender is that it does help build a profile. Like we're talking about it whenever somebody is requested for an interview, right? Those things, when you have those requests, it builds your profile and sometimes it makes other teams in just almost like a jealousy or what type of way look up and go, maybe we should consider that person.
Yeah, that's why you get a David Culley around, man.
All right, don't do that. Of all the things that you could use,
Lovey has been that
to try and make.
They thought that was a Rooney. They thought that was just a Rooney Rule. Nah, my man got ahead because he blew the doors off.
Of all the people to try and make the case with,
different circumstance.
David Culley is the one that you tried.
He blew the doors
Whose
off.
side are you on?
All right.
I don't understand who you trying to.
Hey, my man is a rich man now.
Yeah, he is.
And shout out to David Culley for that. Go ahead and play the dang thing.
These are my confessions.
All right. This is my confession. I went back yesterday, maybe in a fit of procrastination. Don't judge me. And I rewatched the highlights of the very first playoff game of the Texans versus Cincinnati.
Oh, really? That actually is not bad.
2011 playoffs.
That actually sounds fun.
You getting in the mood, I see.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
It is like drugs.
Yeah.
I was up there buzzing, buddy. I was like, all right, so there's a few things. You remember Aaron Foster's first touchdown?
Mm-hmm.
Hit you with the dream shake, put the ball over the crossbar, gave you the bow, the namaste bow. I am in here. I was immediately on a different level. Then you had the J.J. Watt pick 6, of course.
Come on.
Which,
loudest I've ever heard it since the Cowboys game, day one.
Man, and then I had completely forgotten that Arian had gotten that bullhead cut into the side of his head. That was fun. And then also a weird thing that's not on the drugs level of this, which was just the helmets. The helmets are very different. And I guess just like the padding in general, everything was kind of different. And then one of the things that I also appreciated, just how little wasted movement Arian Foster runs with. Like Arian Foster was just
beautiful to watch.
Oh,
yeah.
It's like drugs. I need that feeling again. Yeah. Like I need it. I don't know what the Texans gonna have to do.
I'm not gonna do it, but
do it.
It would be fun.
No, do it. Like on YouTube, there is a condensed version that takes about like 15 minutes.
Oh, okay.
It's worth it.
Okay.
I do it. I feel better for it.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that for damn sure.
These are my confessions.
So I want to give a shout out to my guy Eric Eats. If you're not familiar with him, you should be following him because he posts all the good food spots in Houston. I think the name on his social media is Eric Eats HTX. So some good food porn type stuff where you be like, ooh, that look good. But he always have this hot take about a staple in Houston, man. Timmy Chan's. A lot of people like Timmy Chan's.
Don't do this to me.
Probably like once a year he throw out a tweet out there that said Timmy Chan's is ass. I don't know why y'all keep hyping this up. And he just get everybody going, man. He in there fighting for his life. But I got to confess, kind of see where he coming from.
Don't do this.
I don't look, me personally, I don't think it's ass. I think the food is good. Like I think it's good. It might be some better wing spots out there, but I think it's good. I think you got to understand how important Timmy Chan's is because it's cheap. It's not like high price food. So I think a lot of people with a lower budget, they kind of live off of Timmy Chan's. Like when it's something to eat and we don't have that budget, they go to Timmy Chan's and it's really good. I feel like
price point matter, man.
I feel like, to me, I wouldn't sit there and put Timmy Chan's against some of the best chicken wings in the world or nothing like that. But I think for the price and, depending on how you living, I think it's pretty good, man. I think there's nothing wrong with it.
I don't know. Would it qualify as a hood spot? Like, I'm not sure if we're quite in that space. And yes,
100%.
Yes, 346. Figgy was really bordering on the idea about to get jumped. He was right in that. No. Which is crazy because Figgy, you might be the most beloved Houstonian on this show as a person who is
not from Houston.
Which
is funny.
You have embraced the city and the city embraces you back. And I thought you were about to lose that card in an instant.
No. I don't think it's ass at all. I think it's good. I would go there after the show.
We going?
There's one right here, right? Isn't there one close?
Ain't no way.
It's one over by NRG.
I was like, ain't no way. Because that's another thing is that sometimes certain spots in certain areas let you know what time it is. One of those, Church's Chicken. I know exactly where I'm at when I see a Church's Chicken. Church's Chicken hold down certain communities less privileged. As Figgy was talking about, there's certain places that, hey man, bang for your buck, you got that. Church's Chicken is one of those. But when I see a church, exactly where I'm at.
Yeah, but I think Timmy Chan's. I think it depends where you at in life because it's a lot of people that probably grew up and is pretty wealthy that don't really go back to Timmy Chan's as much, maybe once in a while. But when you in that struggle, I've been in that struggle before, man, where you had to live off of stuff like that.
Sure. It's been a long time since I've been there, but there's one.
There's one by NRG Stadium. There's one over off of MLK, I want to say.
I haven't been to Timmy Chan. You about to make me go get Timmy Chan.
Yeah, man.
I haven't even figured out what I'm doing for dinner yet. That might really be it.
It's good, but I kind of see where you're coming from. Like, you don't put it against the elite chicken wings.
Sure.
But nah, don't sleep on Timmy
you don't
Chance,
have. You don't
man.
look. You trying.
Timmy Chance saved some people's lives.
That
man.
is that is not a joke. You are trying very hard to stand up for old boy, and I appreciate that. You don't have to do that. Let him drown in that tape.
These are my confessions.
I think Jerry Jones is going to win an Emmy before he wins a Lombardi. I'm not kidding. I saw this trending yesterday. It really started trending during our show, so I didn't have a chance to listen to it until after the show. This dude is an actor.
Now, I'm not saying I've done anything right, but I made my mind up a long time ago I was going to work with my kids. And they're involved in everything. They're involved in my leasing, oil and gas,
crying.
real estate.
He gets real
And so when
tears
I
in
got
his
to
eyes.
Cowboys, I got it all together. I thought I was doing it for them.
He's crying.
But the one that got the most out of it was me. I just know it's not going to be this time, but you're going to be sitting here sometime in the future, laying here sometime in the future. You got a chance to do something about that. I hope you will. And I'll tell you, young man, you're no spring chicken. And you ought to listen to Little Liz yourself.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm a few eggs short of a spring chicken, that's for sure.
Dude.
Think a lot of both of you guys.
Feel it's mutual. Thank you, Jerry.
Okay. Don't make me get my rubber glove out.
Okay. So,
Oh, wow.
yeah, it's a little explanation of the scene. It's a show called Landman.
It's really trending high right now. I haven't seen it yet.
I haven't either. I honestly did not know about it, and that's, I'll take whatever slander you deserve or you deem deserving in that moment. Kind of, I guess, a show about oil prospecting, which makes sense as to why Jerry Jones gets in here as a cameo. He was acting in that scene with John Hamm, who was in a hospital bed.
That's where I was going.
And Billy Bob Thornton.
Can you imagine? Okay, we got a scene for you, Jerry. Who am I going to do it with? Billy Bob Thornton and John Hamm? I'm out. I mean,
that is not the Jerry Jones I know. Jerry Jones loved me.
No, I'm saying me personally, I'd be like, you want me to try to act with those two dudes?
Man, I would try to out-act them so bad, man.
Yeah, and you would fail. You would fail.
And I took some acting classes. I might have a little something.
Dude, he killed it.
Yeah, Jerry Jones was very good in that. Also, Jerry Jones can be a little bit of a stammerer at times, especially as he has gotten up there in age. That was a clean delivery, the emotion very well. Yeah. And I was like, if you are a Cowboys fan, is this the path to success? Can you convince Jerry, hey, brother,
get into acting?
Yeah, man, what you doing over here talking about football? You need to act. We need you on the big screen, sir.
I guarantee you, he was like, no, this football is very important. They need me. I gotta.
Yeah. Nah, you got to gas them up. You know how you do that. Sometimes
hey, leave this football stuff alone.
When you're trying to steer someone in the right direction, you kind of put a battery in their back. Cowboys fans need to be doing that. Now, of course, I was talking to a homeboy of mine yesterday, and he was like, so you want Stephen Jones up there? And I was like, I mean, we've seen teams win cheap. We haven't seen teams win crazy. And so go ahead and take that crazy and tell Jerry Jones, hey, go put that on a TV screen somewhere.
I got to
tell
you, though, man,
acting.
He
was good.
I saw that and I went, wow.
He was good.
Literally, I said, wow. Because you're always grading athletes and these types of people on a curve when you say, oh, Peyton Manning's a really good actor. Well, that's on a curve.
Now, Peyton Manning's got a lot of character.
That's why he came to mind. He's one of the highest. He's one of the best. But it's still on a curve. Jerry Jones was like, damn.
It makes sense.
You stole the scene from Billy Bob Thornton?
That man is a highly charismatic. He's been a salesman for all his life. Yeah. Somebody said he's been acting like a GM for years. Good joke.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, he's been on TV. Like, he does commercials and stuff all the damn time. Like, it's not like he ain't new to doing this. But, just go do that, Jerry.
Get an Emmy before Lombardi.
I mean, it feels like it'd be easier to go. Just get him on a prestige show. Boom, there you go. Yeah. All right, those are the confessions for this Tuesday in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. I appreciate everybody shouting out the hood delicacy, the hood spot that is Timmy Chan's, and we might really have to go after.
Yeah, no,
you think joking? I'm being real talk. We about to go to Timmy Chan's after this?
Yeah.
All right, we'll fix it.
It won't hurt your pockets either.
Not at all, brother. Which I got to be careful about sometimes. All right, you're in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, you thought because there's no football immediately that we're not going to get you some college football on a Tuesday? You're damn wrong. Let's do some college football on a Tuesday next.
The Texans.
for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop as Big Voice Man. Mr. Big Voice on that is John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig hanging out with you on this Tuesday. I almost said Thursday, like we was way earlier or way deeper into the week. Man, a lot of Timmy Chan's conversation.
Man, there is.
There are a few people, like someone from the 832 said, coming from an H-Town native, Timmy Chan is complete ass. But for the most part, people been saluting. Especially there's been a lot of reminiscing about the late 90s when it was like $3.24 for 6 wings, rice, and a roll. Yeah.
That sounds unreal, man.
$3 for a meal.
Not that long ago either.
Yeah, what are you at, Costco or something?
Yeah.
Like that's the only place where you could do that now.
Man, wings is like $5 each now.
Yeah.
I know.
Wings are so expensive now, man.
You seen eggs?
I have not. I've cut eggs out of my diet.
Seriously?
They don't fit in the budget. No, I'm messing around. It's a joke. But I appreciate you thinking that I
did for a second.
In such a way. Maybe I should go and act and get a Grammy or an Emmy or something like that. A Grammy is stupid.
Emmy.
Yeah. That's why I fixed myself. You know what? We just gonna talk about college football. So I stopped falling down these verbal stairs. College football on a Tuesday. Look, we've gotten a lot of the stuff out of the way. Where all that's left is college football playoffs. Again, salute by the way to the FCS. Sorry, I was about to say FCS Division II.
Yeah,
no, it's FCS. It's
North
FCS.
Dakota State.
Yeah, North Dakota State getting their 10th victory, national championship game victory. They played up in the DFW area where I think their soccer team plays up there
in Frisco.
In Frisco, that's right. And they got a victory over Montana. Montana, the number 1 seed. Man, why is it that FCS is dominated by those states? South Dakota, Montana. Those are the ones that do it big up there. But yeah, North Dakota State, probably like their 4th or 5th different coach
something
to get
like
this done.
That. 4th in like 5 years or something like that, 6 years. Clinched the game with a punt, which I found interesting. They iced the game with a punt.
You know, sometimes you got to just ice a game with a punt.
But man, we're playing playoff football day after tomorrow.
Yes.
They start on Thursday with Penn State and Notre Dame. But the national championship game is Friday night, right? Ohio State, Texas. I bet on Notre Dame. Go Irish.
So you thinking whoever win between those two is
I think Notre Dame has a puncher's chance, and that's why I bet them at plus 1,100. By the way,
entertainment purpose dollars only.
Yeah, that would be a sweet win.
I don't even know if there's like liability there, but I just want to be careful.
I think Notre Dame has a chance. Penn State, I think, will ultimately trip over itself. Probably
that's what they do.
Probably Thursday night.
Although shout out to that Thursday night game, solidifying the fact that for the first time we will absolutely have a black head coach in the national championship game.
But what I am saying is Ohio State right now. Go ahead, Figgy. Okay, they're destroying fools. Like they are destroying.
Chip Kelly, they didn't hit a red button or something.
They did something
because this don't look like the same team I've been watching all regular season.
Their 2 playoff wins are averaging 23-point margin of victory, just killing people. Those 2 receivers, where have they been all year?
Emeka Egbuka
and Smith.
Yeah, and
Jeremiah Smith been around all season.
Yes, he
been around.
How old is he?
What, 18?
Yeah. There it is. There's nothing more that people love in sports than being able to talk about a dude who's really young. Like, do you remember how long it felt like we were hearing about Jason Tatum being 19 years old?
Yeah.
And in that same way.
Juan Soto?
Yes, Juan Soto, exactly. But Jeremiah Smith delivers. He is so good. Like, he looks like if we decided that we were going to, hey, NFL, we would like to amend the eligibility for the NFL draft year by year. Mm-hmm. There are a few guys that you go, yeah, we probably – Derek Stingley, one of those guys that he probably after his rookie year or his freshman season at LSU, he could have went pro. Mm-hmm. Adrian Peterson, clearly, that man was a different specimen. And Jeremiah Smith, I bet if we really could be like, hey, can we just let him go now?
Yeah.
There'd be NFL teams like, yeah, we'll do that.
What's wild is we had Marvin Harrison Jr. and had the same conversation. Mm-hmm. Be like, man, he ain't gonna have nobody else like that. Whoop, Jeremiah Smith.
Yeah, exactly.
There he is.
He might be better than him.
Word.
One of the major networks did a spiel on that they thought he could be a top 5 pick right now. But regardless, what I am saying is,
shout out to Brian Hartline.
I'll still be pulling for Notre Dame no matter who wins Friday night, simply for financial purposes. But I think this game Friday night is going to vault that team. Like if Texas can somehow beat Ohio State, and they have the weapons, they just they haven't been playing as well. They've been kind of going in a different direction, even though they're winning, especially when they get an early lead and can't protect it. Then they'll have the juice to go ahead and finish the job. Same thing. I almost said momentum. Same thing with Ohio State.
I just want you to stop and think about it. That's all.
Ohio State right now is on such a roll. They get by a really, really good Texas team. It's going to be hard to stop them.
Yeah, I think your premise fits with Ohio State. I'm not certain on the Texas portion of this. It just feels like, and I'm sorry to be a broken record, it still feels like the limiting factor of Quinn Ewers with that offense makes it so that they do things that makes them beatable while also having a very good defense and everything. But Ohio State just they're the best team in the nation this year, and I've come to that understanding over the last maybe 3-4 weeks, or
minus the Michigan game.
Yeah, we all know that's just different parameters. Like those particular rivalry games in general, but those ones in particular, those big ones, just kind of work different. But yeah, man, like this has just felt like a wildly different team comparatively to the rest of the nation.
I don't know, like after that Michigan game, I don't know what type of meeting they had, but they're like, you know what? Let's hit this red button. We gotta let's change this whole offense because it looked totally different.
It's completely different. Defense is playing well. The thing for Texas, if you're a Longhorns fan, you got to have another one of your patented early good starts.
100%.
Because if Ohio State has a quick start, it's over.
Yeah, if Texas don't have a good start, that's probably
By the way, one of the things that really is tough, Ohio State, one of the best, if not the best, red zone team in the nation defensively. Texas in the red zone. Not really a good look. So, yeah, that's another reason why, I mean, just all the way throughout the game, but particularly if you're in this place where you're like, hey, we got to come from behind. And that team can sit on these deep balls, these fade routes that it seems like Sark is only trusting Quinn Ewers with.
No.
That'll be real nasty. What are the chances, as I talked about Quinn Ewers? What would set the percent chance that we see any level of Arch Manning in a Sark in a national championship type way, right? Putting in Tua Tagovailoa. Like, is there any chance that we get that type of switch in this game?
I think in small doses, right? Kind of like they did against A&M. Use him.
Oh, you think that dips is the way to go? I feel like he would just have to be like, "Hey, this is the time we make that switch."
No. He's not going to do that. Ewers, for all the shortcomings that we talk about in red zone and stuff, and maybe make have a bad second half. He's been really good. I think you might see some small doses of Arch Manning. But let me ask you this: you're a Kansas State guy,
correct?
You're familiar with the name Will Howard.
I'm very familiar with Will Howard,
Ohio State quarterback. 0-4 against Texas, but he's faced them 4 times.
Correct.
Does that matter?
I mean, for him it does.
He damn near beat him twice.
Yeah, for him it does. He said that he is relishing the opportunity to get that one last notch when it came to the Big 12. Texas was the only team in the Big 12 that he was not able to get a victory over. While at Kansas State Wildcat. I don't think it actually matters in the course of this game because, as you know, I'm not on that wins as a quarterback stat type thing.
Yeah.
Like that's a full team construct. And let me tell you, if you can't just tell by the names Ohio State versus Kansas State, I will give you a little bit of insight here. The team that is built around Will Howard at Ohio State, so much better.
Yeah, they can match up. They can match up with athletes with Texas.
Not only can they match up, they can be better.
Yeah,
they can go and they could go and maul them in some way.
At K-State, I think he lost to those Texas teams by 2 and 3 points in his last 2 efforts, something like that. It was either a 2-point loss and a 3-point loss that came down to the very end last year. Remember? I think this is the biggest test by far Texas is going to have, and they cannot have a slow start because I think it'll be over.
Yeah, I think this is a 2-score win for Ohio State. That's the way I'm viewing it. And it's just a level of skepticism that Texas can be consistent offensively with the way that they're going about it, especially understanding that this is a really good defense that they're facing off against.
What about Penn State and Notre Dame? Penn State, Abdul Carter, Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year, may not play. He had some chest injury or something against Boise, and they said he's been out at practice but hasn't been practicing. Kind of a big loss right there if he can't go. I think he's going to try to go.
Sure. I mean, that these are the types of games that you try and push yourself to the brink for. And just to go back real quick, somebody said, get all this Ohio State love out of here. Nobody in Texas gives a freak about Ohio State. All right, Figgy.
There's one guy right there.
I think there's good reason to look around at Texas and be like, hey, they're susceptible. And also, Bond has not looked nearly as good as you typically want him to look, even though, obviously he's helpful to what you do. And obviously you can talk about Matthew Gold and those things. But yeah, coming back to this Penn State game with Notre Dame, I don't really know where to go here, and I think I keep defaulting on this thing that is not like analytically based. It's not statistically based. It's not even really logic based. It's just that Penn State gonna find a way, and I don't mean that in no good way. I mean I say that in a derogatory manner. Penn State gonna find a way. It feels like that is James Franklin's lot in life, is to find a way to the quote unquote big game, and this feels like that one.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is a 2-score game for the Irish. Their secondary is pretty damn good, like maybe the best in the country, and they're damn good in the trenches. I mean, that's a tough – talk about matchups. That's a tough matchup for the Penn State offense.
This will be a real test of that. Like that Penn State running the ball is pretty well. Like I'm not really sold on Drew Aller as guy who throws the ball consistently. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they're able to run the ball in the way that it felt like Penn State was able to do now, admittedly against a Boise State team that they're going to outmatch physically. So I'm a little bit less certain about that game, but I'm interested in that one probably more than Ohio State Texas. Although I will absolutely be
Thursday
watching on
night.
Friday.
Come on now.
Yeah, Thursday night football, being a little bit of college football. Love it. Shout out to all the Texas fans. We got a Hook 'em Horns on here. How would you feel if I just found out we done just enough to get into the playoff and have been sandbagging all year only to mow down all the opponents and win the Super Bowl? About the Texans?
Oh, talk about the Texans.
Oh, boy, you did a great job of sandbagging if that was the case. Also, why? To what end? I ask.
The 832 says, I'm rooting for Lopez's nightmare, Texas versus Notre Dame. No, I'm not a fan of either of those squads, but
I feel like you would be rooting for that, right? That's best case for your money, ain't it?
I would be. I was going to say, go Irish. Go Irish. You heard me, Sean?
Yeah, that'd be best case for your money. And somebody said, damn, Reggie, you've been sitting next to the Aggie too long. You know what? That might be the case. I might need to go. I'm going to go. Apparently I'm on a rewatch streak, and I was thinking maybe I should just rewatch Texans playoff games as we lead up to this game. But I might add in that Rose Bowl 05 just to get back that Texas feel. Maybe that's what I need to do.
How would y'all feel as a Big Ten championship? Like this national championship was Big Ten based.
I mean, it would be a rematch of a pretty dang good game too. Yeah, it wouldn't bother me.
I wouldn't feel
Texas and Notre Dame wouldn't bother me. I'm just
SEC. Get the hell out of here.
I'm here for the fun.
Big Ten here.
I'm here for the fun and the money.
Yeah, I wouldn't. And somebody said the same Ohio State that lost to Michigan. Yes, the same Ohio State because again, that game is just kind of different.
I like this one. Texas beat. OSU beat Oregon, who didn't play in a month and really wasn't that good. They were undefeated. They were undefeated.
And this is one of the things that I love and hate about college football, man. We just don't have these discussions. It just turns into a forum no matter where you are, and I love it. But
and it's Michigan's fault because if they ain't beat Ohio State probably wouldn't have played Oregon, right?
Is that right?
Yeah, I mean they would have been.
They would have been the higher seed.
Oh yeah. Okay.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's come back around to those Texans. And if you were to see a Texas team stop sandbagging and ultimately go and win a Super Bowl, as that texter said, I feel like your offense would actually have to be clicking, and you'd have to have a level of confidence, I imagine, in Bobby Slowick. I mentioned yesterday the possible Bobby Slowick distrust, and there was a text that just didn't understand it. So I kind of want to take an informal poll. 713-572-4610. What's your Bobby Slowick's confidence meter headed into this wild card game? We'll discuss it next.
Will it 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, gearing up for the weekend. Saturday at 3:30 is when the Texans play the Los Angeles Chargers. Get honestly the entirety of the playoffs going, as they often do,
as they always have done.
That's right. Whenever they're in the playoffs, because NRG Stadium will be rocking. Of course, shout out to the winners who got those Texans tickets on this Texans Ticket Tuesday. There's still one more opportunity that'll happen during the drive, so keep it locked here on Sports Radio 610. But what's going to be really important in this game is, if that offense is clicking, right? If C.J. Stroud looks more like himself, if you're able to run the football, all of those things hinge in some ways, or maybe in just a large way, on the offensive coordinator, Bobby Slowick, getting these things to go right, execute it, making sure the execution is right, all those types of things.
Mm-hmm.
But generally, I think yesterday, I don't remember exactly what we were even talking about. at one point where I was, I kind of mentioned the idea that there's, possible distrust of Bobby Slowick. And there was at least one texter who just texted in and was just like, I don't understand that distrust. And so I kind of wanted to do an informal poll on the text line on what Bobby Slowick's confidence meter is ahead of this game. And so if you don't mind, Lopez, I'd like to kind of start with you, where you stand going into this.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you what my confidence meter, where it ranks. But a texter put it pretty good. He said, my meter is broken. The meter is broken. And that's actually, there's a lot to that. Like, you don't know what to think. I mean, he was good last year. Same quarterback. Probably an offensive line that as much as C.J. Stroud has been running for his life, was even worse. I would, you could argue.
I was like, I think they delivered better. They played better while, having similar players.
Yeah. So maybe it's broken. My confidence meter, like, if we're going 1 to 10, man, it's like at about 6.
That's not as low as it can absolutely go, but obviously,
but it ain't great.
Not the inspired level that you would hope going into the postseason. What gets you to that place? Like, what are the things specifically, if you don't mind?
I think my biggest issue with Bobby Slowick is crucial situations, kind of going into his bag for no apparent reason, and first down and second down. Gaining yardage, being able to manipulate some sort of blocking scheme to be able to run the ball and get 4, 5, 6 yards on first or second down. That has never gone away. Joe Mixon has had some big days and some big runs, but consistently they cannot get in good, manageable third down situations. I'm sorry. You can talk about the offensive line. You can talk about other play calling. But if you consistently fall short on first and second down, that's on the offensive coordinator. You have to figure it out. You have to figure whether it's shorter passes, not screens, by the way, but shorter passes, mixing up the blocking scheme, changing personnel, which I know they've done some. That's on the offensive coordinator. Like being able to shorten the sticks is on you, no matter what hand you're dealt, and that's my biggest issue. First and second down.
I think that's fair, and notoriously, like, he has built up a reputation of being the guy who is lighting early downs on fire, particularly first down, right? Mm-hmm. Just with runs that are not beneficial. And I think that there's still obviously place to speak to the idea of, hey, going out there and executing to a high level what is being asked of you. Like, I understand that. However, as you're right. You got to see if you could find the ways to, either get that execution to be there or, use what you have execution-wise to find something that works. And it just feels like it had, again, the consistency is the word that keeps coming to mind here, that you haven't found any level of consistency in doing that. And I think we've seen a lot of cycling, but my confidence level is pretty low myself, because cycling is fine, but actually finding answers is the name of the game. And going back and watching, I guess, that first drive at the very least, it was good seeing the offensive line be about, maintaining blocks, right, sustaining blocks, as D'Amico Ryans put it. But it's not like they were creating a ton of push there, and I understand you got some big bodies in the middle for the Tennessee Titans team, and so maybe that looks a little bit different in this one. However, there was still a lot of plays where you have someone screaming off the edge because of the way that you have, like on one given play, you had Blake Fisher off the right end. It's a play that's going to the left. I think basically, it's not power, but off tackle to the left, or outside zone to the left, basically. And on the right side of things, you have Mechie pulled in kind of tight, which a lot of those tight formations continue to stack those blocks. That's still there, which is a frustration at times. And the situation was Mechie's supposed to pick up the linebacker, and who is Luke Gifford, oddly enough, a name that I'm familiar with. But not the fastest dude, just kind of replacement level linebacker. And so you have Blake Fisher out here getting the end, who is wide in this wide 9 on the weak side of the play. And then you have Mechie, who has to try and work inside to a linebacker who's triggering into that space, and mind you, not quickly. And he doesn't really get the block there. And Luke Gifford isn't like really a part of the play. He kind of gets a hand on Mixon as he's going by. But I'm like, if that's a better linebacker who triggers in the right time, that's a play that gets blown up. And there was a couple of those on that drive that I was looking at. I was like, hey, these are some instances, and I do wonder how much of this is just like the way that the play is designed to where even if you execute it as well as possible, you might be asking too much. And that's one of the things that we see sometimes in those screenplays where you're like, hey, Laremy Tunsil's supposed to get out in space and go be the lead blocker here, and it just doesn't feel like you can get those. And I ask myself how many times are you not necessarily setting your success feels like it's the name of the game.
That's exactly the name of the game. And then the other thing that really has, kind of turned me on Bobby Slowik is we're kind of past the discussion, but they're not doing very much in second halves of games. Remember that, was it 6 games, 5 games, whatever it was, where they never scored in the second half, something like that? Like that's the offensive coordinator. That's adjustments. That's being able to work on the fly, adjust during the game, not just at halftime. You guys know I've always thought that's a little bit overrated, the old halftime adjustments, but not making the adjustments in the second halves of games, not getting the points on the board, touchdowns, that is, in the second halves of game. He's I'll put it this way. If things don't go well for the Texans and their offense is in much the same form, I don't know if he hangs around. I don't know if he keeps his job.
Yeah, and that's kind of an interesting thought within it, like in and of itself, because we've seen various different organizations have to make some of those types of decisions, whether they continue going with a young, talented coordinator or whatever, or if they are willing to make changes. That's going to be a real big question to ask, and I think as of right now, I'm not sold that he's actually going that decision will be made for you. In the way that I think some fans are hoping, like when you see the Jets thing come up, that feels like that's a wide net being cast, and we haven't seen yet, although anybody else asked for request interviews from Bobby Slowik. So it feels like that's going to be a decision that DeMeco Ryans is going to have to make. And it feels like right now, and it feels like the decision needs to get something else, because, I mean, even first year Bobby Slowik, there was still, it was hey, there's promise here, and let's see where it goes to. And we haven't seen that development continue, even and you're going to hate this. What is it, irrespective?
Oh, yeah.
You hate that word, don't you?
No, I hate irregardless.
Irregardless. Okay. So irrespective of the fact that you have not
irrespective is actually a word.
Thank you.
Irregardless
Excellent.
is not.
All right. Very good. I mean, it is a word because that's how words happen.
It is what it is.
People use them enough, and then they become words that are commonly understood. But irregardless of the fact that you have not had, see what I did there? You've not had a ton of incredible execution of what's been put on.
And the other thing that is really sort of impacting the confidence level you have in Bobby Slowik is you have C.J. Stroud. Like, it's one thing if Davis Mills were still the quarterback, you could go, well, some of the plays are there. He's not as mobile as we would hope, and he's getting hit a lot more, et cetera. But no, that's C.J. Stroud back there, and you know what he's capable of doing. And so, to me, that's as big a factor as anything with Bobby Slowik.
At the risk of throwing this entirely off, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be good. I'm going to stay on the rails, and we'll go off the rails.
Well,
after
now you
this.
got to say it.
No, I don't. I'll come back to it, I promise. I've written it down. But this was DeMeco Ryans yesterday talking to the media. You heard it live here. This is what he said about there was a question asked to him about where he's seen Bobby Slowik grow as a coach.
Yeah, I don't know if any season is smooth, right? You have a lot of ups and downs, even, when you're winning, kind of those things under the rug, but there are ups and downs as coaches, and as coaches you have to grow and evolve. You have to do things different, and sometimes you set out to do, or you have a mindset of doing things one particular way, and you always have to kind of tweak those things and do what's best for the guys that you have and what they're capable of doing. So I see where I think Bobby has definitely grown in that area of being able to adjust and put our guys in position where they can be successful.
Has he grown? Has he?
And that feels like excuse feels like too harsh of a way of putting it.
Well, he's protecting his guy.
I mean, yes,
Yeah.
which we know he is want to do, but that feels like a kind of a justification of, hey, this doesn't look good because of the issues that are around.
Sure.
Which one seems like it's going to be Bobby Slowik, a return of Bobby Slowik, but two, I mean, if these are the adjustments, like how strongly does he believe that the issues have been, and two, like, are we not in a league and in a sport where there are always going to be issues and you need to find answers to?
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. The adjustments, being able to adjust with your personnel from year to year, which is one of the other things that would kind of turn you on Bobby Slowik last year to this year. But also, this is a team that you've got to make some big changes in the offseason. Is it easier to change Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard and Kenyon Green and maybe some receivers or Bobby Slowick? You know?
And that's an after the season type thing. But going into this game, one of the things that is frustrating because when it comes as far as coordinators go, Jesse Minter has done a great job of just kind of putting his guys in the best place to succeed with. I mean, he's got some talented players, but that is not a roster that screams to you like, oh, this is an incredible defense. But he puts those guys in the right place defensively, and you compare that to against Bobby Slowick. Like it feels like even just situationally, there are missteps more often than there should be, and I think that's one of the things that gives me a little bit of pause in this game and does not allow me to be as confident as I would like to be. Now, there's various people on the text line throwing it like, hey, why have we done any running back screens? It feels like that is an underutilized space. And I tend to agree, right? The idea of having some of these wide receivers having to be in critical blocks more often. Like those are all things and questions that come up with Bobby Slowick that make me a little bit skeptical of what he brings to the table in this particular matchup.
No, I think skeptical is the right word. I think the confidence meter with Bobby Slowick. Now, here's the other part. We did get that one, and this is why I started Monday's show with, are we good? One drive. But it was one crisp drive. It was against the Titans, and it wasn't. It was 6 for 6, and it was moving the ball.
Yeah.
And flipping that switch. So maybe he did change some things, and we'll see more of it on Saturday.
Yeah, it remains to be seen. I will now return back to the chicanery that someone pointed out on the text line, and I'll allow you guys to be the judges here. Was I wild and was I out of this? Apparently, on a text line from the 832, they said, Reggie, that's wild, you tweaking, pause. And I didn't remember what I said, and they said that I said, sit on the deep ball, and I'm guessing I was talking about. Is that really? I feel like that is like very common sports parlance, and I know sports parlance will get you into some weird places.
Yeah.
That one doesn't feel like that's that egregious, is it? For real?
Figgy thinks I don't think it's that bad.
Sit on the deep ball is wild. When you think about it, that's kind of wild.
Word.
That's kind of wild.
I'm gonna have to side with you on this.
Honestly, it's a lot of football terms that y'all be saying that's kind of wild, but I just let it go because it's football.
Okay.
And we grown men.
How am I supposed to get around that?
Yeah.
What's the creative way? Like just like sit and
That's
wait.
what I'm saying. I'm kind of on your side.
Like, does sit on the deep shot work any better? Because I feel like it don't. Right? Like
it doesn't.
You know what I mean? Where am I supposed to go here?
I think the thing you got to do is just say pause at the end of it.
I'm not doing that. I refuse. I'm sorry. I'm not doing that.
Sit on the deep ball, pause, and then just keep going with your statement.
Figgy does that.
That's wild. Yeah. I just we'll see, man. Like again, I just end up in a wait and see mode with Bobby Slowick time and time again. And like again, there's opportunity here, but it's going to be a particular challenge. Not saying that the Chargers are like just the best team in the world, but you're going to need one thing they do is they maximize what they do.
Yes,
right, and
yes, they do.
That's been the thing that I've been clamoring for this Texas team all year long, and it feels like you haven't gotten that this season. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said, "Where did Eric Bieniemy go?" Eric Bieniemy college right now. He took his talents to coordinating in college, but I don't. Man, he feels like he just missed the window. Or I guess missed a window. It's hard to miss a window that was never.
Well, he
open.
did miss it.
That was never open to you,
exactly,
right? It was never really open to him.
Yeah.
But yeah, after he had gone to Washington. But look, I'm wasting time because it's about that time we're supposed to hand it over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape.
Yeah, man. So I got the hottest song of 2025. It could have helped the NBA ratings.
Oh wow!
I want to see something real quick. Plus, a legendary R&B artist out here gang banging.
What? All right.
Or one more.
Oh, triple T's.
Chick-fil-A did something right under our noses, and people are pissed about it.
Okay, I really want to hear about all these things. You should also want to hear about them next.
Texan.
Sports Radio 610.
The aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. And the hottest song of 2025. I didn't think it was going to come this
early,
quick,
man.
It's super early, man. Are you guys familiar with LiAngelo Ball?
I am.
One of the Ball brothers.
Yes.
The one that quite didn't make it. Probably might be the Derek Watt of the or I would give Derek Watt a little more credit because he actually stayed in the league for a little bit. So.
Yeah. LiAngelo Ball is the middle of
former
of the
Charger.
three. LiAngelo Ball?
No. Derek Watt.
Okay, very good.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
I was like, man, LiAngelo Ball really branched out. Good for him.
Yeah. But, yeah, man, he got a song that actually took off on social media. Mm-hmm. I did not see this happening at all. I kind of want y'all to be the judge of this song, man. This song, I'm going to let you know the opportunities this song gave him after he released it. But here's LiAngelo Ball with a song called Tweakers.
I might swerve in that corner, whoa. Hold on tight, cause I tweaking this bitch, I letting go. And I heard that she wanna show me who she be, I'm kinda with it, show me some more. We tatted head to toe, could give a story rope. You wanna tweak it over me, and I'ma show you how that go. Like the money in my pocket, blow. Having combos about me, these don't know. Tell me what they talking about, I ain't listen in, let your thoughts run your mouth, but ain't touching dividends. I ain't from the South, but kick it with my Memphis twin.
I can already see the people that are like, man, I'm not trying to hear this, and I've got bad news for you. These athletes, they are. Like, we're already seeing,
they playing it in the locker rooms, man. They playing it actually in the arena. I want to say, I think it was the Cavaliers and Hornets.
Yeah.
They was actually trolling one of the Ball brothers, the LaMelo Ball. They was trolling him a little bit. They played that song at the end when they won the game.
Yeah. So you might hear this some more, whether you like it or not. I will say, and if you play a little bit of Madden, like in the aughts, like didn't it sound like this could have been on Madden 03?
It do. It sound like a 2000 song. A lot. So this song been going all over TikTok, social media and stuff. And somebody played this song for an older guy, and he said he thought it was Nelly.
It does have a little bit of that vibe to it. I'm very interested though how you ended up with a song that sounded so 2005. While
he sound like he from New Orleans.
In the year of our Lord,
it sound like a New Orleans type of vibe to it.
It really does.
Is he gonna mess around and make more money than his brothers?
No.
I don't know. Well, he ain't making no more than LaMelo.
Yeah, LaMelo's paid.
Yeah.
LaMelo legitimately is a high-level player that's going to keep getting that kind of contract. Mm-hmm. Obviously, Lonzo Ball, just the injuries are going to keep.
Yeah, I think he got his money. But LiAngelo Ball, he just got booked for Rolling Loud. He will be on a Rolling Loud stage with one song.
Where's Rolling Loud? Is that in
Cali? This one's in California.
Because I know that one bounces around.
Yeah, so Rolling Loud it starts March 15th. And he gonna be on the stage, man.
Oh wow, yeah. 832 said even the Rockets social media pages are using that as a caption on player highlights. Yeah, man, it is popping, but I don't know if it'll rise to the level of really and truly by the end of the year being like the or in the conversation for the song of the year. I think this
right now it is.
Right, exactly. I think this is one of those ones that's just like it's moment. It's one that people latch onto.
And he's got to follow it up.
Yeah, no, what's crazy is I think when the song came, like the song didn't even officially come out at the time. He just played it on. Somebody posted it, him in the car driving. They was listening to it.
Yeah,
and people just ran with it to the point he had to put it out. He had to put the actual audio out.
You know, the interesting thing about it is, there's certain biases that were working against him from the start.
100%.
You know, say here's a basketball player.
I'm like, ain't nobody trying to hear no LiAngelo
Ball wants to do this now, and he still overcame it.
Yeah, so everybody kind of like,
something to be said for that, you know?
Yeah, because you had some people like, man, I ain't listening to that great.
Exactly.
And some people was like, hey, this is lightweight fire though.
Shout out to Cam on the YouTube, who is again highlighted the thing that is going to make this stick for a little bit longer than I think that a lot of people would or other people would want it to be. which is he quoted that one part. I might swerve in the corner. Whoa. That is the thing that I've got like homeboys that keep saying it and stuck in my head. Yeah. And the song is like songs it just sound like 2004 or whatever, just generically for me.
Yeah.
That one thing keeps sticking with me, and that's gonna be enough. Like I think that is, if you have that little hook, right? You can go to the streaming site and just be like, you know what, I need to hear this one more time, and that'll get him the streams. That'll get him paid to a certain degree.
Yeah, so salute to him, man.
Yes, sir.
It's another song I kind of came across. I kind of want to get your opinion on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Leandro?
I don't know who it is. I just want to get your opinion on it.
Sunrise, sunrise, all in love under the moonlight. You and I dancing all night.
It's one of them nights. I might just ball all night. Buying all these bottles. I ain't even look at the break. Is it yours? Drinking.
Who is it? This one only Jose Figueroa.
Okay, I was about to say, that sounds like Figgy to me.
I need a girl that's so cold, who look good with no clothes.
That's tough. The build-up wasn't necessarily my favorite thing, but once we get into it, I like this. I play this.
So this song, like, this is not the type of music I really make.
Yeah.
But some producer in Miami liked my music off of SoundCloud, and he sent me this song and said, hey, can you put a verse to it? I'm like, all right. So I put it together. Yeah. So this was back in like 2011.
Okay, I was about to say, if this was current, you can't go and start the music career and leave us. I want you to understand that.
Nah, I'm retired, man. I got a whole bunch of music.
Don't ever say
I'm tired.
That thing's gonna look how Leangelo Ball's took off. Somebody's gonna be playing it in a video. They're like, "Who is that?"
Hey, he's not 36 years old. So
isn't that about the age that Titty Boy took off?
Hey, it's over for me, man. I love my 9-to-5 job, man. I love being here with y'all. I don't need to be on the Rolling Loud stage. So I am good. I'm going to stick with music a little bit right here.
Okay.
Are you guys familiar with one legendary Barry White?
Yes, I am.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay.
He got into the Barry White bag right quick.
Now, we had this conversation earlier or sometime last year about Michael Jackson. Now, I said Michael Jackson was a gang member. He was tough, and Lopez didn't really buy it.
I didn't buy it.
Do you buy Barry White being a gang banger?
Ooh.
Probably more than Michael Jackson.
Wait, what is that based off of?
I could see it.
I think he doing.
So
I can't see it with Michael Jackson.
making Barry White, the one to make the song for the ladies, out here gang banging.
Well, I mean, you got to make.
He makes it for the guys.
Wait, what?
He makes it for the guys.
For the guys.
Okay, I got you. But here's Barry White talking about his days as a youngin' and how he's out in these streets gang banging.
Childhood was very naughty. I'm an ex-gangbanger from Los Angeles. I've been to jail, fighting, partying, low-riding. But you learn as you get older, you must become a man one day and put away childish things. At that age, I burglarized, I stole cars, I fought, was in gang fights. 1960, I went to jail for stealing. When I was in jail, my ultimate goal was to change my life. The fact that my freedom was taken, but the hurdle that I got over that problem with was, you in jail, but how did you get here? Wasn't nothing but Barry that put you here. And the only way you're gonna get out of here is Barry gets you out of here. I had 3 ways to go. Either stay there and go through either penitentiary or get myself killed, or just get up off my butt and try to do something in life. And that's the angle, and that's the direction I went in.
Did you start toward music then?
Yeah, that's when I started. That's the only thing I had. Yeah, no education, very little education, 12th grade, dropout, and no trade, no nothing, just an idea and a belief in myself.
Now I want to hear some Barry White.
Hey, man, that's a good thing, man, because if he wouldn't have got out the streets,
taking the kids
we
out the streets.
We wouldn't have known who Barry White was.
Yeah.
Gotta appreciate music. I've been doing that since forever. Yeah, no, I mean I can believe it. Cam makes a great point, right? You got to remember, like, before rap came out, and even as rap came out, people were doing those things on the streets. Different.
Just imagine this
R&B.
guy out here gang banging. Hey, give me your car, fool.
It really is the voice. I'm like, what does it sound like?
And your girl.
He said he was jacking cars and doing all that stuff. Like, Imagine that voice telling you got to come up.
Hey, give me that record player and them rims.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But yeah, man, like you got to remember, like there was dudes out here in bell bottoms listening to disco, running for your pockets. So
yeah, I always tell people, man, don't sleep on R&B people, man. R&B artists are tougher
like
than
the
rappers to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man.
People always look at R&B like, oh, you sing, you can't do nothing.
Like the Ohio Players and stuff.
Oh, man.
They all look like they carry a switch.
Yeah.
In their shoes. So yeah, man, that's okay.
Yeah.
Today I learned.
Mm-hmm.
I did not realize that I would be in this place. I mean, it's not entirely something that I wouldn't have understood, but just never thought about the idea that maybe, just maybe, Barry White was out here doing a list of things before.
Yeah, man.
Great, man. Great.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. Chick-fil-A pissed everybody off, man.
I knew I needed to hear. I was like, there was one more thing that I need to hear. What
they changed the fries, man. They
really?
They changed their fries. They did a little tweak to the fries.
Okay.
And didn't tell nobody, and people was kind of in an uproar because they noticed it was a change in the fries.
Mm-hmm.
So they tweaked the fries, and they put pea starch, PEA starch,
as in peas in the pod.
Wait, what? What is pea starch?
I never knew what it was, but apparently they did this to keep the fries crispy.
Mm-hmm.
Because I guess Chick-fil-A fries is known for by the time you get home they're a little soggy.
But that's just
so they use.
I don't think so. I guess I just eat them too fast.
That is just fries though. Like my
that's fries in general.
My general rule with fries is that you got about 15 minutes to get these down before they are kind of useless.
Yeah. So they so apparently they stay a little crispy longer and they're a little grungier. And I actually tried some yesterday.
As in color?
No, it looked the same.
Okay.
As in like music out of Seattle.
That's what I was wondering.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but yeah, man, people are not a fan of these fries now. They want to go back to the old fries.
So you had some.
Yeah, you did. You did.
Are
some
they
actual
imagining
research.
a different taste, or is it a different?
I couldn't tell, man. What's crazy is I had some like 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
And my wife mentioned it, and I'm like, I ain't really taste the difference.
Mm-hmm.
And then I seen an article about it.
But she did.
She did. And then
did she know that there was a change, or did she taste?
She didn't. She tasted. And
Okay.
she said something was weird about these fries.
Yeah, because sometimes I have a wonder of like if people are kind of creating that in their mind.
No, but if she didn't know,
yeah, she had no idea. Then she seen the article. She said, I knew they changed the fries. Like I could tell, but I couldn't tell. They was good. I had them yesterday. It was pretty good, man. But,
yeah, I'm like, do they still taste largely good?
I couldn't really tell the difference.
Okay.
But apparently they stay crispy a little longer. So by the time you get to the crib, they still crispy.
Imagine trying to make something better and only making it worse.
Why would you change it? That's the best thing they do. Well, people will argue chicken, but I love their waffle fries.
Yeah, no, they're pretty good. It was rumors last year that they were thinking about going to the regular fries, going away from the waffle
like
fries.
a shoestring fry.
No,
just the regular cut French fries.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah, don't do that.
Waffle fries are the best.
I think you get like good surface area, crispness and everything. The only thing about it is you get all of like 4 fries because the waffle fry
with the waffle fries,
it don't sit as nicely in the box. So you get like
one big ass
you
waffle,
got big old fries,
big as your hand.
Yeah, exactly. And you just nibbling on a fry real quick. But other than that, it's a solid fry. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Let me know how y'all. I mean, if y'all try it, let me know.
Hey, a listener just said I went to one in Mississippi last weekend. And I could taste the difference, and now I know why.
Okay, so maybe this is real. I was wondering if this was some level of like placebo
big
effect
mistake,
or whatever.
Right?
Yeah, because I feel
That's
like
a big mistake.
This didn't feel like a change that they needed to make in order to like fix something. They were trying to make it better somehow. Like
apparently they ain't want to tell nobody either. Because they ain't put it out there.
Again, if you tell somebody ahead of time, then they have an opportunity to be like, "Nah, I don't like it just because of the change, because it's change, right?"
Yeah.
Now the fact that people are popping up like, "Nah, there's something different here," I think that speaks to it.
Yeah.
Okay. And the 346 just decided to give us a potato take here. The potato wedges from Wendy's are the best. I'm here to tell you that potato wedges are far from being the best version of potatoes / fries that are out there. I think potato wedges.
No, you know who used to have good wedges? KFC.
They did.
They used to have some really
that
good.
paprika
Back in
on
the
it?
day.
Remember they had the paprika on it? They were good.
Back in the day,
they were
yes.
good.
Get the hell out.
Those was legit, man.
They were
All right,
good.
Well, go ahead and do it. Best fry. Best fry.
I think until now, we'll get to it.
Yeah, well, bring that in. 713-572-4610, and I'll make sure to ask the guys of the drive when we talk to them next.
The Texans will enjoy.
best deals on game day food, no matter what you're craving. From 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings. Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order and supply. See app for details.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right. Juggling a few things in this moment. Currently on the text line, 713-572-4610, is a roiling debate about various different potato-based fast food items, tater tots, potato wedges, fries, all that. I'll try and square that up here in a second. Also, the Texans, as recently as 5 minutes ago, actually 8 minutes ago, a couple minutes passed since I looked at it, put on social media something that said repping the H with the little H-Town hand, because Arian Foster is apparently set to be repping H-Town for Texans Chargers. I imagine that means he'll be in the building.
That's big. That's big.
I feel like I did that myself somehow in a very selfish and neurotic way because I watched that first playoff victory yesterday.
Oh, you're right, and he was front and center.
I feel like the Texans were like, you know what, spiritually somewhere out there, Reggie needs to see more Arian Foster, so let's make sure we have him.
They was listening during confessions.
That's right.
Like, you know what?
Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's go call
Arian.
Let's give
Arian come on through.
Hey, fall through, my boy. Fall through. So Arian Foster will be in town. Hopefully, Texas can do.
That's big. That's great.
Do him right. Go ahead and get another victory.
Let's get him in that ring of honor.
And for those who don't know, he had nothing to do with the Texans for several years.
I was about to say he'd been in the building quite a few times, but not officially from like the Houston. He was there with like Andre and stuff like that, but like this is a big deal. They tweeting him like this. That's a big deal.
Super excited for that. And I guess also, let's go to the phone line because I hear that we got Larry Stafford. I have no idea when he wants to weigh in on.
That's the way I like it, Reggie. I don't want you to know what's coming your way, dog. Look here, man. That's some damn big news that my boy Arian Foster gonna be in the building, man. I've been hitting Arian on social media for the last 3 or 4 years, telling him to come home, man, because he is the greatest running back in Houston, Texas history, and he deserves to be honored the way that we loved watching him play football. Because when he was in his prime and his heyday, there was not a better back in the National Football League, man. So I love the fact that Hannah and Cal decided to honor my dude, man, especially against the Chargers, who everybody in the world seemed to be thinking that they just gonna come into the 8 and just do my boys bad. And I'm okay with them thinking that and picking that because you know what? I need my boys to understand we just got 4 games. We break the season down into 4 games anyway, so you got 4 games to do what you know that we all are sitting around here waiting on you to do, and that's to get our ass to New Orleans. And I'm excited about it, man, because I think that now is going to be the time, and you guys were talking about it earlier, about Bobby Slowick. If Bobby Slowick can't pull his head out of his ass in the playoffs, he don't deserve to be in the H no more, man, because this is an opportunity for these boys to go out there and show NFL that we've been serious about football. Forget the season. That's over with. 10-7, that's a wrap. We 0-0, and you got an opportunity to go out there and show your ass in front of the whole world. Now, fellas, last thing before I let y'all go. Some of y'all might be too young to remember Lad Herzog when he was general manager of the Houston Oilers. But Lad took his ass to a party or a wedding or something and got butt-ass naked at somebody's wedding. So the Houston Oilers and Amy ain't nothing but a spawn of Bud. And I am laughing my ass off that everything bad that can happen to that franchise continue to happen to that franchise. And I am thankful that they fired Rand, and I hope they go out there and redo something with Bravo or some other silly-ass coach. Because as long as they doing silly, your boy going to be at the top of the AFC South, and I'll holler.
They're lost over there in Tennessee, and, yeah, we talked about it last week, I believe, or last time we were together, Lad Herzog mooned a wedding and punched the bride's brother. Remember that?
Just having a good time. That's your fault. Why you have an open bar if you don't want somebody to get mooned?
And punch the bride's brother?
Come on now. But yeah, man, I'm excited for Arian Foster to be in the building. I love that. I appreciate though, like from a fan perspective, man, a level of enthusiasm, optimism, and one of the things I guess that you could put in the column of, hey, man, Texas have a shot here, a good shot and a good chance. Somebody texted in was like, hey, how are the Chargers against explosives? And interestingly enough, not very good.
Yeah.
Like they literally have allowed the most touchdowns on deep passes over 20 yards, right? Over 20 air yards.
I like what I'm hearing.
And I think fourth highest EPA per play on those same passes. It feels like that is something that, hey, man, if you can get away to release the likes of Nico Collins or Deontay Johnson
time to pass too
over the top, yeah. But I mean, they're a decent pass rushing team, and I wouldn't necessarily put them up as an incredible pass rusher team. And so, yeah, man, maybe you can find some of that. And we know CJ likes being able to uncork that football.
Yeah,
maybe you could tap into that. The Week 18 last season, put your what on the table versus the Colts type energy, and just chuck it up over top of them boys.
You can, but you need another receiver to be a threat. Deontay Johnson.
I was like, hello, Deontay Johnson.
Yeah, because that's their focus.
You just put your Deontay Johnson on the table, baby.
Okay, you can do that.
What?
You can do that.
What'd I say?
By the way, you looking at Tyler over there?
What about Tyler?
Did he get another tattoo?
He is struggling with his new tattoo.
That is true. He did get a new tattoo.
It is hurting. But we can get to that later. But no, look, that's the formula. Just protect your quarterback. And by the way, he also mentioned Larry. Bobby Slowick, and if he can't, however he put it, in the playoffs by now, then he doesn't deserve to stay in the H. I think that's gonna be the case if they don't get it done.
All right, so you were talking about best fries, potato type things. I don't think. First of all, I would like to make it known, tater tots. I don't care. I don't think that they should be put in this conversation.
I think they're different.
It's potatoes, though, right?
I know, and I think that they're kind of overrated. If we're gonna be completely honest,
I like tater tots, but I don't put them in the same classes,
especially with just like the different.
Yeah.
If it's done well, it's like crunchy on the outside and then just real soft on the inside. I'm good on that. However, I agree with A32 here, who says the best fries are Wingstop all day. They understand what time it is. Like I understand that there might be some people that call it soggy. This is the one thing. Look, man,
you can get them fried a little crispy.
Give me the additives, right? If we talk MSG, that's cool. I think Wingstop, they put a little sugar on there. I'm like, look, man, I'm here for a good time, not a long time, right? I'm not getting fries in order to be healthy or whatever. Like I know McDonald's did the thing where they lessened the salt on what they were doing.
They have sugar in their fries.
Yeah, man, just let's do this.
Hey, people, stop eating fries, man.
Stop eating fries.
Stop eating. If you
came in with the hot take.
Like don't be that. Like if you want to eat fries, eat fries. But if you want somebody to eat healthy, like less salt, less sugar, whatever, however you fry them, forget about it. Forget about it.
Exactly, and then put some sugar on there too.
If you're gonna eat them,
so you don't
eat
fries.
That's right.
They in the McDonald's fries, they put sugar in them.
I'm pretty sure Wingstop got some sugar on them things.
Wingstop.
Yep.
Do
you not eat fries?
Oh, I absolutely love fries, but I have not. I gave up starches. I gave up all breads, chips, pastas, potatoes, rices. I gave it all up about 8 months ago.
All right.
I went on a date with my wife and had a couple little wafers at a sushi joint it was a special order we had that we didn't, and you had to kind of put the sushi on that piece.
Yeah.
So I had 2 of those. And this is all within the last 8 months, and I ate cornbread twice over the holidays.
I know you real because you got an accounting of all the times you felt you messed up. Like I feel like if you weren't actually planning on sticking to this, you'd be like, man, I've been.
Well,
clean.
here's the crazy thing, Reg, is I tried it and not only lost some weight, but I feel like in 3 weeks.
Better.
In 3 weeks, I've never had anything that I've ever done allow me to feel better.
In that short of time.
In that short of time, and that blatantly obvious than when I did that. And I like 3 weeks in, 2.5, 3 weeks in, you're like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
Now, Reg, you can eat whatever hell you want.
For the time being.
If I was built like you, hell, I wouldn't. I'd eat every fry they had, sugar, salt, put whatever hell you want.
That's right.
About to say, let's get back to the fat portion of the conversation.
I was like, what I wanted to go here, Ron. What I wanted to go to is, did that testimonial that your partner just put up there, did that do anything for you?
Not in the conversation. I try to work around it too. But let's just
limit.
Like, listen.
Yeah, limit.
Like, we don't have to play all around. If we're talking about the right type of restaurant, like, restaurants that are in there really working, that's different. McDonald's has the best fries.
I think
I always have.
I don't know if they're putting sugar in it. I don't know if they're putting brown sugar. I don't know what the hell they do.
Really?
Chick-fil-A, McDonald's, Five Guys. That's the list.
See, Chick-fil-A for me, if they just now, I got on Tyler about this a few years ago. He told us about this, and then I have stolen it from him, and now I do it. But if you ask him to fry them hard.
Yeah.
Now Tyler, I thought was a real a-hole move. He would go through the line and tell him, "Can you please fry them harder?" So it obviously takes it longer.
Give me them fries, well done.
But if they just, but it's a completely different thing
And they're fresher.
Because sometimes you can get a little soggy feel.
Mm-hmm.
Wendy's has that too, where I'm like, I'm not. When you fry them hard, if they just practiced frying them jokers hard, they wouldn't have to come up with no new stuff.
I like the idea of them just in there in a boot camp. Like, you're not frying them hard enough.
No, you're not, man. They just sitting there
Sonic,
at
not Sonic fries, man.
No, they soggy
People eat
too.
a Sonic.
I don't like
they
the Sonic
flimsy.
fries.
I don't like
as
eating
much.
fries soggy, but I mean,
They're a little, but they don't attack it hard enough.
Sonic is
I'll
a
be
drink
honest.
stop for me.
I haven't had them in a long time because if I do go there, I'm gonna probably go Tots.
Yeah.
Or something, or onion rings or something, because their fries are so awful.
A supersonic cheeseburger, meat and cheese only with jalapenos in college.
I like it
when
with
I
the
played
bacon,
at
with
225.
give me mustard and mayo.
Sonic to me is very dependent. It's one of those fast food chains. It's very dependent on the location.
Yes, it is. Absolutely. 100%.
Like each and every one varies in a big way to
Hey,
me.
T-Mill, that one in Fayetteville, Arkansas, was off the charts.
Was that the spot?
That was my spot. That and Charlie's Chicken, baby, chicken chunks.
Yeah.
It must have
Charlie's
been.
Chicken,
It must have been bottom of the barrel, but they were big old chunks.
I know
Like
it's some
nuggets
grease
on
in there, but I bet it
steroids.
tastes real good,
Oh man,
didn't it?
come on, okra, fried okra.
Oh, come on.
Come on, get the hell.
Yeah,
potatoes.
I like that.
Give me a 5-piece chicken chunk, fried okra and mashed potatoes.
See, any place that got fried okra has my blessing. You
Yeah,
got
if
fried
they're
okra, I
selling
know.
chicken and fried okra, you damn right.
My favorite chicken place in the world. I knew that I loved it when I was sitting down, and I mean, had not been there before. Walked in without knowing, and I was like, "All right, let me get the 4-piece spicy." And they were like, "Oh no, they're all spicy." And I was like, "Okay,
I know what they're doing.
This is the spot to be."
That's Gus's.
You know exactly what I meant. You know exactly what I meant.
You got to get ready for Gus.
Gus's is the best.
Gus's sides could improve,
But don't
but
take your granddaughter there. They're like, no, we don't have anything for that.
Yeah, we ain't got. This ain't Popeyes. We don't got mild.
Now I'm hungry, so you know what, fellas? I got to go and get some food.
I thought y'all was going somewhere after this.
Yeah, I got to check with Figgy because I feel like sometimes I say stuff on air and I'm like, are we locked in? Because I really do want to stop at this Timmy Chan's right now. So I'll go check with Figgy.
I've not been either. I heard y'all talking about it. And I was thinking I have not been either. My in-laws were here last week, and I think they went.
Well, here's the problem that I have is that I recognize I was doing the math, and I ain't been there in a long time. I was like, how much of this is nostalgia? I'm about to ruin this.
Yeah, it might not be any good.
Well, I won't say all that.
I'd be a first-timer.
Okay, very good. All right, in the loop, we're done for the day. We got to hand you off to the fellas of the drive. Don't forget, Texas Ticket Tuesday continues with these fine folks. You're listening to KILT HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station, and right now, the drive is live.
That's right, the drive is live, and it is, as you just heard from Reginald, a Texans Ticket Tuesday. It is a Texans You know what? I heard Reggie just say that word earlier.
I did too,
and he said it. Nobody said anything. I remember
you got in trouble.
He said, I got in trouble. I said the
Rhymes
first time, literally the exact way he used it. Not here. I used because I said 2 Chainz's original name, which was Breast Boy, but
Biddy.
The one that he said,
Biddy,
the one where I screwed up when I said Texas.
Yeah.
And I was told. Now this was at another 16. But that is on the list. You cannot say that word. And I'm like, really? So of course, you know me, I wouldn't just kept trying to find ways to say it. These double D's get me every time.
Well, I'm pretty sure when you made the mistake the other day and we hit it about 5 times after that, I'm pretty sure it got shut down here too.
I
was about to say I've been told that here that we can't say that.
He bleeps it out, but
I'm not positive, but I think I was.
You were
first
doing it
as
when
a
you were
kid.
saying with the shoe.
As a kid, I think the first time I was ever introduced to that word. Now it may have been one of my dad's Skinamax flicks, but that I was staying up late watching with my eyes closed.
Shannon Tweed,
real sex.
Shout out to Shannon Tweed, who was great out there on Cinemax.
But I'm pretty sure it was a pair of shoes in the Hill Country sold out of an old train car store right across the street from the Guadalupe Tube Chutes. For all the old head Hill Country folks, if you wasn't going to Schlitterbahn, which Mom and Dad only let us go once a year, it got a little expensive for the Stoerners.
I hate to tell you.
So we had to hit the Guadalupe Tube Chutes and get on them mats and ride them mats up and down that and then walk all the way back up, Chief.
So,
right across the street, that old train car sold all the little gadgets. They had them shoes. Started with a T, ended with an S.
Yes.
Usually you're talking about a pair of shoes, that is.
Pair of them. Yeah.
Pair
These
of them.
double D's get me every time.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, they do. All right.
Katie Kate.
That's right. It is a Texans Ticket Tuesday, so stay tuned in the 5 o'clock hour. I don't know when yet. All right, I do, but you don't. But in the 5 o'clock hour, your chance to win a pair of tickets, front row seat, playoff tickets. This ain't next year's preseason game. This is
playoffs
against the Chargers at NRG coming up on Saturday afternoon. Your chance to win a pair of those tickets right here on the drive in the 5 o'clock hour. So let some folks know. Give yourself a better chance to win, and make a conversation with somebody. Hey man, we win these things. We taking each other. Let's go. So do your thing coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. We appreciate you joining us. However, you have joined us, and I see people here on YouTube and Twitch, and I see people here on the text line 713-572-4610. I want to start the show off in a little different space than what's on the page here.
All right. What you got?
I want to state here on a Tuesday.
On a Tickety Tuesday.
That's right. There is no need to be concerned or anything. I guarantee that the Houston Texans are going to win on Saturday.
Hold on, so.
I'm sitting
Oh, God.
right here.
What are you doing?
No, it's not that it's not
What
good.
are you doing?
I have a great record, okay? I guarantee.
I just don't know
I
why.
feel so good about this game for the Texans.
Hold
This
on,
is
so.
not me and Tyler going to games. Okay, so don't put me in this situation. All right, if Tyler said that, in fact, I think there'd be a petition that Tyler stays away. But I think this isn't a Tyler thing. I'm telling you, first off, listen, I know the Texans ain't playing great here of late, but the disrespect. I know I should probably have the audio, and I don't like to, I know those are the rules. Don't go get it, Tyler. I don't play by them. I'm rolling. Rex Ryan coming out saying, "Hey, guess what? The Chargers, they got to bye. They got to bye the first round of the playoffs."
The way the Texans are playing, are you kidding me? They got to buy.
No, they got to bye. Their offense is struggling. Listen, kiss my ass, Rex. Got no damn bye. Don't disrespect people. Don't disrespect teams like that.
Quite frankly, it's bullshit.
Okay. The Raiders beat the Ravens in Baltimore. Don't just give me a bye. I'm hearing them on NFL Network just laughing it up. Ha! Texans in their rightful spot. 3 o'clock game on Saturday. First game.
Smokes.
I got a point on that. They could move that around a little bit. And they're underdogs. And they were talking. There is a chance though that they could pull off the upset. I guarantee you they're going to win. And I am so confident in this. I'll put the show name back on.
Okay.
Along with this.
Okay,
If they win, you get it back?
When the Texans
Let's go.
It's not if. I'm guaranteeing it. Clint. When
I like it now.
the Texans win. Show's back.
The showman.
I like it.
That's how confident I am.
I like it.
I feel great about this team. I think there are a lot of reasons. This isn't just a gut feeling. All right, this isn't just one of those. No, there are some real reasons to be excited about this team, to be excited about this game, and I feel really, really good. Now we'll talk about it throughout. The week, but I am guaranteeing it.
I'm with it.
Show's on the line. It's back. I'm guaranteeing it. They're going to win this game. Now,
I just don't know why.
I'm not going to press past this week. All right, I won't go past this week. I'm just talking about this game against
Hold
the
on,
Chargers.
show.
I feel real good about it, man.
So is if they lose, is show dead forever? Never coming back? No charity tied to it, no nothing?
Oh, Bieber taught us never say never.
Is that you talking about?
Never say never.
Talking about Leave It to Beaver? I don't know. You're talking about Wallace.
Just.
Oh, Bieber. I thought you said Beaver.
Yeah,
I got
Bieber.
you. Bieber, I got you.
And Usher.
Yes, yeah. I don't know if it's dead or not, but certainly will be after that. Not a good sign if that happens. But I feel really good. Listen, the Chargers are a good football team, but the Texans are a good football team too. Neither one of these teams are championship teams, I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't think there's I don't think the Chargers should be a 3-point favorite in this game. I really don't. I think that's a little much. I think there's an argument, and I don't even think there's an argument. I think the Texans, player for player, even with their injuries, I think they got. There's an argument they got more dudes than the Chargers do. Right? They got the best corner in the game. They got the best receiver in the game. I mean, I think they have the best pass rushing unit in the game, and I think the Chargers are really, really good there. And listen, I feel real good about it. I don't know why you keep saying I don't know why. I feel great about this. I see the text line come back. Yes, Show is the man. Bring it back. I'm with you, Show. Why are you doing this?
I think everything. I think you got some very valid points that you're making. I just don't know why you want to do this.
Because I feel that good about it.
I don't know what
I feel
you've seen with the Texans, unless you just don't want, you want the show name to unless you're just willing. You said that when you first got here, there was no way in hell that was like sacred to you.
It's time for it to return.
Now all of a sudden you've let it die for a year plus, and now all of a sudden you're going to let it ride
because I feel this good about it.
Like what? What?
He's back.
What? 6 plays. I mean, one drive against the Titans.
Not just 6 plays. Listen. I'm talking. I've taken the entirety of the season with the teams and the matchup, and I think the Texans. I think the Texans defense, and we can talk about this throughout, but I think the Texans defense have a chance to smother the Chargers. I think, as I've said. I think I said it before the Ravens game, and they didn't look great against the Ravens. But the Ravens, by the way, the only team in NFL history on offense to throw for 4,000 yards and rush for 3,000 yards. We've never seen that happen before. So we give them a little bit there. Before that, I felt like this was a championship defense, and the Chargers have struggled with some of the better defenses in the league. And Justin Herbert, he's gotten better. Justin Herbert still takes sacks, baby. Mm-hmm. He's still go look at some of them sacks numbers. He's got a 6 in there. He's got a 5, and some of these are wins that he has taken sacks in. So I think that can help with what the Texans do well. I understand how they have jumped into this. I don't expect the team that's going to walk in the door is going to be the team that played the Titans. I don't expect that the team that walked in the door is going to be the team that played the Ravens. But I also do think covering this team, covering D'Amico, seeing D'Amico on and off the field, seeing these players, some of these guys, a lot of these guys. Like, I think this bulletin board material also that's not even coming from the Chargers is also going to light a fire under their asses, and I think it's going to be beneficial to this team. I think these teams are two evenly matched teams, and I think the Texans at home go and get this W I think they have the emotional advantage, the home advantage. Of all the teams that they could have run into, this is the one team that's not going to come and take over the stadium. Yeah. This be that they played Pittsburgh. I know people were like, "Oh, we want Pittsburgh." The Steelers, boy, that might have been a tough look with a playoff game and the Steelers getting down there. The Chargers, you think the Texans have issues with the home field advantage? The Chargers are 10 times worse. So I know they're not traveling their asses down here wherever they are. So I really feel as good about this as I felt about that time I pushed that button and sent Figgy's ass into the water.
Wow.
Is that my boy Ron?
That felt so good, Figgy. God, that felt good. Sometimes at night when I'm
that's ballsy.
I'm feeling great, I go back and watch it.
That's a big swing. I mean, I don't know what would be bigger. What would be more impressive to you, Tyler, if Ron said, "I'll put $100 on something," or "I'll put the show name on something"?
Oh,
I mean, show.
Given
right?
the time period, yeah, it's got to be the show nickname.
I mean, that's putting it on the table now. That's big for the Texans.
Let them know what you're working with.
That's ballsy.
A bottle of wine,
I ain't there.
Roughly $100.
I'm not there.
Up there. All right. Well,
even after you had that solid sell.
I feel good about it. All right. Well,
I mean, if the Texans here, I need to know though. I need to know the full. I need to know the full deal here. If the Texans lose, is show dead forever? Because I'm gonna be really disappointed if that's the case.
Another year at least.
You got to go another 365.
Another year at least before we can revisit it.
Oh man. All right, come on, Texans.
If I'm still here. Right. Another year. All right. So let's hit this because you said you're not there yet. You snuck that in when I went off. Again, I'm guaranteeing it. It is Tuesday. I am guaranteeing, you heard it first, that the Texans, they're going to take care of business. Now, I don't know about the next round. They got to go to Kansas City or Buffalo. I'm not in the business of that yet. But I love this matchup for them. What are some things that you think they got to get done? What are some halves that they have to have coming up in the game against the Chargers for this to come about, for me to get this guarantee?
Yeah, for show to be a thing in 2025, there's a handful of what I call them just straight up gotta haves for the Texans versus the Chargers this week, and it's what I would say we've asked all these guys. We've asked a lot of the team in terms of how well CJ needs to play, and when everybody was healthy, how explosive they need to be. Defensively, the expectations are through the roof. These are straight up gotta-haves, guys, that are more than fair to expect from a playoff caliber team, from a team with this level of players, this level of roster, if you will, this level of experience, if you will. It's very fair. Number one, Laramie Tunsil, it's time, man. It's time. It's time, Laramie Tunsil, to quit with the bull jive of killing drives.
Hello,
I need him
with your pre-snap penalties.
I need him.
This is
need a big game.
This is too good of a football team. And really, this is the playoffs, right? The playoffs. You're going to be playing quality football teams that aren't going to give the game to you. You're not going to be able to overcome 1st and 15s consistently. I think Laramie had 2, if not 3, in the last game in limited playing time. Like, we just cannot have zero. The margin for error is 0. We cannot have Laramie Tunsil pre-snap penalties against this defense. Best scoring defense in the NFL. Guys coming off the edge that are absolute money. The pressure's on. But damn it, Laramie Tunsil, you're a 5-time Pro Bowler here in the city.
Need to see the Laramie Tunsil that did what he did to Myles Garrett last year in that
Josh
playoff
Allen.
game.
Absolutely.
They flip Mack and Bosa. They do a lot. Bud Dupree ain't bad either. He'll get you too. They need Laramie Tunsil.
If you get beat, so be it, man. They get paid too. But
I'm concerned on the other side.
Beating the offense before the ball's ever snapped, that crap's got to stop, right? It's got to stop. Number 2, C.J. Stroud's inexcusable turnovers and misses. By the way, the misses that are just, crippling, man. The turnovers that are, man, you got a touchdown. What the hell happened? Boom, you underthrow it. It's a pick. Like, we cannot have that from C.J. Stroud. The inexcusable, backed up in your own area, throwing a spot route, and you throw a pick when you've got a touchdown over the – if you C.J. Stroud, I'm not saying he's got to be A++, but C.J. Stroud's got to quit with the second-year slump crap that we've watched this year. All right, it's got to go away, man. The turnovers,
and he's going against a good defense.
He's going against good defense. The inexcusable turnovers are one thing. You want to get aggressive in the right moment, and you miss somebody. Okay, cool, I get it. But the simple, inexcusable wide receivers are wide open, trying to force the ball when you shouldn't be trying to force the ball down the field when the situation doesn't dictate it. Like the inexcusable turnovers and inexcusable misses and aggressive misses from C.J. Stroud, they've got to fall by the wayside. This is too good of a football team to overcome those kind of mistakes. Number 3, Deontay Johnson has to be full go. And we're going to get into this more down the road in the show today. But Deontay Johnson has to be full go. C.J. Stroud, the last month or so, 5 weeks or so of football, with the exception of the six play drive the 11-play drive where I think C.J. threw it 6 times and Nico had 4 catches and a touchdown. Like, team defenses have found a way to, at the very least, to put it nicely, limit Nico Collins. And in critical situations, if Nico's there, feed the beast. But in critical situations, a good defense that's well coached is going to force C.J. Stroud to go away from Nico Collins. And when he goes away from Nico Collins, it can't be Dalton Schultz, John Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson. It cannot be those. It has to be Deontay Johnson. He's the guy that can run an individual route in a one-on-one situation and give you a surefire completion. He is a monster when it comes to route running. He is as good as there is on his football team, even when everybody's healthy. He's very Tank Dell-esque in how he can run routes, how he can stop on a dime, and how he can accelerate, how he can handle his body control. Deontay Johnson has to be full go, and CJ needs him. Last but not least, Bobby Slowick, it's on you, man. In a critical situation, in a third down situation, in a gotta-have-it situation, if you toss the football and we look up, in 86, Dalton Schultz is at the point of attack, that's on your ass.
No! God!
I've seen it enough. We've seen it in critical. I don't care if it worked once here. That I'm telling you, it has to stop. In critical situations, you have got to run away from Dalton Schultz or get his ass off the field. That's it. We can't keep running the ball into Dalton Schultz. It is absolutely unacceptable, Dalton Schultz in a run game. And that's something Bobby Slowick's got to know.
For them to have.
He's got to handle.
They got to have.
Got to have it, man.
For me to be right.
Got to haves, and it ain't asking too much, by the way.
For me to be right.
It's very easy right
gotta
there.
have it. Gotta have it. All right. You said something in that. You said, and I want to make sure I quoted this correctly. C.J. Stroud needs a player he has never thrown the ball to in a game.
Like he ain't ever needed him before.
He needs 713-572-4610. Those who are on YouTube and Twitch, do you agree with that statement? Because I want to get into that a little bit. C.J. Stroud, does he need Deontay Johnson, who he's never thrown a pass to? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Will adversity prepare the Texans? 16th. Want free tickets? Just head to sportsradio610.com/contest and register for your chance to win a 4-pack for you and your family or friends.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Pose the question, does C.J. Stroud need Deontay Johnson? Because that's what Clint said in that first segment here on the text line. Absolutely, C.J. needs Johnson. O-line playing well is the biggest key, though, for the Texans' offense. But they do need Deontay Johnson.
I said, by the way, I don't disagree with that texture that you just alluded to right there, but I said realistic.
Yeah,
I said realistic. If you're going to this ball game right here and you're expecting great pass protection, and I'm talking about great pass protection without CJ and Bobby calling a bunch of screens and throwing a bunch of quicks and working low to high, if they execute the plan right, you can get pretty good protection. But if you think this is going to be some CJ Stroud sitting back in the pocket all day long and dissecting a defense with great protection, that's why I had a list of things that take very little effort. Just stay your ass on sides, Laramie.
Well, to that point that you made when you said that, I was thinking that through. And to me, the reason when you just say it like that, man, they just brought a dude that's on his third team in the year, and had some issues on both teams, and he hasn't thrown to him live in a game. Right? They didn't even keep them in the game together long enough to even have that have happened. And the thought is, does he need him? And what you just said with that offensive line, if you expect him to sit back and be able to dissect and have time to be able to look around, I wouldn't believe or bet on that consistently. But that's to me why the Deontay Johnson argument is, because I would ask right now, including Nico, who on the team, when you think about the pass rush that the Chargers can bring and some of the struggles that the Texans' offensive line has had, who do you think on this team uncovers quicker than Deontay Johnson? Like on a route, even Nico, even with Nico.
Yeah, we saw it. We saw the slant.
That's why to me there's a need for that.
Yeah, absolutely. A guy that can win right now. They're going to give Nico extra attention. And you gotta have a number two. You gotta have another option on the field. And Deontay Johnson, we saw it with Davis Mills throwing the football. Now the point you made of hell, he's been with 3 different teams. The Texans, CJ's never thrown a ball to him. Clearly, Davis Mills hadn't thrown many balls to him because the timing wasn't there on that route.
That might have been a house call.
But hell, it was on the 1-yard line. I mean, the shake was nasty. He created 3 yards of separation within 3 yards of the scrimmage, like the 2-yard line. Like it was a wide open touchdown that you would think if C.J. Stroud's in there, and if C.J. Stroud and Deontay Johnson are getting good work throughout the week for the last 2 weeks now, what will be 2 weeks by the time the game kicks, that's a throw in the ocean. That's a catch the football, spike it. You already get the dance figured out type of route right there. I get that kind of coverage. What Deontay? Yes. Nobody uncovers. Nobody on this team, not named Tank Dell. Nobody healthy, let's put it that way, uncovers. Nobody has that twitch, that style of play. Now, you want to catch a ball in traffic with somebody hanging on your back with big, strong hands, or you want to run through something, that's Nico. But right now, creating separation on the goal line and separation where literally the receiver can catch the football untouched in the end zone, it's Deontay Johnson. He's got to have a defense cannot, especially a defense that's this good, can't come in here and go, we don't necessarily have a top-tier, surefire, top 5 corner in this league that we can shadow Nico Collins with, but we can damn sure tilt our coverage that direction. We can slide our backers that direction. We can make sure that we give him extra attention before and after the ball snap. And I'd be shocked if that's not the plan for the Chargers. And if that is the case, my man CJ can't be sitting back there depending on John Mechie, Hutch, and Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz looks like he's running in sand, bro. I don't know what's happened. I don't know what has happened with Dalton Schultz. The physicality stuff blows my mind. But I expected a better. I expected a guy that when he's got a linebacker on him in coverage to create some level of separation. And he is covered like a damn blanket, man, consistently. And so like Deontay is just absolutely
and I have
huge.
Derwin James.
Come on, man.
In this game that probably will be covering Dalton Schultz a lot. But yeah, that's to me when you have Khalil Mack and Bosa and Tua, I can't remember his last name. Tua, it's a tough one, but he's a really good pass rusher. Okay, his first name's Tui.
He thought about it, didn't he?
It's a tough one, but he's really, really good.
His first name's Tui. That's why I call him Tutu. But they can throw him out there, and they can throw Bud Dupree out there. And when you got those guys coming off the edge and stunts and games, you know that's been a problem.
Yep.
Like, you need to be able to unload the ball quickly to folks, right? And not just to Joe Mixon or Dare Gumbawale that's going nowhere because they can get that and sense that coming. When they start to do that and you know, Deontay Johnson is somebody, as you said, can he be like Tank to uncover quickly? Bam, a slant here, and you got somewhere to go immediately. Instead of having to hold it and wait and try to create, you know, more time and maybe scooting away, and that's where turnovers start to come into play. So, yeah, to me, when you say need, that's the biggest part because, you know, Xavier Hutchinson, if he plays, God bless him, he's not a guy that you're like, man, he's about to uncover, bam, right now, and I can go there. He's a guy that probably needs some time in a route. John Mechie, maybe the next one behind it, and then Robert Woods is just a veteran, savvy defender that probably is not, or a pass catcher is probably not getting away from people really quick. So Deontay Johnson, as you said, may be the best on the team when it comes to that. So that to me is big, and why he is needed in this game, and again why I wish they could have had some time in game to work with each other. By the way, gear up for the playoffs at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Thanks to our friends at Academy for getting us and they can get you ready for this weekend with the new ready-to-roll playoff shirts and division championship hats. Get yours at your local Academy Sports and Outdoor. Get it before the weekend so you can be ready on the game on Saturday. All right, coming up, the two best players in the league, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, at least for this season. Who are you surprised by more that they have in their careers? If you remember how this thing started and the talk around those two guys, who are you surprised by the most that they are this caliber of a player? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Texans, Chargers, Super Card Weekend.
You guys are built for this. We ready for it. I can't wait to see us play. Keep taking it up another notch, another level. Everything you got, right? Win or go home is right.
medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Feel really good about it. Guaranteed it. Kick off the show guaranteed. The Texans. They will beat the Los Angeles Chargers.
Get that dub, huh?
Yep. And hey, and we put the show name on it. They win when they win. Show's back. You roll through and show. Call me whatever. I will not correct you. Appreciate everybody participating with the show. Text line, those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Cam on YouTube and Twitch said, can we recap on all the times Ron has been confident about us and what happened after? Sure. 2 times this year. Have damn near guaranteed wins. Not the way that I just did today. But I said against the Patriots, there's no chance they're going to lose this game. And there were many of, I said it's not going to be close. There were many of you, you haven't been here long enough. You don't know what the Texans can do. And they, as you said, blew the doors off. Said it and then laughed at any thought the Cowboys would stay close with them. Said this game won't be close. And they blew the doors off the Cowboys.
What's your point?
2 for 2.
Yep, damn. Raiders, fire Antonio Pierce. 1 year, huh? Out of there. 2 in a row. All right. So, yeah, man. We can recap that. Yeah, felt good about him. Did not feel good about you against the Ravens. Right on that. Didn't feel good about you against the Chiefs. Figgy got wet. Figgy got wet because he was pushed in a water tank. Just want to get that out there for many of you.
Not because he got good and worked up.
Yeah.
Not because he got too football horny.
Yeah, not because of that. And then many of you, don't fall for it. Ron is cursing the game and guaranteeing a win. Many of you, I don't know why. Many of you just have your own thoughts. Think I have some sort of hatred for the Texans or Houston sports teams in general. I just give you what I honestly think. And don't have any towards the Texans, so there is no mind thought of, hey, let me backdoor screw them. No, I legitimately like a lot of the guys in that locker room, a lot of the coaches. Root for them. Do. Are they my team? No, but I root for them. So I don't hope bad things happen to them. Like them. I like to see CJ get back on track. I do. I would. So, but they will. They will win this game, as I feel incredibly great about this. And you want to know a reason why I feel great about this? Because Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson ain't the ones walking in that door.
Yeah.
Right. Now, as I said, I'm not talking anything past this one. But a big one is that. And speaking of those two, Clint, Tyler, those two are going to – one of those two are going to win the MVP, right? I think Saquon Barkley is probably going to finish third, but a distant third. I think it's going to be Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. I picked Josh Allen before the season started as my MVP, and so I'm going to go ahead and hope that Josh Allen go ahead and makes me a profit on that as well. So I'll go with Josh. But I'd like to go a little deeper into the conversation because, Clint, you know it. These two guys in particular, hell, our own producer just refused to believe that Lamar Jackson was fully a quarterback until maybe about 2 years ago. But these two guys, they have criticized, in a major way. Some deserve, some a little over the top. And it seems like since these two guys have been in the league, Clint, we've heard more about what they can't do and their failures and their issues than it seems like sometimes more than the great things that they can do. I would throw out to you and the people, 713-572-4610. Those who are on YouTube and Twitch can jump in on this. Who are you more surprised that they've become this type of player? Lamar or Josh Allen? And to give you some stats real quick, Lamar, 2-time league MVP, 3-time All-Pro, 4-time Pro Bowler. He is 70-24 since he's been in the league. Josh Allen, 4-time All-Pro, 4 top 5 MVP finishes, and he's 76-34. And I can't remember the last time they lost a division in their time there. Who are you more surprised that they've become this type of player?
It's Josh Allen for me.
Really?
Yeah. Look, I was always on a Lamar Jackson is a quarterback, and if he can pull some things together like every young quarterback needs to, he's got a chance to be.
Did you
really
think he
special.
was to be a potential 3-time?
No. I'm not. No, I didn't. I mean, that's a whole different.
These guys are Hall of Famers, right?
I thought. Oh yeah, no question. First ballot. I thought that he would light the box score up. When it comes to winning and leading the team and doing all, you never know what these guys are made of. I knew he would light a box score up, and now we've seen a guy that goes out there and all he does, he manages the game well. I still believe he's a better passer of the football. I'm just talking about from an old quarterback's mind of like technically and mechanically and like arm talent and what he does. Like he's just as freakish with his arms as he is with his leg, and his arm as he is with his legs. That's. I don't know that he'll ever get the credit he deserves with his arm simply because he's so incredible with his legs. I don't know that everybody will slow down and go, wait a minute, let's just take the legs out of it and look at this guy's arm and the different arm slots he throws and the throws that he makes on the move, the throws he makes back across his body, the throws he makes without transferring his weight. Like Lamar, they're both incredible. The thing to me, the reason I would say Josh is because one, I think Josh doesn't have the eject button that Lamar has, like the hit your head on the goalpost type eject button. He can get out and move around, don't get me wrong, but he has to, in order for him to me, in my opinion, in order for him to consistently play at this level, he has to be in a system. Like everybody around him has to buy into using Josh Allen in the power run game. Right, and then also any pass game's going to allow him to flourish with that big arm he's got. And again, same thing. The power is different than Lamar, but very similar from an arm action and all the throws across their body on the run, blah blah blah. Josh is the one to me. To me, even if you're not a Lamar fan, like it's hard to argue that he's just constantly went boop 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 and got better as we've gone. Right, Josh has been a guy that's been a wild card, and filled the box score up. But turned the ball over too much.
I mean, the whole box.
Cleaned it up for a year and looked like, okay, now he's figured it out. Now he can go win in the playoffs and win championships. And then he backslid again for half a year, and now he's right back to that. So the fact that I think just Josh needs to be in the right system with the right play caller, and he's been so erratic, makes me a little bit more surprised that Josh has gotten there versus Lamar. I'm not shocked. As I told you before, I think Lamar, even in an average year, he should be there. If we're really talking about the most valuable player, assuming the Ravens don't win 4 games next
year. But not the dude that came out. For me, it's Lamar, Clint. For me, Ocho here chimes in. As I said, who are you more surprised that they've become this player? Like, as we said, they're not 30. And I don't think Clint's off by saying these two guys are right now walk-in Hall of Famers. Lamar damn sure is. I mean, I don't know that anybody has 2 MVPs and 4 All-Pros or 3 All-Pros and not get into the Hall of Fame. So, and I think Josh is probably on his way to winning his first MVP. Like they're both walk-in. They're not 30. They're both walk-in Hall of Famers right now. I didn't see that. Josh, because Ocho said, Ron, considering both their issues were passing accuracy in college, I can't call this one. Listen,
it's fair.
It is fair. For me, Josh is like Anthony Richardson. I don't think Anthony Richardson's going to be the best player in the world. But I could look at it and think if it gets right and he figures something out, just talent-wise, just talent and God-given ability, he that in him to do it. Lamar, I didn't know if he would ever reach the point where he could consistently be effective enough in the passing game to be able to do that. And the older he got, the lesser his legs would matter as much. And Clint, he went from the first year when he took over for Flacco. I mean, they were They were running Oklahoma's 80s offense, it felt like. They weren't throwing the ball. To now, my man's thrown for 4,000 yards and 40-plus touchdowns. He's led the league in touchdown passes multiple times. To me, I'm talking about the heights. Not to say that Lamar couldn't be successful in the role. Like, you'd have told me Kyler Murray. That's what I would have felt like maybe Lamar gets to, where Kyler's not the best player in the world, but, I mean, he's a good quarterback. Both of these guys, if Patrick Mahomes didn't exist, would be the best player of the era. And Lamar, to me, the way that he has found the ability to improve his game year after year throwing the football, it's like you don't think Lamar is going to fall off as being an effective player as his legs leave him, because he's adding all the video.
Well, the other thing with that too, Ron, I don't study Lamar at this point. I've watched a lot of him in the past when there was a lot of criticism, but I've watched him a handful of times this year. There's still a lot of room for him to improve. I mean, there's still throws that he misses that you're like, what in the hell? Why? I mean, are you kidding me? We're going to be fit because of his style, but at the end of the day, there's still room for dude to get better, and he's potentially going to end up winning another MVP. We'll see.
Yeah, and you're right, getting better. And Josh has just said, all right, I've decided I'm just going to stop turning the ball over.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like Josh's is more decision making and scheme, and Lamar's is more about just getting and playing above his ceiling. I mean, it's wild. It's both of them are unbelievable, man.
All right, it is a Texans Ticket Tuesday, so stay with us in the 5 o'clock hour, your chance to win that. But coming up next, in this 3 o'clock hour, we will hear from the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, as he speaks to the media, and later on we'll hear from C.J. Stroud. But speaking of C.J. Stroud, I've guaranteed this game. In your opinion, do you believe C.J. Stroud needs to outplay Justin Herbert for the Texans to win Saturday? We'll discuss that next.
Hey, y'all, Underdog Fantasy is available to play.
cold and fever relief for kids ages 6 and up with a delicious grape flavor that kids love. New DayQuil Kids Cold and Cough Plus Fever will help them feel better fast so they can get back to the fun stuff quickly. New DayQuil Kids Cold and Cough Plus Fever. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
You can't put deodorant on funk.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it is a Texans Ticket Tuesday, as we do when the home game jumps out, and it don't change because there's a playoff game. Yes, you got a chance in the 5 o'clock hour to win front row tickets. Front row tickets for this playoff game against the L.A. Chargers. Got window puppies coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, a pair of those tickets. So make sure you're listening for that. And with that, I think here in the next break, I think I'm going to try to negotiate me some tickets.
You want to go back there and see Aaron?
Yeah.
See
if she can let me hold maybe 4.
Todd, I was fixing to say, what are the odds? What are the odds it's a pair? A pair of a pair, I guess. 4.
I'd love a pair of playoff tickets.
Yeah.
How would you like 4, sir?
I would love it.
Yeah, I think I'll do 4.
I mean,
I don't want to be greedy, so I think I'll take 4. I mean, it's a playoff game, and I know folks want to be in there. So
playoff game in a suite, man.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Sure,
10 didn't work, so
9. It was 9. No Beyonce this time, so she'll be in good shape. I'm sure they're gonna pull somebody out at the half.
Yeah, Slim or something.
Yeah, the old Paul. Yeah,
maybe a little Kiki.
Yeah, maybe they go white.
Paul Wall,
if they were to go white and Paul Wall doesn't count.
Why? He's white.
Because I'm meaning a different genre.
The Iceman is Caucasian.
I'm meaning a different genre. I'm just thinking if they were to go away, who would it be? Because they've been rolling pretty hard the halves.
Clay Walker.
The national anthem is reserved for him, sir.
Yeah, I just know he does a lot with them. They've already had our guy do the H-Town Maid thing at the McCullough.
Parker, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It's got a real, I don't know. I mean, to me, it's got a. You can't follow up primetime Christmas Day Beyonce with Has Been. Got a real Cody Johnson vibe to it. If it were me. We would, if there was something out there, we'd already know.
That's I like that though.
I would think that kind of big if you're gonna go that route.
I mean, he's local.
I was gonna say, didn't he? Was it him? I forgot who it was who sung.
Randy Rogers did a halftime show.
Somebody
already
did the national anthem for the Astros when they.
Cody's done it a few times.
Was it Cody? I think it was because Megan threw out the first pitch and ended that one kid's career.
Yeah, low glove Hensley.
Yeah, she ended Hensley.
Low hand Hensley.
Yeah, she ended O.D. Hensley's career. But I think Cody Johnson, I felt like he sung the national anthem for that. Maybe slide in Cody for another.
Cody would be tremendous. He's a performer too now, so it would be he'd get the most out of that 10 or 15 minutes, however long it is they give him boys on the stage.
Yeah, text line 1,000% chance Clay Walker sings the national anthem.
Yeah, that's highly likely. I don't know about 1,000%, but it's highly likely.
That's where you would roll to it. But no, it should be a great time. You'll be there, and if Aaron's listening, hopefully me and my family will be there as well.
I think you ought to shoot for 6, man. Bring a couple family friends, man.
I could. You're right. Could bring the Gaineses.
Shoot for 6. You may land at 4.
If the Gaines came, if I had to bring Victor and Kelly, 8 tickets.
Well, shoot for 8, man.
You're right. Why not? You don't know if
make them feel bad and feel bad for giving you 4, and then you get the whole family in.
If you get 8, can I hold 2 of them?
Well, not if the Gaineses are coming. Then that would be short 2 of their kids.
All right.
Can't do that to Victor.
Thanks, bro.
I'll go with 4. Man, like I said, I don't want to be greedy. I'm not greedy. So, let's go with 4.
I think that's debatable.
Yeah. All right, Clint.
Christmas Day, Baltimore playoff game versus the Chargers, and he's knocking down 14 tickets.
9, and it
13 tickets.
It really doesn't sit right with me that we didn't make that happen. I feel like I gave them a good notice.
Said, oh, damn, so
2 weeks.
I think when you walked out and closed the door, they laughed.
Oh, maybe. I just got a message the day before. They're already reserved.
Already spoken for,
yep.
Huh? But did that message come? Did you follow up? Did you say, hey man, what's did you ever find them tickets?
No, it ended when they said, "Oh, I did follow up." You're right, I did follow up and they're all spoken for.
Hey, never heard back. Were y'all able to get them 9 tickets?
That's 9, man. We could have 9. We could have negotiated. Could have got down to 6, and maybe Mimi and Lauren would have stayed home or something. I don't know. No, Lauren was the first one who wanted to be there. So, but no, someone texted in who gives a rat's ass about the halftime show. There are other people who lead than you do, sir or ma'am. I guarantee you there's some people who may give a rat's ass. I bet you he's thinking that too. Beyonce came. Who gives a rat's ass about that halftime show?
I just hope it's not like that. Man, back in the day whenever J.J. Watt was in his prime, I went to my first ever Texans playoff game. It was that Chiefs game where they returned the opening kickoff for a touchdown and beat them, 30-something to 0?
Yeah.
So that
Niall Davis.
Yes.
Arkansas.
Niall Davis.
Right out just.
Yep.
So that playoff game was my first experience, and they were pumping up the halftime show, right? Because this is peak J.J. Watt. This is peak turn down for
Was
Watt.
it a surprise?
No. Lil Jon performed at halftime that turn down for Watt song, but we were getting our asses kicked so bad nobody in the crowd was vibing at all. It was awful. He was all trying to get everyone hyped.
Side note, and how crazy and how quickly it has changed for Chiefs fans, I thought for sure Chiefs were losing that game. Yeah! Brian Hoyer was the starting quarterback. I thought for sure. Chiefs had gone, I think, 27 years since they had their last playoff win.
I'll tell you, NRG went from real loud to real quiet on that kickoff.
They were gonna lose. And my man Brian couldn't stop throwing picks. That was a rough one. Mm-hmm. Well, CJ is not Brian Hoyer, thank God, or we probably wouldn't be sitting here talking about a playoff game.
God bless, brother.
But I threw this out on the tees. People have spoken and talked and given their thoughts, and we'll read yours on the text line and YouTube and Twitch. Do you think C.J. Stroud has to outplay Justin Herbert? Because he's had some matchups with top quarterbacks this year. Sam Darnold, who's a Pro Bowler, Josh Allen, who may win the MVP, Lamar, who may win the MVP, Mahomes, who's the best in the game, Jared Goff, who's in the MVP conversation, Jordan Love, Tua. He's had some games, and I'd say the Allen, Goff, and Tua games he probably outplayed those quarterbacks. The rest, I think he was outplayed in the game in NRG. Do you think he has to outplay Justin Herbert when this game's over?
Yes.
Oh, you do?
I think the only way the Texans win in the playoffs is if C.J. Stroud outplays the opposing quarterback.
Really?
Yeah, I don't. There's nothing that.
Text line coming in. He just needs to play his game and not turn it over.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to get it.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to get it. I don't. I mean, look, there's nothing that leads us to believe that there's going to be a ton of run game involved versus a good defense anyway. There's nothing that leads us to believe that I know of. I mean, if somebody out there disagrees, 713-572-4610, let us know.
Really? So I'm interested that you think, because I don't. I feel like their defense in this game can keep them down enough to where CJ just, to me, has to make plays in certain moments and not help.
I mean, how many points take to win a game?
24.
You confident against the best scoring defense in the NFL that they can score 24 points?
I'm not saying that's what. Let me see. Like, I don't think it's high scoring. To me, it feels like a 24-20, 2017 type game. And I do, because I think that the Texans defense can help them.
Yeah, I don't know. There's not. I think the only way they win, the only way the Texans are a real threat at any point in the playoffs, starting this weekend, is if C.J. Stroud plays with his hair on fire. I think he's got to go out there and play the brand of football, and it doesn't have to be one of those like a Tampa Bay type of hair on fire where it's a straight at shootout. I mean, but he's got to go out there and he's got to be nails. He's got to play the. Like what we talked about, everything is dependent on C.J. Stroud. Is the protection going to be worth the flip? Well, it depends on how C.J. Stroud plays, right? I mean, is Dalton Schultz? Is Dalton Schultz going to be a factor in this game? Depends on how if C.J. Stroud's working low to high the majority of the time and taking his being very selective when he takes his risk over the top. All of that stuff it's all based on C.J. and so now I think C.J.'s going to have to throw for 250 to 300. I think he's going to have 2+ touchdowns. I think he's going to have no turnovers.
I think that's a key.
I think he's going to have to be responsible to keep the sacks below. And if he doesn't, I think you'll have a very difficult time winning a ball game. That's where I'm at with it. But I think CJ is going to have to outplay the quarterback that he's going against, and it's going to be hell because the quarterbacks are significantly better and the defenses are significantly better.
Yeah, like to me, I think the next round I'm with you on that. The next round, it's either going to be Allen, Lamar, and Mahomes that he has to face. That would be the three that they would have to run into. I mean, I would imagine unless Josh and Baltimore both lost this week, it would have to be one of those teams. And I would agree on that one. But this one, man, it almost feels like if he played a game similar to the game he played against the Dolphins, like I feel like they can win that type of game. I mean, I believe he threw for. I don't even think he threw for 150 yards. Maybe not even 140. He threw 2 touchdowns to Nico. I remember Nico had like 17 yards but caught 2 touchdowns. Yeah. And their defense was so good, and he didn't turn the ball over. And Tua did 3 times. Now, he outplayed him, but, I mean, he wasn't crazy in the game. So, like, I could see Herbert throwing for 270, 300 yards, and the Texans still winning the game.
Yeah,
and not taking CJ having to match it.
I just don't. Here's what I don't believe is going to happen. I think the Texans.
Somebody accused you of smoking meth.
Yeah. No, not yet.
Come on, guys.
Not yet. I hadn't reached that level.
We can't let your teeth get there.
Oh, that's a bad deal. I'd only do it once, even though they say it's the most addictive thing ever.
I don't think you can just do it once.
Yeah, that's what they say. It'd be
Talk
tough.
about meth, Tyler.
It'd be tough.
Yeah, crystal meth. Here it's addicting.
Yeah, I like my teeth too much, I guess.
Dynamite drop in from Tyler.
Well, I heard the back end. I was like, what the hell?
He said, yeah, crystal meth, man.
Yeah, look, here's the deal.
It'll get you.
If you think they're going to come in here, if the Chargers are going to come in here and turn the ball over 4 times, and it may happen, then the conversation we're having is a moot point. I mean, CJ does not have to outplay the opponent, the opposing quarterback, if the opposing quarterback throws 4 or 5 interceptions.
Yeah, not the Jared Goff. Yeah,
right. Yeah, I mean, that's not.
But coming in and thinking like
all bets are off. Well, I wish all bets were off when something crazy like that happens. But just going into this ball game, looking at it, like, I think CJ's got to outplay. I think he's got to outplay the Chargers quarterback. I think he's got to outplay Justin Herbert.
Because I remember the last time they played at home, when you saw that first drive and you saw what the Ravens were doing to me, and when I watched that, and I remember I tweeted it soon after that first drive where they just ran through the Texans.
Mm-hmm.
I said, like, this is going to take CJ having a big game. This is going to take CJ matching or playing better than Lamar to offset the other stuff. I just don't know that the Chargers have it. I don't know that the Chargers are a team to me that matches that. By the way, some news again here if you missed it. Antonio Pierce of the Raiders hired. He was the interim coach last year. Then they hired him, so he is fired after a year. Gerard Mayo was fired after a year. Clint, is this about to be a trend? Is this about to be a thing where we see, like, hey man, if you don't show some signs of life immediately as you're the next coach, like let's say whoever Jacksonville's hires, if you don't show some signs of life, immediately, and not just because Jacksonville did it a couple years ago, but I mean, Urban Meyer gave him, full reason. And even with the Texans moves when they did it with Lovey and David Culley, at least in those, you could clearly see that those weren't long-term options. My
football
whole issue
playing Jesse
was why didn't they just try to go after a long-term option right then and there and just instead of doing that? But in these cases, it felt like these guys were vetted and thought to be coaches that were going to be for the long haul. And I just wonder, is that the new thing that we're looking at is organizations are wanting to see immediate improvement or immediate signs that you're going a certain level. And if not, your ass can be going after a year. It's hard to build.
Sometimes divorce.
Yeah, look, I think here's now. I don't think this necessarily applies to Mayo because Mayo was in the building. But when we see this, especially the former player hires, right, guys that haven't coached much at all, if any, as head coaches in the NFL, as head coaches in college, the more we get to this run of, hey man, we're going to hire the next Deion Sanders. I think we're going to see more owners and more athletic directors realize in a year like this guy ain't it. This guy ain't cut out for it, and cut bait in a hurry. I do think it's going to be one. I think it's going to be an offshoot of kind of how hiring is nowadays. Yeah. I do. I mean, you heard Cliff Kingsbury talking about it. I don't know if you heard of it. Cliff Kingsbury talking about him getting another head coaching job potentially after being the OC, and then somebody asked him what he would do different. And he went down a list of like, where do I start? But he went talking about setting the foundation and doing things differently from the first because all he had ever coached was college. He didn't understand the pro. It was pretty telling. And I would imagine that's more. I would imagine that types of situation is more common than not. Is guys that have never coached before going in there and not realizing what it takes to set the foundation versus the retread that could at very very least do that. We'll see. But I do think we see more of it with these random players getting head coach gigs.
I remember Dan Campbell started out 0-10, 0-10-1, or something like that.
He was 3-13, 3-13-1. I think his first year.
Yeah, so I don't know, boy. I hope that's not in a trend because to me, I get what you're saying. I guess sometimes you can say, man, this guy ain't got it. Like, I mean, we saw that with David Culley, but that one you saw it on the front end. Some of these, I hope, like, hey man, your ass better get rolling.
Yeah,
turn this thing
hard.
Around right now. You better D'Amico Ryans this thing immediately.
Yeah, if you're not in the building, that's real talk, by the way. They watch D'Amico do it and go, well, hell, that's what I want right there. But if you don't do that, then it's your ass, right? But if we're not in the building, it's so hard to comment on because I mean, believe it or not, there are more assistant coaches that get hired as head coaches that are just immediately, obviously, not cut out to be a head coach. A great coordinator, great football guy, great technician guy, but when it comes to being a head coach, just absolutely overwhelmed and not cut out for it. So we're just not in the building, and I don't know what the reasons are.
All right, coming up, something that I think may be surprising to a lot of Texans fans. We'll talk about that and let you know what that is coming up next.
All right, y'all.
Loop and The Drive on a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Reach 10.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in to The Drive. Coming up here in a bit, hopefully we will be able to go out to NRG and hear from the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, as he is going to meet with the media. A lot of things being moved up.
What time's that going down, man?
Hopefully coming up soon. Hopefully coming up in the next segment, we'll be able to hear from the head coach, but he's going up whenever it is that he so pleases. Supposed to go up about 20 minutes ago, but we'll see. We'll see when he does, but when he does, we'll bring that to you. And C.J. Stroud, we just talked about him. He will be speaking to the media as well. We'll carry that in the 4 o'clock hour as well. So stay tuned for that. You'll hear from the head coach and your starting quarterback, C.J. Stroud. One person we will not hear from today, but I know, Clint, you can't wait to hear from him because you take all of that in that Bobby Slowick brings and gives.
Yeah, he's the one guy that gives that doesn't give us a canned answer. Yeah, I think it's and I don't know how long it's going to last because I like to take it and pick it apart. But it's I think if you really get down with what Bobby Slowick is saying, love or hate him, I think there's a little bit of substance for our team, and so yeah, I'm here for it, no doubt. I mean, D'Amico and CJ have gotten to a point where it's just, I mean, we're just going to stroke everybody in the building. I mean, we're just going to tell everybody how good everybody is, and we're just going to keep this thing moving. And that's. I mean, I appreciate the other.
Well, get excited. Bob will be here on the drive 2:30. We'll hear from him tomorrow. Tomorrow at 2:30. Obviously not today at 2:30, but tomorrow at 2:30. But this is starting to go around now. Are you surprised at this? Bobby Slowick getting head coaching requests for head coaching interviews. You surprised that the Jets, they have put in requests to speak to Bobby Slowick.
Wow, dude.
For their head coaching candidacy. There have been other thoughts that maybe the Bears may come calling just in terms of request to talk to him.
Yeah.
They're talking to a lot. Are you surprised? Because I mean, we're hearing people who want him to be relieved of his duties right here, and I'm one that thinks that is still a real possibility. Not that I completely agree with it, but I think it's a real possibility that if the offense puts up another dud and their season ends, I think he would be the one that probably pays for it, at least one of them. But are you surprised that there's some thinking of that, get rid of him? He may be going to other organizations, look at him as a thought of, like, hey, we at least want to talk to him about our head coaching vacancy.
No, I'm not surprised that he's getting interviewed. I'd be shocked off my ass if he got hired.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
very different from last year.
Yeah, but look, with you, I'm not sure that he lasts the offseason. You look at some of the offensive coordinators that teams are moving on from, and there's Bobby Slowick is in the same tier with some of those guys that are getting moved on from for the same reasons. So, I don't know what D'Amico ends up doing at the end of the year with Bobby Slowick, but the head coach interview is interesting to me because, look, if I were an owner right now and I were tasked with hiring a head coach, and I either had a young quarterback or was looking for my next young quarterback, Bobby Slowick would damn sure be on my interview
So he
list.
would be?
Yeah, he would be on my interview list. Cliff Kingsbury would be on my interview list. Like I would interview anybody out there that has recently taken a young quarterback and been responsible for that. Just to gather information. What are you doing? What are you believing with the young quarterback?
And that's why I think a lot of people, I would say, are probably surprised that Bobby Slowick, because that point is why I think a lot of people feel like you run away from Bobby Slowick because of, I guess, where C.J. Stroud is right now.
No, C.J. Stroud had the most unbelievable year even as good as Jaden Daniels' years is. I mean, it's impressive. I think it looks different than CJ's simply because of the way he goes about it. His legs are a real threat. CJ's never have been. And so that adds a different element. Not that it's any better or any worse. I just think that CJ's is more impressive because of the way in which he did it. And if I were hiring head coaches, if I was a general manager and owner hiring head coaches, and I either had a young quarterback, Caleb Williams, or I was looking for a young, which a good chunk of the other organizations that have an opening are, New Orleans is, the Raiders are, the Jets are. I would want to talk to everybody out there over the last 5 years that have taken a young quarterback, been responsible for that young quarterback, and that guy have MVP caliber years. We've now seen Cliff Kingsbury do it twice with Kyler Murray in Tampa, as well as now with Jaden Daniels in Washington, and Bobby did it as early as last year. So if those guys were willing to interview, I'd interview the hell out of them. I'm not saying I'd hire them, but
you at least want to talk to him. I think that's a surprise to me. Is it a surprise to you, Tyler, that Bobby Slowick is getting head coaching interviews based off of this year?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah,
but then I look at who it is, and
who the team that's interviewing?
The Jets.
Yeah.
Jets.
Yeah, I would want to sit across the table from that guy, and I would want him to think that he's got a chance to get the job, and I would want him to tell me everything. Give me the blueprint that allowed a guy like C.J. Stroud, a pocket passing quarterback, to have one of the best years a rookie's ever had, and for your team to make a turnaround and win 10 games behind a rookie quarterback. How'd you do it offensively? I do the same thing with Cliff. How'd you do it, man? What is it? What'd you learn the first time going? And I would leave those meetings with, now, whether I moved on and I hired a guy that's never been a head coach, I would know the pitfalls and I'd know what to look for that Cliff said he struggled with the first time. I would know, like get a great first year. What went into that, and then now things seem to be struggling a little bit. What the hell's going on?
But Clint, but that's the thing is, I think Bobby can be impressive if you go in there and start to go with the mindset that you're talking about right now. I think Bobby can be impressive, and I think Bobby can maybe give you explanations of what happened this year to make you. So I've always thought if Bobby gets in front of people, I think Bobby can be an impressive person.
Oh yeah, no, I think he absolutely.
Despite how
I think he absolutely is. Look, and I don't. It wouldn't shock me if D'Amico. I don't know. I'm not privy to the information of what's going on behind closed doors over there. But I think there's plenty reason for them to keep or relieve Bobby Slowick of his duties. I mean, there's plenty going on over there. The play caller is just, and some of the issues with the play caller is just one of 5 or 6 things that have been inconsistent and poor this year. And doing his job at a high level is very dependent on several of the other things. So I could see him keeping him. I could see him letting him go.
Yeah,
I'm not shocked one bit that he's getting interviews. So hell, they interview guys that ain't never coached before.
Yeah, I thought that would be the last thing a lot of Texas fans think is he's going to get interviewed. Because I saw some people, I tweeted out, wow, he's getting interviews. Take him off our hands. Now, do it. All right, D'Amico Ryans, we'll let you hear from him as he gets ready for this big game on Saturday. D'Amico Ryans will be speaking. He's from NRG. You'll hear from the head coach coming up next.
Oh, that means you better get.
Orange Theory Fitness. Book your first workout class for free at orangetheory.com.
H-Town, I'm back.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in to The Drive. Let's hear from the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, who is speaking to the media, getting set and ready for their playoff game here at NRG against the Chargers. Here is the head coach.
Everybody good?
Yeah, we're good.
Look at obviously he has the big arm, but some ability for a big man to run. What do you see from his mobility?
Yeah, I mean, Justin he's an athletic quarterback. He does a good job of course, just ID and defenses, getting his offense in the correct play, smart decisions with the football. He does a really good job of just protecting the football, which is very impressive. Only 3 interceptions on the year, so we know it'll be very difficult to take the ball away from him. But it'll be a collective effort, right? We have to have a really good rush up front. We got to be by our coverages. We have to be disciplined in our coverages, and also knowing that he is athletic enough to escape the pocket and get out, and he can make plays on you there. So really good quarterback. Impressed with what he's done just throughout his career.
I mean, I'm sure you don't see it because I know you're laser focused. I understand that. But national media talk right now is just not giving you guys a chance. Real disrespectful. And a lot of things that they're saying, like Rex Ryan said that the Chargers basically have a bye. Is that something you lean into? Is that you talk about? Or you completely ignore it? It's up for us to have fun with it.
Yeah, for us, I don't think, it doesn't matter. If anybody gives us a shot, it really doesn't matter to me. At the end of the day, when the ball is kicked off, it's who's the best football team right on Saturday. And that's where our focus is, on playing really good football. Everybody have an opinion about us one way or the other, but outside opinion really doesn't drive what we do here internally. Like, our guys put the work in, they know what we're about. We know what we're about, so it really doesn't matter to me on all the outside noise.
So something like that's just not even like bulletin board material. It's just,
for me, it's something like that. What does it do? Does it make it harder because somebody said that? Does it change? Like, we play hard anyway. Like, we're going to bring our style of football, our brand of football on Saturday, regardless or irregardless of what anyone a talking head's opinion is about us, right? So it really doesn't drive or doesn't change our approach one bit.
Rushing attack, J.K. Dobbins, been hurt a bunch in his career, but seems to be pretty healthy for them. Came back from the injury. They also use Edwards a little bit. What have you kind of seen from their ability to run the ball and kind of how Harbaugh's been able to implement that?
Yeah, with the running game, they're going to be persistent with the running game. And with them being persistent, they churn out yards. The backs, both backs are good, physical backs, really good contact balance, which, you have to wrap up and tackle these guys. They knock a lot of guys off. You think there's a lot of plays, a ton of plays where guys have them in the backfield for a tackle for loss. In some kind of way, they slide out and continue to gain more yards. So, collectively as a defense, we have to play our brand of ball. That's swarming to the football. Everybody tackling, wrapping up. We got to do a better job of tackling, but it takes more than one guy being at the football versus both of the backs.
Coach, when you're watching the film, what stands out to you about Ladd McConkey?
With McConkey, the thing that stands out the most is just his route running ability, right? It really jumps off the tape, just how detailed he is with his routes, how urgent he is with his route. Like, at the top of the route, he does a really good job at break points. So he's a tough cover, right? He's a tough cover. They do a good job of motioning him around, moving him to different spots in the formation. But, I mean, he's a dynamic player, not only with the routes, but once he gets the ball in his hands, he can be explosive as well. So he's a tough cover in the slot, one of the better slots we've seen all year.
Do you have much dealings with Harbaugh, and what are your thoughts on what he's done this season after making the move?
Yeah, I'm impressed with what Coach Harbaugh has done. He's done a great job of turning his team around. His first year there, he's a veteran coach. He's been doing it for a long time, former player, former quarterback. He understands football, knows what it takes to win football games, and that's how his teams operate. They do a great job of being balanced, running the football, and staying with the run. That's the one thing I see, and they take their explosive shots when they have an opportunity to. But they're just a smart, sound football team in all three phases. Offense, defense, and special teams all are sound in what they do. They don't make a ton of mistakes. They don't have a ton of penalties. They don't hurt themselves a lot. And that allows them to stay in football games and have an opportunity in the fourth quarter to close it out.
Arian Foster was named by the organization as this week's team captain or game captain. He hasn't really been around the fold as much. How good is it to see him back? And just thinking back on your time playing with him, what do you feel like he's meant to this organization?
It'll be great to have Arian back. He was a big-time player for us. He ran the ball, carried us a lot, running the football, making a lot of plays. Arian, I played against Aaron when he was a freshman at Tennessee, so I had played against him when I was at Bama, and I knew sometimes you just know good players, so I knew Aaron, and this kid is going to be a really good player, and a couple years later, we were able to get him here in Houston, and even though he's a free agent, he turned out to be a dynamic player for us, so it'll be exciting. Our fans will be excited to see him, back in the building.
Up front, just on the lines. You talk a lot about your defensive line, but you know what they have in terms of their offensive line. Just that matchup of what you're expecting from it.
With our defensive line versus their offensive line, that'll be the key matchup of the game. They've done a really good job of protecting Justin all year, and for us, we've gotten after the passer pretty good all year. So they're good, we're good. So that's what playoff football is about. Who's going to win that matchup? We'll have a lot of opportunities versus their guys. But Justin also does a good job of getting the ball out, making good decisions, as I said earlier. So we're up for the challenge, right?
Defense and some of their pass rushers. The other day you mentioned Bosa and Mack. They've got some other guys, Dupree, the USC kid. What have you kind of seen from their depth and where they kind of bring the rushers from with those extra guys?
Their defensive line, they do a really good job of, as you said, mixing guys in, different guys rushing, do a really good job. I think Jesse's done a great job of just sending a lot of different pressures with a lot of different guys in different spots. So they've done a great job there to generate pressure. Even it may not be just a four-man rush, guys rushing off the edge, but collectively, all those guys done a great job. You can throw Derwin in the mix as well as a rusher. He's one of the better blitzers in the league. Really good job. So they have a really good collection of talented guys who can get after the passer.
He doesn't know. Go ahead, DJ. Part of the season, you've done a really good job. Well, the defense done a really good job of slowing down some pretty good quarterbacks. Obviously, Justin is a Pro Bowl level quarterback. Throughout the year, what has allowed you to be able to convey whatever message, whatever game plan consistently to your team to be able to execute on Sundays or Mondays and Thursdays, whatever that matter is, to play at a high level and cause some duress for the opposing quarterbacks?
My message to our team, it doesn't change. From our first day up until this week, my message doesn't change. We're going to be a relentless group. In everything that we do, we're going to play hard. We're going to be a physical team. We're going to operate with precision. We're going to play with great effort. That doesn't change, right? And we're going to be sticklers. I'm a stickler for the fundamentals, and being on the details of your job. When you do those things the right way, you set yourself up to be in position to make the plays that you need to make, right? And it doesn't change for me. It's about just being focused for 4 quarters, locked in on your assignment, and then allowing your God-given abilities to take over and make the plays that you're supposed to make. All of our guys doing a really good job, just buying in and believing in what we're asking them to get done. This all the players, man. They do an outstanding job of getting it done on game day.
From the change, as far as the offensive line is concerned, since Titus Howard has been moved to right guard? I know that nobody really talks about the offensive line criticized, but it seems like there's been a change over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, Titus has done a really good job of stepping in at the left guard spot, and he's handled himself very well. Playing tackle to move in the guard, and it's been a very seamless transition, unselfish by him. That's the type of mindset we want from all our players. It's just a team-first mindset of whatever it takes for our team to be successful, to put us in position to win. Everybody needs to be willing to do that. Titus was willing to make the move, and I think we've been better up front with Titus and at the guard position. And, as much credit to Titus and to all the guys, how they continue to work well together. I mean, Patterson stepping in at center, I think he's grown. He's continued to get better with the communication. It's operating at the center position. Then we had Juice step in at right guard last week. So you see guys moving around in different spots, but it's about just getting our best guys out there and going and competing. That's what O-line, offensive line play is about. It's gritty, it's tough. You don't get a lot of love, a lot of pats on the back, but everybody's going to criticize you when it goes wrong, but you just have to make sure you just stay the course and just keep grinding, playing tough, gritty football.
But having Foley back and some other guys that were able to practice it, you feel relatively healthy heading into the stretch run here?
Yeah, we're feeling pretty healthy. Foley, getting him back will be big for us. He's done a really good job of helping us with our run defense, so getting him back will be huge. And, overall, at this point of the season, to be where we are health-wise, I think we're in a really good spot. So try to stay that way.
You mentioned the Chargers moving McConkey around quite a bit. We've seen at times you ask Derek Stingley to follow some of the top options on the other team receiving-wise. Do you anticipate, asking him to do that a little bit for this Chargers game, or has Kamari kind of vouched to go?
Want me to tell you my game plan right here?
All right, thanks.
All right, thank you guys.
All right, that's the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, and I will say this: I don't know what D'Amico's thinking. Hell, I don't even know him well, but I don't believe him for a second that Rex Ryan stuff and all the stuff that's being talked about them. They hear that disrespect, and that disrespect is getting to them as being used. All right.
Oh, you'd be crazy if you wouldn't.
Yeah.
Crazy if you don't. I mean, look, I understand the mindset of keep your blinders on, doesn't change anything we do, doesn't change how we go about our business.
And I understand the approach with us, but
at some point in time,
no chance.
At some point in time, you got to break that out. Maybe it's pregame. At some point in time, you got to break that out and you got to say, hey, fellas, this is what they're saying about you. As if you didn't have enough motivation, as if you weren't prepared enough, if you didn't have enough piss in your veins, guess what?
I just remember Jeff Fisher.
These dudes are laughing
in the
at
playoffs.
you.
They're celebrating. They're over there celebrating like the game's over. Go win the effing game. That gets me Jeff Fisher. They're celebrating. Tyler's dad was really with him, too, as a Titans fan. They're over there celebrating. They think the game's over. Win the effing game. Ain't no way. Ain't no damn way. Ain't no way. Yeah, so there's a lot there you heard from the head coach there. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud, the quarterback, coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. But what you got coming up?
I tell you, there's a handful of straight-up gotta-haves this week if the Texans are going to win Saturday NRG versus the Chargers. And I'm talking about takes very, very little talent. These aren't asking for the unachievable, asking for things that we hadn't seen. Straight up gotta-haves this week from the Texans to beat the Chargers. That'll be next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, y'all, I got to tell y'all, man.
an Odyssey sports station.
For whatever reason, Clint, you just have this swag about you, brother. There is just something there that any person of any color, of any demographic, of anything can relate to.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is, and it's a Texans Ticket Tuesday, folks. One of the more tickety Tuesdays. If you listen, you know what I'm talking about.
It is a Texans
there you go. If it's we legally can say tickety. We can't say the other one,
unless
but
you're Reggie.
There you go. Unless you're Reggie, the new guy. Texans Ticket Tuesday, folks. If you're listening in the 5 p.m. hour, my man Ron is going to give away a pair of front row tickets to the Texans Chargers Saturday game at NRG Stadium, 3:30 kickoff, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a monster. You're going to want to be there, especially with them front row tickets. Ron, big shout out. Hey, Ron's doing y'all solid, man, giving y'all these damn tickets on Texans Ticket Tuesday, man. That was Ron's idea to do that for the people, man. Y'all need to show a little bit of love, man. Quit being so damn hateful on this damn YouTube chat over here, man.
That's right.
By the way, Tyler, YouTube chat, appreciate all the fellas. Ronald, Champ Slice, I see you guys going at it. I look over at that thing. Hell, I don't know if they're talking to me or each other or what. I'm thinking, well, what the hell did I do? I ain't done
They mix
nothing.
you in there.
What the hell happened?
Conversations start conversations. Hell, they started themselves.
Hey, here's the deal, Tyler. You got a little competition, man. You got a little competition on the YouTube chat.
What do you mean?
Well, they're dog cussing each other, I think, and probably me and Ron along the way. But somewhere in there, they mix in a little Joy Taylor. I think these boys are wanting to make a run at Joy Taylor, finding out that she may have made her rounds at Fox Sports or Fox or whatever the hell it is.
Wish she'd make her way over here.
I don't know what's going on, but these boys look like they're making a run at Joy. So it looks like you better.
I can't blame them, but
you
back the hell off.
You got the haircut. You better get you some of that go juice. You better get some of that go getter.
Yeah, I need to jump back in her DMs.
Yeah, you ought to try, man. See if you can get her on the show. That'd be good for our YouTube.
I think she may have enough going on in her DM.
Our chat line.
That's a good point.
It sounds like her DM's probably pretty busy right about now.
Well, flooded. I'm sure she's got a lot of a-holes in there rolling in her DM.
Yeah, man.
Pause.
Yeah, man. Ooh, and them she probably always has, and them a-holes have doubled and tripled it in the last week.
They are.
That's for damn sure. All right, also, D'Amico Rhines was just on this station, Sports Radio 610, this show, The Drive, right here at 3:40. If you're listening via the Odyssey app, AUDACY, we greatly appreciate it. If not, I want you to go ahead and download it. And if you do, there's a rewind feature. You can hit that rewind feature, go back to 3:40, and you can hear D'Amico Ryan's full pressure at 3:40. And here's what I got for you, boys. This is what I got for you. The Texans obviously have a big-time matchup this week. You get to the playoffs, they're all big, right? And they got a big-time matchup this weekend, Saturday, NRG, 3:30. You can win tickets, by the way, be listening to 5 o'clock hour. But in order to win these games, yeah, you got to be special. We talked about C.J. Stroud's got to outplay Justin Herbert. Or I said that. Ron disagrees. I believe he does. But, you can have all those conversations about the superstars. And about playing at or above your ceiling and about filling up the box score and having career nights. That's fine. That's fine, right? But what I'm going to ask guys to do is I'm going to ask guys to do simple things savagely well, right? The straight-up gotta have it this week for the Texans versus the Chargers. I got 4. Ron, Tyler, if y'all got anything you want to add, I think this can be a growing list throughout the week. YouTube, Twitch, text line. If you got anything you want to add, that's fine. Put a little thought into it. Don't just start shooting blanks now. Put a little thought into it. Straight up gotta haves this week. And here's the deal. This can't be something, guys, that I'd like to have great protection for C.J. Stroud to sit back there and Cadillac in the pocket for 4 quarters and get through his progressions and rip and roar all over the field. That's not likely. That's too much. I'm talking about reasonable, easy to accomplish things that the Texans should get done. And here's what I got. Number 1, it starts with the best player on the team. The best player on the team right now. Right now, Laramie Tunsil, one of, if not the best pass-protecting left tackle in the game, one of, if not the highest-paid tackle in the game, 5 straight Pro Bowls in a Houston Texans uniform. Has he been here 5 years for real? Time flies, man.
Mm-hmm. Got here before I did.
5 straight years in the Pro Bowl. Damn it. Laramie Tunsil, it's time that you quit putting this team behind the chains, man. It's time that you quit turning 3rd and 6 into 3rd and 11. It's time that you quit turning 1st and 10 into 1st and 15.
We don't like that.
It's time that Laramie Tunsil goes above and beyond being able to block a good to great defensive end edge rusher one-on-one as what he does well to help this team win games.
Where's your damn head at?
Laramie Tunsil's got to stop hurting this team. He has killed this team time and time again in critical moments of a football game, in critical situations, fourth quarters. You're down to time. There's only enough time on the clock where you can get 1 or 2 possessions, and you get a false start penalty. We start one of those possessions 1st and 15. We get into a drive, probably last possession in the game, need a field goal, need a touchdown, need to score quick, 3rd and 5, boom, you get popped for a false start. Now it's 3rd and 10, 3rd and 11, right? The pre-snap penalties from Laramie Tunsil have zero tolerance. It absolutely cannot happen. Laramie Tunsil, this thing starts and stops with him. He cannot hurt this offense with them silly-ass pre-snap penalties. Had 2 of them last week in limited time against the damn Tennessee Titans. Can't happen. It's where it starts. Number 2, C.J. Stroud. There have been inexcusable turnovers. There's been inexcuses. And there's been inexcusable misses that ended up being turnovers. That should have been touchdowns that ended up being turnovers. And, yeah, my bar is set very high for C.J. Stroud. Damn it, if you don't like it, that's just you can go grade C.J. Stroud on a Brock Purdy scale if you want to. That's fine. Go on. Sorry, Brock. It's just the reality of this situation. You can go judge him on an Andy Dalton level if you want to. But this is top 5 in the league, and C.J.'s had some inexcusable misses and some awful turnovers, and you just simply cannot have them against this caliber football team.
Working with Clint here.
Yeah, I'm telling you, C.J., hopefully you're listening. Hopefully you're listening. The turnovers and the misses, they got 1 or 2 here, fine. A turnover middle of the game, fine. But it can't be the inexcusable kind. It can't be, we got a touchdown, boys. They blew a coverage. Oh, damn. It's a turnover. Ball's going the other, Charger ball going the other direction.
He definitely can't do that.
CJ's got to be better, y'all. CJ's got to be better. Deontay Johnson has to be full go. I'm not saying he's got to be great, Ron. I'm not saying he's got to be great. I don't know who Deontay Johnson is for the Texans. I'm hoping, and my hopes are real high for Deontay Johnson here. Not just this year, beyond this year, if I'm being completely honest. They got me good and worked up last week when you were out. Deontay Johnson has to be full go. He has to be on the field in critical situations. This can't be a game where we look up and Nico Collins and Deontay Johnson aren't in the game on a 3rd and 5 in the third quarter. It cannot happen. These guys have to play a lot when the Chargers defense decides that they're going to shade their coverage towards Nico Collins. They're going to give all their attention to C.J. Stroud and blitz. They're going to take away Nico and the tight end. Deontay Johnson has to be the guy that C.J. can depend on. He's got to be on the field. You got to trust him, and you got to be able to go to him. He is, when it comes to running routes, he's the best option they got healthy right now. When it comes to running,
Nico?
Yes, absolutely. Just route running, yes. He's not the best receiver. Nico's far and away better. But when it comes to you got me, man, and I'm talking about running routes, Ron, that should be 90% plus completion. I'm talking about a slant where there's 3 yards separation on the goal line like we saw last week. If you put it in his frame, between his hips and his shoulders on his numbers, it's touchdown 10 out of 10 times. He created 3 yards of separation with that twitch and change of direction, that suddenness last weekend. I'm telling you, that has to be a part of how the Texans win. I'm not saying he has to go out and have a 10-catch game. I'm saying there's going to be 2 or 3 catches. You see the stop route, pivot route, whatever you want to call it, he caught last week on the sideline, right? That kind of route, that's sick. That's nasty. You damn near can't cover it.
And it's quick with a team that's going to rush the passer the way the Chargers can.
Ron, I was a sub 60% completion percentage guy when I was playing. That route right there with my guy, I can get you over 80% with. I mean, that is QB friendly when you got a guy that can run it. That should be a play that on that 3rd and 5, if it's on side, not jump, 3rd and 5, boop, let's move the chains a couple of times with Deontay Johnson. I'm telling you, Deontay Johnson has to be full go. I'm just saying he has to be healthy. He has to be full go. He has to be coached up on the field as an option, and C.J. Stroud's got to have confidence in using him. No doubt about it. My fourth one, Bobby, this is on you. Bobby, I believe Bobby Slowick. I believe Bobby Slowick has been unfairly treated this year. I really do. I think the calling for his job midseason was extreme as hell.
Nobody works hard than Bobby Slowick.
It's okay. You can work hard and people can be frustrated with you. And I'm okay with it. I've been frustrated with Bobby multiple times, right? I'm frustrated with Bobby at the moment. I'm beyond midseason. We shouldn't be talking about Bobby Slowick's job security, right? Bobby Slowick's job, if he don't go out there and perform big time against the Chargers, his job's going to be up for grabs in the offseason. I firmly believe it. I think the pressure's going to be on D'Amico. Great drop, by the way.
Yeah, it's
all right. And Bobby, I'm going to tell you what, Bobby. Here's the things I want to be able to defend you. I want to be able to defend Bobby Slowick. I'm not going to get mad at you if you run the ball on first down. I'm not going to get mad at you if you throw screens. In fact, I'm pissed off that you let that poor screen performance against Kansas City turn into throwing none of them against Baltimore. Or no, who was it? Who we played? Yeah, it was Baltimore. Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to all that petty stuff. No, I'm not going to worry about that. That's football. I understand the game. But I'm going to tell you, things like this right here just can't happen. In important situations, and we all know situational football. Bobby talks about it all the time. In the red zone, right? Third down, right? Into the half, into the fourth quarter, in the second half, when you get down a score or you get up a score, whatever it may be, you need to convert a first down. Not just a first down run. I'm talking about 3rd and 2. Critical drives. You need to chew the clock. If you toss the football one more time wide and Dalton Schultz is at the point of attack, I'm done with you. I'm absolutely done with Bobby Slowick. 0 situational, critical runs in this football game can be called with Dalton Schultz at the point of attack, period. If Dalton Schultz...
Critical ones, right?
Yeah, and there's... Look, I'll be honest with you.
Because it feels like they just telegraph, whether there's going to be a run or a pass just, with Ron, him or Irvin again.
Yeah, Ron, it's just... We've seen enough. You can put him out wide and run his direction to where he's cracking on a safety or coming down and trying to get most dangerous man. You cannot put him off the tackle's ass and toss the football to him and think that he's not even going to bow his neck against a safety or a corner that's got the edge. He ain't going to do it. He's not going to do it. He is going to hold up the running back long enough to where the pursuit is going to the flow is going to come over the top, and Joe doesn't have a chance. And I don't want to hear no crap about, well, it worked once here, it worked. I get it, man. I get it. I'm just telling you right now, critical situations. I've seen the last of Dalton Schultz be the guy at the point of attack in a run. I don't want to see no short motion and him leading behind the guard in some kind of G scheme either, leading up on the linebacker. I don't want to see it. I mean, those are wasted ass downs, and they shouldn't be in the playbook at this point in time. If he's got to be in the game, which I understand he's got to be in the game, you can't switch your personnel every time you're going to run the football. Yeah, run away from him. Run away from him. Put him out wide in the slot. Hell, put him out wide at wide field side and run the ball inside. But you just absolutely cannot have Dalton Schultz at the point of attack. Tunsil pre-snap penalties, CJ's inexcusable misses and turnovers, Deontay Johnson's got to be full go, and 0 situational important critical runs called with Dalton Schultz at the point of attack. None of that is asking too much of these guys. None of the expectations of all of that happening are plenty healthy for a playoff football team. It's got to happen, Ron.
Yeah, and as you said, I think the key is things that are realistic and can be done. Things that are, hey, I'm not saying, hey, man, John Mechie, go give me 100. I'm not saying any of those things. It's like, hey, you're a Pro Bowler, Laramie Tunsil. You're going up against some really good dudes. You're going up against the likes of Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa. Do what we've seen you do before. Do what you did to Myles Garrett in the playoff game last year. Go do your thing. And CJ, don't turn the ball over. You were
start there.
You were amazing last year at 5 turnovers, 5 interceptions all last year. go and have one of those
Ron,
moments.
it's not. It's with CJ too, and we can go into more depth down the road here on this. But with CJ, CJ has them flashes of brilliance, of greatness, like he did against Tennessee in the first drive. Like I've seen that before. We've seen that. But this caliber opponent in playoff situations, that is the bar. That's where it all starts. Like, to be a playoff quarterback, you have to do those things. Like CJ's got to be great for 4 quarters. And my definition of great is totally different than most. Like, I would love for CJ to go out there and throw for 250 and throw a bunch of checkdowns and be calculated when he takes the risk and hit 2 of the 3 risks that he takes. I don't need you throwing bullet routes and wheel routes to freaking Beck, right? I don't need you throwing go routes to Joe Mixon on 3rd and 2, like that, like those kind of things. Like that defines great or bad for me.
Yeah,
I need a great CJ. I don't need 400 in a shootout. I need a great CJ on Saturday,
which can mean a lot of things.
You bet.
Starting with decision making.
Mm-hmm.
All right, coming up, we will hear from CJ here in at the bottom of this hour, in the 4 o'clock hour. So stay tuned for that. You'll get to hear from the quarterback as they get ready for the Texans taking on the Chargers. But there's one thing. This may be one of the most difficult things trying not to quit. This may be one of the most difficult things trying not to quit in all. We'll discuss that next.
Will adversity prepare the Texans for this year's playoffs? C.J. Stroud thinks. and The Drive on a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
CJ Stroud coming up. Next segment, and your chance is coming soon. It is 4:27 in the 5 o'clock hour. Your chance to win front row seats, a pair of tickets, front row seats, to see the Texans take on the Chargers in Saturday's playoff game. All you got to do is make sure you're listening in the 5 o'clock hour. When you get that cue to call, you won't miss it. Then Tyler will take care of you, and you'll have your chance to be in the building if you ain't already going to be there.
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner.
And listen, as I said, you'll be able to hear from C.J. Stroud coming up as he spoke with the media. But I want to look at another quarterback, Clint. And Tyler, you can jump in on this. Those of you on the text line, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitter, you can jump on this. So you're looking around the division, right? And the Texans, as we see it, boy, they got a chance to run away with this thing for multiple years. It just doesn't even appear to seem like anybody's close. Now, from the Texans situation, we know that the right situation, things can turn around quickly. But right now, they are clearly the class of the division. And it looks like the Colts are keeping everybody in-house, Clint. Ballard, the GM, is staying. Shane Steichen is staying. And it seems like we've heard positive things about Anthony Richardson. You know what Anthony Richardson's like? He's like those guys that are smokers, and I mean cigarettes. They're trying to let go of that nicotine. Barack Obama.
Barack was a smoker?
Uncle Al. Yeah, man, I was my wife was telling about this guy who goes through, he's done this exercise where he's going through and eating the daily diet of all the U.S. presidents and going through and eating their daily diet. And he said he was almost high as a kite just chewing all that damn nicotine, the amount of nicotine that President Obama chewed during his time to try to stop from smoking them darts.
Yeah, Pres Obama was a closet smoker.
But Anthony Richardson's like a narcotic. Like, can you quit it? Are you going to run through it? That Anthony Richardson. And that is the thought. Can you quit that Anthony Richardson? Would you quit that Anthony Richardson narcotic, or would you keep smoking that bad boy? Would you quit Anthony Richardson right now, or would you stay with him? I can't quit him. I can't.
Yeah, I can.
You quit him? Tyler, I'd get fired. I'd probably get fired over
well, when he tapped out of the game, I could quit him.
Yes. That's all I can think of now when I think of Anthony Richardson.
Bro, we can play the young, hadn't played much, and
we've never seen that. That's nuts.
If you got that in you got that in your blood, it's hard for me to relate.
I can understand why that rolls through us. Someone in their late 40s, someone almost 30, 39, but just crossed to 40. And Tyler in his mid 30s. I can see how that bothers. Honestly, I don't think it bothered the players on the team, the players that are going to be there in that age group. I don't think it bothered them as much as it maybe bothered us. But I understand your perspective. You would quit him. I can't, man. I look at that, and we are seeing now more and more, Clint, quarterbacks, hell, 3, 4, 5. How long has Sam Darnold been in the league? Mm-hmm. Years where they finally figured out, or it clicks. And sometimes it means it has to be like the right, coach or the right system. Thought he was in it.
Yeah.
And look, and it's rough, man. Some throws and his misses. I mean, you talked about earlier. Lamar has some misses. I mean, he'll have like 10 straight misses like that, and it gets you. But all I see, Clint, is Josh Allen. That's all. That is like I'm just saying in terms of the potential, right? And Josh couldn't hit a wall in front of him, but two out of 10 throws for 1 point there. Now it didn't take this long for Josh, and he affected the game more. But I would if I were Ballard or Shane Steichen, I'd probably go down.
I haven't watched as much Colts as obviously Texans and covered them. But every time I do watch him, I'm shocked at how little they use his legs in the run game.
That's the part,
and how quick they are to.
You got to be all in on the type of player he is and what he can.
He needs the treatment that Josh Allen got when they went from dig centric offense in Buffalo.
Oh, you mean the one he's in right now?
Yeah. Yep. I mean, he needs that
started
level
the second half of last year.
Yeah, when Diggs was out and Cooks became the focus, Cooks and Josh Allen's legs became the focus instead of going into games trying to stretch the field consistently, even when the defense was set up not to. You were trying to force the issue. You started playing a smarter brand of football. It makes it a vanilla brand of football. It makes it very easy for the quarterback. And I don't say that negatively. I mean, clearly Josh can process. He was just bullheaded and thought he could fit it in, right? Josh needed somebody to go in there and take the options completely away from him and say, this is how we're going to play offensive football. And look what you got. You got an MVP caliber product. Like they're still. I am shocked.
Yeah, no, they do. They are. That's the other part is, especially when you saw Jalen Hurts, like they're not all in. They're not all in from a perspective of how to use him. They try to take his legs out, and I understand that there's a fear of, hey man, we drafted him number 4. We want to keep him right. But I mean, Anthony Richardson is not Anthony Richardson if Anthony Richardson is going to half-ass use his legs, and they have yo-yoed him a lot of like, hey man, you're our guy, or no, we're gonna bench you, or that. Like they got to go all in on the type of offense he needs, and they got to go all in on how much.
Well, and Shane's the right guy for that, but he's got to decide to do it, and it's got to be one of those. And they got the powers that be in Indianapolis got to get in a room and go, hey, we are willing to risk this guy's health the same way Buffalo has in running the ball more, the same way Baltimore has in running Lamar more. And he may get injured, but we're the Indianapolis Colts are going to win football games when he's healthy playing this brand of football. We're going to lose playing what they've tried to play with him recently, like him sitting in the pocket and trying to dissect defenses, and him doing the RPO stuff and reading the NFL defenders and what to do. That's just not that he's not ready to win. He's not ready to
right
win
now, especially not right, and maybe. Maybe it may not ever, but especially right now, no.
Well, it's crazy. People come at me about it like it's disrespectful to quarterbacks. I'm not disrespecting anybody. I guarantee you, Jalen Hurts, Cam Newton back in the day, Josh Allen right now, like I said, Lamar. I guarantee you, when their legs are a part of the plan and their legs are rolling, they are strained and stressed 10% as much mentally because the game is so easy. It's a weapon you have not use it and use it to a fault if you're Indianapolis. Like Indy should be like, I'm going to go out here today, I'm going to go to this game, and I'm going to get booed because Anthony Richardson and Jonathan Taylor run the football.
The crazy thing is like there was a deal of, they've got a great roster. I don't think the Colts have a great roster. They got some dudes, but I don't think they got like a great roster, right? But every time he plays, when I watch the Colts, they're in the game. For some reason, they're in it, and their defense has stunk. Like even against the Texans, their defense gave up damn near 200 yards rushing. Somehow, them fools was in the game, and he throws picks. It's something about, like, as you know, the 4 or 5 plays he makes that become huge big plays keeps his teams in the game. So I couldn't quit. I'd be getting fired. I know it. I couldn't quit that.
Anthony is your heroine, huh?
Yeah, he would be.
Meth.
Every time I see Black Josh Allen.
Or crystal meth.
I just see we got black. I see Black Josh Allen. All right.
He could be your black tar heroine.
C.J. Stroud. You hear from him coming up next.
would die for CJ. Everyone knows that.
Texans, Chargers, Super Wild Card Weekend.
dealers in select markets. Now you can buy a new Hyundai at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's head to NRG. Let's hear from the quarterback. The quarterback who will be starting his third playoff game against the LA Chargers. CJ Stroud. Here's CJ Stroud at NRG.
Everyone talks about your leadership skills and how great of a leader you are. Do you know where they came from, or was there someone you looked up to as a leader when you were younger, or can you put your finger on that?
Yeah, I mean, I would probably say my father. First it was just my dad led me in a lot of ways. I had a lot of great father figures as well, like with coaches and men in my community. That was probably like the options there was just learning to follow and then lead, and then my high school coach, Coach Verdi, Coach Day, Coach Dennis, who was my quarterback's coach at Ohio State, led me a lot of ways. Coach Fitch, who I told you guys about before at Ohio, and then, D'Amico, and, so I just believe that, I don't know, that's probably a bad thing to say about yourself, but I don't think I'm all that when it comes to lead. I just try to be myself, and I don't know, I don't know, I'm stubborn in a lot of ways, and I think that kind of carried to the sport, but like even as a kid, my mom used to always say how stubborn I was, and I think just having a standard is how I hear it, is like stubborn is, I just have a standard on how I like things to be done and how I hold myself as a standard, so yeah.
It's a quick follow-up though, but you might not answer this well since you said you don't think you're a great leader. Do you, if you had to put into words what you think a great leader is, what would it be?
I would say that'd be making everybody around you better. Kind of like a point guard on the offense, a quarterback on the football team, a pitcher, on the baseball team. But yeah, just making everybody around you better. But I wouldn't say I don't think I'm a bad leader. I don't think that. I just don't look at myself in that light of just I'm all world at that. But I try my best to lead by example, and it's cool because I don't ask guys, and to hear what they have to say about that is kind of cool. So.
The matchup with the Chargers, what do you see, some things that jump out about their defense, and how ready do you guys feel for the playoffs, just in terms of this is second year for you all back in this position?
Yeah, Derwin, jumps off on film. I think he's having almost his best year of his career, rushing the quarterback, playing in nickel, safety, doing great in coverage, so yeah, he's definitely, I feel like one of the best players, along with Bosa and Khalil Mack, and then Deion, who's one of my friends, is playing really well as well. And then they have a good back end, but their D-line as well is really good. So, all around they're really good. So, but that's what the playoffs are, is, their best versus our best, and got to do our best to, handle what they're going to do and play hard and, try to execute every play as best as we can.
What has been some of the difference in the protection that you've had since Titus has moved from right tackle to left guard?
Yeah, he's been able to do a great job in there and holding his own. Definitely just being just a comfort blanket. I know that he's going to do his job every time, and just have that interior locked down, or that interior structure, like it's kind of like a wall. There's three interior guys, so it's definitely helpful having him in there. I'm just happy that he's happy doing it, and I'm proud of him that he is that type of guy for the team, is to go in there even though his natural position is tackle, but to go in there and have success has been really awesome to watch.
The red zone numbers jump out. Their defense is so elite in that category, number one, I believe, in the NFL. What hasn't quite clicked at times for you guys offensively in the red zone, and how key is it that you guys figure that out in the playoffs, starting with the Chargers game? I
would say, they're a bend don't break type of defense. They don't really give up a whole bunch of explosive plays. They make you earn it. So when they bend and they don't break in the red zone. So I think they do a good job in there, and they rally tackle. No one takes a play off. But I think we've been halfway decent in the red zone this year, better than we've been in the past. The last couple of weeks haven't been ideal all the time, but except for really the Ravens game, I would say we've been decent in the red zone, scoring touchdowns, getting points. So I would say just got to be our best.
You guys were able to win the division, even in this, with a lot of injuries, especially on offense from Steph, Tank, interior offensive line. How do you feel like you were able to handle all this shit, having pieces coming in and out? How do you feel like you were able to just handle that, help get the Texans to the spot where they are hosting the playoff game?
Yeah, it hasn't been easy. It's been a very, very tough year, just with injuries and, things like that. So just trying my best, to lead and just make everybody around me better who is in the game and, getting rapport for receivers and things like that. And, just trying to stay healthy with what I got. And I think, it's not just me out there. It's everybody out there fighting every day to make plays happen. And, we put ourselves in position to be division champs, another 10-win season, which is, good. And, of course, our standard wasn't necessarily hit in the regular season, but that's why, the postseason is fresh start, 0-0. And now we got to do our best to put our best foot forward and play our best ball. So, we got the guys we got. I've been able to practice with them for 2 weeks now, which is nice. So, should be, a lot better, I think, coming up this week.
You said your standard wasn't hit in the regular season. Now you get a fresh start. Why do you believe the fresh start will help? Or why do you think you can hit your stride or your standard?
Just because the playoffs is like a new win. It feels like a new season. It feels like everything in the past is over. It's a new year. So, there's a bunch of things that I can sit here and round down why it feels like, I feel like you ask any other team in the NFL, they're going to say the same thing. It's just you're more excited just because, you got the hard part of the season done. Now it's go play your best ball, go show your best stuff. And that's fun. That's the fun part of ball. And, of course it is that in the regular season, but it's also some things, where it's more, I would say, thoughtful. You're not playing against some of the guys you're used to playing against now. We're playing against all AFC teams and, building a rapport. Been, playing against this tree of defense for a while. So, kind of like how they scheme things up and what they like to do. I would say that's some of the reasons why, this season, the postseason feels like, it's a fresh start.
CJ, you all are considered the underdogs this week going up against the Chargers. There's a lot of naysayers, nationally saying that you all can't get it done. How are you all able to block out that type of noise and just continue to focus on what you have to do?
Yeah, noise is always going to be there. It's always, it's part of sports, always evident in the sport. And they said the same thing about us last year, so playing the Browns. And I'm not saying this last year, but, we went out there and we did what we had to do to win. And that's ultimately what the playoffs come down to is like, it's 14 teams now and, the microscope is on you. We're the first team to kick it off with the Chargers and, so everybody has their own opinions, which they're entitled to have those things. So, I really don't mind. It's part of guys are smart. They probably can see film and see that, whatever they want to see. So, and for us, we know we have faith in what we can do and know, that we're motivated to play. I kind of like being an underdog. I've been an underdog a lot of my life in my career, so it's actually comfortable for me. So, but yeah, I don't really think too much about it.
Going back to last year, what is the biggest difference between you now heading into the playoffs and you last year?
Second year, another season under my belt, regular season ball, and being able to play in the playoffs last year was definitely helpful to know the standard and what it takes to win these games. So I would say that's definitely the helpful part of having a second year in the playoffs.
We're going to close with Christy, Chance, Will.
Taking you out of the NFL for a second, do you have any prediction for the other important football game this week at Ohio State and Texas?
Yeah, I got the Bucks, man, all day. I got a lot of UT guys here, so I got a lot of bets going on. And if you see some guys in Scarlet on Saturday morning, you know where it came from. So I'm excited. I think it's going to be a heck of a game. A lot of former teammates on Ohio State, and one of my best friends actually plays for UT, Silas Bowden, and he had a punt return last week, which was cool. So we're over him and him only. And I like Quinn too. Quinn was my former teammate, but I'm going Bucks all day. So Bucks.
Stranger to Jim Harbaugh-led teams. Just what have you grown to learn about the identity of the teams that he's got a chance to coach?
Yeah, he's somebody who is used to these playoff environments. Coaches his team tough. You know, they're going to be motivated to play. He knows how to get his team motivated, and, you know, we're motivated too, you know, so it's going to be fun. You know, this playoffs about dog versus dog, you know, and, you know, show your best stuff. So I know they're going to be ready. You know, we're getting ready over here, so it should be exciting. But, yeah, he does a great job of coaching his teams.
Back to the other game. Quinn was saying yesterday that he really learned, you know, how to be like a professional quarterback from you and the guys at Ohio State. Do you remember anything about Quinn during his time there? I know it was pretty short-lived, but
yeah, you know, when he first came in, he was still like 17. You know, he was really young. You know, and I try my best to, you know, teach him the ropes on like what it looks like, and you know, we would go out into like into the city sometimes, and I would, you know, try to help him on like ways to be, and, you know, how people are always watching, and, you know, and I'm not perfect still in that as well, and I know maybe he's not, but like it is something that I try to do, and even now, like with Keaton and, you know, some of the guys who haven't been in these positions, and I'm still learning myself. Like there's a lot of things that I didn't know about the NFL, what comes with it. But I'm blessed enough to know, you know, that, you know, God has entrusted me with this platform, and I'm trying my best to be as best as a person as I can, the best man of God I can. And I think for him, his faith is very important for him as well. And to see him grow in that area, you know, from the time he was 17 and now is really dope. So, you know, I've been rooting him on for a long time. He's doing a great job. You know, Coach Sark is doing a great job with that program, and, you know, they're very well coached. And, you know, they've been playing really well. And, you know, Arizona State, they like snuck away, but that's Arizona State playing some good ball, you know. So yeah, what'd you go to Arizona State?
Yeah.
All right,
we got a route. Should be a target.
I like that running back, nice. The receiver, number one, he's a good player. So yeah, but you know, I think Quinn has done a great job. Just, you know, a lot of the noise that, you know, that you deal with, you know, being the hero or the zero, you know, he's done a great job of holding that weight and doing well while playing well. So.
All right, there it is from the quarterback, C.J. Stroud. A lot that he talked about there, a lot of things that he unpacked about this matchup, talking about Jim Harbaugh, talking about his leadership, a lot of different things there, Clint. So I'm sure we'll hear a little bit more of that the coming days as C.J. Stroud just spoke with the media getting ready for this big game coming up against the L.A. Chargers. Coming up for you, though, in the next segment, your chance to win a pair of tickets. I said in the 5 o'clock hour, we'll do it in the very next segment, 713-572-4610. When you hear the cue to call, dial that number. Tyler will get you set up and ready to go for it and see if you can win a pair of front row tickets to see your Texans take on the Chargers for the playoffs coming up on Saturday afternoon. So be ready for that coming up next, as well as the injury report is out. We'll let you know who hasn't been practicing and things that need to be looked at for the Texans with their injury.
All right, y'all, joint
partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty, and still currently the Blonde Tip Bomber as well as T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest for you. And the latest is stay tuned and listen, because in this segment, between now and about 5:17, in this segment, you'll have a chance to win a pair of tickets, front row tickets, to the playoff game between the Chargers and your Houston Texans coming up on Saturday at NRG. You get a chance to win that in this segment. So stay tuned. You're looking for that. And also remember, 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. All right, Clint, fellas out there, ladies out there as well, the injury report is out for the Texans. All right, and I'll just go through the ones that are on the injury report. Will Anderson Jr., hand, full participant today, which is a good sign. Nick Broker, hopefully, you don't have to see him, but he's full participant. Foley Fatukasi has missed some games here of late. The ankle, he was limited today. Christian Harris with the ankle, who missed the last game, he was limited today. And then Jeff Okudah had a concussion, limited today. Tegan Cotoriano was a full participant in practice, and so was D'Angelo Ross. Now, the ones that did not practice, Danico Autry with the knee, important piece for this secondary line of pass rushers as well. He did not practice with a knee. Neither did Jake Hansen with an ankle issue. Shaq Mason with the knee, Clint, did not practice. John Mechie with the shoulder did not practice today. So Mechie, Shaq Mason, Danico Autry, Jake Hansen, they did not practice today with injuries, and that is important to look at, the game being on Saturday. Those are some important guys that you would at least like to have in the rotation to be able to play at their position.
Yeah, look, I think the biggest one here is Foley Fatukasi. We heard D'Amico Ryans talk a little bit about him earlier, and I think it was a 340 segment. He was on the drive live and in color. His full presser was anyway, but he had some good things to say, and one of them was that he alluded to getting Foley Fatukasi back. So him being limited and getting some work in on a Tuesday before a Saturday game is a big plus. I mean, because look, the one thing when you saw how poor they were versus the run against the Baltimore Ravens, that was with no Foley Fatukasi. Now you got guys obviously have to play better, but inserting Foley Fatukasi in there, you hope gives you a little bit of a better chance to stop the run. Christian Harris, you said the ankle limited. They're going to need him. They're going to need him in a big way this week. Jeff Okudah, concussion limited. Jeff Okudah, you heard again D'Amico Ryans earlier talking about Ladd McConkey being one of the best, if not the best slot they've seen all year long. I would imagine that's going to mean that Kamari Lassiter, they would like to bump Kamari Lassiter in some in nickel situations to cover Ladd McConkey, which would best case scenario put Jeff Okudah outside. So keep an eye on Jeff Okudah. It's a concussion, so I'm sure Tuesday is one of those. See if he can get back to football activities.
Clint, they like going to Ladd so much. It wouldn't also be crazy to be thinking
Derek Stingley shadow situation. Sure,
at least in important downs, it wouldn't be.
Yeah, I agree.
Because they're not afraid to do it with people in the slot. They've done that before.
I agree there. There's no question about it. So those are, to me, the positives that are kind of right direction for the Texans. Guys that are getting some level of action, guys on a Tuesday, and guys that they're going to need, whether it's just flat out need that guy's presence, or they need like a Jeff Okudah to free up some flexibility for other corners to move around. That's the positives. I think the negative here, I go immediately to Shaq Mason. You go to Shaq Mason. first and foremost. And last week with Juice Scruggs playing right guard and playing well at right guard may be a bigger deal than we anticipated. If Shaq Mason still isn't practicing with that knee, how bad is that knee?
You think Shaq Mason goes if he's healthy?
Well, I think it depends on how much practice he gets, because I think the only way that his poor play throughout the season is held against him is if they can justify it by saying, well, you didn't practice all week long, right? I think if he's healthy, like if he practices tomorrow, like legitimately, which we won't know. I mean, I'm sure if anything, it'll be limited or did not practice. But if it's limited, we won't know what that means. But if he's able to get out there and get quality reps a majority of the week, then I would think they'd have a hard time putting that guy on the bench. But if he doesn't practice all week long, and he just can go on game day, I bet they're just as confident in what Juice Scruggs put on the field last week. To be completely honest with you. Now, and that has more to do with how Shaq Mason has struggled this year, but yeah. So those are the practice guys that I would worry about. Again. Shaq Mason, or the other one that I'd worry is obviously John Mechie. I mean, you want to talk about putting a little pressure on Deontay Johnson, get John Mechie to where he can't go. It's a shoulder, so I would imagine that he would be able to go come Saturday. But if John Mechie's limited at all, now you're down to Xavier Hutchinson relative to guys that have been here and know the system. So Deontay Johnson will be even a bigger part than one might think.
And when you look at the Chargers in this situation, they've got a host of guys that are limited participants. A lot of them played in their last game against the Raiders. The one though that is one to look at is Gus Edwards. He's the other running back. Him and Dobbins, that 1-2 punch. He is, if you remember, he was with the Ravens last year, but he hasn't played the last couple of games. He is now a limited participant, so that is something to look out for, that he may be available. The only one they did not have practice is wide receiver Joshua Palmer, and he's been a pretty good weapon for them this year. So that's the other one to watch is Joshua Palmer. Does he miss this game? So those are the injuries coming from both the Texans and the Chargers.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, here it is. It is your time right now. Phone lines are open. 713-572-4610. Caller 8. Caller number 8. 713-572-4610. Caller number 8. Your chance to win a pair of tickets. Front row seat tickets to Saturday's game against the Chargers at NRG. So caller number 8, 713-572-4610. Get on in here, Tyler. We'll take care of you, and hopefully we get ourselves a lucky winner for those tickets right there. 713-572-4610. Tyler will take care of you. All right, also within the division, a lot of people wondered, would there be changes made? Obviously in Jacksonville, they fired their head coach, but kept their general manager, Trent Baalke, who has survived, now going to survive, and hire his third coach. Interesting. The Colts decided to run it back again. And for the most part, it was announced that Brian Callahan would come back. But Rand Carthon, you got a little history with Rand, don't you?
His daddy.
Yeah, his daddy.
Maurice Carthon was the old running back for the Giants with Bill Parcells back in the day. He was on the coaching staff.
Yep.
With Bill Parcells when they cut my ass. Yep, I got a look. Good dude.
Yeah, but he has been relieved of his duties with the Titans. The Titans fired their general manager on Tuesday. They finished 3-14. They have the number 1 pick, but there has been some struggles there. But they keep Brian Callahan, which I'm good with, man. They were testing it out with Will Levis, and to me, you just can't hold that against the guy, the ups and downs of Will Levis. So I think you look at this, like, what do you think? Do you like where the Titans, like what the Titans are doing? Do you like?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah,
I don't know what that is. I mean, they have.
It's a weird organization that jumped. They used to be right there, either the top of the division, especially during the Derrick Henry years. You know they had an identity with Vrabel. You know where they're going to be to, I don't know who the hell the Titans are.
Yeah. Look, I don't know the draft history, but I know there's an offensive lineman that they drafted, I believe, to be a tackle that in the first round they've got moved in playing guard now. Now the Texans are doing that with Titus. I'm not real sure why that is the case.
Yeah.
I know my boy from Arkansas that they drafted, the wide receiver, did not pan out. They've had, obviously, the A.J. Brown thing went south a couple of years ago, wasn't a good look. And I'm not saying that's on Rand's watch. I don't remember if he had anything to do with that or not. But
no, he did. Yeah.
That was one of his first moves, wasn't it? Or one of his first non-moves.
And then firing Vrabel. Also a lot of people are wondering.
Yeah, so I don't know who gets what credit there, and I don't know enough about the organization to have an opinion. But I know I watch them, and they've missed on some major picks, most importantly the quarterback, and multiple times. And now I have no idea what they're even trying to do offensively. I'll say the Derrick Henry move, like with Derrick Henry doing what he's doing right now in Baltimore, and the way he's producing is they should feel a lot like the Giants feel with Saquon, what he's doing, and how you let the identity of your team walk out the door that still has that kind of tread left on, and you're the team that gets to see him every single day and know what kind of shape he's in and what he's capable of doing. That's a bad look. So, I don't know what the hell's going on in Tennessee.
Well, clearly a start over, because it was weird, Clint, the whole way. It was like they made moves almost, if you remember, fellas, the way that the Texans were. They were making moves to, go for it, right? They brought in Calvin Ridley. They brought in L'Jarius Sneed. They went and got Pollard.
Hopkins.
Yeah, DeAndre Hopkins. They made some moves like they were trying to go with, but they had Will Levis.
Yep.
And it was like, first-year coach, you're trying to run, trying to make some. So when he made those moves to kind of spend that money, there had to have been a thought of, if this don't work, we're gonna have to make a move.
Yep.
And it didn't work, and it's really not a surprise when you look at the quarterback situation. And as you said, they drafted a tackle that they've already moved in, which meant they passed up on Michael Penix, they passed up on J.J. McCarthy, and they passed up on Bo Nix. And next year, they got the number one pick, but, Cam Ward and Shadur Sanders, not sure if that is rivaling what this year's quarterback class was like. You look at Michael Penix, boy. That one's a hard one to swallow when you got Will Levis, and then you got a tackle that's failed already, a tackle that you got to move inside. That's a tough one. Our winner, Sam, in Pearland. Pearland. I'm saying it right. You got to bring it.
You're nailing it.
I'm nailing it.
I'm sorry.
Get out of the review mirror, Tyler. Trying to hold a man down.
Man. Damn.
Yeah, shout out Sam in Pearland. He was freaking amped. A lot of four-letter words.
He should be. Sam's amped, and then others of the text line are pissed. There's no way to win tickets. Got called from this phone, a work phone, and damn it, I couldn't get in.
Try Rotary.
Write a letter.
Sure. Send a Raven.
Holy sh**.
5 o'clock fire.
Probably don't need to send a Raven here. Just keep the Ravens.
For now.
Ravens away. By the way, the league set it up. You got to go play the Ravens on the road next year. By the way, I don't know if you saw that schedule roll out. Somehow the Texans drew the card of playing the Chiefs, the Ravens, Chargers, and somebody else that's good on the road. I don't know how they drew that, but hopefully they have a good home record. But the Lions, this one surprised me because when this was announced, I thought he was done for the year, Clint. But the Lions, Dan Campbell, the old Aggie, said that he expects running back David Montgomery to be ready for the divisional round, which was his goal when choosing rehab over surgery. So they're going to have their 1-2 punch, it looks like, by the divisional round. And everybody talked about that he would be out for the year. And then, it was a part of, man, these injuries keep stacking. Well, they've started to get some back. They got the one guy who the forearm surgery or whatever. He returned the linebacker, which you saw a big difference there.
Anzalone.
And now David Montgomery is potentially coming back for this team. And it feels like after Sunday's game, there was a wonder if they were still the top of the division, the favorites to come out of the NFC. I think after Sunday's game, tell me if I'm wrong, Tyler. I'm certain the Lions jumped back up as number one in terms of Super Bowl odds. I don't know if that happened. I believe the Chiefs took a week off and
somehow slid,
and then
slid back. Yeah, look,
you are correct. Which I can understand though, because the Bills and the Ravens are both in the AFC, and right now it's the Eagles who have some issues with Jalen Hurts potentially. By the way, Jalen Hurts has not practiced in 3 weeks. That's
another one.
It's a little weird. That's a weird thing.
Zadarius Smith in Detroit has made a huge difference. I think he had 4 or 5 sacks since getting there in Detroit, and he's filled the shoes of Aiden Hutchinson fairly well. That was a good get by them. So, not a ton of fall off there. I'm not saying that Zadarius Smith is Aiden Hutchinson by any means, but he is damn sure producing in a way that you don't so sorely miss a guy like Aiden Hutchinson.
Yep. All right, coming up as we continue again, congratulations to our guy Sam, who takes home those front row seats. Hopefully you enjoy yourself, Sam, at this playoff game, and you could witness what I said in the 2 o'clock hour. If you missed it, laid it out. Guaranteed victory for the Houston Texans. They're going to go ahead and take care of the Chargers and get ready for the divisional round coming up next week after they handle business. But according to Clint here, a big part of them handling some business is a player that he says C.J. Stroud needs. Needs, has to have. And it's not a player that you would think to your mind. Not the Joe Mixons, not the Nico Collins, another player. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, well, hey, look, y'all go ahead. Before
chance to win a 4-pack for you and your family or friends.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line, show, it's not show, it's Ron.
For now.
Needs to stop saying Texans are guaranteed to win. It's almost like he's trying to jinx the Texans. Ernesto in Pearland.
Is that my boy Ron?
I did it for you.
In Pearland?
Ernesto, you and the few Warriors who think that way, I don't have any ill will. To try to jinx the Texans would mean that I'm excited for their demise. And that's just not true.
Hold on, show.
Silly. Not accurate at all. I've told you repeatedly. I root for the Texans every week. Hell, it is positive and big and great for my job. For starters. For two, I like D'Amico. I like CJ.
God bless, brother.
I like Dameon Pierce. I like Nico. I'm a fan of Will Anderson. I like a lot of the guys there. I like Kamari, that dog. That man that said, if you open up the dictionary, you'll see a picture of me and that bad boy for dog. I like him. I root for him, except for when they play one team. So there is no jinx, no jinx. Now, I truly believe, as I said, if you missed it, check the Odyssey app, 2 o'clock. As good as I felt about when they played the Patriots, the Cowboys, I'd say it just a notch under that. That's my confidence. My confidence.
They're
going to take care of business. And if you missed it, yes. Ernesto, when they do win, you can't call me show again, as Tyler said for now. From the text line, 610 radio station is against the Texans. Well, that's silly.
That's just dumb.
Tyler sure isn't.
Nope.
I guarantee you the morning show isn't.
It's tattooed on my skin.
Clinton against the Texans. Reggie ain't against it. I damn sure know Figgy ain't.
Bijani, he's not.
God, Lord, no. The night show, hell no. Creighton? No.
Santiago?
Lopez?
He's
no.
not.
Nobody is.
Park.
You got to start thinking to yourself, man, I find myself. I think Clint's making a really good point whenever the point is good when the Texans do something, when it's something positive about the Texans. And then he doesn't know what someone accused him of saying they were on meth to think, I don't know about the Chargers thing. He's not as confident as me. That's fine.
I don't give a mother.
That means against the Texans. No. Get out of here with that. Silliness. Nobody's against the Texans. Now, I don't know about Ben. I don't know what Ben's about. I don't know. Ben, I still got to understand how Ben got to Miami. Is Ben from Miami? That's one of the biggest upsets. That he was at Coral game. Is he from here and he got to Miami?
Here. Yeah.
Like, did you run into Luke? I just want to, I gotta take Ben to lunch or something. Oh, me, Ben. I gotta figure this out.
Old Ben and Vandy, the Miami Hurricanes.
Like when Ben was there, Ben, text in or email me. I don't think we have phone numbers. Who was the Miami Hurricanes there when Ben was there? Are we talking about Greg with the third leg, who is now in the number 2 chair for Fox Sports? Like, who was he? Is he an Ed Reed guy? I don't think he's that old. Who you were there? I got to know who was rolling with. Van Dyke, that guy.
No, hell, he was here when Van Dyke was here.
You're right. Was it that one lady?
Ben ain't got no hair. He got to be up there around.
I don't mean
Ken
nothing.
Dorsey.
My dad looked like Ben at 18. That don't mean nothing.
He had hair on the sides.
Yep. In the senior pictures. You remember the lady who played Felicia in Friday? her son was a quarterback at Miami, and they thought he was going to go first round. His last name was like Kaya or something.
Yeah, Brad Kaya.
Brad Kaya? Yeah, his mother's Felicia from Friday. Check it out.
Oh, but damn, I didn't know that.
They made her look real bad. But no, man. Get out of here. Don't tell me it's 6-10 against it. We're guaranteeing victory. All right, Clint. I said there's a player that most people wouldn't go to when you say that C.J. Stroud needs this player to perform. A lot of people say Laramie Tunsil, need him. Whoever's playing on the offensive line, Titus and company, need him. Nico, need him. But you think there's another player that he needs, Slowick needs, this offense needs in this game coming up against the Chargers?
Absolutely, and his name's Deontay Johnson.
Wow.
Look, when it boils down to it, recently teams have found ways to limit Nico Collins' impact on the game. Look at his numbers over the last month worth of football. They weren't as, he's not been as productive as he was before the injury. And with that said, I think I would be shocked if the Chargers don't figure out a way in their game plan from jump to shade coverage towards Nico, to do everything they can to take Nico away from CJ in critical situations. I'll be shocked if they don't figure out a way to do that, or at least attempt to do it, right? And in times that Nico doesn't beat that coverage, whatever that is, CJ's going to need a quick answer. CJ's going to need a different answer. CJ's going to need somewhere to go with the football other than Nico Collins. And John Mechie ain't it. He's coming, but he ain't it. By the way, on the injury report, didn't practice.
Yeah.
Xavier Hutchinson ain't it. He ain't separating, right? Dalton Schultz this year. I mean, Dalton Schultz has gone from a pass-catching tight end that is okay in the run game, and at least is a fighter in the run game, to somebody that is absolutely awful in run blocking and pass protecting and can't create any level of separation even when a linebacker's covering him. And so that's not an option, right? And with Diggs out and Tank out, we're down to a point where Deontay Johnson needs to be full go to a point where Bobby Slowick never takes him off the field. And he needs to be available for C.J. Stroud, particularly in man situations, but really across the board in all situations, as a number 2 option to Nico Collins. We saw the ability to stop on a dime. Bobby Slowick told us about it last Thursday. We saw it on the stop route, pivot route, turn route, whatever the hell you want to call it on the sideline. It was absolutely beautiful, almost unguardable. Very quarterback friendly, 3rd and 5s. Right? That is how you throw the ball on first down and you end up in 2nd and 1, or you end up in 1st and 10 again. That's what you need opposite and to complement Nico Collins. The slant route that Davis Mills missed from inside the 5-yard line, or maybe it was inside the 10, I know that. Creating 2 to 3 yards of separation when it's press man on the goal line doesn't get any more difficult. And he did it right then and there. You saw it. You saw what I'm talking about. Like, C.J. Stroud needs that. The Texans' offense needs that. Bobby Slowick needs that in a big way opposite Nico Collins, really, because there is no second option right now. This team, the San Diego Chargers, can come in here and they can tilt their coverage towards Nico Collins. They can man up with linebackers or safety, Dalton Schultz. And literally right now, if there was a game today, your next option would be Xavier Hutchinson. That ain't it. It's got to be Deontay Johnson. They've got to use his shake, his twitch, his route running ability, his acceleration, deceleration. It's better than anybody that's healthy right now. I'm not saying he's a better receiver than Nico Collins. He's a different receiver. But what he gives you in beating press man right now, creating an option for the quarterback versus man right now, the minute the ball is snapped, we've seen it in a Texans uniform, and I'm telling you, it's real. So, yeah.
And I would imagine that the Chargers, I would imagine that's going to be their game plan is let's suffocate and let's get on them quick and shrink the field and shrink that and play really aggressive, because they're probably banking that our pressure is going to get there. You look at this, they've had injuries in there out, but all these guys are healthy, and they can send pressure, and they do it, and Jesse Minter does it from a lot of different spots. Bosa has 5 sacks. Khalil Mack has 6 sacks. Bud Dupree has 6 sacks. Tuli Tuipulotu has 8.5 sacks. Tried it. Leads the team. Derwin James from the safety spot.
You finally got the confidence up to give her a shot, huh?
Dead wrong, probably. Derwin James from the safety spot, who they use as a pass rusher like Adams, Jamal Adams back in the day when he was with the Jets. He's got 5.5 sacks. They're going to send it a lot. And so the need for having somebody who can uncover, as you just said, right now, somewhere where he has a chance to get to get the ball thrown that isn't covered, that doesn't put it in harm's way, is a huge deal. And you ran through the list of guys. You know, listen, I think Deontay Johnson is a nut. I don't think this is a bad rap. I don't think this is a deal in Pittsburgh and Carolina and Baltimore. I think there are some issues with him. But for a week, you need that joker to be able to come out there and create some quick space, and he should get reps with that thought. And to me, with the pressure that the Chargers are going to try to bring, that is a desperate need for somebody who can get open right now, as you said. Got to have that happen. Got to have it. As we continue, T. Mill's best bets coming up as last night was
dog crap.
I was tracking that Suns-Sixers game, and it was like, dang, that is low scoring right now. But
had a couple of really bad beats last night that pissed me off.
I told you about Hard, man. You just never
barely
know.
got it.
Just never know. James just sitting over there.
Turd
there were like 9 points there in the second half. Then he just said, "The hell with you, Tyler. Coming after you."
Screw you, James.
All right. This is the matchup right here that a lot of people are going to be talking about in this game. And let's talk about it here coming up next on the drive. Do the Texans need C.J. Stroud to outplay Justin Herbert? Do they need him to outplay Justin Herbert in this game for the Texans to win? We'll discuss that next.
All right.
Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
This hour is brought to you by Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway in Pearland. Together, let's drive.
Live on the Drive.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back again. Congratulations to Sam in Pearland, who won those tickets, and congratulations to all the winners.
Big Sam in the land, baby.
There you go. There you go.
About time we give a little love on the southeast side.
Hey, man, I don't mind going over there. I enjoy it when we've gone over to Pearland. Had some good times over there.
You get Pearland, you swing around the east and then up to Baytown.
In Pearland.
Don't get much better than that, man.
I'm telling you. I'll take your word for it, but it sure doesn't.
You've been over that way a little bit.
I've done it. I haven't done the trip.
You see what's going on.
I hadn't done the trip at once. But congratulations to Sam and all our winners today here on Sports Radio 610. And someone texted in, Captain Mickey loves the Texans too. Yes, right. Captain Mickey does, I believe. Never met Mickey.
Another Baytown boy.
Baytown boy. Lives out there in the Bay by me. Or did. I don't know if he still does. In fact, he asked me to bring something back to Baytown yesterday. He had a nice little package out there. It looked to be some rod and reels. Not the reels, the rods. He asked me to bring something back, and it was about 9 foot long.
Speaking of mouths, you want to wrap your mouth around some of this sausage right here.
That guy right there, that is tremendous.
Love old Captain Mickey. That's where I started,
I
boys.
bet you if you were sitting there with him, you wouldn't have thought nothing nasty about that. I bet in person it felt real legit.
That was tremendous.
Now when you hear it now, hold on.
Speaking of mouths, you want to wrap your mouth around some of this sausage right here.
Yeah, I mean, give me a piece.
You take Captain Mickey saying that right there, and wherever you plop him down in the middle of whatever kind of establishment, you could really change what he's talking about, can't you?
No, yep, absolutely.
If he's selling jerky at Buc-ee's, he's all right.
That's sausage. I'm about giving that sausage a whirl. I know what he's talking about, man. But no, shout out to our winners today. T Mills picks coming up. Here's best bets coming up here in just a bit. So what do you think here, Tyler? Lead us off here. Do you think when you think about this game, do you feel like the Texans got to win, and a reason that they win has to be because C.J. Stroud has outplayed Justin Herbert? Do you get a sense that the Texans can win this game if C.J. Stroud doesn't outplay the quarterback, Justin Herbert?
I do not. I think C.J. Stroud has got to show us a lot more of what we, a lot more of what we saw last season than what we've seen this year. I mean, both of these defenses are stout. The Texans are coming with their defense, but so are the Chargers, man. Number one scoring defense in the NFL. Stroud's got to outperform young Justin Herbert if the Texans want to move on to the divisional round.
So you think he does? See, I just think he can't lose the game. Like I think what's the term? Game manager. I think he can game manage this thing, and they win the game. I just think he can't make crippling mistakes. I don't think like, hey man, if Justin Herbert is going for 280 and 2 touchdowns. Like, I don't think to me it means, boy, got to go 325 and he's got to throw, multiple touchdowns as well. I think the Texans defense, which is to me the strength of this team, as crazy as it is before the season started, is the absolute strength of this team. And I think this is an offense that the Texans are going up against, and the Chargers that the Texans can have enough success with, that it doesn't take CJ having to go off or outplay him. So I'm not saying CJ can't and shouldn't, but I don't necessarily think he has to, be the best player on the field or outplay Justin Herbert in this game.
Yeah, I think he's got to outplay Justin Herbert. I think here 2 reasons, and you got them, if it was Tyler or you, one of y'all brought up a good point about the defense. Like, I do believe that this is a championship caliber defense. I believe this defense right now is good enough to win a championship. I don't believe that this defense is good enough to carry a team to a championship. Like this isn't.
I agree.
This isn't Ray Lewis and them boys. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't believe it's that level of a defense. I believe they're a good enough defense to win a Super Bowl with. I think they're a good enough defense to create some turnovers and give you an opportunity to beat a team that may even be better than you or more accomplished than you. I don't believe they're a team that's going to even win one playoff game because they're able to make it a field goal game. A field goal game meaning it's out of the end zone. And this is a 10-9 game or a 12-9 game. Like I don't think it's that level of defense. C.J. Stroud's can't be Trent Dilfer. I mean, C.J. Stroud's got to go out there and make some big boy throws, be a difference maker on the scoreboard. I think he's got to be an elite game manager, which is again not a derogatory, it's not a negative for me, no disrespect from me. That's absolutely beautiful. But I think on top of that, Ron, I think he's got to pick and choose his moments to go make plays, and he's got to make those plays. And on top of making those plays, he's got to minimize, if not completely take it out of the game, the misses and the turnovers, the uncharacteristic misses and turnovers. Not just, look, it happens in football. You're going to miss, but I mean, it seems like when they come, it's just like, wow, what just happened in the last quarter of football right there? What happened to those last two drives with CJ? And so he's got to eliminate that. But yeah, no, I think the only way the Texans win a playoff game, any playoff game this year, I think he's got to outplay the quarterback across the field from him.
All right. Someone says if Mixon doesn't go off, yeah, he will have to outplay him. Someone texted in, CJ game manager. Come on, Ron. I'm just saying in this game. In this game that we're talking about the Chargers, not the run. I'm not talking about passes this week. Agree with you. I don't think the Texans defense can drag this team 4 straight. Right? I don't think that. I think in this particular game, a game in which the Chargers scored 15 points in a game against the Arizona Cardinals, a team in which the Chargers have scored 17-10 against the Chiefs, and I do think that the Texans are in their defense is comparable, at least in the same ballpark as the Chiefs. A couple of other games where they have been where they have struggled offensively. I think the Falcons, they scored 17 points in that game. And some of it is, and one of it was a pick six. So it wasn't even their offense scoring it. So I don't think this is a great offense. Now, I think they have the ability to be good and to have big moments, but they don't have just overwhelming skill position guys. I think their quarterback can get busy if you give him the chance to, but I don't think he has guys, that are out there like he's had in the past, where their offense has just at times been overwhelming. There's no Keenan Allen out there. They don't have that type of guy out there. So to me, I think if CJ is in there, don't make mistakes, don't turn the ball over. And you're right, man. If you got Dalton Schultz with 40 yards of grass in front of him, you got to hit him. Right? Those aren't hard things. So for me, I just think the Chargers are not a great team. I mean, you look at it, the Chargers haven't really beat, a really, really good team on their schedule. So that's just my thinking. You had something?
No. I'll save it for tomorrow. We got a lot on radio tomorrow, boys.
We got a lot this week. All right, coming up behind us, the Players Show. Aziz Alshire will join the fellas coming up tonight on the Players Show. So stay tuned for that. GM Nick Caserio, he'll be live on Payne and Pendergast. Is that tomorrow? Tomorrow, 7:30. Oh,
yes, sir.
Tomorrow, 7:30, he will be live on Payne and Pendergast. And then coming up behind us, Area 45, Bijani, Creighton, and Santiago coming up after we get done. All right,